Chapter 1. Crossing into the Pirate World. Another day has passed. A young boy reclined upon a massive rock by the sea, gazing at the horizon where the sun was slowly descending. The sunset scattered its golden rays across the ocean's surface, shimmering like a treasure in its brilliance. With a sigh, the boy sat up from the boulder. Dressed in an ornate robe that bore the stains of dirt without concern, he appeared regal nonetheless. Behind him, two armored guards stood vigilant, their weapons firmly gripped as they surveyed the surroundings. Beside the boy was a maid clad in a black and white lawn dress. Standing at a height of around 1.70 meters, she seemed no older than 17 or 18, possessing a graceful figure and a delicate face that bore a hint of exasperation. "Your Highness, it is time for dinner. We must return. His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen are awaiting your presence." "I know, Hella," the boy replied nonchalantly to the maid's words. After finally getting a moment to rest, "We should head back." Turning to the maid and the two soldiers, he announced, "Let us go home." "Yes, Your Highness," the soldiers responded promptly. They boarded a carriage by the sea, traversed through a harbor town, and beyond it lay a castle perched atop a mountain over 100 meters high. This castle served as the royal palace of the kingdom, occupying a vast expanse of land at the mountain summit, with rows of villas and manors below that housed the kingdom's ministers. From the mountaintop, one could overlook the entire harbor town. Upon reaching the summit, the boy, accompanied by maid Hella, entered the grand castle. Here, servants awaited to guide him through the castle's interior. The boy's name was Li Qi, hailing from Earth. Once an ordinary homebody, an unexpected electric shock had transported him to this world, where he was reborn as a 1-year-old child named Kaniji Li Qi, the first prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. The kingdom derived its name from the colossal rock mountain that lay at its center. After some time in this new world, Li Qi came to realize that he had entered the realm of pirates. However, he arrived rather early, for it was only when he began reading newspapers that he discovered Joel D. Roger had yet to become the Pirate King. Understanding that he had stepped into the world of pirates and the imminent Great Pirate Era, Li Qi naturally felt compelled to make some preparations. Situated in the South Sea near the Red Land, the Rock Mountain Kingdom was a remote corner where pirates rarely ventured. The kingdom comprised 3 islands. The main island, the largest, spanned approximately 100,000 square kilometers, but at its heart lay a massive rock mountain. Aside from large rock formations, the mountain yielded no resources, resulting in towns and villages being established on the small plains along the island's edges. The royal castle was nestled on a spur of the rock mountain. The other 2 islands featured a similar rock mountain, though one boasted some trees and contained small iron and coal mines, providing the Rock Mountain Kingdom with a modicum of self-sufficiency in weaponry. The final island, a mere 10 kilometers from the Red Land, was covered in forests, home to a few villages inhabited primarily by hunters who subsisted by hunting the beasts of the woods. The entire population of the Rock Mountain Kingdom numbered around 200,000, with 3,000 soldiers. Li Qi's late grandfather had once ventured into the Grand Line, returning with the teachings of Haki, which he rigorously instilled in the soldiers. Though the kingdom had only 3,000 troops, they were all elite fighters. Several commanders possessed Haki and wielded strength comparable to that of a Navy rear admiral. After Li Qi's father ascended to the throne, these soldiers continued their training. While the Rock Mountain Kingdom was not a large nation, it instilled fear in most pirates. Seizing opportunities, it joined the world government, becoming one of its member states. Due to the kingdom's traditions, Li Qi began his training from a young age. At 6, he accidentally consumed a devil fruit. This particular fruit was a rare Logia type, the Doton fruit, granting Li Qi the ability to transform into the earth itself. The acquisition of this Logia devil fruit filled Li Qi with unexpected delight. However, his rigorous training continued to deepen. By the time he turned 10, he witnessed the execution of the great pirate Joel D. Roger, marking the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Despite the tumultuous times, the Rock Mountain Kingdom remained relatively untouched by pirates due to its remote location. Among the 3,000 soldiers, 1,000 were stationed on the island with the iron mines, 500 on the forest island, while the remaining 1,500 included 500 castle guards and 1,000 stationed at the kingdom's port to deter pirate landings. Additionally, a naval branch base nearby provided further security, ensuring that the Rock Mountain Kingdom faced no immediate threats from pirates. At 12 years old, Li Qi had developed a physique from his early training and the powers of his Logia devil fruit, achieving strength equivalent to that of a Navy captain. Had his body not been so petite, he might have already begun his Haki training. Due to his exceptional abilities and respectful demeanor, as the first prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, Li Qi was assured a place as the next king. This year, at the age of 12, Li Qi's father, Kaniji Li Qi, allowed him to recruit his own retinue and participate in state affairs. Father, mother, guided by the servants, Li Qi arrived at the dining hall, where the chef had already prepared the meal. While the Rock Mountain Kingdom had improved since its impoverished beginnings, it was still not lavish. The dining table featured 5 dishes and a soup. Besides his parents, Li Qi's 2-year-old sister was also seated, attended by a maid. Welcome back. Seeing his son, Carnicola's face reflected a mix of pride. What have you considered today? Do you have any plans? Seated at the table, Li Qi picked up his bowl and spoke. Father, please provide me with a few shipwrights and allow me to manage the forest island. The forest island, Carnicola mused. The forest island, situated near the Red Land, covered an area of over 3,000 square kilometers. Once an uncharted isle, it was named for the towering trees that adorned its small mountain. Currently, the forest island boasted a town and 3 villages with a population of around 3,000, most of whom were hunters living off the land. That poses no issue, Carnicola nodded. I shall assign you 3 shipwrights. You may proceed. The garrison commander on the forest island is your uncle. Very well, Li Qi replied, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 2. A New Position. The following day, at the port, Li Qi boarded a transport ship accompanied by 3 shipwrights dispatched from the kingdom's shipyard, alongside his maid Hela and 100 guards. This day marked the kingdom's expedition to the forest island to procure game from the villages and supply the garrison with provisions, making it quite convenient. After bidding farewell to his parents, Li Qi stepped aboard the ship and departed the dock. The main island of the Rock Mountain Kingdom was not far from the forest island with the transport ship's speed. The journey would take merely a day and a night, or even less with favorable winds. By the next morning, the transport ship had arrived at the forest island's rudimentary port, where workers were unloading supplies. Your Highness! Your Highness! As Li Qi stepped off the vessel, the surrounding workers and soldiers saluted him, parting to create a path. On the deck, he beheld a small town with several rows of wooden houses. In the distance, a sprawling forest undulated, the occasional roar of beasts echoing through the air. Upon disembarking, Li Qi's uncle awaited him with soldiers at the port. His uncle, Carnicole, was 5 years younger than Li Qi's father and had trained under Li Qi's grandfather. He possessed strength at the level of a Navy rear admiral, mastering the dual hockey. Dressed in military attire, Carnicole towered at 2 meters 50, his muscular frame resembling a wall of flesh. Uncle Li Qi greeted. You've reached quite an age, haven't you? Carnicole chuckled, observing Li Qi, who had grown to over 1 meter 60 due to his rigorous training. From a young age, Li Qi had developed early, and at 12, he nearly matched the height of an average adult. Your father has released you this time, so what do you intend to do on this island? Uncle Carl inquired. I have 500 men at my command, who will be available for your orders when the time comes. Then I must trouble you. Uncle, Richie replied with a smile. However, for now, it would be prudent to observe and assess the situation on the island as it unfolds. The 100 soldiers who had escorted Richie had already returned by boat, and now Carl had dispatched a small team of soldiers to accompany Richie as his subordinates. The military structure of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain is organized into squads of 10, each led by a squad leader. 50 men form a platoon, consisting of 4 complete squads, an assault team of 5, a platoon leader and deputy, along with 3 guards. Above this is a company of 200 men, which includes 3 platoons and a company headquarters team comprised of elite soldiers and logistical units. At a higher level, there is a battalion of 500 men, encompassing 2 regiments, a direct platoon, and other personnel. A battalion represents an independent operational unit of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, tasked with garrison duties across various locations. Above the battalion is a regiment comprising 2,000 men, which includes 3 battalions and other direct units. Currently, the 3,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain consist of 1 regiment and a battalion of the Royal Guard, in addition to the garrison stationed on the forest island under Uncle Richie's command. When Richie first learned of the military organization and other systems of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, he was indeed somewhat astonished. Although this military structure was established by Richie's grandfather, it is far more rigorous than the regulations of other kingdoms. Despite its smaller population, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain maintains a far greater level of order compared to the chaotic conditions in some other nations. While it may not be said that all residents are blissful, they certainly enjoy a stable livelihood, with everyone able to survive and procure food. In light of the circumstances in other countries, the residents of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain exhibit tremendous loyalty to the royal family. With a squad at his disposal, along with his maid Hela and 3 shipwrights assigned by his father, Richie commenced his life on Forest Island. By the decree of King Carnicole, the reigning monarch, Richie was appointed as the Lord of Forest Island, tasked with the unified management of a town and 3 villages, as well as a garrison of 1 battalion. However, within this arrangement, Richie's uncle was elevated to the position of deputy island lord to assist Richie. After all, Richie, being merely a child, though he may not appear to be 12, possesses little authority. Summon the mayor to me, I wish to understand the situation on the island. Forest Island encompasses a town known as Mountain Forest Town, with a population exceeding 2,000, primarily engaged in basic commercial activities. Surrounding the town are cultivated fields that serve as the town's food source, though they are only sufficient for self-sustainability. To supply the strong, such provisions fall far short. As he walked through the streets, Richie observed the bustling activity of residents visiting taverns, tailors, carpenters, and various small workshops. Under the mayor's guidance, he ventured beyond the town to witness the flourishing crops. Under the governance of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, the situation appeared quite favorable. Your Highness, this is one of the 3 villages subordinate to Mountain Forest Town, known as Reef Village, which has over 200 residents who earn their living through fishing. Usually, any surplus fish caught by the villagers is sold in the town, providing them with some income. Indeed, following the mayor's introduction, Richie examined the village and inquired about its circumstances, ultimately recognizing the mayor's efforts. Although the fishing village was impoverished, it was stable, with sufficient food but a lack of money. Subsequently, he visited the other 2 villages that relied on hunting for sustenance before returning to the town. Having spent the day exploring the 3 villages and the town, Richie felt adequately prepared. On the following day, a recruitment notice was posted in the town, stating that the Lord of Forest Island had decided to recruit construction workers to repair roads and the port with daily wages. This sum of money was what Richie had saved since childhood. While it was not substantial, it amounted to a considerable 10 million berries, especially since it was not yet 20 years after Luffy set sail, making money relatively valuable. As this recruitment notice appeared, and public officials posted it in the 3 villages, it immediately generated a small sensation under the name of the Prince and Island Lord of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. During this off-season for farming, nearly all idle residents eagerly signed up. Initially, Richie began leveling the wasteland surrounding the town and constructing roads and a new port. Regarding the necessary bricks and stones, Richie, being an earth fruit user, could create any materials related to the earth. Numerous bricks of uniform size and impressive durability were conjured within a single day, accumulating in vast quantities. After expending a day's worth of energy to produce sufficient bricks, the next day, Richie assigned responsibilities for the construction site to the townsfolk. He then took a platoon of men into the depths of the forest. Chapter 3. Methods of Earning Money. Engaging in combat within the forest primarily aimed to eliminate formidable beasts and clear an area for development. Although cultivating land in the forest can be quite challenging, particularly amid rocky terrain, the planting of fruit trees poses no issue. Richie had long envisioned the development of Forest Island. To foster the island's development, funds were essential. However, the money Richie had saved since childhood was merely a starting point, insufficient for the task of developing an island. Though Richie had not previously engaged in affairs, it did not imply that he had been unprepared. Long ago, he began gathering intelligence on the surrounding powers of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain and various information about the world. Apart from an island not far from the main island of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, which harbored a naval base, there were 2 neighboring nations and several small islands within a 5-day journey. Due to the Kingdom of Rock Mountain's remoteness and its lack of substantial exportable resources, the annual tribute paid resulted in little remaining. Consequently, the kingdom's commerce remained rather weak. Nevertheless, Richie had already devised a plan. The first step was to stimulate the residents' enthusiasm, followed by recruiting individuals to develop commerce. As for the first commercial product, Richie had also prepared in advance. Clearing the forest of beasts and establishing an orchard would be the second endeavor. On Forest Island, a rocky beach had now transformed into a series of shallow ponds akin to rice paddies, each filled with seawater under the sun's radiant gaze. As I gaze across the expanse, the entire beach unveils itself, a vast array of pools stretching infinitely. Between these pools lies a pathway constructed of stone slabs, delineating each shimmering expanse, while squads of soldiers patrolled diligently upon them. Beyond the pools, the surface of the sea is encircled by a robust embankment, serving as a vantage point for surveillance, punctuated by a few openings to allow the ebb and flow of the tide. On the shore, sentry posts and several artillery emplacements stand guard, manned by soldiers tasked with the solemn duty of defense. Here lies the salt pond crafted by Richie during a brief respite. The meticulously leveled stone salt pond, for Richie, a master of the Earth's fruitful capabilities, is but a mere flick of the wrist. Throughout his exploration of this world, Richie discovered that while salt is abundant, It is not supplied in vast quantities. The salt ponds of several great kingdoms and the salt-producing regions on the Red Earth continent of the world government provide the necessary resources. Thus, on the very first day of his arrival at Forest Island, Richie constructed the salt pond, and by the second day, he commenced the salt evaporation process. At this juncture, Richie's uncle, Karl, oversees the operation. Observing the pond, he noted the formation of a layer of salt at the bottom. As the salt began to accumulate in significant quantities, Karl promptly fortified the defenses and took command personally, deploying a substantial contingent of troops to guard the area. Standing beside the salt pond atop the stone tower erected by Richie's abilities, Karl couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on his nephew's remarkable prowess. "My nephew is truly impressive." He arrives and immediately sets into motion a grand endeavor. Although the method of salt evaporation appears deceptively simple, requiring merely a modicum of labor, this seemingly straightforward process has the potential to bestow immense wealth upon the Rock Mountain Kingdom. In a world dominated by piracy, salt is monopolized by powerful factions, and the salt from Rock Mountain is certain to yield substantial profits. Moreover, this represents a continuous stream of income, sufficient to elevate the kingdom's tax revenues and wealth to unprecedented heights. After a moment of contemplation, Karl reiterated the importance of vigilance, instructing that patrols be intensified and divided into shifts to prevent any unauthorized personnel from entering. Given the current circumstances, he estimated that by the day after tomorrow, the harvested salt could be packaged and dispatched to the main island, where it would be entrusted to the kingdom's merchant fleet for sale in the cities of other kingdoms, thus generating wealth. This matter was entrusted to Uncle Heir by Li Qi. The wealth from purchasing salt, aside from taxes, belonged entirely to Li Qi. Of the remaining funds, 30% was allocated for military expenses to prepare for the expansion of the army under Karl's guidance. The remainder, Li Qi intended to convert entirely into resources for the development of the forested island. In the woods behind Shanlin Town, the occasional roar of beasts echoed. Before Li Qi lay a colossal wild boar, towering as high as a man. Behind him, the party had already secured 2 bears, 3 wild boars, and a fierce tiger. These ferocious beasts, accustomed to reigning over the mountains and forests, charged at humans without a hint of fear. However, this time they encountered Richie, each one swiftly dispatched. Richie's method was straightforward. With rocks compressed by his own might encasing his fists, he shattered the skulls of the wild creatures, thus acquiring their intact corpses. The island itself was not vast, and the number of carnivorous beasts was relatively limited. By the end of the first day, Richie had already hunted nearly half. As they descended the mountain, each soldier bore their spoils. These trophies were entrusted to the townsfolk for processing skins tanned for sale, while the meat served as sustenance for Richie and his men. Hyla, walking along the street, noticed Richie deep in thought and suddenly broke the silence. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" she inquired, stepping forward. "Go and recruit individuals to form a trading caravan. My uncle will be returning in 2 days to deliver goods. We shall take the caravan, laden with our hunt, to the main island for sale. The number of traders need not be excessive, just sufficient," Richie instructed. "Understood." Having followed Richie since childhood, Hyla not only possessed the prowess of a major in the naval branch, but had also acquired considerable knowledge. Remaining idle alongside Richie felt like a squandered opportunity. After a day of clearing the forest of beasts, the area around Mountain Town was now devoid of any formidable predators. At this moment, the inhabitants of 2 hunting villages began, under Risha's command, to fell the trees of the mountains, level the land, and plant fruit trees. The workforce was insufficient. Among the 3,000 people on the island, all available labor was occupied with various tasks for Rish. However, according to his plans, progress was still lamentably slow. Consequently, Rish found himself pondering how to acquire a larger population. The following day, Rish met with a merchant recruited by Hela. This merchant, formerly the proprietor of a grocery store in the town, possessed some experience. In addition to the merchant himself, he brought along 2 assistants. While Rish and Hela constituted a rudimentary trading caravan, they returned to the main island with the pelts acquired over the past 2 days, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers for protection. Meanwhile, tax collectors were seen carrying bags of sun-dried salt to be stored in the ship's hold. On board, Rish spotted his uncle, who was personally leading the expedition. "You rascal, you've made quite a fuss without a word," Karl chuckled. "This time, I've come to report directly to your elder brother. But what about you? Why are you not on the island?" "Isn't it that I've managed to procure some pelts from the hunt these past few days? I intend to sell them and survey the surrounding area," Rish replied with a smile. Very well, we can travel together then. Upon returning to the main island, Riche accompanied his uncle back to the royal palace, where his uncle reported the matter, and Riche subsequently met with his parents. Due to the lack of commerce in the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, this shipment of salt could only be dispatched by the kingdom's sole royal trading caravan. This caravan, also supported by the royal family, is responsible for certain royal procurements. Richie has also recruited a number of individuals on the main island, bringing along a dozen pelts as he departed from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain with the caravan. The caravan is equipped with two modest vessels, both being two-masted sailing ships. In addition to salt, the ships carry a variety of miscellaneous goods, all intended for sale. This time, the destination is the renowned Kingdom of Grania, situated at a considerable distance from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. The Kingdom of Grania, positioned at several vital maritime junctions in the South Sea, boasts a population exceeding 10 million and an army numbering in the hundreds of thousands, far surpassing the diminutive Kingdom of Rock Mountain. In this world of piracy, it can indeed be regarded as a major power. Furthermore, as a crucial maritime hub. The Kingdom of Grania thrives in commerce, with caravans from across the globe selecting it as a prime location for trade in the South Sea. The journey spans 20 days, necessitating 2 stops for resupply along the way. In the realm of pirates, the seas are far less dynamic than the Grand Line, characterized by a tranquil surface that rarely witnesses tempestuous storms. As we traverse several desolate islands, the remote location of Rock Mountain Kingdom in the southern seas means that we have encountered not a single pirate, a rather extraordinary occurrence in this age of great piracy. After 7 days at sea, our fleet finally reaches the shore to commence resupply. This town belongs to a nation comparable in size to the Rock Mountain Kingdom, which houses a naval base ensuring that the port remains safeguarded from pirate incursions. After drifting aimlessly on the ship for a week, setting foot on solid ground once more brings an inexplicable sense of relief to Li Qi's heart. In this town, safeguarded by a naval base, a sense of security permeates, allowing the residents to leisurely stroll along the streets. After a swift resupply, the fleet did not linger and continued its journey. However, fortune did not favor them this time. Having passed the town and ventured into waters notorious for pirate activity, they encountered a pirate crew merely a day into their voyage. The moment the pirate ship appeared, the thunderous sound of cannons reverberated as projectiles rained down upon the fleet. Yet, the opposing pirate crew comprised only a single two-masted vessel manned by but a handful of men. Typically impoverished, pirates lack the ample logistics of the Navy, often possessing only a few cannons and limited ammunition. After firing a few shots that failed to strike the fleet, the pirate ship ceased its bombardment and swiftly approached. At sea, boarding actions are the primary mode of combat for pirates. Your Highness, that is the mighty strength pirate crew, led by Captain Might, who has a bounty of 200,000 for his notorious plunder of a village, reported the caravan leader, peering through a telescope at the approaching pirate crew. As the sole trade convoy of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, the captain was no stranger to such encounters. Accompanied by soldiers from the kingdom who had faced pirates on numerous occasions, a pirate with a bounty of 200,000? I could use the money, mused Richie, undeterred by the prospect of confronting what he deemed a minor pirate threat, especially as a user of a natural-type devil fruit power. This time, I shall take action. Leave me a few pirates, he commanded. Yes, Your Highness. The captain, being a royal subordinate, recognized Richie's prowess and felt assured, knowing that this was merely a small-time pirate. As the pirate ship drew near, Richie surveyed the scene. The pirates appeared unkempt, their scruffy beards and soiled garments betraying their neglect of personal hygiene. Their weaponry was meager, consisting of only a couple of firearms, with the rest being crude blades. Captain Might, towering at 3 meters with a physique of bulging muscles, could effortlessly lift a massive stone. Armed with a great axe, he was formidable in close combat. As the pirate vessel approached the merchant ship, pirates swung from ropes onto the deck. In that moment, a sharp command pierced the air, and several glints of cold steel soared toward the soldiers, striking the pirates in the head. One by one, the boarders collapsed upon the deck. Following the soldiers, Richie stood resolutely, 10 rock-like barrels aimed towards the advancing foes. Utilizing the principles of firearms, Richie had crafted a mechanism where stones served as projectiles, the rear forming a sealed chamber filled with swirling dust. Within this chamber, flint ignited, causing explosions that enabled Richie to engineer a weapon akin to a firearm. This ability, when developed to its fullest potential, enables Richie to wield a formidable stone cannon. While the threat of cannonballs may be insufficient against true powerhouses, it serves as a lethal weapon against ordinary pirates. Behind Richie, a rocky outcrop extends forth, from which 10 stone gun barrels are aimed ahead. In a series of deep, resonant booms, the first wave of advancing pirates is swiftly brought down to the ground. At this moment, the pirate ship and merchant vessel collide, their hulls pressing against one another, as the towering figure of Goliath leaps onto the deck of the merchant ship. "Kill them, lads," he bellows. With his command, a cacophony of explosions ensues as stone projectiles rapidly eliminate the encroaching pirates. In the next instant, Richie also charges forward. Several stone gun barrels pressed against Goliath's form. Another volley of gunfire erupts as bullets pierce Goliath's body. Splashes of crimson bloom across his flesh, and the excruciating pain distorts his features, eliciting a furious roar. "Brat, perish!" he growls, swinging his axe towards Richie. With a thunderous crash, Goliath's axe descends upon Richie, the immense force causing the entire ship to shudder. Yet, around Richie, a barrier of stone absorbs the blow, supported by 4 pillars that transmit the force across the deck. Then, farewell, Richie intones. At this moment, beneath the stone slab, Richie had witnessed the disappearance of 10 rock barrels, replaced by a cannon with a diameter akin to that of a fist, which was now aimed directly at the heart of the brute. With a thunderous boom, the cannon fired, and a sharp, rocky projectile left a massive gaping wound in the brute's chest, penetrating its body and ultimately slaying it. As the brute succumbed to its demise, the remaining pirates, confronted by the onslaught of the merchant convoy's soldiers, could only surrender, casting down their weapons and kneeling in defeat. Thus, this encounter came to a close, with the merchant convoy emerging victorious without any casualties. "Your Highness," Richie found himself surrounded by soldiers and members of the merchant convoy, all gazing at him with eyes and tones imbued with profound respect. In this ocean where strength reigned supreme, Richie had earned the admiration of everyone within the merchant convoy. Chapter 5. The refugees. In this recent skirmish, 20 pirates were captured along with a pirate ship, which contained treasures amounting to over 1 million berries. As this endeavor was orchestrated by Richie, all spoils rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, Richie generously allocated several 100,000 berries as rewards to the soldiers of the caravan. The soldiers were tasked with guarding the captured pirates, who were merely minor brigands lacking formidable prowess. Thus, it sufficed to provide them with half rations daily to ensure their survival. Richie intended to transport these 20 captives to the developing forest island, where they would serve as labor. Their sustenance would be provided, yet no wages would be required. After several decades of toil, they could be freed with a modest sum, effectively integrating them into the populace of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. As for the pirate ship, a few shipwrights from the caravan modified its bow and dismantled the pirate flag, transforming it into a vessel that could serve under Richie's command. In the future, it might well be utilized in the caravan he intends to establish. As they continued their journey into the South China Sea, a region bustling with activity, Richie bore witness to the rampant piracy characteristic of the Great Pirate Era over the ensuing days. The seas were teeming with pirates, a veritable plague upon the world. For the merchant fleet of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, encounters with 1 or 2 pirate crews were almost a daily occurrence. Some of these pirate factions, upon observing the numerous crew members aboard the Rock Mountain vessels, opted to retreat rather than engage. However, a few short-sighted marauders recklessly charged forward. Richie, in collaboration with his soldiers, efficiently dispatched these foes. Several pirate captains were captured, their heads traded for bounty, while their ships were repurposed to serve as vessels for Richie's future merchant fleet. The captured pirates were imprisoned, destined to become slaves on Richie's forest island. During their confinement, Richie took the precaution of fashioning heavy stone shackles to prevent any potential insurrections. The treasures and weapons seized from the pirates were retained by Richie. By the time the merchant fleet reached the next supply port, the wealth in Richie's possession had already exceeded 10 million. This prospect piqued Richie's interest, leading him to contemplate whether robbing a few pirates could lead to fortune. The crew disembarked to replenish supplies and sell off certain goods, such as the furs in Richie's possession and other limited resources from the fleet. "Your Highness, this is the whale port of the Li Qi Kingdom," the fleet captain informed Richie as he stood upon the deck, offering insights about the locale. Li Qi Kingdom, a member of the world government, boasted a population exceeding 5 million, marking it as a formidable nation. The whale port derived its name from the migratory whale pods that traverse these waters annually. However, Richie noticed an alarming number of beggars in the port. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he observed, tucked away in inconspicuous corners of the port streets, individuals clad in rags, their bodies caked with dirt. Some among these individuals are elderly, while others appear to be merely 10 years old, and there are families as well. "Your Highness, these are all refugees. This island is home to both the Kingdom of Li Qi and the Kingdom of Doru. It seems that a discovery of an iron mine on the island led to a conflict between the two nations, resulting in war. The caravan leader was explaining to Riche that these beggars are displaced due to the war. Since Whaleport is a significant harbor of the Kingdom of Li Qi, many refugees have come here in search of survival opportunities. Is that so? Riche's gaze swept over the refugees again as he pondered and continued to inquire. If we were to recruit refugees here, would the Kingdom of Li Qi and the Lord of Whaleport take issue with it? Recruiting refugees? The caravan leader was somewhat surprised by Riche's suggestion, but quickly provided an explanation. Of course not. We are the caravan of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, which is a member of the world government. Moreover, over the years of trading, we have become quite familiar with the Lord of Whaleport. They would be pleased to see us take these refugees away. Then, I shall leave some treasures from my spoils to purchase food and recruit refugees, Riche stated. When we set sail again, we will bring the recruited refugees back. Certainly, Your Highness, the caravan leader nodded. This is a minor issue. I shall attend to it right away. Hela, after the caravan leader departed, Riche continued. Your Highness, is there something you wish to discuss? Hela, who was following closely behind Riche, stepped forward to ask. In the future, we shall establish our own caravan. Whenever we encounter refugees or orphans, we can recruit them and send them to Mountain Forest Island. Very well, Your Highness, I have noted that down. Yes. The caravan left 5 individuals behind to begin recruiting refugees according to Riche's plan. After greeting the Lord of Whaleport and offering 100,000 berries, there were no further issues. The caravan continued on its journey, sailing for several more days. The number of pirates remained significantly high. However, this area of the sea is relatively close to the Kingdom of Grania, where merchant ships are abundant, hence naval vessels are patrolling the waters. Along the way, they defeated 2 pirate crews again, capturing dozens of pirate prisoners. The caravan finally reached the Kingdom of Grania. Upon docking, the caravan leader bid farewell to Riche and went to attend to matters concerning salt. Riche, accompanied by Hela and several guards, began to explore the port. It was Riche's first visit to such a city, and naturally, he was filled with curiosity, observing the bustling streets. Although lacking the grandeur of a metropolis with millions of inhabitants from his previous life, there were still unique, exotic features. Moreover, the local specialties and delicacies from other islands in the South Sea that Riche had never encountered before delighted him immensely. Subsequently, Riche had no intention of keeping the treasures acquired from this venture. After all, the treasures would serve no purpose if retained. It would be better to exchange them for resources to foster the development of Mountain Forest Island. First, Riche purchased several books on the world of pirates, along with some food supplies. He then acquired spices, medicinal herbs, and various seeds, spending the majority of his wealth. Furthermore, Riche discovered that in the Kingdom of Grania, there were also slums and orphans wandering the streets. He instructed Hela to lead a team to recruit these impoverished individuals and orphans. Riche would not miss any opportunity to increase the population. He understood that for a nation to thrive, it must first possess a substantial populace, followed by ample resources. In the world of pirates, sufficient military strength is also essential. With a population of 300,000, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain could only be regarded as a small kingdom in this world, lacking even the eligibility to participate in the world government's meetings. Were it not for the kingdom's military might and its remote location, it would have likely been overrun by pirates or other forces long ago. Chapter 6. Research Talent. While walking down the street with 2 soldiers, Riche suddenly noticed a middle-aged man, shrouded in a gray robe and appearing somewhat unkempt, fiddling with various machine parts in an alley. Riche's attention was drawn to the man's exposed arm, which bore a layer of mechanical components resembling an exoskeleton. Intrigued, Riche approached him with a smile. Good sir, would you be interested in a conversation? Oh, the man looked up and met Riche's gaze. Who are you? Seeing the soldiers behind Riche, he assumed Riche was some noble from a foreign land, and his expression was less than welcoming. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Riche, Prince of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, the individual recalled the remote nation of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, Mechanism Island, known as Bakamoria. And the prince's intentions remained a mystery to him. It was only after further reflection that he recognized Mechanism Island's significance. This island is renowned as the birthplace of the esteemed scientist Vegapunk, a naval headquarters scientist celebrated for possessing technology that is 5 centuries ahead of the world. This island, often referred to as the Kingdom of the Future and the Nation of Science, is home to numerous scientists. When Richie arrived in this world, he had already gathered intelligence about this country. Possessing transcendent technology, the world government dared not easily challenge it, opting instead to recruit its scientists with lavish incentives. Nevertheless, few chose to join the world government. The individual before him is from Mechanism Island and appears to be quite talented. From the very beginning, Richie had long admired this scientist. Would you be interested in joining me for a meal? It's my treat, Richie sincerely invited. All right. Although taken aback, Reese scrutinized Richie for a moment, nodded in agreement, and rose to place the components into a nearby backpack before following Richie out. They soon found a fine restaurant and reserved a private room. Throughout their journey, Richie and Reese forged a closer bond, and Richie came to understand why Reese was present in this place. Reese hailed from a scientific academy on Mechanism Island, but due to ideological conflicts and being a newcomer without access to resources, he left in frustration. During his travels, Reese sought out various nations in hopes of securing funding for his mechanical armor, the very suit he now wore. However, these kingdoms deemed technology of little significance, as Reese's armor was still in its infancy, merely enhancing strength and defense while sacrificing speed, rendering him only capable of matching a junior officer of the Navy headquarters. For true powerhouses, this was a trivial matter. Moreover, some interested kings found the immense wealth required to invest in a suit of mechanical armor prohibitive, leading them to abandon the idea. As a result, Reese wandered aimlessly, having left the Grand Line, only to find himself in the South Sea, where not a single entity was willing to invest in his technology. Shortly after arriving in Grania, following a rejection of his self-recommendation, the king of the Kingdom of Grania deemed that Reese's mechanical armor was merely effective for suppressing civilians by ordinary soldiers, and that it required an exorbitant expenditure. For a kingdom blessed with formidable warriors, such an investment was deemed unworthy. This led Reese to face yet another setback, forcing him to prepare for departure at the harbor. It was then that he encountered Richie. Seated in a private room, as they ordered their meals, Richie spoke. I am the crown prince of the kingdom of Yinshan, destined to become its king. As long as I live, no unforeseen circumstances shall arise. Although my kingdom is relatively impoverished, we will wholeheartedly support your technological research. Is that truly the case? Reese inquired, casting a glance at the sumptuous dishes before him, swallowing hard. He had not savored such a feast in what felt like an eternity during his long journey. Hearing Richie's words, Reese lifted his gaze to meet Richie's. Indeed. Richie nodded with a smile. I can assure you that any research resources you require will be at your disposal, albeit under certain conditions. Naturally, Reese acknowledged with a nod. Having endured numerous trials along his journey, he had come to grasp the reality that nothing in this world comes without a price. First, regarding your mechanical armor. I make no demands, but you must train a number of researchers for our kingdom. Of course, these individuals will initially serve as your assistants. That is acceptable, Reese replied. You will need to conduct research in accordance with our kingdom's requirements, such as on steam engines or various machinery. Not a problem. Excellent, Richie said, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. I will establish a unit specifically to test your mechanical armor, to validate your technology. Very well. That seems to be the gist of it, Richie remarked with a smile. Let us enjoy our meal first, and afterward, we shall visit our ship. During this trip to the Kingdom of Granian, we will procure the resources you need. Agreed. At that moment, Reese was heartily devouring his meal, eagerly nodding in response. Take your time, if you find yourself still hungry. We can always order more, Richie advised. In his heart, Richie was already reveling in delight at the prospect of a machine capable of independently aiding soldiers in combat. This is undoubtedly a scientific talent, who has now become a scientist for the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. For this impoverished and weak kingdom, it is nothing short of a substantial gain. During a meal with Reese, Richie observed the mechanical armor worn by Reese. Although referred to as armor, it is essentially a type of exoskeleton, powered by a backpack-like energy source. According to Reese, it operates on electricity, with the generator's power still relatively modest, however. The battery is a marvel of technology, capable of storing vast amounts of electrical energy. Surrounding the power source, 2 support arms and 2 supporting legs extend. This exoskeleton cannot deflect bullets, and due to it being a prototype, it diminishes the mobility of ordinary soldiers. Consequently, various kingdoms regard it as unworthy. The funds required could easily procure a batch of firearms or blades, which is why Richie has found a hidden treasure. Richie has already glimpsed Reese's technological prowess through this exoskeleton. Firstly, the ability to rotate freely with mechanical precision, along with the previously mentioned electrical technology. Even the alloy materials used for support. Each aspect excites Richie immensely. Moreover, He perceives that this exoskeleton is not intended for ordinary soldiers, but rather will serve as equipment for elite warriors once the technology is refined and made more agile. For instance, a naval lieutenant equipped with this gear could easily rival a typical naval commander, with the physical capabilities inherent in the world of pirates. As long as ample food and rigorous training are assured, such lieutenants could be produced en masse. Chapter 7. Return Journey Over the Years. Aside from personal training and developing his fruit abilities, Richie has conducted several tests. For example, he had his father allocate funds to procure sufficient food supplies for a regiment of soldiers, assigning the commander of the Royal Guard to oversee strict training. After 2 years, Richie discovered that in the pirate world, although one can grow stronger simply by adhering to training and a hearty diet, particularly a meat-rich one, the extent of this strength varies from individual to individual. For instance, if a person possesses only the aptitude of a naval commander, no amount of training will elevate them to the level of a naval admiral. At best, with unwavering determination and a breakthrough of their own limits, they might ascend one tier. To facilitate a clearer distinction of combat capabilities in the pirate world, Richie opted to compare them against the ranks of the naval hierarchy. Through 2 years of training, Richie observed that a genius is indeed a genius. However, the environment of the pirate world has deprived many of scientific and rigorous training, rendering them ordinary. Yet, even those with lesser potential can still reach the level of a naval lieutenant, which entails proficient skills in firearms and blades, coupled with strength, speed, and reflexes surpassing that of the average person. Currently, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain suffers from food shortages, so while soldier training is feasible, their overall strength remains somewhat lacking. Only the Royal Guard, tasked with protecting the king's castle, enjoys ample resources, allowing them to achieve the proficiency of ordinary lieutenants. As Richie begins to govern Forest Island, his first task is to cultivate all arable land into farmland. Subsequently, he will procure food, domesticate livestock, and venture out to fish. With sufficient food supply, he aims to train a truly elite force. During dinner, as they conversed, Richie learned that although Reese appears aged, it is merely a reflection of recent hardships. In truth, Reese is only 20 years old, a youth brimming with vigor. However, when Reese discovered that Richie was merely 12, he was taken aback. "Your Highness, these are the materials I require. If possible, please procure as many as you can." After glancing at the list Reese had written, Richie realized just how expensive a mechanical suit could be. The list included various metals, coal for smelting, and other materials, summing to a staggering value of tens of millions of berries. "I possess the ability of the natural earth fruit, allowing me to create any metal. Therefore, there is no need to purchase these metals. I can manufacture a batch myself when the time comes. The remaining materials can be gathered before we depart. This is a trade hub in the South Sea, and resources are plentiful." Richie inquired, "Reese, regarding the various machines I mentioned, what materials do you think we should acquire? Let us purchase them all at once." "This list is sufficient," Reese replied. "Only the rubber tree, if your Highness believes purchasing it is unwise. We could buy seeds and cultivate a batch." "Very well," Richie nodded, refraining from further comments. After Hella and the caravan leader returned, Richie presented the revised list, excluding the metal materials, to them, along with all the treasures acquired from pirates during this journey. Due to insufficient funds, Richie even sold 2 pirate ships to make up the difference. During this occasion, the fleet lingered at the port of the Kingdom of Grania for an entire week. Upon their return, the vessels were laden with an additional 200 souls, comprising residents from the impoverished slums of the port, alongside a group of orphans. Furthermore, the ships were filled with a plethora of supplies required by various factions, as well as necessities requested by the royal family. Not to mention the substantial quantities of grain procured, which rendered each ship's hold brimming. Consequently, the reclaimed pirate ships were also laden with goods and people. It is noteworthy that there were 5 ships in total, including 2 majestic 3-masted vessels. As a result, the fleet was compelled to enlist a number of sailors from the port to address the shortage of crew members for the merchant convoy. Thus, upon their return, a fleet of 8 vessels, laden with abundant supplies and passengers, commenced their journey homeward. As such a formidable fleet returned, having procured a substantial amount of supplies from the port, it naturally attracted the attention of certain individuals with ulterior motives. 2 days later, after having left the waters of the Granian Kingdom, pirate vessels began to emerge around the fleet. "Your Highness, 2 pirate ships have been spotted to the left of the fleet. They belong to the Bullhead Pirates and the Beastbone Pirates." Standing upon the deck and observing the rapid approach of the pirate ships, Richie noted the bounties on the heads of the 2 pirate crews with a nod. These are not issues. They will all be resolved. The Bullhead Pirates, led by Captain Bullhead, had a bounty of 10 million berries and possessed the abilities of the Zoan-type Yak Bull fruit. The Beastbone Pirates, commanded by the Beastbone Warrior, had a bounty of 8 million berries and were also users of an animal-type Devil fruit. In terms of adversaries, a foe with a bounty of 10 million berries was not a match for Richie. Nonetheless, a confrontation was unavoidable. The soldiers aboard the ships had already armed themselves. Following Richie's training, the first wave of attack would primarily involve gunfire, with Richie spearheading the boarding assault, while Residential would provide assistance. At that moment, Hela also readied a heavy sword, preparing for battle. As the two pirate ships drew closer, a towering figure, a man of 3 meters, boisterously shouted from the deck of the opposing vessel, "Surrender your treasures, merchant fleet," with a sweeping gaze over the surrounding pirates. As the enemy ships approached, a series of rocky spears emerged from behind Richie. Bullets were rapidly loaded into the firearms, and within mere moments, only a handful of ordinary pirates remained standing on the deck. Captain Bullhead, however, endured several bullets. "Damn it, I will kill you," he roared, seeing nearly all his subordinates fall. His body surged upward, his arms sprouting fur, transforming him into a formidable bullhead figure. Meanwhile, the captain of the Beastbone Pirates brandished an enormous bone club, charging towards Richie. With Richie's precision and the rapid-fire capabilities of his rocky firearms, confronting ordinary pirates was akin to a machine gun facing a line of infantry. Consequently, as the melee ensued, only a few pirates remained, alongside the two pirate captains. "Leave this one to me," Richie declared, lunging forward and delivering a punch reinforced with rock. As layers of rock extended outward like tentacles, they ensnared Bullhead. Roar. Transforming into his bullhead form, the Zoan fruit user Bullhead growled, his eyes bloodshot. He stepped forward, meeting Richie's punch head-on. In the next moment, Richie and the towering Bullhead were locked in a stalemate on the deck, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, the rocky tendrils Richie had summoned continued to spread. Chapter 8. Battle. As Richie engaged Bullhead, the surrounding conflict erupted. The merchant soldiers, seasoned veterans with years of combat experience and training from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, led by a captain who had mastered the faintest hint of hockey, held their ground. The captain successfully intercepted the Beastbone Warrior, while Rez, clad in mechanical armor and wielding a hand cannon, dispatched the remaining pirates with deadly precision, coordinating with the captain to contend with the Beastbone Warrior. Thanks to Richie's swift elimination of numerous pirates, the pressure on the guard soldiers was considerably alleviated. However, due to the dispersal of the guard soldiers, the battle remained one-on-one. Clang! A sword cleaved through a pirate, leaving a trace of blood upon the black and white patterned armor. Hela, observing Richie's struggle from a distance, murmured softly, "My lord is fighting. I cannot bring shame upon him." In the next moment, Hela advanced, her great sword sweeping through, forcing back the surrounding pirates. Subsequently, a squad of soldiers moved forward, brandishing long rifles, opening fire to eliminate or injure the pirates. With the cooperation of the soldiers from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, the pirates were swiftly subdued, including the Beastbone Warrior, who ultimately fell to a single cannon shot from Rez. At this moment, Richie was also on the verge of resolving the battle. Surrounding him were chunks of rock, clinging to the bull's body and interconnected. These rocks have been subjected to the compressive forces of the ridge, rendering the bull's head utterly immobile. At this point, Richie had already aimed a cannon directly at the chest of the Minotaur, delivering a lethal blow. With the Minotaur's current strength, it was utterly incapable of withstanding such a close-range assault. The encounter came to an abrupt conclusion. Richie tossed the Minotaur's head to the soldiers who were handling the corpses, instructing them to preserve it for a bounty. Meanwhile, Richie accepted 2 pirate crews, each capable of accommodating over 100 individuals, along with a substantial supply of provisions aboard their ships. This was yet another boon for him. "Let us explore the treasures possessed by the 2 pirate crews," Richie said, recalling that his previous purchases had depleted his resources, and now he had the perfect opportunity to replenish them. "Your Highness," Hela said, wiping the bloodstains from her armor as she followed Richie aboard the pirate ship. They soon located the captain's quarters, where Richie discovered a treasure chest beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he found it filled with gold and berries, approximately 5 million, which was quite a fortune. After a rough estimate, Richie nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he uncovered an additional 7 million berries from the Beastbone pirate ship. Thus, Richie generously rewarded his soldiers and sailors with 2 million berries. He then swiftly ordered the 2 ships to lower their pirate flags, dismantle any pirate-themed decorations, and quickly transform into merchant vessels, hoisting the flag of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. With the newly acquired ships, there was ample space to relocate some of the previously crowded populace. And together with the supplies brought by the pirates, they were more than equipped to reach the next supply point. Having dealt with 2 formidable pirate crews, the journey became significantly more tranquil. In the following days, they encountered only 1 pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 5 million, which subsequently fell into Richie's hands, contributing yet another bounty and treasure to his collection. Upon returning to Whale Harbor, the arrival of such a grand fleet caused quite a stir, although most of the crew remained aboard for the purpose of procuring supplies. Your Highness, Richie found himself amidst a large estate he had acquired, now bustling with refugees residing in tents or thatched cottages. Quite commendable, he remarked, surveying the assembled populace. There are a total of 500 individuals here, and with our growing reputation, even more refugees will likely join us. The reduction of refugees in the city is beneficial for the Lord of Whale Harbor. The head of refugee recruitment informed Richie. Do these individuals know where they are headed? Richie inquired. Indeed, Your Highness, they have all agreed, the officer affirmed. Let us embark them onto the ships, Richie commanded. He then left 5 soldiers with the officer and provided 2 million berries to facilitate the recruitment of more refugees and foster a good relationship with the city lord. Recruit as many as you can from this group, he instructed. The 500 refugees were boarded, and a supply of food was acquired before the fleet set sail once more. Along the journey, they encountered several pirate crews, successfully annihilating 2 of them, thus adding their ships to Richie's collection of spoils. At the next supply point, he exchanged the bounties of the slain pirates for currency. Although the naval authorities only paid 70% of the bounty for deceased pirates, Richie still amassed tens of millions of berries. As the fleet returned to the port of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, the sight of the impressive armada drew curious gazes from the residents, who had never witnessed such a multitude of vessels in their barren, remote land. Upon docking, Richie refrained from allowing the captives and refugees to disembark. He briefly conferred with the captain of the castle guard before submitting his application to be delivered to his father. Soon after, they set sail for Forest Island, arriving the following dawn. This journey had spanned over 40 days. Richie gazed upon the now burgeoning port and the numerous houses under construction, nodding in satisfaction. The once modest town had been transformed according to Richie's directives, with residential buildings sprouting and roads extending outward. Behind the town, 2 orchards had been cleared, showcasing rows of saplings. With ample materials and the allure of compensation, all the laborers exhibited remarkable vigor. Moreover, ordinary folk in the pirate world were typically robust. Thus the pace of construction was rapid. Hella, have all the refugees and captives disembark, rent houses for the refugees, and assign them tasks. As for the captives, they will be divided into groups. Should anyone attempt to escape, the entire group will face execution, Richie ordered. Yes, Your Highness, she replied. Additionally, he instructed the recruitment of 50 individuals from the refugees, alongside 50 soldiers, to form 2 squads that would report directly to him. With the arrival of the fleet of 10 ships, a multitude of people disembarked and swiftly set to work. The refugees were assigned housing based on their families, receiving food and clothing, which quickly garnered their loyalty. Meanwhile, the captives, shackled in heavy chains, were organized into work squads. However, after more than 40 days of near starvation, the pirate captives were too weak to resist, necessitating a hearty meal to restore their strength. Chapter 9. Development of Forest Island. On his first voyage, Richie returned with over 1,000 individuals, temporarily alleviating the labor shortages on Forest Island. Upon returning, he initiated extensive construction efforts. While the 100 soldiers under his command commenced their training, the ships seized during this expedition were repaired and modified, dividing the fleet into 2, one as an armed merchant convoy and the other as a nascent naval fleet. Though rudimentary, this marked the inception of their naval capabilities. Subsequently, Richie began producing more stone bricks and slabs, erecting several gun emplacements at the port, mounting cannons to deter potential pirate assaults. On the coastline, he constructed a seawall, encouraging the refugees to establish settlements and cultivate the land across the island's flat terrain. The pirate captives, under supervision, were employed in road construction and military camp development. This combination of severe punishment and the promise of liberation after fulfilling their labor obligations effectively quelled any significant resistance. Progress was steady, and Forest Island transformed daily. Richie and Rice ventured deep into the island, standing atop a hill. Rice, this will be your research base from now on. What do you think? Richie inquired. However, Your Highness, it appears there is nothing here. No basic facilities or factories, Rice observed, taking in the untouched surroundings, feeling as though he might have made a miscalculation. Oh, it is merely the beginning, Richie reassured him with a smile. We lack nothing in terms of resources. As you witnessed yesterday, the various ores I can produce are limitless as long as my stamina holds. The earth fruit possessed by Riki enables the creation of any earthly substance through the expenditure of physical stamina, including sand, rocks, ores, swamps, and even magma. However, due to its diverse nature, it pales in comparison to the expertise of specialized devil fruit users, necessitating extensive training. Furthermore, its effectiveness does not match that of dedicated natural-type devil fruit users. Nonetheless, should Riki choose to invest effort, he could attain similar prowess. Presently, Riki's abilities are already formidable, as he has amassed considerable wealth through the acquisition of various ores, ensuring he is no longer hindered by resource scarcity. Moreover, in the construction industry, he can produce ample large rocks to swiftly erect castles and houses. For instance, he generates tons of cement, which is now essential for the construction of various buildings, walls, and roads. He suggested cultivating a workforce to commence steel forging, assuring that he would ensure the establishment of the research facility. Producing a document, he stated that the scientific brigade had received the king's approval, comprising 100 individuals currently in training. Any future research can involve these personnel, he added. Resigned to Riki's enthusiasm, Reese replied, "Very well. I shall begin by constructing 2 workshops to initiate iron smelting." Riki harbored his own visions for the development of Mountain Forest Island, prioritizing the research institute, which necessitated stringent protection. With Reese having introduced electrical technology and utilizing generators crafted from the ores provided by Riki, he resolved to commence the establishment of an underground research facility akin to a hive, inaccessible to the general populace. After carving out a path to the heart of Mountain Forest Island, the subsequent project involved Riki leading his scientific brigade in construction. First, he cleared land around the island, erecting a vast circle of walls, within which stood a grand castle. Unlike traditional castles with small chambers, this structure resembled a warehouse, vast and open. With Riki personally overseeing, the monumental rock castle was completed in merely a week. Behind the castle, a small power station was finished under Reese's guidance, providing electricity to the fortress. Following this, Riki began to channel his power into the earth, causing the surrounding soil to shift outward. By reinforcing the area with the earth and rock he had fashioned, he continuously excavated a tunnel extending 1 kilometer deep into the ground. The passage, measuring 100 meters in length and width, lies at the heart of the castle, guarded by soldiers. At the base of this corridor, Riki excavated a vast space, designated as an underground warehouse and transfer station. Subsequently, he extended from this area towards the Red Earth continent, displacing and reinforcing the surrounding soil to fortify the passageway, which stretched deep into the heart of the Red Earth. For Riki, a wielder of the earth fruit ability, controlling the land was a mere trifle, requiring minimal exertion. After digging over 10 kilometers and entering the Red Earth, Riki paused to commence the development of space on this side of the corridor. Within this immense expanse of the Red Earth continent, numerous substantial spaces were unearthed, marking the future location of Reese's Research Institute. Finally, the project was completed. Observing the vast chambers, along with the ventilation shafts extending several kilometers from the center of the Red Earth, the research facility nestled within the continent became both clandestine and expansive. At this juncture, 2 months had elapsed since Riki returned to Forest Island. During this time, notable advancements had occurred in the island's development. 2 iron smelting factories had been established, and the first batch of workers had commenced their duties. It is noteworthy that during the excavation of the Red Earth continent, Riki discovered a gold mine deep within its depths, as well as a significant iron ore deposit. This vein was substantial, with exploration personnel estimating that it could sustain the current Rock Mountain Kingdom for centuries. The discovery of such a vast mineral resource was undoubtedly fortuitous. The first group of craftsmen had been recruited to initiate mining operations, with Riki primarily focused on producing an adequate supply of various minerals. With the ironworks established, new processing plants were also constructed under Reese's supervision. Power plants utilizing Reese's kerosene configurations began operations, and under Reese's leadership, several station workers commenced the production of electrical wiring and oversaw the construction of the caverns unearthed by Riki within the castle. After several months of diligent work, Riki took a moment to rest, wandering the island to observe its burgeoning development. All the flat land on the island had been cultivated into farmland, now sown with the potatoes and corn seeds Richie had procured during his last venture, patiently awaiting harvest. During the farming process, Richie unexpectedly discovered that agricultural practices in this pirate world remained quite rudimentary. Consequently, he developed organic fertilizers for the villagers to employ in their farming endeavors. Of course, this included reconstructing several biogas pits for electricity generation. Within the forest, only a few trees were preserved, while the majority were converted into timber and transported to the port. At the port, 3 shipwrights had established a shipbuilding yard, beginning the training of shipbuilding workers. Meanwhile, the cleared forest land was largely transformed into orchards, cultivating various fruit trees, while the rocky terrain unsuitable for fruit cultivation was leveled to create a breeding ground. The farms cultivate livestock from the world of pirates, including pigs, cattle, sheep, as well as chickens, ducks, and geese. Near the center of Forest Island lies a series of factories and military camps for Richie's scientific battalion, where elite warriors guard the research institute. Chapter 10. The Great Development. The ships have arrived. At the port of Forest Town on Forest Island, a group of onlookers gazed at the horizon, where a fleet of vessels adorned with flags gracefully approached. The crowd erupted in excited chatter. On the docks, tables and benches had been prepared, with several individuals ready to take registrations. Behind them were barrels of cooked food and piles of new clothing. Around the area, patrolling soldiers ensured the safety of the scene. Soon, the fleet docked, comprising nearly 10 ships. Aside from the workers busy unloading cargo, a multitude of emaciated, ragged individuals, clearly the impoverished, disembarked in an orderly manner, following instructions. On each ship's deck, personnel responsible for maintaining order shouted commands. Once ashore, they were instructed not to wander aimlessly. This place would become their new homeland, where labor would be provided and their lives would improve. The destitute disembarked in groups, first registering their arrival, then receiving food. As they held the steaming meals and inhaled the aroma of meat, tears welled up in their eyes as they devoured the sustenance. Following the distribution of new clothing, they were led to a newly constructed public bathhouse for a cleansing wash. Someone guided these individuals toward the residential area of the port. Everything proceeded with remarkable organization, and the staff exhibited exceptional proficiency. Richie observed the entire scene from a distance, smiling as he addressed the mayor of Forest Town. "You have done well. Indeed, it is under your highness's leadership that we thrive," the mayor replied, beaming with satisfaction. The town now boasted sufficient housing for 50,000 residents and continued to expand. The factories on the island provided ample employment for all, yet a pressing issue remained: the scarcity of food. Despite the cultivation of numerous farmlands, the food supply was still insufficient. "Is there a food shortage?" Richie pondered, observing the lined-up impoverished individuals. "I recall several uninhabited islands near the kingdom of Rock Mountain. Perhaps we could cultivate them. I am currently engaged in land reclamation to expand our territory, transforming them into agricultural islands." With this thought, Richie declared, "This batch of refugees must be settled properly. They will soon become the residents of the kingdom of Rock Mountain. As for the food issue, I shall devise a solution." "Yes, your highness." Following a recent trading venture, Richie had assembled a merchant caravan, dividing the scientific battalion into 2 groups to serve as protectors for the expedition. This voyage marked the inaugural expedition of the merchant fleet, which successfully accomplished its mission. Not only did they procure a significant quantity of grain, but they also captured 3 pirate ships and returned with 2,000 displaced individuals, elevating the population of Mountain Forest Island to 6,000. Currently, each journey undertaken by the fleet spans 2 months, culminating in 6 expeditions annually, each capable of transporting over 1,000 individuals, thereby providing a substantial labor force for Richie's endeavors. The pirates encountered along the way were efficiently dealt with, especially after the scientific division equipped the first batch of mechanized exoskeletons, complemented by the innovative rifles and artillery developed by Reese under Richie's guidance. Consequently, as long as they did not confront formidable pirates, the merchant fleet faced no significant challenges, consistently returning with captured pirate vessels and prisoners. At present, the number of pirate captives laboring on the island exceeds 500, organized into 5 teams, diligently constructing the coastal highway, as well as roads connecting the villages and towns. Some ordinary individuals, who had blindly ventured to sea and subsequently turned to piracy, have received sentence reductions due to their commendable performance. which in turn has motivated the pirates to enhance their labor output. Ritchie's rapid development has led to increased salt tax revenues, significantly boosting the annual income of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, thereby facilitating new ventures. For instance, the colossal Rock Mountain has prompted the kingdom to recruit laborers for quarrying stone, which will serve as building materials for homes and fortifications, thereby expanding the living space for the kingdom's inhabitants. By year's end, the first batch of grain harvest provided Mountain Forest Island with a temporary reserve, allowing the displaced individuals from other kingdoms to settle in comfortably and celebrate the new year. Ritchie returned to the Rock Mountain Kingdom with the fleet to celebrate the new year at the royal palace, reuniting with his father, mother, and younger sister. Having spent most of the year on Mountain Forest Island, Ritchie gazed affectionately at his family, a smile illuminating his face. His sister, Carnicerlina, now 3 years old, possessed an exquisitely delicate appearance akin to that of a doll. Although she wore a simple princess gown, it was evident that she was destined to be a beauty. "Here. This is for you," Ritchie said, presenting a large doll to Lena with a warm smile. "This is a gift from your brother." "Thank you, brother," Lena replied, her face radiating joy as she embraced the doll, which was larger than herself. "You've done remarkably well this year," remarked Ritchie's father, King Carnicurler of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, a hint of pride evident on his face. After a year apart, not only had Mountain Forest Island thrived, but the Rock Mountain Kingdom had also benefited from the new salt tax, enriching the realm considerably. This son, not only endowed with remarkable talents, but also possessing formidable strength, epitomizes the ideal king. With a promising successor at hand, Rur smiled. "Is there anything you still lack on Mountain Forest Island?" "Not at all," replied Ritchie. "Isn't there a cluster of uninhabited islands near our Rock Mountain Kingdom? I hope to seize those islands and cultivate them into arable land." Rur pondered for a moment before responding. "Occupying those islands is not an issue, as they are unclaimed by other kingdoms. However, the reason we have not occupied them previously is due to our insufficient population and military strength to develop and defend those territories. Should we encounter pirates, our current combat capability would be inadequate." "That was in the past," Ritchie interjected. "Now, it poses no challenge for us. I visited those islands recently, and most of them are flat plains, suitable for farming. If we were to claim a few, they could provide food for several times the population of our nation. We merely need to construct castles for protection on the islands. My scientific division is equipped with powerful firearms and artillery, so armament is not a concern. Since you believe it is feasible, I entrust this task to you." Rur nodded in agreement. "However, we must avoid conflicts with other kingdoms, as we are still not a major nation, and waging war would lead to more losses than gains." "Indeed," Ritchie affirmed. "I am aware and will remain vigilant." Chapter 11. Reclamation of Land. After enjoying a peaceful New Year's celebration with his parents, Ritchie returned to Mountain Forest Island post-festivities, having recruited 2,000 residents and 100 new soldiers from the main island. Upon his return, Ritchie convened all relevant personnel on Mountain Forest Island for a meeting to discuss the existing issues. Fleet after fleet set sail towards the surrounding uninhabited islands. After half a day's voyage, the ships arrived at one of the uninhabited islands. Stepping ashore, Ritchie surveyed his surroundings. Wild grasses flourished, towering to half a man's height, stretching across to the far side of the island. The island, though modest in size, spans approximately 2 kilometers in diameter and is adorned with a verdant jungle, devoid of formidable beasts. In proximity, merely a few kilometers away, lie several similarly sized islands, collectively forming an archipelago. The terrain consists of a small portion of mountainous regions, while the majority is flat land suitable for agricultural cultivation. However, the island's limited expanse renders extensive development a costly endeavor for the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Utilizing his earth fruit ability, Ritchie swiftly conjured stone bricks resembling small hills along the sandy beach, complemented by cement transported from the ships. The accompanying construction workers commenced clearing the barren land and erecting shelters. Concurrently, other vessels from the fleet navigated towards the remaining 5 islands. At this moment, Ritchie refrained from laboring alongside the common folk, as it would be an inefficacious use of his powers. He strolled to the island's edge, gazing at the expanse of water between the islands. Raising his hand, he summoned a 20-meter-long stone beam, as thick as an arm, which gradually materialized from his palm. In the next instant, Ritchie hurled the stone beam into the center of the water between the islands, where it plunged into the depths, a portion still visible above the surface. Observing this, Ritchie pondered to himself, "So, the waters between these islands are shallow. This simplifies matters. The fleet of development vessels busied themselves, while Richie, undeterred, noticed the sea's depth was merely 10 meters. He crouched down, placing his hands upon the ground, and intoned, "Land. Arise." With a resounding boom, Richie's arms transformed into solid rock, and before him, a multitude of stones surged from the seabed, rapidly elevating the underwater terrain. A cacophony reminiscent of earthquakes reverberated through the water, causing the sea to tumultuously flow aside. In a span of approximately 10 minutes, Richie's arms reverted from stone to soil. The earth flowed forth from the rocks as if animated, swiftly carpeting the submerged stones. Everything unfolded with remarkable swiftness. As the waters receded, patches of land began to emerge. Gradually, these land masses ascended, coalescing into a contiguous expanse and rapidly expanding outward. Soon, the sea surface between the two islands transformed into a stretch of flat land. Yet Richie did not cease his efforts. As the land continued to proliferate, the beach where he stood also became coated in soil, elevating him alongside it. 1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. He persisted until the ground rose 10 meters above the sea level, at which point he halted. Before him lay a fertile expanse of black soil, awaiting cultivation. Richie's earth fruit, apart from its natural combat prowess, served its greatest purpose in the creation of various resources, be it ores, lime, coal, or clay. Engaging his fruit's powers demanded physical exertion, yet trading stamina for resources constituted a venture devoid of risk. As he expended energy to generate resources, he concurrently honed his abilities and physique, fortifying his strength. In the past, as a child, Richie could only provide the kingdom of Rock Mountain with a modest yield of ores and some gold each year. His father understood the adage that a man of humble means may attract envy, and recognizing Richie's need for growth, he ensured that their efforts remained moderate. With the resources Richie produced, they procured ample food, resulting in a significant increase in the kingdom's newborns. This has resulted in a slight increase in the population of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, reaching 300,000. This illustrates just how feeble the Rock Mountain Kingdom was in the past. Moreover, a contingent of soldiers has been trained, rivaling the elite naval troops of the nation. At this juncture, Richie, due to his still developing physique, has refrained from excessive physical exertion. However, Richie's earth fruit possesses its own limitations. For instance, while it can consume stamina to produce various ores, it cannot fabricate refined metals. Furthermore, in order to produce different types of soil and minerals, Richie must first comprehend the original specimens of that land. Only after assimilating this knowledge can he create the respective soil and ores. Upon the formation of this particular landmass, he ceased further production. To avoid straining his body, Richie dedicates his mornings to the creation of this land, and once his stamina is restored, he resumes crafting new terrains in the afternoon. In recent days, Rich has been preparing to transform the waters between these islands into land, thereby significantly expanding the arable land in this region. This endeavor aims to ensure a sufficient food supply, given that the islands are predominantly flat. Aside from some hills where fruit trees can be planted, the remaining land can be utilized for large-scale farming. Currently, at the docking area, blocks of rock are being pushed into the water, swiftly creating a platform that is then adjusted and extended into the deeper waters, ultimately forming a dock. On the beach, Rich has raised the earth to construct a tidal barrier, upon which warehouses and housing are built to serve as residences for the island's inhabitants. The first group of settlers, numbering 500, is expected to swell to around 5,000 in the coming months. Consequently, over the next few months, refugees transported from the Kingdom of Ruko will be settled on this island. Additionally, some residents from the main island of the Rock Mountain Kingdom will also be relocated here. Apart from this island, a deserted island is concurrently being developed, with a battalion of troops drawn from the main island stationed there. To ensure the safety of the settlers on the newly developed islands, Rich has assigned his uncle and his battalion to oversee security. With the arrival of Reese, a factory has been established on Forest Island, where firearms akin to Mauser rifles and their corresponding ammunition have already been produced. With the availability of firearms, artillery can also be manufactured. Following Rich's vision, Reese has independently devised mortars and rocket launchers. These weapons are now being utilized against the troops of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. With the introduction of these modern weapons, the Navy is no longer reliant on flintlock firearms. The Rock Mountain Kingdom will face little trouble unless it encounters a true powerhouse. As Rich's uncle's troops have been deployed to the new island, the original salt ponds have been taken over by Rich's scientific team, with transportation managed by merchant convoys from the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Chapter 12. Return Voyage. Standing on a stretch of black soil, Rich, slightly out of breath from exertion, remarked, "Finally, it is completed." Before him, a layer of black soil, several meters above sea level, now connects the islands, with the beaches hidden beneath the earth. The islands have merged into a larger landmass. Although agricultural machinery is currently absent, land is being cultivated using livestock as power, with the establishment of arable land. The relocated population on the islands is projected to achieve self-sufficiency in food within a year, and by the second year, they will be able to provide a portion of their surplus to the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Once agricultural production stabilizes, the food supply will contribute to the kingdom's income. Having accomplished his task, Rich departed by boat. On another concurrently developed deserted island, due to its ample size, there was no need for Rich to engage in land reclamation. "Uncle, the defense of these two islands is now entrusted to you." "Rest assured," replied Uncle Carl, surveying the meticulously cultivated fields. "This island will yield crops, and I will not allow any pirates to wreak havoc here. With the weapons you've provided, even the notorious pirates of the South Sea will be dealt with should they dare to approach. From this day forth, these two islands belong to the Rock Mountain Kingdom. The names have been decided. This smaller island shall be called Little New Island, while the larger one will be known as Big New Island, destined to become one of our kingdom's vital agricultural hubs." Before departing, Rich, having exhausted much of his energy, left behind a stockpile of stone bricks and prepared to return to Forest Island. During his journey back, Rich skirted the port of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, arriving at the opposite side of the main island. Here, a small town nestled along the coast is surrounded by coastal farmland. However, agriculture is not the town's primary industry. Once cement could be produced, Rich excavated a vast expanse of caves on the opposite side of the main island to serve as kilns for cement production. The materials for this endeavor were sourced from Rich's own creations, providing the Rock Mountain Kingdom with enough resources for several months, even before the advent of mechanized production. After replenishing the materials in the warehouse, he met with the local overseer. The cement plant is overseen by an official appointed by the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Additionally, the small town outside the factory has been elevated to the status of a city, complete with a city lord's appointment. In the Rock Mountain Kingdom, local governance is organized into distinct levels, starting from the lowest unit of a village, followed by a town, then a city, and finally a metropolis. Given that the Rock Mountain Kingdom occupies a rather limited territory, it has only delineated two cities, the prominent Rock City, home to 200,000 inhabitants, and the newly established New Island City, which governs the newly designated small islands. The mountain Forest Island falls under the jurisdiction of Rock City and has recently been upgraded from a town to a city, marking a significant elevation in its status. This hierarchy indicates the narrow expanse and sparse population of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, rendering it an inconspicuous locale in the vast world of pirates. Seated on a sun chair on the deck, Richie peruses the latest newspaper delivered by a seagull, engrossed in the current events. Reports of notorious pirates having their bounties raised and nations embroiled in wars capture his attention. For instance, a fearsome pirate in the South Sea, previously having a bounty exceeding 60 million, has slaughtered several small towns of a nation, leading to an increase in his bounty to 80 million berries. From the newspaper, Richie uncovers new intelligence regarding the New World, where various prominent pirates are vying for territory, including the Whitebeard Pirates, the Bigmum Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and former members of the Rocks Pirates like John and Wang Ji. Notably, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, after a period of disappearance in the New World, has made headlines for wreaking havoc at a naval base before sinking several warships during his transport back to the New World. Additionally, figures such as Gecko Moria and Crocodile have emerged, while a formidable newcomer in the North Sea named Don Quixote da Flamingo has made his presence known. In the Grand Line, a renowned swordsman named Mihawk is challenging other great swordsmen, beginning to establish his reputation. Amidst the dawn of the great pirate era following the demise of the legendary Joel D. Roger, numerous future powerhouses are beginning to shine. The Navy, too, has seen the rise of formidable newcomers, such as the future admirals Akainu, Sakazuki, Akiji, Kazan, and Kizaru, Borsellino, who are already being referred to as monsters as they embark on their missions to capture pirates. Recognizing the need for personal growth, Richie reflects on the necessity to bolster the strength of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, ensuring its survival in this tumultuous world. For true powerhouses, a kingdom as small as Rock Mountain could easily be obliterated with a single devastating strike, sinking it into the depths of the ocean. Initially, Richie had intended to drift through life without grand ambitions. However, an encounter during an outing with his father where he witnessed a celestial dragon demanding the enslavement of an entire city's populace due to a mere annoyance, ignited a profound resolve within him. The world government complied, sending troops to suppress the city, resulting in the swift conversion of its residents into slaves. The impotence of the kingdom's king in that moment left a lasting impression on Richie, prompting him to strengthen the kingdom's capabilities to ensure self-preservation. Had it not been for this experience, Richie might have preferred a leisurely existence within the palace, indulging in feasts and entertaining his maid, rather than tirelessly training to enhance his strength. Observing the sluggish pace of the ship, he muses on the need for a vessel capable of traveling at double the speed. The time wasted during voyages is a pressing concern that demands rectification. He resolves to instruct the shipyard to expedite the development of steam-powered warships. Otherwise, the 2-day round trip between the main island and Forest Mountain Island is an imprudent expenditure of time. After a day at sea, upon docking, Richie instructs Hela to document the task of developing steam-powered warships. The port, now bustling with the production of fruits and salt from Forest Mountain Island, has established itself as a city with a population exceeding 10,000. Various merchant ships are anchored at the harbor, facilitating trade between the main island and nearby islands. The Rock Mountain Kingdom has assembled a fleet of 1,000, divided into 2 groups patrolling various domestic trade routes, ensuring a sense of security within its borders. Following Richie's recommendations, the Rock Mountain Kingdom invested significantly in acquiring a batch of communication and imaging telephone bugs from the world government. These telephone bugs are distributed across cities and military units to maintain effective communication, unifying the kingdom. As trade begins to flourish, signs of prosperity emerge, with streets bustling with pedestrians and shops displaying their signs along the roadside. Traveling in a carriage through the city streets and passing through several agricultural towns, Richie arrives at the castle at the island's center. The carriage halts outside the castle, where soldiers escort the horses away. After navigating through the heavily guarded city gates and patrolling corridors, Richie enters the castle's interior. Chapter 13, The Underground Research Institute. The castle walls stand several meters thick, housing multiple secret fortifications manned by soldiers who vigilantly monitor the corridors. Inside, a vast, open chamber is filled with 2 freight elevators and 4 passenger elevators, occupying what was once a cavernous opening. As Richie walks through, soldiers salute him. With the influx of refugees and orphans being brought to the Rock Mountain Kingdom's Forest Mountain Island, the population there is rapidly increasing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Richie's scientific division has expanded to 1,000 personnel, organized into 2 battalions. One battalion is tasked with protecting Richie's merchant convoy, while the other focuses on the defense of Forest Mountain Island and a castle. Not only is Richie recruiting soldiers, but with newfound wealth. The Rock Mountain Kingdom has also increased its military structure by adding 4 battalions, 2 of which belong to the Navy, while the other 2 are responsible for defense and patrol on the main island, filling the gap left by the mobilized battalion. Currently, Richie's 2 battalion leaders are both gifted warriors. One, named Baru, was recruited from among the refugees, once a mid-ranking officer in the Li Qi Kingdom. He participated in its battles but was wrongfully accused and became a refugee after his achievements were overshadowed. During his escape, Baru was surrounded and sustained numerous injuries, appearing as if he had emerged from a bloodbath. When Richie's recruitment team discovered him, he was on the verge of death. To save him, the team enlisted several doctors and spent a substantial amount of money on medicine to restore Baru to health. Having experienced warfare, Baru possesses formidable strength and currently holds the rank of colonel in the Navy's headquarters. This is particularly impressive given the Li Qi Kingdom's inadequate military provisions, where soldiers subsisted on meager rations of porridge and wild vegetables, and training was limited to hastily preparing for battle. Despite these challenges, Baru has demonstrated remarkable prowess. Richie estimates that with the training provided by the Rock Mountain Kingdom and a proper diet rich in meat, Baru could attain a level comparable to that of a typical naval vice-admiral. The other leader is a newly recruited soldier from within the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Due to an innate affinity for firearms, possessing the remarkable ability to achieve perfect accuracy with each shot, one was specially recruited to serve as the commander of the scientific battalion's new recruits. The young man, at the tender age of 18, goes by the name of Ater. With his extraordinary talent and unparalleled marksmanship, he commands respect throughout the entire camp. Observing the remarkable potential in both Ater and Baru, Richie has entrusted Ater with the methods of cultivating the royal hockey. Likewise, Baru has also received the training techniques for hockey. In Richie's eyes, both Ater and Baru exhibit significant promise, After merely a few months of training, they have already begun to show signs of awakening their abilities. Your Highness, a tear. As the commanding officer of the castle's guard, stands before Ricci and salutes respectfully. Yes, train diligently and strive to awaken your haki soon. Once you have strengthened your body, your future will be boundless, Ricci encourages. Indeed, Ater's eyes gleam with pride at Ricci's words. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Ricci, accompanied by Hela, stepped inside. As the cables whirred, the elevator descended rapidly. After approximately 5 minutes, it reached the bottom, and the doors slid open, revealing a vast underground plaza. Within the plaza, a small patrol team was on duty, while workers busily transported supplies back and forth. Due to the confidentiality required by the scientific division, the families of these workers had also relocated here. In the future, as the number of workers and their families increases, this place is destined to evolve into a subterranean town. Though the restrictions on exiting may appear somewhat akin to imprisonment, for the workers, this arrangement poses no significant concern. These workers hail from families of displaced individuals, having signed contracts to arrive here. Labor is compensated, and provisions are plentiful, devoid of oppression, allowing for 1 day of respite each month. Consequently, the mere restriction on outings, in contrast to the dire alternatives of starvation or enslavement, cannot be deemed as mistreatment by the denizens of this pirate world. The vast underground plaza, a creation of Ricci's abilities, is encircled by walls composed of rock that has undergone multiple compressions. Periodically, sturdy stone columns, comparable in strength to steel of equivalent volume, are positioned throughout the space. Upon exiting the elevator, personnel responsible for this area are there to greet. Riding in the peculiar first-generation kerosene vehicle, we traverse the underground plaza. The kerosene engine, a fuel extracted from coal through an enigmatic technological process devised by Reyes, adds a layer of scientific intrigue, especially considering that in the pirate world, even cola serves as a fuel source. Ricci possesses the capability to produce coal indefinitely, thus the research facility never lacks for fuel. Once this advanced kerosene technology was developed, it swiftly became the primary source of mechanical power in the research institute and rapidly gained widespread adoption. This kerosene possesses a power several times greater than the gasoline of Ricci's previous life. Following the invention of the steam engine, Reyes, inspired by its principles, developed the kerosene engine. This led to the emergence of the kerosene vehicle that Ricci rode, resembling an off-road car, devoid of a roof, equipped with 4 wheels and a steering wheel identical to that of an automobile. On one side of the square, there lies a 50-meter deep cavern, which extends deep into the red Earth continent. Along the way, aside from a 4-lane highway and a sidewalk, there are also 2 railway tracks. Above the passage, electric lights illuminate the surroundings. With the advent of kerosene, power plants found new vitality, providing electricity to the forested island. The hall Ricci just traversed was filled with radiant light. After traveling approximately 10 kilometers, the surrounding walls turned a vivid red, signifying Ricci's arrival within the depths of the red Earth continent. Ahead, an underground city emerged, housing Reyes' research institute, complete with testing grounds, factories, power plants, libraries, and other edifices. At this moment, as Ricci arrived for an inspection, Reyes stepped forward to greet him. "Your Highness, it has been a long time." "Welcome to my research institute," Reyes said with a smile upon their reunion. "It seems you have been doing quite well here," Ricci responded with a grin. A year had passed, and Ricci had grown to a height of 1.80 meters. He estimated that by adulthood, he would reach a height of 2 to 3 meters. This height is not considered extraordinary in the world of pirates. In fact, it could even be deemed quite ordinary. "You mentioned that your research has made a significant breakthrough. May I have the privilege of witnessing it?" said Ricci. "Of course," Reyes replied with a playful smile directed at Ricci. "If I had no results, how could I possibly request funding from you?" As they continued their journey, they traversed several experimental buildings before arriving at a spacious square. This is a weapons testing ground personally established by Reyes, stretching 10 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers in width. To ensure the stability of such a vast expanse, Ricci specifically designed the top layer to be a semicircular dome, supported by sturdy stone columns around the perimeter. Reyes is immensely satisfied with the current state of the research facility. Furthermore, with Ricci as his generous benefactor, there are minimal restrictions aside from a few other research projects. Consequently, Reyes has made significant breakthroughs in his studies. While he may not rival the genius of Vegapunk, he is nonetheless an extraordinary talent, one that appears only once in a century. In the realm of the world government, he would undoubtedly receive top-tier treatment. Upon observing the soldiers equipped with the new gear in the testing ground, Riki was momentarily taken aback before turning to Reese and commenting on the remarkable progress of his exoskeleton design. Chapter 14. Reese's research. Before Riki lies an armor reminiscent of Iron Man's, albeit considerably larger. Encased within this steel exoskeleton, a soldier maneuvers with an impressive display of power. Although the underlying technology remains unknown, the mere appearance and the fluidity of the soldier's movements indicate that this is no ordinary creation. Reese's year-long research, although influenced by Riki's suggestions regarding steam engines and other devices, was a breeze for the exceptionally gifted Reese. Drawing inspiration from Riki's myriad ideas, he has developed the third generation of mechanical exoskeletons, which Riki has aptly renamed as exoskeletons. Indeed, during my last conversation with His Highness, I was inspired by his descriptions of mechas and exoskeletons, which led me to create this third-generation exoskeleton. Reese stepped forward to present his latest scientific achievement to Riki. The mechanical exoskeleton's power source is modeled after human joints, allowing for smoother movements. The power comes from my super battery, capable of sustaining high-intensity combat for half a day, with easy battery replacement that prevents explosions even when struck. Impressive, Riki remarked, his astonishment mingling with excitement. The exoskeleton is equipped with 2 alloy swords that can conduct electricity, enhancing the lethality of close combat. For ranged attacks, it is outfitted with a specially designed rifle. In the hands of the exoskeleton, the rifle appears larger than usual. Following Reese's command, the rifle fired rapidly, sending bullets swiftly towards the target. The mechanical assistance amplifies the weapon's recoil while maintaining stability, and the steel armor's defense is impervious to ordinary bullets. Apart from temporarily mitigating the vibrations from artillery fire and facing skilled swordsmen, these soldiers could easily eliminate enemies on any battlefield. Currently, a warrior clad in the exoskeleton is sprinting across the training ground, achieving speeds approximately twice that of an average person. What do you intend to do with this exoskeleton? Riki inquired. For now, we must keep this new weapon under wraps to avoid drawing the attention of the world government. We will manufacture 5 units as prototypes. Reese nodded in agreement. However, while this weapon proves lethal against regular soldiers and poses little threat to formidable foes, it is merely a toy when confronted with the true powerhouses of this world. Reese stated. True powerhouses? Reese asked, puzzled. Yes, the kind of strong individuals mentioned in the newspapers, Riki affirmed, unsure of Reese's understanding of the world's elite warriors, and proceeded to elaborate. For genuine powerhouses, a single strike could devastate an island. For instance, the imprisoned gold lion could effortlessly elevate an island into the sky while controlling dozens of others. What about Whitebeard and Roger? Reese pondered, envisioning the strength of such figures, his enthusiasm for his mechanical exoskeleton waning. Indeed, Riki confirmed, describing the formidable might of these beings. Your Highness, may I summon a few of my companions? Reese requested. My peers possess research skills comparable to mine, and they have limited opportunities for study on the island. Upon hearing Reese's intention to invite his companions, Riki readily agreed. After all, anyone recognized by Reese must be a scientist of considerable merit. The more scientists, the better. With his earth fruit abilities, Riki had no shortage of mineral resources. Of course, that poses no issue, Riki replied with a smile. A few individuals are welcome, and I assure you their treatment will be on par with yours. I am grateful, Your Highness. Regarding the aircraft capable of soaring to 10,000 meters, I have made some progress. Once my companions arrive, we will be able to construct it, Reese continued. As for the airship I previously mentioned, I also have some insights. But I am not an expert in gas separation and will need my companion's assistance, Reese admitted with a frown. I see. Riki acknowledged Reese's situation and refrained from pressing him further, offering encouragement instead. He then allocated additional funding to Reese and left a substantial supply of minerals and coal before departing amidst Reese's farewells. With the arrival of kerosene vehicles, trains, and individual exoskeletons, along with the anticipated arrival of more scientists, the Rock Mountain Kingdom is poised for even greater strength. After leaving the research facility, Riki entrusted Reese's letter to a merchant caravan for delivery. Subsequently, Riki began his daily training regimen as a natural-type devil fruit user. It was imperative to hone his own strength. His primary focus was on enhancing physical fitness, followed by mastering hockey upon reaching adulthood, developing his fruit abilities, and refining his swordsmanship. While he did not seek to be the best, he aimed to attain a level capable of cutting through steel. Riki has set a general training goal for the next few years. confident in his talent and the potential of his natural-type devil fruit to propel him toward becoming a top-tier powerhouse. However, the endeavor requires immense dedication. Riki's training commenced with resource production to exhaust most of his physical stamina. Afterward, he utilized the recovery period to manage various affairs. In the afternoon, he focused on physical conditioning, dedicating an hour in the evening to swordsmanship and another hour to practicing his fruit abilities. As the days pass, Riki's strength steadily grows, and the power of the Rock Mountain Kingdom is also on a consistent rise. On that day, after completing his tasks, Riki was about to commence his lunch and prepare for some exercise when suddenly, the telephone bug beside him began to ring. The sound echoed in the room, somewhat urgent in nature. Riki furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Hello, this is Riki," he answered, picking up the receiver. "Riki, it's me," came the unexpected voice of his father through the telephone bug. "What has happened that warrants your personal call?" Riki inquired, intrigued. "There has been a situation. You need to assemble your scientific team and remain on standby. Then come to the palace. Your second uncle, third uncle, and the ministers of state will also be present." "Is that so?" "There are matters of importance that cannot be discussed over the phone, and we need to gather everyone within the kingdom for a meeting," indicating the significance of this issue. Without further deliberation, Riki acquiesced and hung up the telephone bug, addressing Hela, "By my command as Lord of the Island, assemble all scientific teams, excluding those guarding the mountain forest island. Prepare a vessel for me to travel to the main island." "Understood, Your Highness." Chapter 15. An unexpected incident. After a day's journey, they arrived at the main island. At the port, carriages awaited, ready to transport Riki and Hela to the palace. At that moment, his second uncle Carl from Little New Island and his third uncle Kaniji, stationed at Iron Mine Island, had already arrived at the palace. Even the overseers of the merchant fleet and various officials responsible for agriculture and inspection were present. With everyone gathered, they proceeded to the palace conference room. The attendees formed a circle, while those of lower rank took seats on either side. Recently, a group known as the Rope Pirates has emerged near our vicinity, led by the notorious Captain Rope Luth, whose bounty exceeds 50 million berries. He possesses the powers of the rope fruit and is currently stationed on a deserted island near Little New Island, seemingly with the intent to target our Rock Mountain Kingdom. King Rul began to speak. "Moreover, our neighboring nation, the Mercenary Kingdom, located not far from Great New Island, has set its sights on our developed territories of Little and Big New Islands, and it appears they are collaborating with the Rope Pirates to launch an assault against us." "Is that so?" Upon hearing his father's words, Riki finally comprehended the reason for the summons to convene all principal figures of the kingdom. The emergence of a pirate with a 50 million berries bounty, coupled with a declaration of war from a neighboring kingdom, placed Rock Mountain Kingdom in a precarious position, caught between two formidable adversaries. The Mercenary Kingdom, though not particularly vast, boasts a populace of approximately 2 million inhabitants. It occupies a grand island spanning 30,000 square kilometers, alongside a multitude of smaller islands in its vicinity. Within this realm, a culture that venerates martial prowess prevails. Apart from the king's royal guards, various mercenary factions, both large and small, dominate the landscape. These mercenary groups establish their strongholds in the towns and villages throughout the Mercenary Kingdom. These mercenary groups typically rely on setting sail to hunt pirates, being recruited by merchant caravans for protection, or engaging as mercenaries in the conflicts between nations. Due to their prolonged involvement in combat, the Kingdom of Mercenaries, despite its modest population of merely 2 million, possesses formidable military strength. In times of war, they can readily deploy hundreds of thousands of warriors. The sole caveat is that the Kingdom of Mercenaries is not a member of the world government, which facilitates the Kingdom of Yinshan's endeavors to strike against them without impediment. The world government welcomes attacks on non-member nations, and should the Kingdom of Mercenaries be vanquished, their territory could be easily seized without drawing the attention of the world government. "Your Majesty, what course of action do you intend to take?" inquired the gathered officials, pondering the intelligence received. Firstly, Riki's uncle, Kaniji, stationed at the islands of Shinksen, spoke up. "I currently command 2 regiments of troops, and with the 2 regiments of the Navy conducting border patrols, it will be no challenge to thwart the Rope Pirates." "Indeed," replied Ruhr, nodding. "Our nation has seen an increase in military strength over the past 2 years of expansion, yet we still fall short compared to the Kingdom of Mercenaries. However, we possess new firearms and weaponry, and with a nearby naval base at our disposal, Seeking assistance from the world government would not pose a problem should we find ourselves in dire straits. What is your majesty's plan? Inquired Riki's other uncle, Nair. Though merely in his 20s and married for only 3 years, Nair had been appointed as the commander of the Iron Mine Island troops following Ruhr's ascension to the throne. Despite his youth, Nair had already attained the strength of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters and had mastered the dual-color hockey, marking him as a prodigy of the Kaniji Li family. Seated gracefully, Nair's tall stature, dark hair, and striking sapphire blue eyes exuded an aura of a fierce beast. Standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, his muscular frame commanding attention. Subsequently, the commanding officer of the main island garrison and the captain of the Royal Guard expressed their unwavering readiness to fight, pledging their lives to defend the kingdom of Yanshan. Father, Riki spoke after the officials had shared their thoughts and reviewed the intelligence. What are your thoughts? Ruhr responded with a smile, according to the intelligence. While the kingdom of mercenaries can mobilize tens of thousands of troops at any moment, the majority of these fighters wield swords and rely on melee combat. Although these warriors are battle-hardened and strong, few true powerhouses exist among them, aside from the leaders of a few large mercenary groups. Riki articulated his strategy. Our scientific research division has successfully equipped the entire army with firearms. The generals and ministers are well aware of the firepower these weapons possess. Therefore, we merely need to hold off the formidable warriors of the kingdom of mercenaries for a short duration, allowing one commander to lead our forces. With the advantage of our weaponry, we can swiftly annihilate the mercenary forces. As for the pirates, I shall handle them myself. Can you truly confront a pirate with a bounty of 50 million? Ruhr pondered the possibilities, gazing at Riki. After all, he is his own son, endowed with remarkable talent. Over the past 2 years, Riki has not only contributed to the increase in population within the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, but has also fostered trade, leading to a rise in the kingdom's wealth. Each year, after paying the heavenly tribute, a portion of the treasures remains to enhance the domestic livelihood. Furthermore, the once desolate island of Shanshan has transformed from a mere several thousand inhabitants to a thriving isle, now home to 30,000 souls, adorned with factories and farms. Additionally, a scientific brigade comprising 1,000 members has been established from scratch. While the true strength of this brigade remains uncertain, the formidable presence of each battalion dispatched to escort merchant convoys suggests it is indeed an elite force. Such an exceptional descendant is destined to become a remarkable king. If there is any uncertainty, one must never allow Riki to engage in battle. As long as the adversary lacks the ability to wield armed hockey, it poses no challenge for me, as a wielder of the natural-type devil fruit powers, to thwart the rope pirate crew. Riki stated with unwavering confidence. As for his pirate crew, they can be entrusted to my scientific battalion. Even if we cannot overcome them immediately, prolonging the conflict is not an issue. Very well. Given Riki's confidence and the fact that a natural-type devil fruit user is not easily vanquished, Ruhl chose not to inquire further. He mobilized all the forces of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, totaling 5,500 men, and additionally conscripted 4,000 from the populace for the defense of the numerous islands. As the king of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, Ruhl personally led the expedition, preparing to confront the formidable army of the mercenary kingdom. In the castle of the royal palace, Riki's mother gazed at the father and son preparing for battle, a sense of contemplation washing over her. Countless words lingered on her lips, yet only a single phrase escaped her mouth: be cautious and stay safe. Gently holding Riki's sister's hand, she softly uttered, we shall await your return at home. Chapter 16. Bombardment of the port. The rope pirate crew is led by Root, a user of the superhuman-type devil fruit, the rope fruit. Root himself bears a bounty of 50 million berries, and his crew comprises 3 officers: the swordsman Light with a bounty of 20 million berries, the strongman Howl with a bounty of 15 million berries, and the ship's doctor, the dissection specialist Tahada, with a bounty of 5 million berries. The 3 officers command 1,000 crew members, divided among 5 warships, establishing themselves as a formidable pirate faction in the South Sea, capable of launching assaults even against the ports of ordinary nations. Recently, an influx of merchant caravans traversing the trade routes between the Kingdom of Grania and the Kingdom of Rock Mountain has attracted the attention of various pirates. Among them is the notorious Ropes pirate crew. Upon learning that the Kingdom of Rock Mountain is merely a remote nation with a population of only a few 100,000 and a military force of no more than 10,000, True resolved to plunder this vulnerable land. Consequently, after a period of navigation, they arrived at a small island, located several dozen kilometers from Little New Island. where they temporarily anchored to recuperate and prepare for their impending assault on the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. This intelligence was discovered by the Naval Patrol Fleet of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, which promptly conducted reconnaissance and reported its findings. Due to the formidable nature of the pirate crew, the patrol vessels maintained a safe distance. At that moment, 5 warships were anchored in the harbor of Little New Island. These vessels, all of the 2-masted sailing type, boasted a row of cannon ports along their flanks. On the deck stood ranks of soldiers, each clad in immaculate military attire, gripping rifles with ammunition pouches slung diagonally across their shoulders. Additionally, they were equipped with several grenades, and a bayonet was secured at their waists. The soldiers are newly trained members of the Scientific Brigade. A portion of them has been instructed in the use of advanced weaponry, while another segment comprises experimental troops equipped with various apparatuses from Reese. For instance, on another vessel, there is a contingent clad in the first-generation exoskeletons, alongside 5 warriors fully adorned in armed exoskeletons. The entire army is set to launch an offensive to eliminate the pirates invading our nation, Richie proclaimed loudly from the flagship. At his command, ship after ship unfurled their sails, propelled by favorable winds and enhanced by the power of kerosene engines, significantly increasing their speed. Standing upon the deck of the flagship, Richie gazed ahead and remarked, "By the way, for this battle, I could simply send you the footage. Why must you engage personally?" "This is my opportunity," Reese replied, standing beside Richie. Upon learning of this confrontation, Reese had volunteered for combat, eager to test the deficiencies of his weapons for future upgrades. "Finally, we have worthy opponents. Your new weaponry and my mechanical exoskeleton must be put to the test." Reese's face reflected a hint of excitement as he looked at Richie. "Moreover, I will personally engage in battle, utilizing my modified new-generation mechanical exoskeleton." "Very well," Richie acquiesced. Although he had previously attempted to dissuade Reese, his efforts had proven futile, and he had ultimately ceased his persuasion. "Do take care," he advised. "Of course," Reese responded with a smile. "I still have my mechanical exoskeleton and other technological advancements to develop." As Richie set sail, the forces of the Rock Mountain Kingdom also commenced their march. Given that the Mercenary Kingdom had gathered its troops and was poised to assault the Rock Mountain Kingdom, the latter saw no reason for restraint and launched a surprise attack, catching the Mercenary Kingdom off guard. The Mercenary Kingdom lies directly in front of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, sharing the same windless zone. The Rock Mountain Kingdom, backed by the Red Earth continent, occupies a cluster of islands in the surrounding waters. Due to the mercenaries' dominance, there exists no naval presence, nor do pirates roam these waters. However, the mercenaries themselves embody a blend of official and rogue elements, and compounded by the prior desolation of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, merchant convoys have largely avoided these waters. In the Mercenary Kingdom, every citizen is a soldier, regardless of gender. All able-bodied youth serve as mercenaries, while the elderly are predominantly retired mercenaries. In such a nation, declaring war on the Kingdom of Rock Mountain presents a formidable challenge. Victory seems nearly unattainable. Had it not been for the newly developed weaponry over the past 2 years, the conflict with the Mercenary Kingdom would have likely resulted in a definitive defeat for the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Departing from the Great New Island, it would take approximately half a day's journey to reach an island belonging to the Mercenary Kingdom, situated close to the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Although the island itself is modest in size, it is home to a garrison of 5,000 mercenaries. As the closest island to the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, it now hosts 3 mercenary regiments, totaling 20,000 personnel. In stark contrast, the forces dispatched by the Kingdom of Rock Mountain consist of a mere 5,500 troops, a disparity of nearly fourfold. Having successfully eliminated 2 offshore patrol vessels of the Mercenary Kingdom without alerting the mercenaries stationed on the island, the fleet of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain swiftly approached the island's harbor. Observing the distribution of forces in the 10 warships deployed for this expedition, King Rul commanded, "Relay my orders. All naval artillery shall target and sink the enemy's vessels in the harbor. Subsequently, extend the assault to key targets on the island. The 1st Regiment is to prepare for landing." With the issuance of this command, the entire fleet promptly sprang into action. Each warship positioned itself in front of the harbor, their cannons aimed at the target ahead. Due to their overconfidence in their own capabilities, the warships of the Mercenary Kingdom remained docked, rendering them sitting ducks for the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. The new artillery of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain boasted tremendous firepower and extended range, far surpassing that of naval artillery. Beneath the deck, cannons were meticulously aimed at the harbor, while soldiers diligently transported ammunition. Fire! With the lowering of the flag, several cannons aboard one warship discharged simultaneously. A thick cloud of gunpowder smoke engulfed the deck, Yet the artillery crews did not falter, quickly reloading and firing again. On the harbor, some mercenaries, engaged in the maintenance of their vessels, were startled by the sudden barrage. Unable to comprehend the situation before projectiles began to rain down upon them. In an instant, the harbor transformed into a conflagration, with countless mercenaries caught unawares becoming mere casualties. Their bodies propelled into the sky by the explosions. The warships of the mercenary kingdom were riddled with large holes, igniting flames that consumed them. One vessel, struck directly in its ammunition hold, disintegrated into a myriad of fragments. Enemy attack. Following the initial barrage, the mercenary kingdom's forces finally reacted. The station soldiers shouted amidst the chaos as the harbor descended into turmoil, with shells falling relentlessly, leaving them bewildered and without a means of retaliation. Inside the harbor, a banquet was underway, where inebriated leaders of the mercenary groups were jolted awake, exclaiming amidst the thunderous cannon fire, "What is that noise?" Chapter 17. The port assault and defense. After several rounds of bombardment, the harbor lay in ruins, all warships sinking beneath the waves, while debris and corpses floated upon the surface. Ceasing fire, the 4 warships of the 1st Regiment, fully prepared, advanced toward the harbor. The speeding vessels parted the waters, navigating through the remnants of destruction. Upon reaching the shore, well-prepared soldiers disembarked in organized formations, swiftly making their way into the port. As they advanced, some mercenaries still clinging to life were tended to by the medical personnel of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. However, any attempt at resistance during rescue would result in immediate execution. Any mercenary who dared to resist was shot on sight. As the soldiers progressed, a loudspeaker continuously broadcast messages urging surrender. The mercenaries on the island listened. "You are surrounded by the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Lay down your arms and come forth from the streets. We can offer you a chance at survival, allowing you to become citizens of the kingdom and enjoy the privileges therein. In opposing the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, you face only doom. Consider your families and friends. Would they wish for you to fight to the death? Should you surrender, we promise you employment and land, ensuring a peaceful existence in your later years. What awaits you in the mercenary kingdom? A precarious existence, uncertain of where death may find you each day." Amidst the chaos, a soldier from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain raised his rifle, aiming at an advancing mercenary's head. A sharp shot rang out, creating a gaping wound, and the formidable mercenary, armed with a steel blade, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Suddenly, 2 mercenaries rushed from a nearby alley, but the vigilant soldiers swiftly eliminated them as well. Seeing no further enemies, the squad leader directed his men to continue forward, stepping over the fallen bodies. As they proceeded, a soldier spotted armed mercenaries to the left. On another street of the harbor, a team from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain moved quickly. Grenade. Upon spotting the enemy, one soldier advanced, holding a grenade for a brief moment before hurling it into a nearby building. The explosion sent a shockwave through the windows, and silence followed within the structure. The soldier kicked open the door, and several comrades entered cautiously, scanning the surroundings before moving into the room where the explosion had occurred. One last mercenary was shot, and the team exited the building to continue their search for foes. The soldiers equipped with advanced weaponry have undergone over a year of rigorous training, coupled with frequent collaborative operations, such as the 3-3 system taught by Li Qi, urban warfare tactics, and proficiency in the use of new weaponry. The soldiers of the Rock Mountain Kingdom descend upon the battlefield like harbingers of death. In their wake, no mercenary wielding a weapon is left unscathed. As the soldiers of the Rock Mountain Kingdom relentlessly advance, the mercenaries attempt to mount an effective counterattack. However, faced with a technological disparity in weaponry and a marginal difference in combat capabilities, their efforts prove futile. Weak and unable to evade or withstand bullets, the mercenaries find themselves on a path to inevitable demise. On a principal thoroughfare at the port, hundreds of mercenaries bellow as they charge forward, weapons drawn and artillery primed, towards the Rock Mountain Kingdom's positions. Yet, on the opposing side, a soldier finds his mark and sets up a machine gun. A barrage of bullets erupts, mowing down the mercenaries as if they were mere stalks of wheat. In concert with the soldiers on the ground wielding rifles, hundreds quickly succumb, collapsing upon the street, save for a few who remain alive, writhing in agony. But this proves futile, following the cries of anguish. A soldier locates one of the still-breathing mercenaries and delivers a fatal shot to his head, silencing him forever. Indeed, the weaponry is formidable. Observing the machine gunner reap the enemy in the expanse of fallen bodies, the squad leader responsible for the advance along the sector is filled with exhilaration. Undoubtedly, the weaponry developed by the Crown Prince possesses immense power. With such might, the Rock Mountain Kingdom fears no adversary. In stark contrast, on the opposite side of the street, The mercenaries witness their hundreds of brethren fall in an instant. As the leader of the mercenary band, he is profoundly shaken by the horrific scene before him. At that moment, a battle captain from the mercenary group stepped forward, his expression etched with anguish. "Commander," he lamented, "if we continue down this path, it is impossible for us to emerge victorious. Let us surrender. The kingdom of Yinshan treats prisoners of war with kindness, and they even allow us to become civilians. This fate is far preferable to perishing on this battlefield." The mercenary kingdom, in essence, is the largest mercenary group led by its king, who employs both military might and strategic marriages to intimidate and consolidate numerous large mercenary factions within the realm. Subsequently, he harnesses the strength of these formidable groups to establish a mercenary guild, thereby commanding a myriad of subordinate mercenary factions, both great and small. Stationed in this port is a formidable mercenary group boasting an army of 20,000, alongside 10 medium-sized factions, each comprising several thousand warriors. "How many of our men remain?" the commander inquired. "Originally, we had 3,000 brothers. However, following the recent bombardment and our earlier charge, we have lost more than half." "More than half?" Upon hearing this, the mercenary leader clenched his fists in frustration, only to ultimately release them in resignation with a heavy sigh. "Raise the white flag. We shall surrender." "Understood." This marks the first mercenary group to surrender, yet it will not be the last. As this mercenary company laid down their arms, a succession of mercenaries followed suit, escorted by the soldiers of the battalion to the harbor district. Here, a contingent of soldiers has cleared a designated area and established a rudimentary encampment. Following the resounding success of the assault on the port, the subsequent troops, aside from a few warships maneuvering around the islands to intercept mercenaries attempting to flee, have primarily engaged in landing operations. "Your Majesty, the first batch of surrendering mercenaries has been escorted here," announced Karl, who was responsible for the prisoners of war, standing beside Ruhr. According to the previous plan, these captives would be transported back in batches to serve as laborers. Indeed, for those captives willing to surrender, they were to be detained at this port, subsequently disrupting their ranks and sending them back in groups to the various islands of the Kingdom of Yinshan. The mercenary kingdom boasts a population of 2 million. While some would perish in battle, the remainder constitutes a critical labor force that Yinshan desperately needs. Chapter 18. The Battle Against the Rope Pirate Crew. Now, you will be sent to the construction sites of the Kingdom of Yinshan. There, you will undertake a year of labor, and once the time has elapsed, you will be recognized as residents of the Kingdom of Yinshan, proclaimed the captain, overseeing the transport of the captives aboard a vessel designated for this task. "Rest assured, this is merely punitive labor. You shall not be enslaved. As long as you refrain from inciting unrest or attempting to escape, no punitive measures will be imposed upon you. Furthermore, each day, you will receive ample sustenance and sufficient time for rest. Upon the completion of your year of service, we shall provide you with a sum of money as remuneration before your return home." With the captain's words, the mercenary captives aboard the transport ship relinquished any thoughts of escape. After all, it was merely labor, even if arduous. It was far preferable to risking their lives as mercenaries. At the very least, their safety was assured, food would be provided, and a reward awaited them upon their return. They were indeed captives, yet they had not heard of such treatment for prisoners of war in other nations. Thus, under the supervision of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Yinshan, ship after ship of captives was transported to various islands across the kingdom, contributing to diverse construction projects and facilitating the rapid expansion of Yinshan. This labor serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it provides a substantial workforce, and on the other, it ensures that these mercenaries will no longer return to the battlefield. Moreover, through this process of labor, they gain insight into the internal stability of the Kingdom of Yinshan and begin to experience a life of prosperity. Upon their eventual return, will these mercenaries still yearn for the life of a mercenary? A sudden raid culminated in a fierce battle that lasted 2 hours, followed by a day of subsequent mop-up operations. By the following day, the entire port city and the surrounding island were firmly under the control of the Kingdom of Yinshan. Here, a total of 40,000 mercenaries were mobilized, suffering casualties of 10,000 during the initial bombardment. Additional combat resulted in another approximate 10,000 casualties. Witnessing the might of the Kingdom of Yinshan, many mercenaries gradually surrendered, 20,000 in total, with 1,000 severely injured, 15,000 lightly wounded, and only 4,000 unscathed. Currently, transport ships dispatched from the homeland are ceaselessly ferrying back and forth to this island, delivering these prisoners of war to the mainland, where they will be allocated to various factories, farms, and construction sites. In addition to the 40,000 mercenaries, There are also 20,000 family members of the mercenaries residing on the island. Regarding these residents, the Kingdom of Yinshan simply announced that from now on, this would be a city of the Kingdom of Yinshan, subsequently appointing officials to oversee its governance. This grand confrontation proved to be a resounding victory for the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. On the battlefield, not a single soldier from the kingdom perished, with the number of wounded barely exceeding 300, most of whom sustained only minor injuries. In stark contrast, the enemy casualties soared to an astonishing 20,000, effectively dismantling the initial assault of the mercenary kingdom. However, for the formidable mercenary kingdom, this loss was not crippling. When the news of the annihilation of 40,000 mercenaries reached the homeland, it sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom. The enraged king of the mercenary kingdom swiftly mobilized his elite forces alongside several prominent mercenary regiments within the realm, culminating in an assembly of 100,000 strong, poised to launch an offensive against the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Meanwhile, as the main forces of the kingdom engaged in direct combat on a remote island, Rich had already encountered the Ropes pirate crew. This pirate band, primarily composed of marauders, was largely devoid of vigilant scouts, save for a few crew members tasked with guarding the ship. As Rich's warship entered cannon range, the Ropes pirate crew remained oblivious to the impending assault. So, this is the infamous Ropes pirate crew? They appear rather unimpressive, Rich remarked, peering through his telescope at the beach illuminated by flickering bonfires. He then commanded his fleet. Aim at the pirates on the island and prepare to bombard them. Ensure that all their vessels are sunk and strive for maximum casualties among the pirates. On this occasion, Richie opted for a nocturnal assault. Following a day of meticulous preparations for battle, the night was a time for the pirates to revel in festivities. A motley crew of pirates indulged in copious amounts of drink and hearty feasts, singing and dancing upon the sandy shores, seizing the cover of darkness. Richie chose to make his appearance just as the revelries were nearing their conclusion. A fleet of warships swiftly approached the vicinity of the pirate vessels. Cannons roared to life, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sounds. In the initial volley, cannonballs were aimed squarely at the inebriated pirates on the beach. The descending projectiles caught the drunken revelers unawares, sending them soaring into the night sky amidst the ensuing explosions. The first barrage targeted the densest clusters of pirates, clouds of dust and bodies swirling in the aftermath, transforming the once lively beach into a gruesome tableau of crimson. Mere seconds elapsed before the second wave of cannon fire rained down, leaving the pirates with no opportunity to react. This was swiftly followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth barrage, in a relentless onslaught. 5 consecutive rounds of cannon fire obliterated the sandy expanse, gouging the beach several feet deep and turning it upside down. At last, the cannons were trained upon the pirate ships themselves. This time, it was a surprise assault aimed at maximizing lethality, rendering the pirates utterly incapable of retaliation. Consequently, these pirate ships were abandoned, all shattered into pieces. Following several rounds of cannon fire, numerous pirate vessels were sunk, leaving the sea engulfed in flames before finally ceasing the onslaught. Raising his telescope to scan the beach, Rich noticed the near absence of active pirates, prompting a satisfied nod from him. Deploy the entire force, eliminate all pirates on sight without leaving any survivors. Additionally, keep an eye on the enemy officers. If they prove too formidable, retreat is permitted, and form squads to engage them. Yes, Your Highness, came the reply. Yet, your sniper team will remain on the ship, providing support for our frontline comrades and neutralizing enemies as much as possible. Understood, Your Highness. Baru, bring your regiment ashore with me. Yes, Your Highness. With tasks swiftly arranged, the warship approached the shore. With a wave of his hand, Rich commanded stones to tumble down, forming a land bridge over the shallow waters. One by one, soldiers disembarked and advanced rapidly. As Rich stepped onto the beach, he encountered a large sphere entirely wrapped in ropes. A gaping hole in the spherical mass revealed blood seeping continuously from within. Rope man, Rudo? As the cannon fire subsided, various ropes around Rudo began to writhe like tentacles, attacking the soldiers rushing forward. How dare you assault my rope pirate crew? You shall all perish, Rudo exclaimed, his body drenched in crimson, with blood seeping from a massive wound on his side, though it was obstructed by the ropes. Can the rope man control the ropes? Rich pondered as he observed the twisting strands of grass and steel. It became evident to him that Rudo's powers were merely limited to manipulating ropes, rendering the devil fruit ability somewhat unimpressive. Underestimating him, Rich stepped forward. Since Rudo had already sustained injuries from the cannon fire, Rich felt his chances of victory had increased. Receive my attack, he shouted, summoning several massive stone spikes that formed rapidly behind him. launching forth like cannonballs. The spikes converged around Rudo, effectively sealing off his movement. Chapter 19. The end of the rope pirate crew kill. Rich commanded, as Rudo's eyes blazed with fury. "Is it you?" Rudo shouted, and as his voice echoed, the ropes behind him aimed directly at Rich, each one as sharp as a blade. Rock barrier. As the ropes hurtled towards him, a stone barricade swiftly rose to intercept the assault. Upon collision, the reinforced rock, enhanced by Rich's abilities, shattered into fragments, sending sparks flying. Rich was taken aback by the force. It seemed to rival that of a cannonball, suggesting the rope fruit not only controlled ropes but also enhanced them. However, mere enhancement posed no threat to him. While blocking the attack, the stone spikes descended upon Rudo, solid rocks compressed by Rich's power enveloping his entire form. "Strangle of the ropes," Rudo cried, as the ropes swirled around him, forming a protective sphere that deflected the incoming attacks. The rocks collided with the ropes, shattering into pieces, scattering debris in all directions. Meanwhile, Rich manipulated the ground, sending massive clumps of earth and stone crashing down upon Rudo. Sands of quicksand, elementalizing his body. Rich allowed several flying rocks to pass through him, merging into the ground, while simultaneously controlling the surrounding soil and stone to bombard Rudo. The beach transformed rapidly, shifting from solid sand into quicksand, with particles swirling towards the center where Rudo stood. Caught off guard by the shifting terrain, Rudo found himself gradually sinking into the quicksand. "Curse it! What kind of ability is this?" A rope shot forth, anchoring Rudo and pulling him from the quicksand. He landed on the rope, regarding Rich with a gaze tinged with apprehension. "Humph, now I shall see how you evade." The layers of rock piled higher, and despite Rudo's attempts to sever them, he found his movements completely restricted. The quicksand continued to flow around him, making it impossible to find solid footing, leaving him in a predicament. Though his ropes had been enhanced, they were insufficient to shatter Rich's stone fortifications, nor could his power penetrate Rich's elemental form. Within the layered rocks, Rudo had become a cage beast, and as the injuries from the cannon fire worsened due to the fierce battle, his strength and stamina dwindled rapidly. On the beach, amid Rich and Rudo's confrontation, a radius of hundreds of meters lay devoid of any presence. Outside this battleground, Rich's scientific division had fully mobilized. Led by Baru and clad in exoskeleton suits, soldiers stormed ashore. Every pirate they encountered, whether lifeless or still breathing, was swiftly dispatched with a single shot, leaving corpses strewn about without any soldier even approaching. Meanwhile, Yat and his sniper team maintained vigilant watch over the battlefield, ready to unleash newly developed armor-piercing rounds at any pirate that dared to show themselves. A bullet soared forth, striking a pirate squarely in the head, obliterating it, while another round created a gaping hole in the torso. Shots to the limbs resulted in instant severance, reducing flesh to bloody pulp scattered across the ground, painting a gruesome picture. Some soldiers from the scientific division, witnessing the battlefield resembling a grotesque oil painting, retched in disgust. However, such encounters with these pirate minions were fleeting. Within mere minutes, the remnants of the pirate crew were entirely eradicated, leaving only a handful of officers. Yet these officers now faced foes clad in the latest generation of mechanical exoskeletons, their reinforced steel armor and formidable alloys pressing them into a corner. Beside the swordsman, Reth led 5 soldiers into battle. This officer of the rope pirate crew, though a swordsman, had not reached the realm of a master, relying solely on brute strength and the sharpness of his weapon. Against the fortified alloy of the mechanical exoskeleton, his sword merely left a white scar, with nicks appearing along its blade. With the machinery roaring to life, Reth personally engaged, one arm wielding a blade extending from his exoskeleton, aimed at the swordsman Leto. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, sending sparks flying as Leto managed to block the strike. However, in the next instant, Reth's other arm delivered a powerful punch to Leto's chest, a blade extending from the exoskeleton piercing through his body. Immediately, a surge of electricity coursed through the blade. The current surged instantaneously into the body of the swordsman, lit, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, the surrounding mechanical exoskeleton soldiers plunged their blades into Lit's form, transforming him into a veritable hive of wounds. The rope pirate crew, notorious for their bounty of 20 million berries, witnessed the demise of the swordsman Lit. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the assault battalion commander, Barrow, faced off against one of the rope pirate crew's officers, the formidable powerhouse Howl, who bore a bounty of 15 million berries. As a member of the scientific corps, Barrow was clad in a universal mechanical exoskeleton. At that moment, his hands were encased in alloy gauntlets. engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Howl. Barrow felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. As the battle intensified, Barrow sensed his dual-colored haki rapidly strengthening. This time, although the formidable strength of the mighty Howl may not classify him as a powerful adversary, he nonetheless exerted a considerable pressure on Baru. This pressure catalyzed the rapid formation of Baru's burgeoning dual-colored dominance, yielding significant advantages. As the battle progressed, Howl sustained an increasing number of wounds, while Baru's injuries diminished. With a resounding thud, Baru unleashed a punch imbued with armed haki, shattering Howl's sternum, causing his fractured ribs to pierce through his body like piercing swords. Thus, the cadre of the rope pirates, the mighty Howl, met his demise. Simultaneously, on another front, the last cadre of the rope pirates, the disassembler Tejada, was struck down by a single shot from Yate, his chest obliterated, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. Consequently, the battlefield was left with only the confrontation between Rich and the captain of the rope pirates, Lut. However, this duel was destined to conclude swiftly as well. Chapter 20. Assault on the palace. As layers of rock disintegrated and scattered upon the ground, the lifeless form of Lut, the captain of the rope pirates, emerged. His body stood upright, impaled by several massive rock spikes that penetrated his form, anchoring him to the earth. With his arms hanging limply, ropes entwined around his body, embedding themselves into the surrounding debris. Thus, the matter was resolved. Rising from the ground, Rich stood once more upon solid earth. Gazing at Lut's remains, he spoke. Quickly clear the battlefield, and then all troops board the ship, setting sail for the mercenary kingdom. Dispose of the pirate corpses, sever the heads of all bountied pirates, preparing to exchange them for berries. Next, scavenge usable supplies from the ruins and transfer them to the ship's hold. Subsequently, the entire crew boarded the vessel, advancing towards the mercenary kingdom. The telephone snail connected, and Rich declared, "Moshi Moshi, this is Rich. The rope pirates have been dealt with, and the scientific division of 1000 is poised to depart." "Your Highness," came a respectful voice from the other end, soon followed by, "This is Roar. Father, the scientific division you command is to launch an offensive from the southern port of the mercenary kingdom, swiftly penetrating its interior to assault the royal palace. Ensure the king within is eliminated." "Understood." With the command given, Rich terminated the call, issuing orders, "Relay my commands. All warships head to the southern port, and all soldiers prepare provisions for a rapid march." As Rich's orders were enacted, warships ignited their engines, swiftly traversing the ocean. Within the mercenary kingdom, under the king's directive, an elite force of 100,000 mercenaries began to assemble at the northern port. To oversee this grand conflict, the king had specifically dispatched 2 of his strongest subordinates, alongside the leaders of various large mercenary factions, thus mobilizing the kingdom's finest. With 100,000 troops converging at the port, the reorganization proved a daunting task, as these independent mercenary groups required time to consolidate. Consequently, it took 3 days to unify the mercenaries amidst the chaos. Following this, the first contingent of 30,000 mercenaries, serving as the vanguard, boarded various warships, forming a formidable fleet bound for the island occupied by the Rock Mountain Kingdom. After a day's journey, the vanguard arrived at the island, now renamed Victory City by the Rock Mountain Kingdom, symbolizing their anticipated triumph over the mercenary kingdom. Surrounding the island, ports capable of accommodating ships were fortified with positions, machine gun bunkers, and artillery, creating a dense network of defenses. 5,000 soldiers of the Rock Mountain Kingdom stood guard, prepared for a sniper's engagement to thwart any landing attempts by the mercenary kingdom. As the first wave of 5,000 soldiers from the mercenary kingdom charged ashore, they were met with a barrage of artillery, machine guns, and rifles, which formed a lethal blockade against their advance. The first wave suffered devastating losses, falling swiftly without a ripple in the water. A subsequent wave, bolstered to 10,000, met the same fate, completely unprepared and left to perish at the water's edge. The staggering losses of the second wave compelled the commanders of the mercenary kingdom to adopt a serious demeanor. Yet, the disparity in weaponry and the absence of a decisive powerhouse rendered them unable to contend with the formidable defenses of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Thus, the formidable army of the mercenary kingdom was delayed. Meanwhile, Richie made landfall in a secluded jungle at the southern port, along the opposite coastline. Richie stealthily disembarked with his raiding party, emerging under the cover of night to evade the patrolling soldiers of the mercenary kingdom, advancing towards the citadel of the palace. This time, Rich brought along the majority of his troops, leaving only about 200 individuals who were either injured or tasked with guarding the ships. The journey took some time, Yet they arrived silently at the city where the palace of the mercenary kingdom was located. Due to the significant number of elite mercenaries being dispatched to the battlefield, the soldiers remaining in the rear were merely second-rate reserves. Beneath the city walls, under the cover of night, Rich stood with 800 soldiers. "Your Highness, there are only 100 men atop the walls. We can blow open the gates and rush in before the enemy has a chance to react," suggested Baru, standing beside Rich. No, Rich firmly rejected Baru's counsel. "We are at a critical juncture. If we raise the alarm and allow the king of the mercenary kingdom to escape, our efforts will be in vain." Baru, as the assault unit, swiftly ascend the walls and eliminate the patrolling soldiers to facilitate the entry of the main force. Understood. Once inside the city, your sniping team must swiftly occupy high vantage points and establish concealed sniper nests to ensure the safety of our army's assault on the palace. Yes. The rest of you, after crossing the walls, make haste towards the palace, penetrating it in the shortest time possible. Eliminate anyone armed along the way. According to the plan. In the late hours of the night, when most mercenaries were somewhat fatigued, a series of rock ladders silently leaned against the walls. Led by Baru, the most elite portion of the 800 soldiers swiftly scaled the walls. Under the shroud of darkness, the soldiers advanced quickly, approaching the patrolling guards. Silently, they rushed forward, one hand covering the mouth of the guards while the other wielded a dagger to swiftly dispatch them. Following closely, the subsequent troops ascended the walls. Standing atop, gazing at the distant flickering lights of the palace, Rich waved his hand and leapt down from the wall. A continuous stream of soldiers moved through the streets cloaked in darkness. Every person they encountered fell silently to their demise, without causing a significant uproar. Rich and his group stealthily approached the palace of the mercenary kingdom. Now, there is no escape for you. At this moment, standing at the base of the palace, Rich gazed up at the towering castle, contemplating his next move. According to their plan, they would storm inside. Finally, Rich issued the command. Quickly eliminate the patrolling soldiers outside the castle. Then, waves of soldiers surged into the palace, spreading out in all directions. Meanwhile, Rich melded with the earth. And in the next moment, chunks of rock began to rise along the streets surrounding the palace, gradually increasing in number until they enveloped the palace. Layers of rock continued to pile on, becoming increasingly dense and formidable, impervious even to heavy artillery bombardment. The king of the mercenary kingdom was now trapped within. Surrounded by my fortifications, it was only a matter of time before he would be found. The palace was roused from slumber by the sounds of battle. Soldiers quickly assembled outside the chambers of the royal family, while the palace's guards were summoned, donning armor and intensifying their patrols in search of the intruders. However, it was at this moment that the palace's inhabitants were horrified to discover that all around them was a layer of rock, with no gaps to be found. The entire palace was now shrouded in stone. Chapter 21. Expansion of Forces. What is happening? This is my royal capital. In a lavish hall within the palace, the king of the mercenary kingdom, who had been reveling moments before, was suddenly gripped by fear as the sounds of slaughter filled the air. He dropped his wine glass, his eyes wide with panic as he shouted for help. "Quickly, summon all available soldiers to capture the invaders. I want them executed." Amidst the king's frantic cries, the soldiers tasked with protecting him scoured the halls, vigilant for any sign of the intruders. Bang, bang, bang. In the corridors of the palace, soldiers clad in exoskeletons advanced swiftly. Each soldier moved in silence, their eyes constantly scanning for armed foes. Upon spotting a target, a single gunshot would render it lifeless. The soldier would then approach, fire another shot into the corpse, and continue the hunt for new targets. Of the 800 men brought by Rich, 100 remained concealed outside, while the remainder navigated the palace in small teams. After approximately half an hour, they had eliminated around 3,000 soldiers within the palace and finally located the king's position. "Who are you?" The king trembled as he witnessed his guards falling one by one, staring in disbelief at the soldiers who resembled statues. Bang! But his response was met with a bullet. Surrounded by multiple assault teams, despite the king's commendable strength, he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, he had not anticipated the decisiveness of these soldiers. "Report, Your Highness. The target has been neutralized." A soldier stepped forward, severing the head of the king of the mercenary kingdom. "Bring the head here and simultaneously summon the remaining personnel within the palace to surrender." Rich commanded, speaking into a makeshift communicator crafted from rock and soil. "Yes. Soon." The king's head was presented to Rich, who held it aloft while declaring, "I am the prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. The king has been slain, and the mercenary kingdom is no more. All of you, lay down your weapons and join me in the Rock Mountain Kingdom." and you may be granted a chance at life. Before, Rich was a microphone, fashioned from earth and stone, allowing his voice to resonate throughout every corner of the city. Sniper teams eliminate any looters taking advantage of the chaos. With Rich's proclamation and the sight of the severed head, combined with the transformations occurring within the palace, the populace had no choice but to heed his words. Naturally, there were opportunists amidst the turmoil, but they were swiftly dealt with by the snipers who had already secured their positions. The corpses on the ground and the king's head sent the residents of the royal city retreating into their homes, while the soldiers were cowed by the omnipresent gunfire. When the first soldier relinquished his weapon, many others quickly followed suit, dropping to the ground in surrender, and the entire city capitulated. It is done. Observing the scene of surrender, Rich mused to himself. Baru, go gather the mercenaries below. Using our personnel as the backbone, swiftly form a unit to stabilize these captives. Understood. The surrendering mercenaries numbered approximately 10,000. Although they were primarily second-tier forces, their sheer volume was significant. Together with Baru's 500 troops and the 200 under its command, a formidable new force was on the horizon. Every soldier has been elevated to the rank of squad leader at the very least. From a pool of thousands, 3,000 were eliminated, resulting in an impressive increase in the numbers of Richie's scientific forces to 8,000. To this end, Richie meticulously organized for regiments, promoting 2 distinguished captains with remarkable military achievements to the rank of regimental commander. After 2 days of reorganization and training, the 4 regiments were largely completed, and all the surrendered soldiers had developed a sense of understanding and belonging towards the kingdom of Rock Mountain. Subsequently, Richie dispatched the 4 regiments to persuade the entire mercenary kingdom to yield, with the head of the king and a multitude of ministers. Aside from a few mercenary groups with ties to these individuals, the entirety of the mercenary kingdom had, for the most part, submitted to the kingdom of Rock Mountain. At this juncture, Reese arrived at Victory City, accompanied by 5 soldiers clad in mechanized exoskeletons, bearing the king's severed head. Among the approximately 70,000 mercenaries surrounding Victory Island, around 50,000 directly pledged allegiance to the kingdom of Rock Mountain. In their approach towards these surrendered soldiers, Richie's father and Richie himself employed remarkably similar tactics, utilizing the remaining 5,000 soldiers as a core to consolidate the 50,000 defectors. This recent expansion has enabled the kingdom of Yinshan to organize 27 regiments. Consequently, King Ruer has formed 5 armies from these regiments, each composed of 5 regiments. The remaining 2 regiments have been designated as the Royal Guard, tasked with ensuring the safety of the palace in the future. The commanders of the 5 armies include Riki's second uncle, Karnikikar, his third uncle, Karnikiner, the leader of the kingdom's direct regiment, a former captain of the Royal Guard, and the king himself. Initially, the kingdom of Yinshan struggled with a scarcity of personnel and insufficient financial resources to nurture a sufficient number of talents. Although the increase in revenue over the past 2 years has allowed the kingdom to begin training some individuals, it remains inadequate. Thus, King Ruer finds himself compelled to personally lead one of the armies. After 5 days of rigorous training, the military is set to incorporate the subordinate islands of the mercenary kingdom. Riki has already secured the main island of the mercenary kingdom, making the subsequent acquisition of its numerous subordinate islands a manageable endeavor. However, this sudden influx of 200,000 new citizens has significantly heightened the administrative burden on the kingdom of Yinshan. As officials are reassigned, Ruer realizes that there is also a deficiency of managerial talent within the kingdom. Some villages and towns are nearly impossible to govern, necessitating the implementation of military administration. The kingdom of Yinshan has successfully mobilized an army of 50,000, while another 20,000 mercenaries have scattered in retreat. Some have become pirates, sailing towards other seas, while others have headed to the mercenary kingdom's other islands, aiming to establish their own domains. Yet, after 5 days, the restructured 5 armies of the kingdom of Yinshan commenced their campaign against these subordinate islands. Amidst warfare and military drills, the 5 armies transformed from chaos into a well-trained elite force. Over the course of their campaign, they suffered the loss of 5,000 soldiers but successfully captured more than 10 islands belonging to the mercenary kingdom, dividing these islands, including the main island, into 5 cities for governance. Subsequently, officials and military personnel were dispatched to these regions, establishing the forces of 4 armies of the kingdom of Yinshan at these locations, remaining vigilant for any untoward incidents until complete stability is achieved. After transferring governance, Riki summoned all ships from Shanshan Island to commence the transport of the now 8,000-strong scientific battalion. Alongside these 8,000 warriors, There are also 40,000 family members of the surrendered soldiers, all accompanying their kin to Shanshan Island, thus becoming part of the community there. So many people. It took a full 2 months for the transportation to be completed. However, at this moment, Rich was not present here. He was inside the Research Institute on Forest Island. Chapter 22. Setting off for Sky Island to battle the Mercenary Kingdom. Although Rich led a surprise attack that swiftly resolved the major conflict, it still consumed a month in total. During this month, the scientists invited by Reese arrived at the Rock Mountain Kingdom, with ample supplies provided. The airship that Rich had envisioned was finally constructed. At this time, Rich was at a vast airport not far from the doldrums, adjacent to Forest Island. This airport was meticulously constructed by Rich through land reclamation, encompassing an area roughly equivalent to half of Mountain Forest Island. It boasts not only vast expanses of flat terrain but also a series of ports and various military installations. The expanded scientific corps is currently undergoing training here, with only a small contingent assigned to guard Mountain Forest Island. Within this airport, a dirigible with a 200-meter gas envelope is presently docked. Your Highness, this is the airship we have developed. It has a payload capacity of 100 tons and can ascend to altitudes of over 10,000 meters. After undergoing 2 successful tests, it has demonstrated flawless performance. A bespectacled scientist, equipped with a mechanical backpack, explained to Rich. The scientist, named Romolo, is a mechanical engineer specializing in mechanical dynamics, and this airship is one of his remarkable achievements. Romolo stands at 1.70 meters, with a slightly plump physique, often seen carrying a backpack the size of a suitcase filled with tools and auxiliary limbs. He typically wears wind goggles on his forehead, pulling them down when engrossed in research. His hair resembles that of a hedgehog, giving him a spirited appearance. Additionally, there is a biologist named Nasri, a young man usually clad in a white lab coat, albeit somewhat verbose in his demeanor. He has come to Rich in hopes of researching enhancement potions and has already requisitioned 10 war criminals from him for experimentation, alongside a lengthy list of various materials for Rich to gather without yet emerging from the laboratory. Furthermore, there is a female chemist named Carolina, who has pioneered kerosene technology for res. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, she requested Rich to produce a plethora of various mineral resources, eagerly diving into her studies. Very well, Rich acknowledged, nodding at Romolo. Continue with the experiments. Once all are completed, manufacture 10 airships. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Hella, who was following closely behind. Record this. The 4th Scientific Corps shall be designated as the Airship Corps, responsible for the operation and piloting of the airships during combat. Additionally, the 3rd Corps will commence training for airborne operations, serving as an assault unit capable of airdropping soldiers for strategic strikes on enemy rear lines. Understood, Your Highness, Hella nodded, diligently noting Rich's orders. With the airships in development, Rich's next strategic move was to take to the skies and land on the floating islands. Equipped with airships capable of soaring to altitudes of 10,000 meters, reaching the floating islands would no longer pose a challenge. To facilitate this endeavor, Rich procured a permanent pointer for Gaia Island. Utilizing this pointer, the airships could locate the floating islands known for their golden lands amidst the vast expanse of the sky. While the construction and trials of the airships continued, Rich busied himself with the extensive documentation accumulated over the past days regarding Mountain Forest Island. Each day, he tirelessly produced vast quantities of supplies, resulting in towering warehouses filled to the brim. Half a year later, 10 airships were fully equipped and the 2 corps had completed their training, ready for combat. Notify the troops to prepare for departure. For this day, Rich had meticulously arranged a plethora of supplies, anticipating any eventualities that might arise. At the airfield, massive airships rested upon the ground, resembling small mountains. Soldiers were diligently escorting various materials into the airships. Among the 10 airships, the 4th Corps and the 3rd Corps, comprising 4,000 soldiers along with ample weaponry and ammunition, were ready. Furthermore, there were wooden planks, rudimentary mechanical components, and a multitude of technicians and shipwrights. In addition, sufficient provisions were loaded aboard, including Rich himself, his maid Hella, and the 4 scientists who had reportedly made their way to the floating islands, along with their assistants. The airships were packed to capacity, nearing their maximum carrying limits. Your Highness, this marks the inaugural ascent of the airship fleet. Please issue the command personally, the captain of the airship remarked. Very well, Rich replied, taking the microphone. All airships ascend and proceed to the designated target. With the aid of the Gaia Island permanent pointer acquired from the black market, the flagship led the way as the 10 airships began their ascent. The colossal vessels climbed rapidly, their flight silent and unobtrusive. Above the red Earth continent at the edge of Mountain Forest Island lay a forest where none were aware of the airship's rise. As the airships ascended, the small island below gradually diminished, transforming into a mere dot until it vanished from sight, leaving only the azure sea and the striking red Earth continent encircling the globe. Reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, they commenced their journey towards the predetermined objective. The flagship broadcasted the announcement, and the other 9 airships responded in kind. "This is 10,000 meters above sea level. All soldiers may rest," Rich remarked as he rose from his seat, standing at the edge of the airship, gazing at the ocean below through the window. Hella, dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, followed closely behind, her gaze scanning the vast sea below. It was Rich's first time at such heights, and he too was filled with curiosity. "Come, sit down, given our speed. It will take at least 10 days to reach Gaia Island. Use this time to enjoy the scenery," he suggested. The Rock Mountain Kingdom lies in the southern sea's corner, at the junction of the Grand Line and the Red Earth continent. Adjacent to the Rock Mountain Kingdom is the early segment of the Grand Line, with Gaia Island positioned at its very center. Thus, departing from Mountain Forest Island, the airships could reach Gaia Island swiftly, flying day and night. On the first day, the technicians, unaccustomed to the skies, excitedly gathered at the windows, pointing and exclaiming. The second day brought similar excitement, but by the third and fourth days, the thrill dulled to monotony as the unchanging scenery of the sky became tiresome. Many retreated to their quarters to read and pass the time. On the fifth day, an unexpected transmission came from one of the airships. "Report to the flagship. Our airship number 5 has detected signs of a floating island to our left." Chapter 23, Discovery of the Floating Island. What? Upon hearing the news from airship number 5, excitement surged through everyone aboard the flagship. After 5 days of travel, the fabled floating island had finally made its appearance. Although the timing seemed somewhat off from expectations, it was nonetheless a thrilling discovery. "Your Highness, we have sighted a floating island. What shall we do?" The captain of the flagship and several key personnel clustered around Rich. "What are we waiting for?" Rich surveyed those around him. "Though it may not be our target island, it is still a floating island. Let us fly over and explore it." "Understood." Once Rich nodded in agreement, the 10 airships altered their course, heading towards the location of the floating island. In the world of pirates, floating islands exist beyond just the realm of future protagonists' adventures. They can also be found in the New World and other regions. Thus, encountering other floating islands in the skies is not unexpected. Now that a floating island had been discovered, it was imperative to seize it. On the surface, nations posed obstacles, and the world government's pressure and surveillance made unrestrained expansion impossible. However, in the skies, such limitations were significantly reduced. All floating islands do not belong to the world government, nor are they occupied by any particular force. They are predominantly inhabited by island residents. Moreover, these inhabitants reside as independent communities, with no overarching governance among them. For Richie, this presents a splendid opportunity for territorial expansion. To him, these are unclaimed lands, islands adrift in the sea of clouds, ripe for conquest and pivotal for the growth of his influence. Furthermore, the Sky Islands are home to an array of extraordinary shells, some of which possess remarkable weaponry. After approximately half an hour of flight, the airship fleet arrived at one of the discovered Sky Islands floating above the cloud sea. These Sky Islands are comprised of unique clouds, not merely suspended in the sky. Certain clouds resemble an ocean, vast expanses floating above, collectively forming a cloud sea, known as the sea clouds. Above the sea of clouds, there are some clouds that can support weight, floating like islands, referred to as island clouds. The inhabitants of the Sky Islands reside atop these island clouds. Gazing out from the flagship's window, one is met with a vast expanse of white, dotted with various island clouds bobbing in the cloud sea. Ascending 100 meters, the view of the sprawling sea clouds evokes a sense of being in a mystical realm. The existence of Sky Islands is indeed a reality. At this moment, for scientists, Reese, Romolo, Nasri, and Carolina stood by the window, also observing the cloud sea. "Those must be the island clouds the prince mentioned," Reese mused, eyeing the cloud-like formations floating in the sea. "I truly wish to investigate the composition of these clouds." The biologist Nasri remained contemplative, secretly pondering the unique characteristics of the life forms inhabiting these Sky Islands, vowing to capture some for research upon descent. Meanwhile, Carolina, a tall chemist resembling a model with her height of 1.8 meters and cascading waves of golden hair, gazed with sparkling eyes, akin to one discovering precious gems. The chemistry behind the formation of such clouds must involve some extraordinary reactions. The equations must be remarkably beautiful. The airship soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, encountering the sea clouds that lay above 10,000 meters. The Sky Islanders reside in this ethereal expanse, below the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters. There exists another layer of cloud sea, known as the White Sea, teeming with colossal marine life among the Sky Islands. Flagship, this is airship number 3. We have detected signs of Sky Islanders below, along with some islands featuring Sky Island flora. Should we make a landing? Richie inquired over the intercom. We have discovered an uninhabited island with a sparse amount of vegetation, approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, predominantly flat, sufficient for 10 airships to land. All vessels descend upon the uninhabited island. Airship number 3 will guide the others, Richie commanded. Let the uninhabited island serve as the forward base for my scientific expedition. Commence construction and dispatch a team to establish contact with the Sky Islanders. Understood. Following Richie's orders, airship number 3 flew over the uninhabited island, hovering in place while emitting a coordinate signal. The surrounding 9 airships, including the flagship, converged towards airship number 3. Soon, the flagship glided over an island inhabited by Sky Islanders. Taking advantage of the aerial passage, Richie made a cursory observation of the island. The island of the Sky Islanders exhibited a greater abundance of Sky Island flora, with a diameter of approximately 20 kilometers, taking on an oval shape. On the island, there was a visible cloud processing factory, and numerous Sky Islanders were bustling about, with several vessels docked upon the cloud sea surface. As the massive airship soared overhead, a commotion ensued among the islanders, particularly due to the grand emblem of the scientific expedition emblazoned on the airship's envelope. The banner of the Scientific Brigade, depicting a hammer crossed with a wrench, symbolizes that science is the primary force of the expedition. However, the airship swiftly passed by without making a landing, offering reassurance to the Sky Islanders while simultaneously inciting a new wave of concern. What precisely are the forces behind these enormous flying objects? The inhabitants of the floating islands have always resided peacefully within their own realms, rarely venturing to other aerial domains. Thus, they possess a rather insular mindset. The skies above the floating islands are unobstructed, and the colossal airship caught the attention of the islanders as it descended onto an uninhabited isle several kilometers away. Its sudden appearance stirred excitement among the inhabitants, prompting the highest ruler of the floating island to swiftly assemble an exploratory team to investigate the site of the airship's landing. Meanwhile, Richie had no immediate plans for a large-scale exploration of the floating islands. His current objective was to establish a base on this newfound isle, transforming it into a docking station for the airship. From this base, he intended to explore the surrounding islands and conduct research on various resources and principles unique to the floating archipelago. As the airships landed, eager crew members quickly disembarked. Having spent days soaring at altitudes of 10,000 meters, they were well acclimated to the high altitude. The landing forces, the 3rd Regiment, rapidly disembarked and fanned out across the island to establish defensive measures. Subsequently, the 4th Regiment, comprising combat personnel excluding pilots and engineers, mobilized under the guidance of craftsmen and technicians to unload the cargo from the airships. Tons of supplies were swiftly extracted and categorized, leading to the rapid construction of makeshift factories. On one side of the island, a nascent shipyard began to take shape, with workers transporting shipbuilding tools and timber under the direction of shipwrights. Chapter 24. The trade with the floating islanders. On the first day after the fleet of airships descended upon the floating island, a rudimentary dock was established. Additionally, simple mechanical factories were constructed to produce various components and machinery. Concurrently, a multitude of houses and other structures were continuously erected. Richie dedicated the day to crafting numerous stone slabs and bricks and reported to His Highness about the discovery of the floating islanders. The following morning, Richie allocated tasks and prepared to venture to the nearby floating island to engage with its inhabitants. Have they already approached us? Richie mused, not particularly surprised. Given the airship's immense presence in the sky would undoubtedly draw their attention. Bring them to the reception room. I shall join them shortly. After approving the request for the construction of the first 10 small sailboats to explore the surrounding waters, Richie rose to meet the floating islanders. Despite the substantial supplies brought along, the materials necessary for constructing the island could be readily provided, as he could manufacture bricks and cement himself. However, timber was in limited supply, as the Mountain Forest Research Institute had yet to develop fully steel-hulled vessels. Thus, the demand for wood remained significant. Having completed the paperwork, Richie turned to Hella, who stood beside him, and said, "Let us go meet these floating islanders." They made their way to the reception area just a short distance from his office. Upon entering, they were greeted by 3 individuals clad in white robes. adorned with a pair of wings. The woman in the center, flanked by two men, appeared to be the leader. "Greetings, I am Prince Richie of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. May I inquire as to your identities?" Richie announced with a warm smile. "Hello, I am Priestess Qiyun from the Cloud Kingdom." The woman introduced herself. "These two are my captains of the divine troops." In the floating islands, rulers often referred to themselves as gods or priests, while their subordinates were known as divine warriors. Richie nodded with a smile and gestured for a servant to bring tea, settling onto a nearby sofa. "I wonder, Priestess Qiyun, what brings you to my domain?" Seeing Richie's friendly demeanor, Qiyun felt a wave of unspoken frustration. What else could it be? The commotion caused by the airship has alarmed the residents. Otherwise, we would not be here. Suppressing her irritation, she continued, "What business does the Rock Mountain Kingdom have with us? We seek to explore the entirety of the floating islands and hope to establish communication with your kingdom," Richie replied, producing a cloth bag from his hand and allowing handfuls of soil to spill forth. Once the bag was filled with earth, he presented it to Qiyun with a smile. "A small gift. I hope it pleases you." "What is this?" Qiyun inquired, puzzled as she accepted the bag and opened it to reveal the rare soil from the floating islands. Immediately, she felt a sense of goodwill towards Richie. "Thank you," she said, looking at him with curiosity. "What questions do you have?" "I wish to learn about your techniques for processing cloud material, as well as research on the utilization of floating island shells," Richie stated. "In exchange, we can provide you with a ton of soil." In the floating islands, soil, known as BAS, is considered the most precious resource, as it is scarce amidst clouds and floating island flora. Only a few rare deposits are carried by turbulent ocean currents, making it exceedingly valuable. Therefore, upon witnessing Richie's offering, Qiyun felt a burgeoning appreciation for him. "A ton of soil?" Qiyun exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she scrutinized Richie anew. "How shall we proceed with this trade?" Richie smiled and proposed. "Should the Cloud Kingdom be willing to join the Rock Mountain Kingdom, I can cover your entire island with a layer of soil." Qiyun's eyes widened in disbelief at Richie's suggestion. This was not the Island of Angels. They were adjacent to a massive landmass of soil. The Cloud Kingdom, being some distance from the Island of Angels, had only received a minimal amount of soil from the turbulent currents. Qiyun found herself momentarily tempted. Such a proposition would be eagerly accepted by typical inhabitants of floating islands. "I must consult with my subjects regarding this matter," she said, taking a deep breath to quell her excitement. "However, I agree to exchange knowledge regarding soil processing techniques." "Excellent," Richie replied, confident in his abilities as a user of earth manipulation. "Soil holds little value to me, thus any exchange is a gain. I hope my team may traverse the Cloud Kingdom. I am prepared to compensate you, whether with currency, soil, or other necessities." "Very well," Qiyun nodded affirmatively. "There is no issue. Thus, may our partnership be fruitful," Richie said, extending his hand for a shake. After a brief pause, Qiyun reciprocated the gesture, sealing their agreement. A delightful collaboration ensued. Richie and Qiyun finalized their partnership, and soon after, Richie produced a mound of earth to facilitate transportation by Qiyun's team. Concurrently, several skilled technicians were dispatched to the land of clouds to master the art of island cloud cutting, while efforts commenced to gather the unique shells of the floating islands. Biologist Nasri, upon encountering these extraordinary shells, found himself intrigued. In accordance with Richie's directives, he began experimenting with the artificial breeding of the island shells. The island shell is a remarkable organism, with its posthumous shells possessing various functionalities. For instance, there are shells capable of emitting intense heat, those that can generate gusts of wind, and others that can form clouds of specific shapes. Additionally, there are sound shells that can record and play audio, water shells designed for spraying, light shells for storing illumination, flame shells that can produce fire, and heat shells that can absorb and release thermal energy, as well as scent shells that can retain and emit fragrances. Beyond these shells that integrate seamlessly into the daily lives of the island inhabitants, there exist others suited for combat. These include the slashing shells that absorb and unleash cutting strikes, impact shells that harness and release forceful blows, the devastating strike shells that possess tenfold the power of impact shells, and the dazzling flash shells reminiscent of flashbangs. These wondrous shells, if cultivated, could serve as tools and weapons produced in large quantities. Furthermore, deciphering the principles behind them would greatly inspire the scientific community. Consequently, while researching the sea clouds and island clouds, chemist Carolina collaborated with Nasri to study these shells. Meanwhile, Romolo and Reese pondered how to integrate these shells into their weaponry. To the four scientists, The entire Sky Island resembled a vast treasure trove. Chapter 25. Arrival at Angel Island. The Sky Island, a forward base established by the scientific expedition, has taken shape after a week of construction. The exterior features imposing fortress walls, while the interior is divided into several sections. At the center lies Riki's castle, the ruling hub of the base. Two broad streets, one horizontal and one vertical, segment the interior into four parts, one dedicated to a newly established research institute where the four scientists who accompanied Riki conduct their studies. Another serves as a military camp housing the airship division and airborne troops, tasked with patrolling and defending the base. The remaining two areas comprise a factory base for producing various components and machinery, including a factory specializing in island cloud cutting technology learned from the Cloud Nation. Additionally, there is a dock for constructing small vessels suitable for navigation in the sky, powered by wind sails and engines, enabling these vessels to traverse swiftly. Each vessel measures approximately 10 meters in length, equipped with a small cannon, a machine gun, and a handful of crew members, capable of easily dispatching larger ships. The final section consists of a warehouse for storing various materials and resources, which Riki has filled to capacity through daily production. With the island cloud cutting technology, the soldiers venturing outward discovered new island clouds and swiftly transformed them into flat land, suitable for constructing houses or cultivating soil for crops. The cut island clouds were not wasted. They were pieced together to form expansive flatlands. Riki layered these flatlands with a thick coat of soil, upon which soldiers scattered seeds and planted fruit trees and timber. In nearly a week's time, an area of 10 square kilometers surrounding the base had been converted into farmland. This transformation evoked profound envy among the Cloud Nation inhabitants who had interacted with the base, captivated by the vast stretches of soil and the sprawling fields. At this juncture, the base's agricultural officer conferred with the high priest of the Cloud Island, Qi, to seek permission to recruit residents of the Sky Island as laborers to aid in developing new farmland and cultivating crops. Upon Qi's consent, a significant portion of the Cloud Nation's populace was enlisted, significantly alleviating the labor demands on the base. With the base's stability established, Riki prepared to continue his journey to the remaining Sky Islands to fulfill his objectives. At the base's airfield, an airship laden with various supplies was readied, accompanied by 2 battalions to ensure Riki's safety. Meanwhile, Hela, clad in specially crafted battle armor designed by the 4 scientists, followed closely behind Riki. "Let us embark," Riki declared. "Indeed," came the reply. The airship ascended gradually, reaching an altitude of 10,000 kilometers. It ascended a mere 200 meters further before halting. Utilizing a rudimentary map sketched based on Qiyun's descriptions, along with the permanent pointer to Jia Island, the airship now possessed a reasonably accurate destination. In the pirate world, the Sky Islands are not singular. There exist approximately 4 distinct regions. One encompasses the current area, which includes Golden Town, Baika, and Angel Island, characterized by its vast expanse, albeit predominantly comprising sea clouds. Another region lies above the West Sea, featuring a challenging route leading to the Sky Islands. A third area is situated above the New World, while the last expanse of Cloud Sea serves as the exile territory for the Sky Islanders subjected to the flowing cloud punishment. This particular Sky Island is nearly devoid of island clouds and vegetation, rendering it the most desolate expanse among the Sky Islands. In addition to these 4 extensive Cloud Sea regions, there exists a smaller Sky Island, Visalia, which drifts freely through the skies. This diminutive island is home to numerous climatologists and weather-related technologies, yet due to its minuscule size and erratic movement, it currently does not factor into Riki's considerations. Typically, the 4 Cloud Sea regions remain isolated, only intersecting when the central Cloud Sea undergoes a rhythmic movement in the skies, allowing for periodic contact with the 3 Sky Islands, which occurs roughly once a year for 2 months. In the past 2 months, the time has come for the islands above the 4 seas of clouds to interact. As the central sea of clouds, this area is home to the greatest number of aerial island dwellers. For Riki, all 4 seas of clouds are integral to his future dominion. After establishing farmland and orchards upon the Cloud Islands, this vision momentarily crystallized within his mind. However, the vast expanse of the 4 seas presents a challenge due to a lack of manpower. Thus, it remains a gradual endeavor. Equipped with a rudimentary map, the airship journeyed for 3 days before unveiling the Island of Angels, adjacent to which lies a soil island adorned with colossal trees. From a distance, a verdant forest suddenly emerged against the backdrop of the white sea of clouds, evoking profound awe. That was an island. As the airship approached gradually, Its occupants were struck with astonishment upon beholding the island. "Your Highness, that is the aerial island you have been seeking," Hela remarked, equally captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Turning to inquire of Richie. Following closely beside him, Hela was privy to some of Richie's intricate plans, one of which involved the quest for the fabled Golden Country. Indeed, Richie replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "This is one of my objectives. However, my ambitions extend beyond this place to other aspirations as well." Richie's pursuit of the Golden Country was but a secondary aim. Although the region is rich in gold, Richie is capable of creating gold mines. While the extraction of or may prove somewhat cumbersome, it signifies an inexhaustible supply of gold. Thus, the allure of the Golden Country's riches holds less attraction for Richie. What truly captivates him are the natural lightning fruit that Enelu will consume in the future, as well as the ship constructed by the divine warriors under Enelu's guidance. This vessel, powered by electricity, could directly traverse to the moon of the pirate world. Should Richie succeed in developing such technology, coupled with ample energy resources, he would command a formidable fleet of flying ships. Thus, the moon would become a base for Rich. When facing the world of pirates, there would be a sense of assurance, at the very least, an unwavering stronghold. However, Rich's arrival was somewhat premature. At this moment, Enel was merely a child, many years away from consuming the devil fruit. Currently, the island known as God Island, or Gaia Island, was under the dominion of God Gonfall. Under Gonfall's leadership, the inhabitants of Skypea and the Shandians, who sought to reclaim their homeland, were engaged in relentless combat. "Transmit my orders. Let the airship descend upon that barren island cloud and establish a base there." Rich, aboard the airship, surveyed the terrain below and selected a desolate Scypian land not far from Angel Island as the landing site for the airship. Chapter 26. The reaction of the Scypians on Angel Island by the sandy shores. A number of strolling Scypians gazed in astonishment at the immense airship slowly descending in the distance, their mouths agape. On the opposite side of Angel Island, amidst a concealed cloud island some distance from God Island, lay the Shandians' hidden village. A group of children, engaged in playful antics, also stared wide-eyed at the descending airship. "What is that, Wapple?" one child inquired, pointing at the airship. The boy named Wapple paused, momentarily bewildered, before responding with a hint of resignation, "I don't know either." "Should we go check it out?" "But if we go now, the adults in the village will scold us," a girl among them expressed her concern. "Raki, what is there to fear? We're just going to take a look from afar. It's not like we're heading to God Island. There's no danger," chimed in a chubby little boy with a smile. "Then let us go take a look," Wapple declared. "All right then." Seeing her companions set off, Raki could only nod begrudgingly, preparing to follow along. Meanwhile, upon discovering the sudden descent of the airship, the residents of Angel Island promptly reported the occurrence to the divine soldiers stationed on the island. The soldiers swiftly made their way to God Island to inform Gonfall, who resided in the temple. However, given the considerable distance between Angel Island and God Island, it had taken the soldiers the better part of the day to arrive. "God, our residents have spotted a peculiar object descending not far from Angel Island," the soldiers reported after bowing to Gonfall in the temple. "A curious creation," Gonfall mused, momentarily lost in thought. Could it possibly be a creation of the Shandians? At this moment, Gonfall could not afford to doubt, for it had been 400 years since this portion of Gaia Island had been propelled into the sky by the colossal knock-up string. Over the course of these 4 centuries, from the very beginning, the inhabitants of the Sky Island seized control of Gaia Island, forcibly expelling the Sandia people. The conflict between the Sandia and Sky Island inhabitants has been relentless, persisting to this day. Consequently, the Sky Islanders harbor a deep-seated aversion towards the Sandia. Although the current leader, Gonfur, aspires to achieve peace with the Sandia, such a hope appears exceedingly unlikely. It is improbable, for it represents a concept never before witnessed on the Sky Island, remarked the divine soldier. "My lord, a small detachment of divine soldiers stationed on Angel Island has already been dispatched to assess the situation and should have arrived by now." "Is that so?" Gonfuo pondered for a moment before rising to his feet, summoning his steed, a majestic bird of considerable height named Pierre. "Mobilize 100 divine soldiers. Accompany me to investigate the situation." "Understood." Beside Angel Island lies the desolate olive wasteland. Here, after the airship's descent, a new factory has emerged. First, bricks were swiftly piled up, cementing together to form bastions. Subsequently, small teams quickly took their positions, weapons aimed at the surroundings. Meanwhile, rudimentary cloud-cutting machines were transported from within the airship, initiating the leveling of the barren cloud terrain. Soon after, numerous houses were erected with equal swiftness. "Your Highness, please create some soil," said the captain in charge of the construction, approaching Rish. "Very well," Rish replied casually, waving his hand as a mound of earth accumulated on the already leveled ground. He then encouraged Hela to continue narrating the tales of the Cloud Island inhabitants and the Sandians. In addition to Hela, Reese, who had followed upon learning of the existence of a grander Cloud Island, was also present. "The fairy tales of the Northern Sea, the legendary tales of Nolan, are indeed true," Rish proclaimed as he sat upon a Cloud Island. For centuries ago, Nolan arrived at the former Gaia Island, where he discovered the land of gold. Guarded by the protectors of this lost realm, the Sandians, where gold was abundant. Nolan learned that the Sandians were afflicted by a plague known as the tree fever. As a botanist, he cured the Sandian tribe of this ailment, and the formidable warrior Kalgaura of the island ultimately became a close friend. Upon his return to his homeland, as he departed Gaia Island, the warrior Kalgaura rang the golden bell to bid him farewell. However, shortly thereafter, a colossal and unprecedented tidal current surged from the depths, thrusting a portion of Gaia Island inhabited by the Sandians to a height of 10,000 meters, transforming it into the divine island we now behold. Having discovered a soil-formed island, the Cloud Islanders, who cherish soil, drew the attention of their former deities. As Rish recounted the tale of the land of gold above, the strong below listened intently. Thus, under the leadership of the warrior Kalgaura, the Sandians clashed with the Cloud Islanders intent on seizing Gaia Island. Unfortunately, due to the sudden elevation to 10,000 meters, they struggled to breathe and lacked the strength to fight effectively. Kalgaura was ultimately defeated and perished in that fierce battle. What followed was a protracted conflict spanning 4 centuries, with the Cloud Islanders and Sandians ceaselessly at odds in the Sea of Clouds. Kalgaura and Nolan were truly remarkable, Hela remarked, visibly moved by the friendship shared between Nolan and Kalgaura. At this moment, Richie also stood up and spoke. "Now that we have established a base, we should send out our coordinates, and we must also meet our neighbors." Standing atop an uncarved island cloud, Richie gazed around with a smile. "In the future, these floating islands will all belong to me, and the inhabitants of the floating islands and the Sandia people will be my subjects." At this juncture, Richie was brimming with ambition. On the edge of the deserted island, he observed the constructed fortifications and the patrolling soldiers, while several children from Yunnan village gazed in astonishment at the wingless Qinghai people. They truly are Qinghai people, and they all appear to be warriors. Raki peeked out from behind a cloud and noticed the scientific troops in the distance. "What are they doing?" The chubby child, Jibao, asked curiously. "It seems they are settling here. Are these new enemies?" Waipai remarked disdainfully. "It appears that our Sandia people have gained yet another foe." "Hey, we should hide," Raki urged at that moment. "Divine soldiers are coming." Following Raki's gaze, the children saw a small boat slowly approaching over the sea clouds, on which stood the Qinghai people clad in divine soldier attire. Chapter 27. Meeting Ganfu heir to the floating islanders ahead. "You have now entered our firing range. Please lay down your weapons immediately and state your intentions." A broadcast echoed from within the fort, followed by a machine gun aiming at the small boat approaching over the cloud sea. The announcement repeated 3 times. Hearing the call from the opposite side, the soldiers aboard the small boat exchanged glances. One soldier stood up and proclaimed, "We are the divine soldiers of the divine island, representing our deity to inquire about your presence. Why have you come near our divine island?" "Captain, how should we respond to them?" Inside the fort, a soldier in charge of surveillance asked the squad leader, "What else can we do?" "We must report this," the squad leader replied, picking up the microphone. "This is Fort Number 5. We have detected the divine soldiers of the divine island who claim to inquire about our intentions. How should we respond?" He then addressed the floating islanders through the broadcast. "You are to wait there until we reply." The report from the fort swiftly reached Richie's hands. "Oh, have they already sent someone to make contact?" Richie remarked, somewhat surprised by the rapidity of the response. After contemplating the information for a moment, he instructed, "Tell the squad at Fort Number 5 to invite their deity to meet with me in the kingdom of Yinshan. I will personally receive them." "Understood." The squad at Fort Number 5 promptly relayed the message to the divine soldiers. After some deliberation, the divine soldiers replied that they would report back to their deity. Subsequently, the divine soldiers departed in their boat. "Waipai, what should we do now?" Manus asked the child king, Waipai. The unexpected presence of the Sandia children at this encounter made them feel a sense of unease, even if they did not fully understand the situation. "These Qinghai people must be allied with the floating islanders. We should return and inform the warriors in the village." With that, the group of children hurried back to Yanin village. Meanwhile, Richie, still awaiting a response from the Divine Island, inquired of Reese. What do you think about my idea for a satellite? Theoretically, it is feasible. Reese expressed his admiration for Richie's vision. Although Richie was not well versed in technology, his imaginative ideas left Reese in awe. However, this will require some technical research, which cannot be accomplished in a short time. Reese reflected on the current technological capabilities of the scientific troops in the kingdom of Yinshan, explaining, "We do have some existing technology, and it will take approximately 5 years to complete the satellite research." Furthermore, Reese continued, standing beside Richie, "There are only 4 of us right now. Our numbers are far too few, and the kingdom of Yinshan lacks sufficient skilled workers and researchers. This is precisely the reason why certain technological research cannot be realized in a short period. It would be advantageous to increase the number of skilled professionals." Regarding Reese's comments, Richie naturally thought of the nation from his previous life, where every individual had access to education. Compulsory education, coupled with numerous universities, has cultivated a succession of talented individuals. "I will take charge of this matter," Richie stated. "Once we secure the entire floating island, we shall commence the establishment of primary schools, and the responsibility for the school curricula will fall to you." "No problem," Reese nodded in agreement. "Leave this to us. In due time, we will compile the first batch of primary school textbooks, and then our researchers will assume the role of instructors to begin teaching." Very well. A day later, Richie awaited the arrival of a delegation from the Island of the Gods. Led by the current deity Gonfer, 100 well-equipped divine soldiers arrived aboard 3 vessels. As the guests from the Island of the Gods arrived, a colossal airship was ascending into the sky, returning to the forward base. The immense airship soared into the heavens, heading towards the horizon, leaving the inhabitants of the floating island in awe. It was their first close encounter with such a magnificent human-made structure, and they gazed intently at the sky until the airship vanished from sight, before following the soldiers to board the base. The deserted island has now been transformed by Richie into a new base. This base boasts barracks, an airport, a castle, residential areas, warehouses, and factories. With the forthcoming influx of personnel, the factories are set to commence operations, and this place will swiftly evolve into a significant stronghold. Upon entering the reception hall, Richie encountered Gonfal, greeting him with a smile. "Greetings, I am Kaniji Li Qi, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain and the Supreme Commander of this force." "Hello." Gonfal replied with a nod, his demeanor equally amiable. "I am the deity of the Island of Gods, overseeing the inhabitants of both the Island of Angels and the Island of Gods." At this moment, Gonfal appeared a decade younger than his original depiction, embodying the vigor of a robust warrior clad in armor, exuding an air of formidable combat prowess. Among the 100 divine soldiers Gonfal had brought, only 2 captains were permitted to enter the reception hall, standing resolutely on either side of him. "I am curious about the purpose of your visit to our Island of Angels," Gonfal inquired. "Our arrival at the Sky Island is, of course, motivated by its resources," Richie explained. "If the people of the Sky Island are amenable, I hope to engage in trade and employ your workforce." "Trade," Gonfal mused. "What might we, the inhabitants of the Sky Island, gain from this arrangement?" "Anything you require," Richie responded. "We can supply all that you lack, such as metals, food from the Qinghai region, salt, and other essentials. The specifics can be discussed further by my merchant caravan." "Very well," Gonfal nodded in agreement. "That poses no issue." During his arrival, Gonfal observed the numerous patrol soldiers surrounding the area, noting that they were no less formidable than his own divine warriors, and in greater numbers. Thus, avoiding conflict would be ideal. Moreover, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain had not sought to land on the Island of Gods, a treasure for the Sky Island inhabitants. Therefore, their tolerance towards the kingdom was reasonable. Subsequently, Richie and Gonfal deliberated on various matters, enthusiastically establishing a covenant that ensured peaceful interactions between their factions. At the base harbor, Gonfal and his entourage prepared to depart by boat after signing the agreement, confirming the arrangements that allowed the Kingdom of Rock Mountain to trade and recruit laborers on the Island of Angels. In return, the kingdom would provide the Sky Island inhabitants with resources from Qinghai, including salt, meat, and rubber bands. Chapter 28. Richie's rationale: the peaceful trade agreement between the Kingdom of Rock Mountain and the Island of Gods. The Kingdom of Rock Mountain and the Island of Gods shall serve as mutual trading partners, pledging to respect each other's territorial integrity and adhere to one another's laws. Agreement 1. The Kingdom of Rock Mountain and the Island of Gods shall sign a trade agreement, permitting both parties to engage in commerce and procure each other's goods. Agreement 2. The Island of Gods permits the Kingdom of Rock Mountain to recruit laborers on the Island of Angels. Participation must be voluntary, with a stipulated 8-hour workday, ensuring satisfactory compensation for the workers without exploitation. Agreement 3. The Kingdom of Rock Mountain shall not infringe upon the Island of Gods or land there without the consent of the Sky Island inhabitants. Violation of this agreement will result in its annulment, deemed an invasion of the Sky Island people. The above constitutes a treaty of mutual assistance and goodwill, effective immediately upon signing. The signing of this agreement is perceived by the citizens of the Rock Mountain Kingdom as an utterly unequal treaty. Given the current strength of the scientific core, they could effortlessly conquer Divine Island and Angel Island. Yet, they are now bound by a contract with this diminutive nation, which is a blatant disregard for the scientific core that Rich personally established. If it were not for Rich himself affixing his signature, the soldiers of the scientific core would undoubtedly harbor feelings of resentment. Your Highness, at this moment, the general stationed at the base had yet to inquire, but Hela, who accompanied Rich, had already spoken up. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why must we sign this agreement? Hela puffed her cheeks, visibly irritated. That self-proclaimed god. Gonfer, I can defeat him. Clad in mechanical armor, Hela, possessing considerable prowess, could rival a typical colonel from the Navy headquarters. To dare to call oneself a god before His Highness, it incited a desire within her to eliminate him outright. Do not be so hasty, Rich replied with a smile. The entire Sky Island will be ours. It is merely a matter of time. Noticing Hela's lingering confusion, Rich posed a question. Tell me, how many troops would we require to capture Angel Island and Divine Island? Hela contemplated briefly before responding. Given our unfamiliarity with the Sky Island warfare, we would need at least a regiment, specifically the elite troop led by Captain Barrow. Precisely, Rich nodded, continuing his inquiry. In a single battle, what would be our casualties? And how many enemies could we eliminate? Due to our lack of knowledge regarding the warfare system of the Sky Islands, we might lose around 300 men. And the enemy will likely employ guerrilla tactics utilizing the terrain, Hela replied. However, we would eliminate at least 2,000 warriors from the Sky Islands. On their first day here, the base had covertly estimated the approximate number and strength of the Sky Islanders, data with which both Rich and Hela were quite familiar. Indeed, we would sacrifice 300 elite soldiers while slaying 2,000 of the enemy, Rich mused as he returned to his office, gesturing for Hela to sit beside him. Thus, the total would be 2,300 able-bodied youth lost in this conflict. Furthermore, as invaders, the relatives of the Sky Islanders we kill in battle will become subjects under our rule. While these individuals may be governed by us, they will undoubtedly engage in covert resistance and will not align with the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Listening to Rich's words, Hela's anger gradually dissipated as she sat on the couch, contemplating his insights. Aside from these losses, a war would also require a significant expenditure of time and personnel. How many members do we currently have in our scientific core? The vast expanse of cloud seas and the construction of mountainous islands are both in need of manpower, and those lost in battle are indeed valuable laborers. With so many individuals at our disposal, would it not be more beneficial to develop our own base and cultivate cloud farms? Rich observed Hela's dawning realization with a smile. She was beginning to adopt a broader perspective, which would serve her well. Moreover, with the privileges afforded to the Rock Mountain Kingdom and the impending trade, we can gradually win the hearts of the Sky Islanders. In the end, both Angel Island and Divine Island will belong to the Rock Mountain Kingdom. By then, we will not need to expend a single soldier, yet we shall gain talents from both islands, greatly benefiting our scientific core. Finally, Rich casually tossed the agreement onto the desk. Thus, the treaty is not the crux. Rather, it is the actions I will undertake next that hold significance. Dispatch a message to Mountain Island to construct 10 airships. Then, recruit the displaced individuals from various regions, selecting suitable families to develop the cloud farms on Sky Island. By the way, Hela, inform all troops to prepare for battle. We may soon face a conflict. Tell them to quell their anger and focus on training. If any unit falters, I shall hold them accountable. As Rich issued his commands, the entire base sprang into action. Outside the base, Gonfer departed by boat, preparing to return to Sky Island. Along the way, a sudden barrage of cannon fire erupted, flipping a small vessel, leaving the soldiers dazed as they stood upon the cloud sea. The soldiers, equipped with rudimentary foot-powered wind shoes reminiscent of snowboards, were able to navigate the cloud sea with ease, thus sustaining minimal injury from the capsizing. Following the cannon fire, Warriors clad in animal hide and wielding crude weapons surged forth from the Cloud Islands, engaging the soldiers in fierce combat. In the midst of this chaos, both sides experienced victories and losses, with injuries and fatalities occurring on both fronts. Trouble lies ahead. It's the Sandians. Counterattack. The soldiers exclaimed in alarm as they beheld the approaching foes, quickly arming themselves and charging towards the Sandians. In one sector of the battlefield, Gonfer stood atop the back of a flying bird-like creature, his knight's lance poised for a forward thrust. In an instant, a Sandian warrior was propelled backward, plunging into the clouds below. Gonfer, your opponent is me. At that moment, as Gonfu was preparing to ascend in search of his next adversary, a towering warrior wielding a spear emerged with a thunderous roar. With a single thrust, he sent 3 blocking soldiers flying, and then lunged toward Gonfu. The clash of metal rang out as Gonfu deftly parried the strike with his own spear, sparks flying from the point of impact. Seizing the opportunity, Gonfu swiftly distanced himself from the warrior and murmured, "I never anticipated an ambush here. Pierre, this is shaping up to be a fierce battle." Beneath him, Pierre bellowed as his avian form rapidly transformed into a peculiar flying steed, its wings composed of his own feathers. In the next instant, the wings flapped vigorously, propelling Pierre and Gonfu forward with astonishing speed. Chapter 29. Into the fray. Gonfu's steed, Pierre, had consumed the Zoan-type horse fruit, and in this flying horse form, he exhibited the semi-beast state of his devil fruit. Transformed into a flying steed, Pierre's velocity surged, descending from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, on Pierre's back, Gonfu gripped his spear tightly, swiftly searching for openings, aiming each thrust directly at his opponent's vital points. In response to Gonfu's relentless assaults, the warrior from Sandia wielded his spear with unwavering precision. During the fierce exchange, the blade of his spear left marks upon Gonfu's armor, each strike igniting sparks as it scraped against the metal. As Gonfu's adversary, this Sandian warrior was no ordinary foe. His ability to engage Gonfu in such a spirited contest was a testament to his exceptional prowess. The formidable warrior of the Sandia, recognized as the most powerful among this generation of Sandians, is none other than Yaka, the esteemed leader of the Sandian warriors from the hidden cloud village. Under Yaka's guidance, the Sandians have triumphed in several battles, inflicting considerable losses upon their adversaries. It appears we have not erred in our decision to come here. Meanwhile, a captain of a scientific unit, positioned 1 kilometer away from the battlefield on a cloud-covered island, observes the distant conflict through binoculars, muttering to himself, "Inform His Highness immediately." Behind the captain, a soldier swiftly seizes the microphone to relay the news back to headquarters. At the base port, Richie awaits alongside Hella. At that moment, a communication device suddenly rang, and the soldier promptly responded. After hanging up, he proclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, the reconnaissance team has discovered a skirmish between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians." Very well. Upon hearing this news, Richie rose swiftly and leaped onto a vessel that had been prepared nearby. It seemed my wait had not been in vain. Surrounding Richie were numerous speedboats, each manned by dozens of soldiers. The engines of the speedboats roared to life as they rapidly departed the harbor, heading towards the battlefield of the Sky Islanders and Sandians. On the foremost speedboat, Richie held a megaphone and announced, "All soldiers, listen carefully. This operation focuses on capture. We will coordinate with the Sky Island warriors to apprehend the Sandians. Our goal is to take prisoners, and we must ensure that not a single Sandian falls into the hands of the Sky Islanders. Every last Sandian must be captured by us." The speedboats surged forward, and after approximately half an hour, they beheld the battlefield amidst the sea of clouds ahead, where combat was underway. This time, Richie brought a battalion of soldiers, each clad in enhanced exoskeletons equipped with protective armor at critical points. In addition to the 2 long swords affixed to their arms, each soldier wielded specially designed tranquilizer darts, capable of instantly incapacitating an adult from the pirate world with a single shot. All were combat ready. As they surged forward, Richie called out loudly. With a clatter, the soldiers swiftly readied themselves, the sound of weapons and the mechanical joints of their exoskeletons creating a symphony of clash. As several speedboats approached, the fighting Sky Islanders and Shandians paused momentarily. However, the speed of the boats was astounding, and the warriors on either side could scarcely keep pace. By the time the fighters reacted, the speedboats had already plunged into the fray. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, tranquilizer darts were unleashed, striking down the Shandians one by one. The potent sedative, sufficient to tranquilize an elephant, coursed rapidly into the bodies of the Shandian warriors. After a brief moment of confusion, they collapsed, one by one. At this juncture, Richie left a series of stone fragments floating on the cloud sea, supporting the unconscious Shandian soldiers. Subsequently, soldiers from the arriving boats cast nets to retrieve the fallen Shandians, hoisting them aboard. On the boats, soldiers awaited the captives, ready to secure them with handcuffs and chains. The conflict between the Sky Islanders and the Shandians, though a war, involved relatively few combatants. After all, Angel Island was akin to a small town, housing at most 20 to 30,000 inhabitants. The village of Cloud Hidden, as its name suggests, was even smaller, with a population of less than 1,000. The warriors engaged in battle were predominantly the elite of the Shandians. The raiding Shandian force comprised 200 soldiers, and after the skirmish, approximately 20 had perished, while most of the remainder sustained injuries. Now, they were all captured by Richie's troops. From the moment the first speedboat entered the battlefield to the departure of the last, nearly a few minutes elapsed. Yet, in that brief span, over 100 Shandians were apprehended. Kaya, the valiant Shandian warrior battling Ganfoer, was ensnared by Richie's stone blockade, swiftly subdued by a few tranquilizer darts. Ganfoer, it seems my arrival was quite timely. After capturing all the Shandian warriors, Richie stood before Ganfoer, who had descended from the sky. What do you intend to do? Witnessing the rapid resolution of the Shandian threat by Richie's elite soldiers left Ganfoer profoundly astonished. However, seeing the scientific unit assisting the divine soldiers, he understood that this time, they were allies, and he felt a quiet relief. It's nothing, Richie replied with a smile. My reconnaissance unit detected fighting near my base, prompting my timely support. Very well. Observing Richie's casual explanation, Ganfoer could only nod in response. Yet internally, he couldn't help but scoff. This place is quite distant from your base. How could your reconnaissance unit have such extensive reach? And what do you intend to do with these captured Shandian warriors? Ganfoer inquired, watching as the scientific soldiers tidied the battlefield, collecting the bodies of the Shandian fighters. Richie explained, these Shandians attacked my allies, so I intend to employ them as laborers. Having concluded the gathering of his troops, Richie waved goodbye to Ganfoer. Well then, Ganfoer, I must take my leave. There are matters awaiting my attention at the base. Until we meet again. With that, the speedboat squad departed the battlefield, leaving behind the injured divine soldiers, while the boat unit swiftly returned. This conflict was resolved with remarkable efficiency, with only the sharpshooters discharging a few rounds, while the remainder of the soldiers remained largely uninvolved. This also made many soldiers feel somewhat underappreciated. Your Highness, what is the purpose of capturing these Sandia people? Inquired the camp commander beside him. There is, of course, a significant reason. These individuals possess remarkable combat capabilities. Chapter 30, Conversation. The Sandia people, having engaged in warfare with the Sky Islanders for an astonishing 400 years, have a lineage shaped by relentless battle. Only the strongest warriors, those who survived numerous confrontations, could pass on their lineage. Hence, generations of Sandia warriors have fought persistently, leading to the propagation of combat genes and a culture steeped in martial prowess. As a result, nearly every Sandia individual is a warrior, and in the future, the remarkable Aisha, who possesses an innate ability to awaken observation haki, will emerge. Although the Sandia people are few in number, when organized, they form a formidable force. As for how to win them over, that is my concern. Richie remarked with a smile to Hela and the camp commander who was preparing for battle. Upon returning to the port, squads of soldiers carried unconscious Sandia warriors onto the ground. At this moment, Richie instructed his subordinates, first, confine them securely. Once they awaken, inform me. During this period, no mistreatment is permitted, and ensure that their injuries are treated. Understood. The following morning, Richie had just resupplied the base, expending some of his own energy. After having breakfast and addressing some paperwork, Hela entered and announced, Your Highness, those Sandia warriors have awakened and are now awaiting your presence. Have they already regained consciousness? Then let us go and see them. Richie replied with a smile as he closed the folder in his hands. He proceeded with Hela to the makeshift prison, a facility uniquely crafted by Richie, consisting of individual rock cells formed through his abilities. As Richie approached, the surrounding soldiers saluted him, while the Sandia warriors eagerly rushed to the front of their cells, fixating their gazes upon him. Richie walked directly to the cell housing the Sandia warrior Kaya, and with a wave of his hand, a stone chair materialized behind him. Settling into the chair with a relaxed posture, Richie crossed his legs and regarded Kaya intently. At this moment, Kaya stepped forward, standing before Richie. You are the leader of the Qinghai people. Indeed. Richie waved his hand again, causing a stone chair to rise from the ground and appear in the prison cell. Please, take a seat. I believe we can have a conversation. With a cold snort, Kaya regarded Richie but did not refuse his offer, sitting down on the stone chair to face Richie across the prison bars. "Allow me to introduce myself," Richie began. "I am the Crown Prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, as well as the commander of this troop. Moreover, I command nearly 10,000 elite soldiers." Upon hearing Richie's words, Kaya was taken aback by his power and inhaled sharply. However, he quickly fixed his gaze on Richie and inquired, "Why have you captured us, the Sandia people? We do not seem to be enemies." After Richie displayed his strength, Kaya realized it was a warning to keep him in line. A force of 10,000 soldiers, though perhaps exaggerated, could easily overwhelm Yunying village, and if angered, the Sandia people could face annihilation. "You captured us and even treated our wounds. What is your true intention?" Kaya pressed. Richie smiled and replied, "I am aware of the stories surrounding your ancestors, the great warrior Caldera and the noble Norland. I also know of your quest for the light of Mandora, which can lead you back to your homeland." With each of Richie's words, Kaya, the current great warrior, felt a surge of excitement. "What proof do you have?" Kaya interrupted, quickly demanding an answer. Around him, the Sandia warriors in their cells surged forward, eager for Kaya's command. "Proof?" Richie scoffed. "I need no proof. The fact that you are still alive and I have not executed you is the best evidence." With that, Richie continued, "I can help you locate the light of Mandora and return it to the stewardship of the Sandia people. Furthermore, I can offer you a peaceful existence, free from the endless struggle to reclaim your homeland, allowing your descendants to live in happiness. However, you must agree to my terms. I wonder if this great warrior can make a decision." "I can make a decision," Kaya declared. "What are your demands?" "As the great warrior of the Sandia, I hold a measure of authority." "Excellent, you possess self-awareness," Richie replied with a smile. "First, the Yunying village of the Sandia people will be incorporated into my Rock Mountain Kingdom, becoming a village of the kingdom." "Agreed." "Second, a portion of your Sandia warriors will join my scientific battalion, becoming my subordinates and fighting for me." "Agreed." Kaya pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Third, after I fulfill my promises to you, the Sandia people must relinquish their enmity towards the Sky Islanders. You need not be friends, but at the very least, do not stir up conflict." Kaya hesitated, the weight of the last condition heavy upon him. To abandon a grudge that had lasted 4 centuries was no trivial matter. In the future, unless the protagonists intervened, and with Inilu as a target, the animosity between the Sandia people and the Sky Islanders would not easily fade. After a prolonged silence, Kaya finally nodded. "Agreed." "Excellent," Richie exclaimed, rising to his feet. "You shall not regret your decision. For now, endure a slight inconvenience and remain here for a few days. Once I have secured the light of Mandora, we shall discuss further matters." With that, Richie turned and departed. Before leaving the prison, Richie instructed the warden, "Feed these Sandia people enough to satisfy them, but do not allow them to cause trouble." "Yes, Your Highness." As they exited the prison, Hela, who had remained silent, followed Richie and asked, "Your Highness, what is the light of Mandora?" "It is a magnificent golden bell." "A plump golden bell," Richie replied. "You will understand once you see it." He then instructed Hela, "How long until the airships carrying personnel and supplies arrive?" "1 more day." Hela responded. 3 airships are en route, bringing an additional 1,000 troops to this base. They will arrive tomorrow morning." "Very well," Richie said. "Order the airship fleet to unload all supplies into the warehouse upon arrival, clear the ship's cargo hold, and await my next command." "Understood, Your Highness." Upon returning to his quarters, Hela set about attending to Richie's directives. The following day, after breakfast, Richie led a battalion to the airship dock. "Everyone aboard the airship." "We set off now," Richie commanded. Once on the airship, he instructed the crew to ascend until they reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, rendering the airship nearly invisible, before heading towards the sacred island of the Sky Islands. Chapter 31. The Light of Mandora. The Light of Mandora is a colossal golden bell, renowned for its enchanting sound that captivates all who hear it. It symbolizes the long-lost city of Mandora. When the bell tolls, its resonance serves as a guiding beacon for ships at sea, hence its name. Once, the great warrior Caldera of Mandora forged a profound friendship with Norland. After Norland's departure, Caldera would toll the golden bell daily, hoping to guide Norland back upon his return. However, with the arrival of the Kaya Island in the sky, the light of Mandora, the golden bell was lost to the tumultuous currents of the sea and has since become a mystery. Yet Richie, aware of the unfolding story, could ascertain the approximate location of the golden bell. Knowing its general whereabouts made the search for the bell a matter of time. The 3 airships soared into the sky, invisible to those on the ground, as they made their way towards the sacred island. The speed in the air was remarkable, and within mere minutes, They arrived at their intended destination. Your Highness, we are now directly above the massive vine on the sacred island, one of the commanders reported. Good, Richie replied. Deploy the airborne troops to search the clouds surrounding the vine's summit. Report back immediately upon discovering the golden bell. Understood. The massive vine is a colossal plant located on the sacred island, a spiraling tangle of vines that extend upward. Its size is so great that one could walk upon it. Above the vine, a layer of cloud has formed a vast expanse. Here lies the location of the Temple of Ganfu. After ascending for a considerable distance, one arrives at the summit of the colossal vine, which serves as the objective of this expedition for Riki. Given the considerable distance from the temple, one can avoid detection with due caution. At the pinnacle of the giant vine, the airship began its descent, utilizing a layer of island clouds below as a guise. After all, Riki had entered into an agreement with Ganfu, forbidding unauthorized landings. Although this was not a formal landing, maneuvering above the island of the gods could jeopardize relations with the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Thus, Riki took measures to maintain discretion. 3 airships were tasked with overseeing the 10-kilometer radius around the summit of the giant vine, where layers of island clouds piled together created a labyrinthine space, rendering it exceedingly difficult for an average person to discern anything within. Once the airship stabilized, a rope was lowered, and soldiers began to explore the surroundings in small teams. Through the layers of clouds, on the first day, dozens of teams scoured approximately 1/3 of the area, yielding no results. On the second day, all teams continued their search, still without any findings. It was not until the 3rd day, while Riki was monotonously honing his skills, that he received news. Within a narrow crevice nestled between several island clouds, approximately a kilometer from the summit of the giant vine, the coveted golden bell had been discovered. Upon receiving the news, 2 of the 3 airships swiftly ascended above the location, and steel cables were dropped to secure the golden bell for transport to the base. While the soldiers bound the golden bell, Riki approached it, scrutinizing the magnificent artifact. It was indeed colossal. Riki gazed upward at the golden bell, entirely crafted from gold, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The golden bell rested upon a grand square base, flanked by 4 golden pillars, which supported the immense bell above. From within the bell hung a substantial golden chain. Beneath the base of the bell, a stone tablet engraved with peculiar script was embedded. Your Highness, what does this inscription signify? Hela, following Riki, inquired as they approached the stone tablet. The historical text, Riki replied. The script that the world government has sealed away, known to only a select few in this world. Riki understood that this historical text chronicled the secrets of the sea kings of the pirate world, yet even without it, he was already privy to the intelligence concerning the sea kings. Therefore, the historical text held little value for him. Beside the historical text, he also noticed a passage left by the pirate king, Gold, Roger, inscribed in the same script, a narrative that, to Riki, bore no significance. Your Highness, it is all secured. At that moment, a soldier trotted over and said, well, everyone has boarded the airship, and we shall return. 2 airships, laden with golden bells, ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. When the airships descended once more, they had already returned to the base adjacent to Angel Island. Here, a designated area had already been established, where the golden bell was placed, accompanied by 2 modest huts serving as the dwellings for the Sandia people. Subsequently, Richie returned to the prison. You are back, Kai exclaimed. His spirits lifted as he rushed to the bars to gaze at Richie. Indeed, Richie replied with a smile. Next, I shall release you, and then you will accompany me to witness the radiant lights of your Sandora. Very well, Kai replied, suppressing his excitement with a nod. With that, Richie waved his hand, and soldiers stepped forward to unlock each cell, liberating the Sandia warriors. The warriors here number barely over 180, and they are entirely unarmed. Within this base, they cannot stir the slightest ripple. It is merely Richie alone who possesses the power of the natural-type devil fruit, capable of suppressing these Shandians. Thus, Richie can release these Shandian warriors. As Richie exits the prison and traverses 2 pathways, a colossal golden bell stands majestically before him. Observing this grand structure, Kaya, a great warrior, along with the Shandian fighters, are filled with excitement. The group of warriors swiftly bypasses Richie and rushes to the vicinity of the golden bell, examining it with awe. After a moment of fervent excitement among the Shandian warriors, Richie steps forward. Due to the resounding sound of the bell, it cannot be revealed just yet. You must not ring it now, but you may stand guard here. Very well. At this moment, Kaya finds no reason to refuse. Subsequently, facing Richie, Kaya kneels on one knee, bows his head, and pays his respects. Great warrior Kaya, I have the honor of meeting your highness. As Kaya submits to Ricci, the surrounding Shandian warriors also bow in homage. Excellent, Ricci responds with a smile. Select a few to take the ship back to your village and bring your kin over. From now on, you Shandians shall be part of my Rock Mountain Kingdom. I hope you will uphold the valiant name of the Shandian warriors. Chapter 32. The relocation of the Shandians. The Shandians reside on an island far from Angel Island, in a village known as Cloud Hide, primarily living off fishing. Due to years of continuous warfare, their population hovers around 1,000. Occasionally, in times of urgent conflict, female warriors from the village are compelled to take to the battlefield. Coupled with the barren nature of the Sky Island, which has scant trees and wildlife, Cloud Hide is akin to a destitute entity clad in animal skins, adorned only with driftwood and fishing nets as embellishments. The Shandians' small numbers, alongside the relatively decent fishing resources of the Sky Island, have allowed them to survive thus far. On this occasion, several small transport boats, escorted by gunboats, set sail to retrieve the Shandians. Among the transport vessels, there are also some goods and clothing. After half a day's journey, the ships arrive near Cloud Hide. As the boats dock, Kaya, the great warrior, disembarks, accompanied by several fighters into the heart of the island. Within Cloud Hide, the absence of returning Shandian warriors has left the entire village in a state of unease. Days later, as the villagers engage in fishing, they suddenly notice several figures approaching from one of the village's entrances. Initially startled and ready to flee, the villagers soon realize that the newcomers are the long-missing great warrior Kaya and a few others. Only a handful have returned. What could this mean? A sense of foreboding washes over the fishermen. Promptly, one villager races back to the village, exclaiming, "Chieftain! Chieftain! The warriors have returned!" What? An elder, adorned with a wolf-headed hat and draped in animal skins, emerges, gazing at the breathless villager. The warriors have returned? With this proclamation, the entire village is roused, and people emerge from their tents, surrounding the villager. Among the crowd are children, including Waya and Lachi. "Chieftain!" Just as the chieftain prepares to step forward, Kaya's voice rings out. "I have returned." Ah. Observing Kaya and the others, the chieftain approaches and inquires, "How did the war fare? What are the others?" "Chieftain, there is a significant matter I must discuss with you." Kaya does not immediately answer the chieftain's questions but steps closer and whispers to him, "Very well." As a great warrior, Kaya holds a position of considerable authority within the village. The chieftain, while respected, is merely an elder and typically defers to the great warriors in matters of combat. The chieftain nods and leads Kaya into his dwelling. "Kaya, what has transpired to necessitate such caution?" "Chieftain, here is what has occurred." Kaya explains the situation. "Now we must gather the villagers and inform them. Our village will be relocated." Upon hearing the news Kaya brings, the chieftain is momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he exhales deeply. "So be it. Since this is your decision, I trust it will not lead to misfortune. Inform the villagers. We shall begin the relocation." "Very well." Kaya and the chieftain then step outside to address the waiting villagers. "Everyone, we have, with the assistance of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, located the long-sought light of Shandora. Henceforth, we Shandians no longer need to journey to the sacred land." At this moment, standing before all, the great warrior Kaya declares, "Our entire village will now move to the base of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, where we shall reside and protect the light of Shandora." A hush falls over the crowd, followed by a surge of murmurs. Some express agreement, others confusion, while a few remain bewildered. "Everyone," the chieftain interjects, stepping forward. "This matter cannot be clarified in just a few words. Kaya has explained everything to me, and I am in agreement. The fleet from the Rock Mountain Kingdom awaits just off the island. Please gather your belongings and prepare to board upon our arrival at the new settlement. Kaya and I shall provide further explanation." Though Kaya, as a great warrior, holds considerable esteem, it is still challenging to rally everyone at once. However, with the chieftain's equal standing, the message gains credibility. Although some remain skeptical, the Shandians return to their homes to gather their belongings. Yet, the Shandians are exceedingly impoverished, possessing only a meager assortment of treasures, often acquired from the occasional shipwrecks of outsiders who drift into the Cloud Sea. Additionally, remnants of vessels carried by the turbulent sea currents contribute to their scant material possessions. A Shandian's belongings typically consist of a single bundle containing some wood, animal skins, stones, and even dirt. Witnessing the abundance of the Rock Mountain Kingdom soldiers, Kaya's resolve to lead his kin towards a better life strengthens. "All right, has everyone prepared their belongings? Follow me to the ships," Kaya calls out, surveying the crowd. Leading his kin to the shore of the island, they gaze curiously at the transport vessels. "Kaya, You have returned. The commander responsible for this transport mission greeted with a smile. After Kaya submitted to Richie, she became a part of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, an integral member. From this point forward, the two sides would be allies, and naturally, it was essential to foster a spirit of camaraderie. My people have all arrived. Ready to embrace their roles, he remarked with a smile. We have prepared food and clothing during this journey to the base. Let your kin relish the life that awaits them. Leading her people into the transport vessel, each individual received a bundle of clothing and a small pouch of provisions. Within the confines of the transport ship, the Sandian people sampled the food from their pouches and examined their new garments, gradually coming to believe in the Rock Mountain Kingdom's benevolence and developing a favorable impression of their new realm. The new garments, in the eyes of the Sandians, were simply attire suitable for the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. Within Union Village, the Sandians boarded the transport ships, and the fleet set sail, returning to the base. After half a day's voyage, they arrived at the base in the late hours of the night. Guided by the reception staff, each family was allocated a house, along with basic furniture. This alone allowed the Sandians to glimpse the essence of a true life. Following Kaya's explanations, each Sandian willingly embraced their new identity as members of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Chapter 33, Bike of the Sandians of Union Village, including the remaining warriors. Numbered a modest 930, resembling a small village. Yet, this very village could contribute approximately 200 warriors. Having stabilized their lives and experienced the warmth of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, the Sandians settled comfortably in the base. Aside from the initial provision of a residence within the residential building, a month's worth of rations, and 8 sets of seasonal clothing, all other acquisitions were to be earned through labor. The Sandian warriors, now enjoying prosperity, were eager to strive for such a life. Consequently, during the first recruitment, an impressive 300 individuals expressed their willingness to join the army. However, Rich did not require all the Sandians to fight for him. Their contributions to production and daily life were equally significant, thus excluding female warriors and those considered too young or too old. A select group of 100 warriors was chosen, divided into 10 small teams, and subsequently assigned to various squads. These Sandian warriors were instructed in modern combat techniques while ordinary soldiers learned to engage in battles upon the clouds, riding the formidable WIB. The remaining Sandians were assigned to various labor teams to establish farms and ranches outside the base or to work in factories for remuneration. The development of these farms commenced with a steady influx of labor, drawing from the Angel Island, the Sandians, and migrating populations from the sea. Under the leadership of the labor team captains, they first located the island clouds, then carved out a depression. Subsequently, they transported shiploads of soil from the base to fill the depression, dividing the land into plots for agriculture, where trees were planted at the edges. The agricultural fields have been meticulously established, with dwellings constructed upon the Cloud Islands. Subsequently, tools have been distributed for sowing and cultivating, transforming each Cloud Island into a flourishing farm. Notably, the unceasing flow of soil from the Rock Mountain Kingdom appears inexhaustible, leaving the workers from the Angel Islands and the Sandia people in awe. Upon learning of Riki's remarkable ability to infinitely produce the rare soil unique to the Cloud Islands, his efforts have earned him the revered title of the Earth God, a reputation that has spread to every corner of the Cloud Islands as the estates continue to expand. On the other hand, the discarded Cloud Islands have not gone to waste. Rather, they have been meticulously assembled into segments, upon which houses and fences have been constructed, serving as pastures for livestock. These pastures have been strategically established alongside the agricultural estates. The straw from the crops yields nourishment for the animals, while their manure enriches the fields, creating a harmonious cycle where no resources are squandered. Furthermore, in addition to the farms and pastures, orchards have also been cultivated, causing the Cloud Islands to swiftly envelop the base and extend toward the Angel Islands. Each farm, pasture, and orchard can be perceived as a village, culminating in the base functioning as a small city to oversee these villages. The integration of the Sandia people has temporarily alleviated the labor shortage faced by the base. However, as new farms, pastures, and orchards continue to emerge, the deficit in labor remains substantial, prompting the base to attract the attention of those in the surrounding areas. Beyond the Angel Islands, with the exploration of the Cloud Sea by airships, several islands inhabited by the Cloud Islanders have been gradually discovered. Yet, perhaps due to the impoverished resources of the Cloud Islands, the population on these islands is generally sparse. The recently discovered islands typically range from several thousand to tens of thousands in number. For these newfound lands, the base's leadership engages in discussions regarding trade and the employment of the inhabitants of the Sky Islands. Within the base, the military and administrative personnel have been distinctly separated. The base has now transformed into a city within the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, with various estates representing villages and several villages collectively forming a town. With the emergence of local governance, Richie has established 2 primary schools and a secondary school to commence student enrollment. One set of schools, located at the Sky Island base, is responsible for enrolling all students from the Sky Islands, while the other set is situated on the Forest Island, tasked with recruiting students from there. The schools have achieved a semblance of structure, aided by textbooks authored by 4 scientists, alongside a handful of literate individuals. Presently, this base is garrisoned by a force of 2,000 troops, comprising 1 infantry battalion, 1 airship assault battalion, 1 naval battalion, and 1 airship battalion. The infantry battalion is responsible for garrison duties across various towns and villages, while the Navy operates patrol boats. The remaining 2 battalions serve as mobile forces. Once stability was established, Richie requested the location of Baika from Ganfor. Subsequently, Richie ascended in an airship, accompanied by troops from 2 battalions, en route to Baika. After approximately half a day's journey, the airship arrived above Baika in the afternoon. The camouflaged airship hovered over Baika as Richie surveyed the area with binoculars. This must be Baika. Through the lenses, he discerned that Baika was merely the size of a small town, with a population of around 3,000. The island featured a small town on one side and a dense, towering forest on the other, home to various creatures of the Sky Islands. Baika town was structured around a main thoroughfare, culminating in a staircase leading to an elevated altar. At that moment, the altar was bustling with individuals, presumably engaged in worship. In the future, Enelu would consume the nature-type thunderfruit here, subsequently acquiring the blueprint for the Arc Poneglyph, leading to the destruction of Baika before proceeding to Angel Island, where he would defeat Ganfor and seize the Island of the Gods. As Richie observed the environment of Baika, he pondered quietly. This implies that the blueprint resides within Baika. As for the thunderfruit, if it cannot be found now, it might be prudent to monitor the situation for a few years until Enelu consumes the devil fruit. Throughout the afternoon, Richie meticulously observed Baika's circumstances. Soon, night enveloped the landscape, and after allowing the soldiers to rest for half the day, Richie convened the troops from the 2 battalions in the latter part of the night. He instructed the soldiers, leaving a portion behind to guard the airship, while the rest were mobilized. Now, I shall outline our mission objectives, Richie announced before the assembled troops, with a rudimentary map of Baika sketched behind him. Chapter 34. The quest for treasure in the ensuing battle. In order to avoid alerting Baika's guard soldiers, our forces will land on the beach side of Baika. Richie pointed at the map. The assault battalion will swiftly neutralize the patrolling soldiers surrounding the area. Understood, replied the leader of the 1st Battalion. The 2nd Battalion will rapidly occupy the vital streets of Baika town, preventing any locals from exiting. Should anyone resist, they are to be dealt with immediately. Understood. The leader of the 2nd Battalion nodded. With the remaining personnel under the command of the battalion leaders, Richie continued. Follow me and Hela as we storm the altar on the island of Baika. Finally, the soldiers from the airship battalion, led by their commander, will encircle Baika, ensuring no one escapes. Understood, the commander of the airship battalion affirmed loudly. Richie concluded, now, all units prepare for the offensive, execute your respective objectives swiftly, and ensure the mission is accomplished. The battalion leaders and captains shouted in unison. As the airship's engines roared to life, it began its gradual descent. When it was 10 meters from the ground, ropes were released, allowing fully armed soldiers to descend rapidly. These soldiers, clad in supportive exoskeletons, wielded rifles, adorned with ammunition and bayonets. A battalion of several hundred descended swiftly, taking advantage of the late hours when all the Bika soldiers were weary, and swiftly neutralized these troops. In a town of over 3,000, there were merely 100 soldiers, while apart from the Divine Island and the Sandian people, the remaining areas of the Sky Island enjoyed relative tranquility. The soldiers clad in emerald armor cannot be deemed true elites. They are utterly defenseless against the relentless training of their counterparts. At this moment, Richie swiftly traverses the street, charging towards the altar. Beside him stands Hela, adorned in her formidable battle armor. Her attire is a striking blend of silver and black, fashioned into a skirt-like exoskeleton. The armor's internal framework is primarily composed of an exoskeletal structure, with the main spine extending from her back and reaching outward. On her arms, she wields a simplistic folding shield and a retractable blade. Protecting her heart is a robust chest plate, complemented by a compact battery pack on her back, serving as the power source for the exoskeleton. Her legs are encased in alloy boots, equipped with extraordinary jumping capabilities, enabling an ordinary individual to effortlessly leap to the second floor. Beyond the exoskeletal framework, a combination of bulletproof fabric and alloy plates envelopes the menacing exterior, further enhancing her defensive prowess. This suit of battle armor has been meticulously optimized for joint movement, featuring a powerful array of high-capacity batteries capable of sustaining its operation for an entire day and night. The armaments are electrified, enabling them to effortlessly cleave through stone walls. The entire ensemble, designed specifically for Hela, boasts an aesthetic appeal that allows for donning in mere seconds, appearing exceptionally striking. If described by Ritchie, it resembles a technologically advanced battle skirt, equally magnificent when worn casually. Moreover, Hela, having undergone rigorous training, possesses the strength equivalent to a naval headquarters major. Clad in this armor, she can stand toe-to-toe with elite colonels from the headquarters. Surrounding the pair are 100 soldiers who, under the cover of their comrades, charge directly towards the altar. The group's pace is remarkably swift. Within mere minutes in this modest town, Ritchie has already reached the location of the altar. The grand altar presented a magnificent circular form, divided into 3 levels. Atop the highest tier stood a structure housing the offerings dedicated to Baika. The altar was guarded with utmost vigilance, manned by elite soldiers who, despite their limited numbers, would not let Ritchie approach unnoticed. "What brings you here?" A soldier bellowed as Ritchie and his companions charged forth, his weapons drawn and aimed at them. "Step aside," Ritchie commanded, and with a swift motion, shards of stone erupted from his hands, striking the soldiers squarely in the chest. Each projectile carried the force of a bull, sending the 4 guards hurtling to the ground with a heavy thud. In an instant, Ritchie dashed past the incapacitated soldiers, ascending further into the altar's depths. Reinforcements arrived swiftly, subduing the fallen guards with handcuffs and chains, but the commotion had already alerted the remaining sentinels of the altar. Armed soldiers rushed to block Ritchie's path. Yet, these warriors were no match for him. He transformed into a flowing mass of earth, evading their assaults effortlessly, merging with the soil and surging past them. A colossal torrent of mud cascaded upwards, consuming every soldier in its path. When the flow subsided, the guards were left entombed in rock, their heads poking out like caterpillars in cocoons, the surrounding stones firmly anchored to the ground, creating a unique pathway leading to the altar. Having swiftly dispatched all opposition, Ritchie entered the inner sanctum of the altar, where at the center of a stone pedestal lay the coveted treasures, a devil fruit and a locked chest. The fruit, resembling a blue pineapple, bore intricate lightning-like patterns, captivating in its beauty. Thunder fruit, he mused, recognizing that its presence here, coupled with its distinctive markings, confirmed it was indeed what he sought. As for the chest, its contents remained a mystery, but its placement indicated it was no ordinary item. "Who are you?" "This is the Temple of Baika. Trespassers become enemies of Baika." A woman clad in a flowing white gown reminiscent of Athenian attire emerged, revealing herself as the high priestess of the altar. "These treasures are mine now," Ritchie declared, casting a glance at the priestess. A torrent of earth erupted from him, enveloping the pedestal completely. When the soil receded, the devil fruit and the chest had vanished. With the vital artifacts secured, Ritchie turned his attention to the priestess. "You shall cooperate with me. The entirety of Baika is now under my control." His tone carried an unmistakable threat, causing the priestess to tremble. "If you wish to protect your kin, you will heed my commands," he continued, observing her reaction. "Your Highness," shortly thereafter, Hela and a contingent of soldiers arrived at the temple, weapons drawn and fixated on the priestess, while Hela stood protectively before Ritchie, brandishing a heavy sword. The scene resembled an act of intimidation. The priestess, visibly shaken, took a step back, yet summoned her courage to speak defiantly. "What do you intend?" "I am the High Priestess of Baika." "Nothing much," Ritchie replied with a smirk. "From now on, Baika will belong to my kingdom, the Rock Mountain Kingdom." "What do you say?" The priestess's voice faltered as she processed his words. "Are you turning us into slaves?" "No, merely citizens," Ritchie clarified, sensing the potential for straightforward domination. Having invaded Baika and seized its treasures, he saw no issue in claiming the land as part of his kingdom. "From this day forth, this altar is no longer needed," he stated, stepping closer to the priestess. "This island shall be known as Baika Town, and you will serve as its mayor." With that, he turned to leave, but paused at the temple's threshold, casting a final warning. "Tomorrow, my people will contact you. I expect your cooperation, or else I may take actions against the people of Baika." With that ambiguous threat lingering in the air, Ritchie exited the temple, leaving the priestess trembling in solitude. Outside, soldiers began escorting the Baika guards away. After a moment of contemplation, Richie decided to leave the guards who protected the temple with the priestess while sending the others to prison for labor, planning their return to Baika in a year. As they walked back to the airship, Hela inquired, "Your Highness, are we really letting the priestess go?" "Yes," Richie replied, shaking his head. "Do you not see that this is now Baika Town, a territory of the Rock Mountain Kingdom?" He continued, "Baika has a population of around 5,000, providing ample manpower for farms, pastures, and orchards. Once we relocate more inhabitants, we can develop this region, which lies close to the exiled lands of the Cloud Sea, creating a new frontier. When Baika Town meets the criteria to become Baika City, we shall commence the development of the exiled lands, as our workforce is still insufficient." Speaking thus, he ascended the airship, and Richie revealed the treasure chest, while the devil fruit remained securely within his being. The method of storing objects was devised by Richie, inspired by the abilities of a future user of the natural type swamp fruit. This technique allows parts of his body to transform into a swamp, consuming and storing various items within. As long as Richie does not unexpectedly lose consciousness, these items remain perfectly safe. Even in the event of his unconsciousness, these objects are expelled without causing him any harm. Currently, Richie possesses the capacity to store items equivalent to the size of a ship. The chest, quite substantial in size, measures 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and reaches up to Ricky's calf in height. A hand transformed into earth delved into the keyhole of the chest, and subsequently, this mass of soil took the shape of a key and solidified. The key turned. With a click, the locked chest was thus unlocked by Ricky. Inside the chest lay a stack of blueprints, and atop this pile rested a comprehensive outline diagram. This appearance is precisely the blueprint for the Ark prophecy to be crafted by Inalu in the future. Indeed, it is just as expected. These blueprints are etched upon animal hides, having been preserved for centuries. The hides have begun to yellow, yet the recorded information remains discernible. Although the theoretical techniques contained within are beyond Richie's comprehension, this does not diminish his excitement. Gazing at the blueprint, Richie realizes that he has utterly fulfilled his objective, and the future appears promising. The next step involves constructing this Ark of Proverb, paving the way for subsequent actions. As the airship returns to base, Richie issues a command to dispatch personnel to the new territory of Baika. Soon, a fleet will be en route to establish a trade route between Baika Town and the base. There is no need for Richie to worry about these matters, as the capable individuals below will handle them. At this moment, Richie approached Reese and Romolo with the blueprints in hand. Upon seeing the designs, the two engineers were instantly captivated. Observing their rapt attention, Richie inquired, "What do you think of this blueprint? Do you believe you can manufacture it?" "What a splendid mechanical design!" Reese exclaimed, momentarily setting down the drawings. He then turned to Richie and responded, "Your Highness, there is no issue, however. It will require a certain amount of time to complete." "And how long might that be?" Richie asked. "Approximately 3 years," Reese replied after a moment of contemplation, providing Richie with a time frame. "Moreover, I will need to establish a research base on the Sky Island, along with all the necessary factories and a sufficient workforce to accomplish this." "All of that can be arranged," Richie nodded, reassured by the timeline of merely 3 years. "Tomorrow, I shall construct an island to serve as your research facility, and Romolo, you shall also be involved." "Very well," Romolo accepted without hesitation. Participating in such a grand project is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Thus, I entrust this blueprint to you both. I must attend to other matters now. Your Highness, take care." They replied as Richie departed from the temporary research facility. He then instructed Hela to present a rough map of the Sky Island. This map meticulously delineates the entirety of the Cloud Sea surrounding the floating islands, indicating every island inhabited by humans. After scrutinizing the map for a while, Richie nodded in affirmation. "Then this is the place," he declared. "We shall construct a grand island, and this shall merely be the first of many to come." He ordered, "Prepare the ships, assemble a battalion of soldiers, and recruit 100 skilled craftsmen." Chapter 36. The creation of the island. Upon arriving at the designated area chosen by Richie, the ship sailed across a stretch of sea, distanced from the Isle of the Gods. Sparse islands adorned the Cloud Sea, and there were no other isles inhabited by the denizens of the aerial realms nearby. Its remote location was ideal for the establishment of a concealed research facility. At that moment, a vessel traversed the Cloud Sea, with Richie standing at the bow, gazing at the vast expanse of clouds before him, extending his hands outward. "Earth, arise." Before Richie's hands, a surge of soil began to churn, as large clods of earth started to float upon the Cloud Sea. Gradually, the soil accumulated, slowly transforming into a mound that hovered above the clouds. As Ricci continuously infused more earth, the mound expanded in size. He discreetly analyzed the soil composition of the Isle of the Gods, seeking to understand how such a terrestrial island could remain buoyant upon the cloud sea. With this knowledge, Ricci would be able to conjure his own floating isle. Moreover, as the foundational soil expanded, resilient stone walls emerged within the island, layering upon one another to create subterranean spaces. Strata of soil enveloped these underground chambers, accumulating further, as the colossal island began to extend deeper into the cloud sea. On the first day, Ricci exhausted his physical strength, having crafted an island nearly half the size of the Isle of the Gods. Yet, this was merely the beginning. On the second day, he continued to pile more earth atop the island, facilitating its further growth. Days 3, 4, and 5 passed, until the 10th day arrived, culminating in the emergence of an island 5 times larger than the Isle of the Gods, majestically floating amidst the cloud sea. At this moment, the prepared craftsmen swiftly ascended the island, commencing the construction of various edifices beneath the materials fabricated by Ricci. Concurrently, some trees and flowering plants were also transplanted onto the desolate isle. The following day, Reese, Romolo, and the newly arrived Carolina and Nasri, bearing vessels laden with research equipment, arrived at this island. Henceforth, this island would serve as the research institute of the Sky Island, a focal point of critical importance. Subsequently, Ricci established a perimeter of military encampments around the island, deploying a battalion to ensure the safety of this research facility. Let us proceed. I shall construct the next island. Ricci returned by boat to the vicinity of the Divine Island, positioning himself midway between the Divine Island and the Cloud Nation, where he established an island of comparable size to the Divine Island, destined to become a significant commercial hub along the trade route. Consequently, numerous farms, orchards, residences, as well as factories for cloud cutting, steel production, and various component manufacturing were bustling with activity. The establishment of this new city rendered Ricci's workforce insufficient. Despite the initiation of hiring a considerable number of inhabitants from the Sky Island, labor shortages persisted across various construction sites. Therefore, Ricci found it imperative to set sail once more, seeking to recruit refugees from war-torn nations. The scientific corps had expanded to 12,000 members, still organized into 5 battalions, each comprising 2,400 individuals. 3 battalions were stationed on the Sky Island, while 2 were located on the Forest Island. Of the 2 battalions on the Forest Island, one was a distinguished battalion formed during the conflict with the Mercenary Kingdom, and the other was a newly recruited infantry. The elite battalion was tasked with guarding the research institute on the Forest Island and the island itself, while the new recruits were responsible for escorting the merchant convoy affiliated with Ricci. The entirety of the active regions on the Sky Island was delineated into 5 cities, each governed by an appointed mayor and corresponding departmental officials. Due to Ricci's insufficient personnel, a temporary framework was established, with the lower-tier staff to be gradually supplemented. To ensure effective governance, Ricci temporarily assigned the station troops the role of oversight. However, the military possessed only the authority to monitor and apprehend, lacking judicial powers. Only upon reporting to Ricci, followed by his directives, could trials and sentencing be conducted. With tasks allocated, Ricci boarded the airship bound for Forest Island. The Air Mountain Kingdom welcomed him as the airship gently descended upon the airport of Forest City. A tall figure emerged, accompanied by a maid clad in a traditional uniform and several guards. As he set foot on solid ground, surrounded by lush forests and the azure sea, Ricci couldn't help but sigh with nostalgia. It had been half a year since he last returned, and during his prolonged stay on the floating island, he had achieved significant milestones. After spending a day on Forest Island, Ricci surveyed the airship construction factory and the newly cultivated fields and orchards. With the orchards beginning to bear fruit, some produce was sold on other islands of the Air Mountain Kingdom, while the inferior fruits were transformed into fruit wine, adding another revenue stream for Ricci's trading company. After addressing the accumulated paperwork, Ricci prepared to return to the main island. Having spent 6 months on the floating island, he yearned to reunite with his family. This voyage also required new preparations and would take some time. During the journey back to the main island, Ricci learned about recent developments. 6 months after the Great War, the Mercenary Kingdom had fully become a part of the Air Mountain Kingdom. Nearly 2 million inhabitants of the Mercenary Kingdom had now become subjects of the Air Mountain Kingdom. Under Ricci's father's governance, they began to foster a sense of belonging towards their new homeland. To ensure stability among the populace of the Mercenary Kingdom, some residents were relocated to various new islands, including Forest Island and the main island. Seizing the opportunity presented by a surplus of labor from numerous captives, the Air Mountain Kingdom successfully developed 5 new uninhabited islands, transforming them into farmlands and villages. On the military front, 5 armies, equipped with new weaponry, safeguarded the territory of the Air Mountain Kingdom. Any pirate daring enough to attack was swiftly converted into laborers in the kingdom's mines. This show of strength gradually informed the pirates of the South Sea of the formidable presence of the Air Mountain Kingdom. The expansion of territory brought the kingdom closer to neighboring nations, shortening travel time to places like the Granian Kingdom. An increase in population naturally led to a rise in trade and production, although taxes had yet to be collected this year. The recovering stability of the former mercenary kingdom and its islands suggested that the Air Mountain Kingdom could achieve a balanced budget. This alone was sufficient. Stable taxation, coupled with a continuously trained and formidable military, began to enhance the reputation of the Air Mountain Kingdom among the various kingdoms of the South Sea. Chapter 37. Preparations for the voyage. Father, mother, and little sister, Richie exclaimed with a smile as he returned to the castle. "Welcome back. You've been away for quite some time," his father, Rul, remarked. He generally refrained from questioning Richie's endeavors, recognizing that Richie was destined to inherit the throne. "Come along," Rul said, walking alongside Richie through the castle corridors. "Your mother has prepared a meal for your return. We mustn't keep her waiting." "Indeed," Richie smiled in agreement. After dining, with the maids clearing the table, the family gathered on the sofa. "Father, I must inform you that I plan to set sail again, which may take a considerable duration," Richie stated. "Another journey?" Rul responded, accustomed to his son's ventures. "Where do you intend to go this time?" "I aim to explore the seas, and if possible, I wish to venture to the Grand Line," Richie replied. Upon hearing this, Rul furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. "That is acceptable. After all, we are a member of the world government. Should you encounter peril at sea, you can seek assistance from the Navy. As a prince of a member nation and a future king, you possess your own standing." "Very well," Richie nodded with a smile. "Exercise caution while at sea," Richie's mother interjected. "Indeed, there are many ruthless pirates who will not regard your royal status. If you face insurmountable challenges, remember that fleeing is not a disgrace," she advised. "I will keep that in mind." Richie felt warmth in his heart, undeterred by his mother-esque concerns. After receiving his parents' blessings and bidding farewell to his little sister, Richie prepared to embark on his voyage 3 days later. On this voyage, Richie opted for a newly developed large sailing vessel powered by a kerosene engine. The ship was equipped with 3 sets of triple-mounted cannons, necessitating the deployment of 100 artillerymen. Additionally, there was a battalion of naval soldiers, another battalion of army soldiers, alongside sailors, shipwrights, ship's doctors, chefs, and various other personnel, bringing the total crew to a formidable 600 individuals. To facilitate this expedition, a transport vessel was specially prepared to store supplies. The moment arrived for departure, the sails unfurled as the 2 ships set sail from the harbor, laden with provisions and crew, navigating towards the seas beyond the kingdom of Rock Mountain. As Richie pondered, he contemplated the choice of their first destination. The purpose of this expedition was unequivocally clear to Richie: to seek out nations burdened with an abundance of displaced persons and refugees, and subsequently transform these demographic shifts into a populace under his command. According to Richie's understanding, wars were raging between the Kingdom of Laika and the Kingdom of Karu, neighboring the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. The war continues unabated, with a significant influx of refugees each day. However, this region is in proximity to the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, where Riki's merchant fleet is actively recruiting, thus sparing Riki from direct involvement. Consequently, Riki's gaze turned to the map, contemplating the other nations. Yet, in this world of pirates, the flow of information is sluggish, making it challenging to obtain timely news. While Riki pondered how to reach other cities, Hela, who had accompanied him on his voyage, approached, holding a newspaper in her hand. "What is it?" Riki inquired, diverting his attention from the map. "It appears we have located the nation you were searching for," Hela replied, lifting the newspaper slightly. "Oh," Riki responded with mild surprise, taking the paper to examine it closely. On one page, he found the news Hela had mentioned: the Western Sea, where the Kingdom of Screw and the Black Iron Kingdom were at war. "Excellent," Riki remarked, scrutinizing the headline before comparing it with the map. Nodding in acknowledgement, he declared, "Our objective is these 2 kingdoms. Order the fleet to set sail towards the Western Sea." "Understood." Setting course for the Western Sea, came the response, with Riki's command issued. The flagship and transport vessels adjusted their trajectories, heading towards the Upside Down Mountain. The world of pirates, or rather the planet where this pirate realm exists, is divided by the Red Soil continent and the Grand Line, resembling a cross that segments the vast ocean into four parts. These four bodies of water are known as the Four Seas, and nestled between them lies an inverted mountain. This peak is located on the Red Earth continent, where the waters flow from the Four Seas at specific intervals, cascading over the summit and into the Grand Line. At times, the currents from the Grand Line return to the Four Seas. Merchants of the Four Seas, pirates eager to venture into the Grand Line, and navies yet to develop the technology for navigation through the doldrums, must all traverse this passage. However, due to the extensive maritime routes, reaching their destination requires considerable time. Your Highness, an island has been sighted ahead. It appears to be uninhabited. On this day, atop the mast lookout, a soldier grasped the microphone and spoke. Understood. The voice of Richie resonated from the other end. Within the confines of the warship, Richie lounged at a table, casually remarking, "It has been approximately 10 days since our departure, and our supplies have been somewhat depleted. It is time for a resupply." With that, Richie dialed the telephone within the captain's quarters. "Your Highness, do you have any commands? An island has been discovered ahead. Instruct the fleet to anchor and replenish supplies before setting sail again." "Yes, Your Highness." On the vast ocean, a formidable warship, accompanied by a smaller transport vessel and 7 ordinary-sized sailing ships, advanced towards the island that lay before them. In the course of these 10 days, the fleet encountered its share of challenges. Despite the formidable strength of the warships, they faced numerous pirate assaults. However, within the waters of the South China Sea, no significant pirate could contend with the modern artillery of these vessels, even if one were merely a half-finished model. Moreover, with Richie at the helm, not only were several pirate ships sunk, but he also captured a substantial number of pirates along with their treasures, all of which were deemed spoils of war. Due to the overwhelming number of captured pirates exceeding 1,000, Richie had no choice but to summon an airship to transport these prisoners to the Sky Island, where they would serve as laborers. Chapter 38. Enhancement of Abilities. A fleet of ships anchored offshore, leaving personnel behind to safeguard the vessels. Richie boarded a small boat and made his way to the newly discovered island. Upon reaching the island, one is greeted by a dense forest at the landing site. Within this lush expanse, the melodic chirping of birds resonates, while a gentle breeze stirs the trees, causing the leaves to rustle softly. To the untrained eye, this place may appear to be nothing more than a desolate isle. Yet, a contingent of soldiers, armed and resolute, ventures into the woodland, embarking on an exploration of this enigmatic land. This island, adorned with lush forests, naturally provides fresh water, while the fauna present supplements the provisions aboard the ship, necessitating a prolonged stay. If it were merely a desolate isle, one would not linger here unnecessarily. Standing at the forest's edge, Richie felt his legs meld into the earth. Facing the woods, he closed his eyes and commenced his training. Ever since acquiring the devil fruit and witnessing the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons, Richie had not ceased his cultivation. At this juncture, he deemed his physical prowess sufficient to embark on the mastery of observation hockey and armament hockey. His innate physical capabilities, coupled with numerous experiences in the dual hockey training, naturally propelled him into this phase of development. Furthermore, he diligently pursued the enhancement of his fruit abilities, evolving from elemental transformation, mineral generation, rock armor, and earth manipulation to more advanced skills such as swamp storage, land reclamation, rock meteorites, explosive stone cones, and colossal rock giants. This arduous journey had elevated Richie's combat capabilities to the rank of a Navy brigadier general. However, to advance further, he required a new source of strength. First and foremost was the enhancement brought about by his physical growth. Following this was the training in dual hockey and swordsmanship. At this point, Richie was ready to commence his studies in dual hockey, as his physical strength had reached a commendable level. Contemplating further, he pondered the possibility of seizing an opportunity to learn the Navy's 6 styles and life return. Presently, Richie was mastering a newly developed ability, termed Domain of the Earth. This technique allowed him to transform his body into the earth itself, establishing a connection with it, and treating the land as an external organ to create a controllable domain. Yet, he could only manage a radius of approximately 1 kilometer at this stage. To his surprise, Richie discovered that by relinquishing control over other aspects, he could utilize the earth as his eyes, thereby perceiving the conditions on the ground below. With the island serving as his foundation, he began experimenting with this novel ability. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. As his stamina waned, Richie realized he had reached his limit. Only 10 kilometers? Reflecting on his constraints, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he continued to perceive, even as his energy dwindled, causing his mind to blur with an overwhelming influx of imagery that momentarily disoriented him. Striving to transcend this barrier proved to be a formidable challenge. Streams, rocks, trees, insects, birds, beasts, flora, the scenery above every inch of soil flooded Richie's consciousness, inundating him with an ever-growing wealth of information. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on his previously serene face, and his body began to sway slightly. Each time, he felt on the verge of collapse, yet he persevered through sheer determination. Ultimately, however, there existed a limit. 10 minutes later, Richie experienced a sudden clarity in his mind, only to collapse stiffly onto the ground. Gasping for breath, though utterly exhausted, Richie's eyes sparkled with unexpected clarity. This was observation hockey. He sensed that his awareness had become refined, capable of absorbing more information, and his perceptual range had further expanded. However, due to substantial fatigue, he could only extend it by another kilometer before retracting. Richie then reverted from his elemental form to his original body. "Your Highness, are you all right?" A voice filled with concern broke through the silence. The sudden collapse had alarmed Hela, who was vigilantly guarding Richie. "I'm fine," Richie replied, remaining on the ground, gazing at the sky with a smile. "Hela, please prepare a meal for me, and make it substantial." "Yes, Your Highness." After carefully assessing Richie and determining he merely appeared fatigued, Hela exhaled in relief and nodded, "I shall prepare it at once." While Hela busied herself with the meal, Richie reflected on his recent breakthrough and organized the vast array of information that had surged through his mind. Amidst the plethora of information, much of it is rendered inconsequential and will gradually fade from Richie's memory. Lying on the ground, Richie closes his eyes to perceive the surrounding environment, and this time, devoid of his powers, he remains remarkably lucid. He murmurs to himself, engaging the observation hockey. At this moment, having mastered the awakened ability, he comprehends the nature of his breakthrough. Richie inadvertently awakened the observation hockey and discovered that it could harmoniously blend with his own abilities. As long as Richie elementalizes and merges with the earth, he can distinctly sense events occurring far away. Even beneath the sea, he faces no obstacles. As long as it is part of the earth, it can be perceived by Richie. However, he currently lacks the stamina to test the full extent of this perceptual range. Suddenly, Richie sits upright, directing his gaze towards the forest, astonished. To his delight, there appears to be significant treasure. Indeed, this venture has proven fruitful. While sifting through the information he sensed moments ago, he realizes that on a fruit tree within the forest, obscured by leaves, hangs a fruit adorned with spiral patterns, an infamous devil fruit. Having already consumed one devil fruit and possessing another, Richie is no stranger to their nature. The moment he glimpses the pattern, he confidently identifies it as a devil fruit. Regrettably, he currently lacks the energy to retrieve it, but he resolves to do so after his meal. "My lord, it is time to eat." Hela approaches once more. "Very well." Rising, Richie strides towards the makeshift barbecue on the beach, where large fish and chunks of meat, the spoils of their recent hunt, await him. Holding a meat chunk the size of a basketball in one hand, he voraciously bites into it, while with the other, he savors a meter-long grilled fish, devouring half in a single bite. After expending all his energy, this meal is particularly delectable. Chapter 39, Discovery of the Devil Fruit. "My lord, is this the place?" Within the forest, Richie navigates swiftly with a small team. Having discovered the devil fruit, he will not let this opportunity slip away. After their meal, he and Hela, along with his team, venture into the woods. At this moment, Richie appears to glide rather than walk through the forest. On the ground, his legs meld into the earth, and as the soil shifts beneath him, he propels himself forward, the earth parting like flowing water. There, with Richie's breakthrough and subsequent recovery, he conducts another test of his abilities, extending his perception to a radius of 50 kilometers, effectively enveloping most small islands. With such an extensive range, as Richie's strength continues to grow and his observation hockey enhances, it will only expand further. However, for now, being able to sense within 50 kilometers suffices. This is it. Standing beneath a tree, Richie gazes upward at the fruit, a devil fruit hanging from its branches. Beside him, a hand composed of earth reaches up, plucking the devil fruit from the tree. The devil fruit in question resembles an apple, adorned with a gray pattern, unlike the thunder fruit, which boasts blue lightning motifs. And Ricky's earth fruit, which showcases a brown rocky design. Its exterior offers no clue as to its powers, making consumption the only way to uncover its abilities. Among those I trust, there are only Hella, for captains, and a few others like Reese. At this moment, Ricky, holding the devil fruit, contemplated briefly before tossing it to Hella. Hella, this devil fruit is yours. You must train diligently with it. My lord, Hella exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gift. However, she quickly replied, I am merely a maid. Such a precious item is too much for me. It should be given to someone more deserving, someone of greater importance. Ricky gazed fondly at Hella, who had been by his side since childhood, and smiled. Hella, if you are not important to me, then no one else could possibly be. As he spoke, he gently pushed her hand back towards her. Consume it. Such fruits are not easily obtained. My lord, Hella's eyes glistened with tears at Ricky's words. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she bit into the devil fruit. A moment later, the indescribable taste caused her previously calm demeanor to falter. Struggling to suppress the urge to spit it out, she swallowed it down. After discarding the fruit, Hella began to sense her newfound abilities. Soon, her eyes opened wide, and she looked at Ricky, raising one hand to declare, My lord, I have consumed the paramecia-type ice fruit, which grants me the power to create cold. A white mist began to rise from her palm, and Ricky felt a chill emanating from her. The paramecia-type ice fruit, he mused, immediately contemplating the fruit's potential. It appeared to be a lower-tier fruit akin to the logia-type ice fruit, but with proper development, it could prove quite formidable. Having consumed the devil fruit, you will now hold some standing upon these seas, Ricky remarked with a smile as they returned to camp. In our upcoming voyage, we shall encounter many powerful foes. As my maid, you may face formidable opponents. With your devil fruit abilities coupled with your mechanical armor, I need not worry excessively about your safety. Indeed, Hella replied earnestly. I shall not disappoint you, my lord. Regardless of the circumstances, acquiring such a remarkable devil fruit felt like a significant gain. Ricky chuckled, noting, devil fruits typically manifest in the ocean after the demise of their previous wielders. If the deceased is near a fruit, it is likely to appear nearby. Though this is not guaranteed, they could materialize anywhere across the seas, and on desolate islands or in dense forests. Finding one is sheer luck. For instance, the devil fruit Ricky discovered was located deep within an uninhabited island. Even if one were to land on the island, venturing deep within would be nearly impossible for the average person, thus remaining undiscovered. Reflecting on this unexpected find, Ricky considered, if my abilities allow me to survey the entire island, then perhaps I could uncover those devil fruits hidden in remote, forsaken locales. This notion held considerable promise. Rather than being mere conjecture, the forthcoming journey would bear new objectives. Exploring newly encountered islands could yield further devil fruits, presenting a substantial opportunity. Upon returning to the camp, having secured ample fresh water and hunted enough beasts for sustenance, the fleet set sail once more. The upcoming voyage brought them closer to the entrance of the upside-down mountain in the South Sea, where they encountered islands bustling with life. Not only were there various merchant fleets, but also naval ships conducting inspections, alongside the occasional reckless pirate attacks. Presenting his identity as a prince from a world government allied nation, Ricky faced no obstacles from the Navy, even at some oppressive naval branch bases. In fact, he exchanged bounties for captured pirates, astonishing the Navy at the emergence of a world government member capable of defeating notorious pirates. As for the pirates, they were swiftly dealt with. Their ships and plundered treasures were claimed as spoils of war. Those pirates deemed less heinous were temporarily detained as laborers, while the more brutal ones were executed. Those with bounties were exchanged for rewards, while the others met their end, cast into the sea to feed the fish. Throughout the journey, the fleet encountered several deserted islands. Each time, Ricky disembarked to scout, yet no traces of devil fruits were discovered. These fruits remained a rarity upon the seas, not easily found. Instead, Hella's combat skills rapidly improved through numerous battles, and her proficiency with the devil fruit grew significantly. Chapter 40. Under surveillance, my lord. Ahead lies Grand Town, the closest island to the upside-down mountain in the South Sea, where a colonel from the naval headquarters is stationed. After days of sailing, Ricky's fleet finally arrived at the island situated at the entrance of the upside-down mountain in the South Sea. The town of Gran. As a significant maritime stronghold in the South China Sea, is not only guarded by a naval colonel, but also boasts 1,000 elite sailors. Typically, those wishing to venture to other regions pause on this island, awaiting the reversal of turbulent sea currents to journey to different waters. Thus, upon arriving at the island, we shall exchange the bounties of the pirates captured over the past few days. Consequently, our fleet will have no vessels left, as we will sell off the seized pirate ships. Anchoring at the shore, Rich addressed his subordinate followers. Yes, Your Highness. The subordinates proceeded to attend to Rich's commands. Recently, 8 pirate ships had been seized, and combined with previously captured vessels, each ship could fetch a few million berries with ease. Collectively, a dozen ships could command a price of around 100 million berries. The bounties for hunting pirates could similarly be exchanged for over 100 million berries. If all transactions were completed, the total could exceed 200 million berries, which could even afford Rich a devil fruit. However, compared to the allure of the devil fruit, Rich was more inclined to procure various supplies and slaves. In these vast seas, the price of slaves, excluding those with devil fruit powers, rare races, and certain renowned individuals, remains remarkably low. Typically, a young adult slave could be purchased for around 100,000 berries, while children, women, and the elderly are generally even more affordable. Thus, with Rich's 200 million berries, he could acquire at least 2,000 slaves. In the eyes of Rich, acquiring over 2,000 slaves, with a modicum of management, could transform them into residents under his dominion. The labor force of 2,000 would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for the currently desolate island. However, there lies a dilemma. The island's needs extend beyond merely these 2,000 slaves. After all, the regions under development are in dire need of manpower. The more individuals that arrive, the better they can be assimilated. Were it otherwise, Rich would not have embarked on this journey. In contrast to slaves, Rich holds a greater interest in the dispossessed, the vast population resources that emerge from war-torn nations. As for the currency, it is better reserved for endeavors that require precision and tact. Let us proceed. Hela. Disembarking Rich, accompanied by Hela and a contingent of soldiers, prepared to explore the town. Upon arrival, the surrounding populace, recognizing Rich's distinguished stature and the accompanying soldiers, engaged in hushed discussions, speculating about the high-ranking individual who had graced their presence. As Rich strode forth with an armed entourage, the naval forces approached for an inquiry. However, once Rich revealed his identity, all questions ceased. This also led Richie to once again reflect on the utility of his identity. Had I been born into a humble family in a pirate-infested world, I wonder if I would have survived to this day. Grand Town, as a pivotal supply hub connecting the South Sea to other regions, attracts merchants and pirates from all corners of the South Sea. The multitude of merchant convoys has rendered Grand Town a treasure trove of diverse goods, which left Richie somewhat dazzled. He purchased several items he had never encountered before. Upon returning to the warship, the subordinate who had gone to collect the bounty returned, carrying a chest filled with money, and placed it before Richie. We are being watched. Currently, we are too numerous for them to act, but it is likely they will strike once we set sail. Being informed of their scrutiny momentarily stunned Richie, who then inquired, how did we attract their attention? It is due to our redemption of over 100 million berries, which has drawn the gaze of bounty hunters, pirates, and the local underworld. Is that so? After grasping the situation, Richie nodded in realization. In that case, once we are at sea, we shall eliminate these pests. He was not particularly concerned about their encirclement. After all, none of them were prominent figures, and Richie's modern artillery would ensure their defeat. Soon, the 100 million berries from the ship's sail were delivered. With a total of 200 million berries in hand, Richie felt a renewed sense of confidence in his endeavors upon the vast ocean. The currents at Upside Down Mountain would shift in 10 days, and during this period, we cannot remain idle here. Having assimilated the intelligence, Richie issued commands to his crew. Since we have drawn their attention, let us lure them out. Perhaps we can seize another opportunity for profit. The following day, after a period of rest, the soldiers and crew boarded the vessel, and the warship set sail. This time, Richie learned of a rebellion occurring in a nearby kingdom while in the town of Gran. Within this realm, the royal army and the insurgents were embroiled in fierce conflict, plunging the entire kingdom into chaos and resulting in a significant influx of displaced individuals. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates seized the opportunity to plunder the kingdom, as neither the royal forces nor the rebels could adequately safeguard all the inhabitants. Warships set sail, and those stationed at the port dutifully reported to their respective leaders. Subsequently, an array of pirate ships, bounty hunters, and various gangs began to venture out to sea. The fleet consisted of more than a dozen vessels of varying sizes, manned by over 1,000 individuals. Such a multitude was drawn by the allure of over 100 million berries in the hands of Richie, leaving him momentarily astonished by the sight. Approximately 1,000 people, it appeared to be the prelude to a grand battle. As Richie observed the numerous ships trailing behind the warship, he sensed an opportunity for substantial profit. "My lord, the pirates following us do not include any with bounties exceeding 20 million berries. And there are some vessels without pirate flags, though their crews appear rather weak," reported the lookout station atop the ship's mast. "How far have we traveled?" Richie inquired. "We are now 100 kilometers from Grand Town," the navigator replied loudly. 100 kilometers, quite sufficient, Richie contemplated before commanding, "Prepare the entire fleet for battle. Ready yourselves for the enemy." With Richie's orders, soldiers armed with rifles took their positions on the deck, while the ship's cannons were pivoted to target the approaching pirate vessels. At Richie's command, the speed of both the warship and the transport vessels began to decrease. The pursuers maintained their velocity, steadily closing the gap between them. It did not take long for the pirates and bounty hunters to recognize the situation. "Listen up, everyone. The treasure before us exceeds 100 million berries. If we seize it, each of us shall receive our share," shouted the pirate captain, brandishing his sword and bellowing, "Kill them." Chapter 41. Luring the pirates. Boom, boom, boom. As the pirate ships drew closer, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted. Shells soared across the sea, finding their marks within the pirate vessels. A single cannonball struck, leaving a gaping hole in one ship, splintering wood in all directions. If a shell landed amidst the crowd, some pirates were sent flying into the water. The frontal assault on the pirate ships saw several cannonballs pierce through their hulls, causing them to sink slowly, while a few surviving pirates struggled on the surface. A rock spear, measuring a meter in length, shot forth from the warship, piercing a pirate floating in the water. The immense impact sent waves crashing around, and the spear's force dragged the unfortunate pirate beneath the waves, where he descended over 100 meters before coming to rest. Standing at the bow of the warship, Richie activated his observation hockey, the surrounding dust swirling around him, allowing him to perceive all within its embrace. Guided by this heightened awareness, he deftly launched rock spears, each finding its target and swiftly dispatching the pirates. Meanwhile, Hela brandished a rifle, infusing her bullets with her icy powers. One shot struck a pirate squarely in the chest, and with a crackle, a wave of frost erupted, transforming the pirate into an ice sculpture. The surrounding seawater crystallized into a layer of ice. The cannon fire obliterated the 5 ships at the forefront, and then the warship pivoted, its engines roaring as it surged toward the enemy. The cannons continued their relentless assault, accurately targeting the pirate vessels and shattering their artillery. Moments later, the warship plunged into the midst of the chaotic fray, and Richie declared with a grin, "You come to rob me. Let all of you perish." Behind Richie, rock spears aimed at the surrounding foes unleashed a torrent of fire, causing pirate minions to topple like wheat before the scythe. As he dispatched the minions, Richie stepped aboard a pirate vessel, where he was confronted by a towering pirate who bellowed and swung a fist at him. With a resounding thud, a rock shield materialized before Richie, absorbing the blow. In the blink of an eye, 4 rock spears lunged forth, piercing the pirate's body. In that fleeting moment, Richie's hand morphed into a cannon, targeting the brute. With a deep rumble, a rock cannonball erupted, shredding the pirate's form. Boom, boom. One step, one shot. The oncoming pirates, armed only with blades, attempted to engage him in close combat, but they found themselves bewildered and swiftly dispatched. Before long, the pirate ship had been purged of its crew. On another front, Hela, clad in battle armor and wielding a massive sword, unleashed her icy fury. Each strike froze a pirate solid, and her follow-up blows shattered them into icy shards. Beneath her feet, layers of ice debris mingled with splashes of crimson. The adversaries faced were not particularly formidable. Thus, the battle was concluded within the hour. Of the more than 1,000 foes, fewer than 300 remained. Out of the 10 vessels, only 3 were intact, while 5 lay in ruins upon the water's surface. Now, confronted by the soldiers of the scientific division, the remaining pirates raised their hands in surrender, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. In this battle, the introduction of new weaponry, coupled with the ferocity of individuals such as Rich and Hela, has instilled a profound psychological trauma in the surviving pirates and bounty hunters. Especially during the charge, witnessing comrades fall one after another to gunfire, and ultimately facing a scene of solitary struggle and close combat. It is likely that these survivors will be haunted by such memories. On board the scientific fleet's warship, the commanding officer responsible for this operation reported, "Your Highness, in this engagement, we have captured 300 pirates, all sustaining only minor injuries. We have seized treasures amounting to approximately 10 million berries, along with hundreds of weapons and equipment, as well as 8 usable vessels, 5 of which can only be dismantled for materials. Ensure that all captives are securely detained and notify the airship division to come for transport. Furthermore, those pirate ships will be dismantled and sent to Sky Island. Rich commanded. Understood. Thus, this matter was resolved. Next, there remains the rebellion in the Kingdom of Blue, 2 days' journey ahead. I hope that endeavor proves worthy of my attention. For Rich, this battle was merely a trivial episode, hardly worthy of his concern. What truly captured his attention were factors such as population, labor force, and advanced technological weaponry that could augment the strength of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Over the next 2 days, they encountered no pirates on their journey and directly arrived at a port city in the Kingdom of Blue. As the warship anchored at the port, a contingent of soldiers promptly approached to inquire. This is the army of the Kingdom of Blue, clad in iron armor that appears to consist of but a single iron plate guarding the heart, wielding long spears and adorned with helmets. Some soldiers even carry firearms, presenting a formidable appearance. From where do you hail, and why have you anchored here? The captain of the leading soldiers called out to those aboard the ship. We are an adventurers team from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. This time, there is no need for Richie to personally intervene, replied one of the subordinates, who disembarked while holding a document. Our primary purpose here is to rest for a few days. Very well, the commander of the Royal Army said, scrutinizing the document multiple times before confirming its authenticity. With a hint of respect, he added, however, you must be wary. The rebels have already seized several towns near the port and may strike at any moment. Thank you, the captain expressed gratitude, offering the commander a roll of berries to dismiss him, before returning to the warship to report to Richie. It appears this place is in utter chaos, Richie mused. Standing on the deck and surveying the port, he observed numerous refugees huddled together, comprising families of various ages, though the elderly were notably scarce. Just within his line of sight, there were hundreds of these displaced individuals, and considering the vastness of the port, the total number of refugees was likely to be staggering. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Helen inquired, standing beside Richie. His gaze swept across the surrounding refugees, his tone tinged with sorrow. Regrettably, we cannot linger here for too long, and the distance from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain is quite considerable. Recruiting refugees would be an exhausting endeavor, both in terms of time and manpower. Chapter 42. Recruiting refugees in the realm of pirates. The primary rulers are the world government, composed of over 100 member nations, alongside numerous countries that have not joined the world government. Under the tacit approval of the world government, these nations have become a nexus for pirates, slave traders, and the underground black market. The citizens of these countries are subjected to slaughter by foreign powers or are captured and enslaved. Aside from a few nations possessing the strength to maintain stability in certain exceptional states, the majority suffer from abject poverty and hardship. Even among the member nations of the world government, the prevailing governance is largely monarchical, rendering the king the most powerful figure within the realm. Among them, if the royal family is remarkable, it would be the Nefertari family of the Alabasta Kingdom or King Riku of the Dressrosa Kingdom in the New World. However, such kingdoms are but a rarity. The majority of kings indulge in hedonism, perched high above while viewing the commoners as mere slaves. Take, for instance, the garbage mountain of the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue, where destitute individuals scavenge for survival. Similarly, in the Drum Kingdom, King Wapple commanded the arrest of physicians, leaving the populace to beg for the king's mercy in times of illness, transforming what was once a thriving medical nation into an ordinary, struggling state. At that moment, the Kingdom of Blue, where Ricky resided, mirrored this plight, as the royal family plundered the wealth of the underprivileged, conscripting them for labor until many perished from exhaustion, compelling a rebellion that swept across the nation. Had it not been for the Kingdom of Blue being a member of the world government, contributing vast riches and requesting naval protection for the royal family, the king would have long since been dethroned. How many refugees can our ship accommodate at maximum capacity? Ricky inquired of the captain beside him. In response to Ricky's question, the captain replied, Your Highness, we have 8 pirate ships yet to be dismantled, and combined with the space of our warships and transport vessels, we can temporarily house approximately 3,000 individuals. 3,000, you say? Ricky pondered for a moment before nodding. Then let us recruit 3,000, gathering those willing to accompany us, and then we shall depart. Yes, Your Highness. Upon receiving Ricky's command, the captain, along with the crew, began transporting supplies in preparation for the recruitment of the displaced. A table was set, adorned with an array of food, The overt display of sustenance served as a tantalizing lure for the refugees huddled nearby. With a rustling sound, a massive banner unfurled upon the deck of the ship. Flapping in the sea breeze, inscribed with bold letters proclaiming, Worker Recruitment Point. This territory ultimately belongs to the Kingdom of Blue. While Richie himself hails from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, he cannot recklessly recruit refugees in the open, as that would be a direct affront to the royal family of Blue. However, by recruiting workers and discreetly bribing the port's mayor and patrolling soldiers, there would be no issue. The nobles who disdain these refugees would rather see them depart, enhancing the aesthetic appeal of their cities. Initially, even the recruitment point seemed to some as merely a new ruse employed by slave traders. Yet, as the large pot beside the recruitment point simmered with food, the aroma wafting through the port proved irresistible to the refugees, many of whom had not eaten their fill for countless days. In their state of hunger, a robust-looking middle-aged refugee approached. "Hello, are you here to apply?" A soldier at the recruitment point inquired. "Indeed, I am," the refugee responded, eyeing the food nearby. If it weren't for the soldiers clad in armor standing guard, he likely would have rushed to seize the food. Of course, the soldier replied with a warm smile, exuding a sense of friendliness. "We come from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. If you apply as a worker, you will eventually relocate there, where you will be allocated land and housing, ensuring you have ample food." Rock Mountain Kingdom? The middle-aged refugee pondered, realizing his limited knowledge had left him unaware of such a realm. "Do not worry," the soldier continued, noticing the refugee's hesitation. "We are one of the member states of the world government, a recognized nation you can verify through the naval base. Moreover, if you agree and provide some basic information, you can enjoy a meal. The first meal will surely satisfy your hunger. Eat." At this, the refugee swallowed hard again. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely nodded. "All right. I agree. You will not regret your decision." The soldier smiled as he took out his notebook and pen. "Name? Age?" After swiftly recording the necessary details, another soldier presented a large bowl filled to the brim with rice to the refugee. "Here, eat first. Fill your stomach and rest on the ship. We will depart in a couple of days." As the refugee grasped the steaming bowl of food, memories of his recent hardships and lost family overcame him, and tears streamed down his face. "Thank you." He began to devour the meal, and this scene did not go unnoticed by the other refugees scattered around the port. With the first person having taken the plunge, it was only a matter of time before others followed suit. Soon, several robust refugees approached, registered, and began to eat. One by one, the refugees at the recruitment point feasted heartily, the enticing aroma drawing more and more to the sight. In just half a day, the recruitment point became a bustling hub, filled with refugees, bringing a smile to Richie's face as he stood on the deck. In his eyes, these individuals represented the future foundation of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. A larger population would yield a sufficient pool of recruits, potentially birthing great talents. As the number of refugees swelled, ships rapidly filled to capacity. To maximize transportation, many families found themselves without beds, merely settling onto stools in the ship's hold. "How many days until we reach the North Sea?" Richie inquired of Hella, who stood nearby. 3 days, she replied. 3 days, Richie mused. "Instruct the recruitment point to gather the maximum number of individuals we can accommodate within 2 days, and then set sail under the cover of night." "Understood, Your Highness." The population of the Kingdom of Blue is not insignificant, boasting millions. The scale of refugees resulting from the nationwide rebellion is staggering. Observing the smooth recruitment of refugees, Richie considered staying longer in the Kingdom of Blue to further gather individuals, were it not for his need to navigate the tumultuous seas to the North Sea. Chapter 43. Journey to the North Sea. Can our merchant fleet arrive here? Richie finally asked, having observed the ships filled with refugees. After a moment of hesitation, Hella consulted her notes before responding. "Our merchant fleet has expanded and been divided into 3 subfleets, one of which operates the route from Forest City to Grand Town." "Is that so?" Richie expressed surprise at the rapid growth of his fleet. "Since we have a merchant fleet in operation, let us ensure that each voyage carries an additional ship back here to recruit refugees." He continued, "And for the remaining fleets, let us adopt the same strategy, striving to bring back orphans, refugees, and the destitute to address the population shortage in the Kingdom of Rock Mountain." "Yes, Your Highness." 2 days passed swiftly, and with funds in place, Richie continued to recruit refugees without interruption. By the afternoon of the second day, ships laden with eager individuals departed, totaling 2,100, 100 more than anticipated. As news of Richie's recruitment efforts spread, refugees from across the city flocked to the site. The modest target of 2,000 was achieved in just over a day, Yet the influx of refugees showed no signs of waning. As they continued to gather at the recruitment point, if this trend continued, Richie mused, they could potentially recruit at least tens of thousands more. Observing the alarming number of refugees, he felt a pang of compassion and recognized the tremendous opportunity to bolster his population. The merchant fleet's pace was inadequate, and sustaining these refugees would deplete substantial resources. After careful consideration, Richie arrived at a solution. Each of our airships can transport 400 people per round trip. Excluding those on missions in the Sky Islands, we have already constructed 10 new airships. If we pair 2 airships together, we can ensure a fresh group departs daily for the Sky Islands. Hella, Richie called from the deck. Yes? She stepped forward, standing beside him. Instruct the merchant fleet to establish a settlement at this port, recruiting any refugees willing to join our nation, and designate 100 personnel from the scientific division as guards. Each day, discreetly transport populations aboard the airships to the Sky Islands, ensuring operational security. Understood. Richie paused briefly, then continued. At this rate, we will soon require more airships. Hella, I approve the construction of a new batch of 10 airships. Several ships had arrived at a designated area outside the shipping lane, using the flagship's coordinates to guide the airships in. This time, 5 airships arrived, squeezing more than 2,000 refugees aboard as they set off towards the Sky Island. Subsequently, through the communication device, Rich received orders, prompting the airship factory on Forest Island to resume operations. Meanwhile, above the Sky Island, at a newly constructed civilian airport, 2 airships ascended into the sky. After transporting all the refugees, Rich left behind the temporary pirate ship, along with 100 soldiers and 50 million berries. The fleet navigated for 2 days, returning to Grand Town. After replenishing some supplies in Grand Town, the currents of Upside Down Mountain began to shift. Rich's warships and transport vessels joined the long-awaited fleet heading towards Upside Down Mountain. Given that this journey was undertaken by a multitude of merchant ships, although there were some pirate vessels along the way, they dared not confront such a large assembly of merchant ships, instead opting to follow the main fleet obediently. As they neared Upside Down Mountain, a mesmerizing sight unfolded. The currents surged upward against the peaks at a rapid pace, with waves crashing against the rocky cliffs, producing a thunderous roar akin to a tempest. Standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous Upside Down Mountain, Rich felt a surge of excitement and proclaimed loudly, "Let us embark towards the North Sea." Crossing over Upside Down Mountain, the fleet arrived at the North Sea. After resupplying in a town not far from the North Sea's entrance, the fleet advanced towards their destination. The North Sea, home to the Kingdom of Skrull and the Black Iron Kingdom, both members of the world government, boasted populations exceeding 5 million, rendering them among the larger nations in this pirate-infested world. Unlike the tranquil South Sea, the North Sea was rife with significant figures. Among them was the Don Quixote family, led by the infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had begun to make a name for himself in the North Sea. Moreover, numerous notorious pirates with bounties surpassing 50 million berries and several formidable nations contributed to a chaos that far exceeded that of the South Sea. The fleet encountered over 8 pirate attacks within less than 5 days of sailing, including confrontations with devil fruit users and formidable foes capable of deflecting cannon fire. However, those who sought Rich had misjudged their opponent. Faced with Rich's formidable artillery, only 2 pirate crews engaged in boarding actions against his warships. The power and speed of their rifles swiftly decimated the pirate henchmen, with Rich personally defeating those with bounties in the tens of millions of berries. "Your Highness, an island has been spotted ahead." Upon hearing this, Rich raised his binoculars for a closer look. Order the fleet to approach for resupply and rest. At this point, aside from a primary warship and a transport vessel, the fleet also included 4 pirate ships captured along the way, now manned by some of their captives. With the increase in personnel, resource consumption surged, and despite the transport ship carrying ample supplies, they found themselves struggling. After all, in the pirate world, each strong individual had a considerable appetite, consuming food equivalent to that of several ordinary men in a single meal. The ships carried fishing nets to catch fish at sea, which had helped maintain sufficient food supplies. Thus, discovering an island was essential for replenishing their food and freshwater reserves. As the ships docked, Rich cast a rock into the water, forming a makeshift rocky harbor, allowing the warships and vessels to anchor in deep waters. Subsequently, the escorted pirates remained motionless while the soldiers divided into groups to take turns resting. Upon setting foot on the island, Rich's observation hockey expanded rapidly. enveloping the entire island as he heightened his senses. The island recently discovered is relatively vast, and initially, Riki did not manage to cover it entirely. In his perception, amidst a significant portion of the island, various wild beasts and fruits thrived, yet no trace of the devil fruit was found. Everyone, rest in place. Tomorrow, we shall commence hunting to replenish our supplies, Riki declared. The island harbors a river, providing a source of fresh water. Meanwhile, while Riki and his team recuperated, on the opposite side of the island, a pirate ship anchored, and a young girl with black hair disembarked alongside the pirates. Chapter 44. The New Devil Fruit, Your Highness. The hunting party has already set off. The following morning, after having breakfast and engaging in his morning physical training, Riki prepared to venture into the island with a small team. Whenever he encounters a deserted island, Riki invariably feels compelled to explore it. If a devil fruit were to manifest on an uninhabited isle, it would likely go unnoticed, presenting a substantial opportunity for Riki to acquire it. Given the considerable size of this deserted island, a thorough examination would require several attempts. Though Riki's team consisted of merely 10 members, they were all elite guards, fiercely loyal to him. Each soldier possessed strength equivalent to at least that of a Navy headquarters major, and when armed with rifles, pistols, and exoskeleton armor, their capabilities could rival those of a Navy colonel. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Riki's keen senses allowed them to evade the territories of ferocious beasts, thus avoiding any unnecessary delays. By midday, they arrived at their first designated location. Riki then stood still, his legs melding into the ground as he unleashed his observation haki, swiftly extending it in all directions. Moments later, he opened his eyes and announced, "Let us proceed to the next location." Approaching dusk, they reached the subsequent site. Yet Riki still had not detected any signs of the devil fruit. By then, 3/4 of the island had been surveyed, leaving a quarter yet to be explored. Let us rest. Tomorrow, we shall continue to the next location. With one hand pressed against the ground, Riki summoned layers of rock to rise and form a barrier, encircling the group. Inside, stone ladders emerged for vigilance. Once this was accomplished, the team split into 2 groups. The first group of 5 ascended the ladders to patrol the stone wall, while the remaining 5 began to process a massive wild boar they had hunted along the way. Utilizing the seasonings they had brought for their evening meal, Riki consumed 1/3 of the boar, while the other soldiers and Hela shared the remaining 2/3. Even Hela consumed a leg of the wild boar. The strength they possessed necessitated considerable sustenance. After their meal, Riki and Hela rested, while the soldiers divided into 2 groups for their rest. The next morning, after breakfast, Riki led his team toward their final destination. Traversing dozens of kilometers through the island's mountainous forests, Riki arrived at their goal. As they continued their reconnaissance, Riki concentrated on the entirety of the surrounding forest. Suddenly, a fruit tree within the forest captured his attention. It bore a devil fruit. At last, Riki's instincts had borne fruit. On this deserted island, he had discovered yet another devil fruit. Furthermore, on the opposite side of the island, another pirate ship was revealed. From his vantage point below the ground, Riki observed the pirate vessel and the pirates stationed on the beach. Among them, a particular figure caught his attention. The figure appears rather diminutive, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, with a cascade of black hair and clad in a simple, dust-laden dress. In the midst of a pirate crew teeming with marauders, there exists a little girl who appears somewhat out of place. However, it is precisely this young maiden that piques Riki's curiosity. Soon enough, as he gazes upon the pirate flag, he discerns that this crew is none other than the notorious boar pirates of the North Sea. The captain, Pig, is a formidable Zoan-type devil fruit user, boasting a bounty of 58 million berries and commanding 3 pirate ships with a crew of 500. At present, only 1 ship, accommodating approximately 200 individuals, is docked. Riki, accompanied by his team, ventures towards the location where the devil fruit was discovered, all the while pondering the peculiarities of their surroundings. Having observed the campfire for a day, he deduces that this desolate island does not seem to serve as a mere backup base. With his thoughts racing, he soon locates the elusive devil fruit, perched atop a rocky outcrop. He retrieves the fruit, yet finds no suitable candidate among his ranks to consume this unknown power. Riki resolves to return and present it to his subordinate, Baru. Now adept in the mastery of both observation and armament haki, Baru, paired with the devil fruit, could potentially elevate his strength to the level of a Marine headquarters rear admiral, albeit one of the ordinary rank, rather than those esteemed veterans. The Marine headquarters oversees several fortifications and bases throughout the Grand Line, each manned by its own contingent of rear admirals, beyond those visible to the eye. Such as the rear admirals stationed at Sabaody Archipelago, there are 10 strongholds under the aegis of the Marine headquarters, all guarded by seasoned rear admirals. As per Ricky's father's account, these venerable vice admirals, each a battle-hardened veteran, possess strength that, while formidable, pales in comparison to that of the admirals. Additionally, their advancing years have hindered their innate talents from further development, thus confining them to the rank of vice admiral. In a one-on-one confrontation, their prowess allows them to engage with the admirals of the headquarters for a considerable duration. In pairs, they could potentially occupy the admirals for an extended period. According to Ricci's insights, these seasoned vice admirals are capable of matching the elite commanders of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Beyond this distinguished group of veterans lies a cadre of ordinary vice admirals, whose abilities correspond to the combat strength of pirates with bounties ranging from 100 million to 500 million. Should Barrow attain this level, it would signify that the strength of the Yinshan kingdom has ascended to new heights, rendering them less fearful in the face of more formidable pirates. Suddenly, Ricci was taken aback as he observed an unknown devil fruit being absorbed into his swamp space. While monitoring the situation of the wild boar pirate crew, he noticed Pigar holding a devil fruit, which he subsequently stored away after a brief moment. Another devil fruit, though this island had already yielded 1 devil fruit. Ricci had no intention of confronting the wild boar pirate crew. However, the discovery of Pigar possessing a devil fruit was an opportunity Ricci could not afford to overlook. Hela, rally all hunting squads to our location and prepare for battle. Yes, Your Highness. Hela was momentarily taken aback by Ricci's sudden command. Yet she swiftly recorded his orders and instructed the communications officer among the nearby escort squad to relay the message. Chapter 45. A New Discovery. Attention. His Highness commands all hunting squads to return with their catches. A soldier at the communications department announced loudly into the microphone. Attention. All squads return with their spoils. Squads of soldiers rapidly made their way back, and after a brief period, the first platoon of 50 soldiers had gathered. Each soldier was armed with a rifle, equipped with ample ammunition, donned an exoskeleton battle armor, and carried a blade at their side. Once the first platoon was organized, they swiftly advanced towards Ricci. Subsequently, the second and third platoons continued to return and assemble. Of the 500 soldiers Ricci had brought, only 100, along with the chefs, doctors, navigators, and other personnel, totaling 200, would remain to guard the ships and the captured pirates aboard. This time, having discovered the devil fruit, Ricci was resolute in not letting it slip away. Moreover, the wild boar pig had already consumed 1 such fruit. Thus, as long as Pig possessed it, it would remain untouched. Your Highness. The second squad of the 1st Battalion has arrived, came the report. After a considerable wait, the first wave of reinforcements finally reached Ricci. Only 1 squad? Ricci observed the soldiers around him, their demeanor exuding an air of grim determination. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he knew it was best to secure the devil fruit without delay. Contemplating this, Ricci addressed the squad, advance with me and prepare for battle. Then he continued, Hera, instruct the following troops to proceed directly to the battlefield and engage upon arrival. Understood, came the reply. Navigating through the forest for a while, Ricci and his warriors arrived at the periphery of the wild boar pirate group's territory. A group lay hidden among the trees, observing the pirates who idly lingered on the beach. At Ricci's side, the squad leader approached and whispered in his ear, Your Highness. All soldiers are prepared and ready for combat. Very well. Although unsure why this pirate crew remained anchored here, Ricci was determined that once they had caught his attention, escape was not an option. Rock spear. In an instant, 2 massive rock spears, resembling towering pillars, rapidly coalesced beside Ricci. Go. With a low command, the 2 rock spears were launched forth. They soared through the air like missiles, striking the pirate ship directly. The stone-like projectiles pierced through the vessel, anchoring it firmly in the water as torrents of seawater surged in through the breach. It was evident that the ship was rendered unseaworthy. Open fire. At this moment, the captain observed Risha's actions, which served as a signal. Immediately, a resounding shout erupted as the captain discharged his rifle, a bullet piercing the forehead of a pirate. The sound of gunfire erupted across the beach, with some pirates, caught unawares, falling victim to bullets that struck vital points, lifelessly collapsing onto the sand. Those who managed to react seized nearby weapons, desperately searching for their adversaries. Yet, these pirates soon found themselves targeted by the soldiers. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets flew, leaving them with no refuge. Where had the enemy come from? Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, The captain was admiring a devil fruit he had unexpectedly acquired. Just as he set it down, the entire ship lurched violently. A cacophony of gunshots mixed with chaos alerted Pig, the boarman, to the dire situation. Grasping a large machete, Pig burst forth from the pirate ship. Upon reaching the deck, he was struck by the sight of his fallen comrades. The beach was strewn with corpses. In the woods behind the beach, shadows flickered ominously. The pirates had now discerned Risha's presence. Armed with wooden planks and shields as makeshift cover, they charged towards him. Although such defenses could not withstand the bullets, they hindered the soldiers' aim at vital points, allowing some wounded pirates to persist in their assault, shouting furiously as they approached. "Damn it, die." Pig's eyes blazed crimson as he witnessed his subordinates falling one by one. His body swelled rapidly, and through his leather back, bristles pierced his clothing. Two formidable tusks, akin to daggers, jutted from his mouth. With a low growl, Pig, now in his beastly form standing at an imposing 4 meters tall, leaped from the deck, landing heavily on the sand. With a sweeping motion of his blade against the ground, he charged towards Risha like an unstoppable tank. Kill. Under their captain's lead, the remaining pirates rallied, roaring as they brandished their weapons and surged toward Risha. In a corner of the pirate ship, within a cabin where a small girl had hidden, she peered through a gap, observing the battlefield. With successive shots, she had nearly felled 100 pirate minions, significantly diminishing their ranks. However, the enemy was now upon them, making continued shooting impossible. The captain drew a bayonet from his calf and affixed it to his rifle. "All troops, fix bayonets and charge," he commanded. At that moment, Risha leaped forth from the woods, placing a hand on the ground and murmuring, "Rock spike." With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled as elongated spikes of rock erupted from the sand, transforming the area ahead into a forest of jagged stone. Several pirates were impaled, their bodies suspended on the spikes like tattered flags in the wind. Boom. Yet Risha did not pause, issuing another commanding shout. This time, amidst the protruding rock spires that pierced the pirate, those fragments within the pirate's body swiftly extended, causing new spires to rise up in multitude, transforming the entire pirate into a creature reminiscent of a sea urchin. With a single strike, dozens of pirates fell, leaving only a handful still capable of fighting. The soldiers under Risha surged forward, dispatching the remaining foes with swift precision. They ruthlessly finished off the wounded and pressed onward, traversing the fallen bodies to reach the untouched pirates further back. This was the power of a devil fruit user. Observing Risha's actions and the peculiar transformations occurring on the ground, the wild boar Pig was taken aback. In an instant, his initial rage began to dissipate, replaced by a newfound caution in his gaze towards Risha. Nevertheless, Pig did not halt his advance, charging boldly toward Risha and cleaving him in two with a single stroke. The heavy blade crashed into the sand, sending a cascade of grains flying outward like waves crashing upon the shore. Chapter 46. Unexpected Surprise Dead. As Pig felt the blade sink into his own flesh, he was taken aback. Moments ago, Risha's explosive power had effortlessly vanquished numerous pirates, leaving Pig in a state of utter astonishment. Yet here he was, so easily cleaved in half by his own hand. But just then, Pig experienced a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. He glanced down to see a jagged rock spike protruding from his back, piercing through his chest. Blood dripped from the razor-sharp tip, staining the ground beneath him. "Who are you?" The piercing strike penetrated the entirety of Pig's heart, and for Risha, there was no hindrance to his formidable physique. Even in his orc form, once the heart was pierced, death was inevitable. Before he could finish his sentence, the wild boar Pig collapsed onto the ground, transforming into a lifeless body, reverting from his orc form back to that of an ordinary human. Such a straightforward resolution left Risha somewhat astonished. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries had perished so effortlessly that it was hard for him to believe. However, upon reflection, Risha had indeed taken advantage of an information gap, as Pig was entirely unaware of Risha's devil fruit abilities, coupled with Risha's superior strength and the mastery of dual hockey. Along with the unexpected element of surprise as he materialized behind Pig, the decisive strike to the vital point sealed his fate. To ensure a fatal blow, Risha had pierced Pig's heart to the extent that it resembled a honeycomb. Even a Zoan-type devil fruit user, with a completely shattered heart, faced only a dead end. Thus, Risha accomplished the execution of Pig, and in the next moment, his form transformed into a mass of sludge, swiftly traversing the battlefield and entering the ship's cabin. Upon locating the captain's quarters, he discovered the devil fruit that Pig had concealed within a treasure chest. It was a white devil fruit resembling a banana, seemingly indicative of a Zoan type, though its nature remained uncertain. With the acquisition of the devil fruit, Risha's mission was complete. He stowed both the fruit and the ship's treasures within his spatial storage, preparing to depart. As he disembarked, the soldiers had already dealt with all the pirates. Some soldiers had boarded the pirate ship to commence their search for supplies. Across the battlefield, with Hela, the devil fruit user, present. The remaining pirates posed little threat and were swiftly eradicated. Your Highness, we have discovered this. Hela approached Richie just as he was instructing the soldiers to clear the battlefield and prepare for departure. What is it? Richie inquired, puzzled. Hela produced a small package. Opening it to reveal a peculiar fruit adorned with a gray, banana-like appearance and spiraled patterns, which came into Richie's view. This is a devil fruit. This time, even Richie found himself momentarily stunned. To acquire 2 devil fruits on this island was already a rare feat, however. The fact that Hela had procured yet another devil fruit was nothing short of astonishing. Regaining his composure, Richie placed a hand upon the treasure chest, his palm transforming into a swamp that engulfed it. He then inquired, Hela, from whence did you obtain this devil fruit? Hela explained, Your Highness. It was discovered within a pirate's cargo hold. It was initially among a barrel of fruits, and this devil fruit was nestled within. Is that so? Upon learning the origin of the devil fruit, Richie nodded, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. He mused inwardly about the stroke of luck he had encountered. This gray, banana-like devil fruit was indeed the wild boar fruit of the Zoan type. After a devil fruit user perishes, the fruit tends to manifest randomly upon the sea, with a significant likelihood of appearing nearby. If, following the user's demise, a plethora of fruits is placed about, the devil fruit may well materialize among them. However, this occurrence is still subject to chance, and Richie had not been overly concerned. After all, the only devil fruit users he had encountered in recent years were merely a handful from several years past, and now, he had not crossed paths with any devil fruit users lately. Consequently, this particular devil fruit, nestled among the pile of fruits in the pirate ship's cargo hold, was most likely newly formed, corresponding to the power of the wild boar. Pick. With the devil fruit safely stowed away, Richie felt a surge of joy. He had acquired 3 devil fruits in one go. This not only meant that his subordinates could grow stronger, but he could also bestow one upon a family member. Within the Rock Mountain Kingdom, Richie's father, as well as his 2 uncles, were all formidable in their own right. A single devil fruit could elevate their strength to new heights. A nation fortified by stronger individuals could better safeguard itself in times of peril. There would be those to stand tall and defend it. Thus, one fruit could go to Barrow, and now that Sandia had become a captain of warriors or a sniper, another could be reserved for art. The final fruit could be granted to his father, one uncle, or the other. It is worth noting that these 3 devil fruits do not include the nature-type thunder fruit that Richie possessed. This formidable natural-type devil fruit must be bestowed upon an individual deemed worthy, for when harnessed effectively, it possesses the potential to forge a power equivalent to that of a high-ranking general. At this level of power, one stands at the pinnacle of the realm, and thus, the enigmatic lich must be approached with utmost caution. Contemplating the distribution of the devil fruits, he observed that the soldiers had nearly finished clearing the battlefield and were preparing to depart. However, at that very moment, 2 soldiers suddenly soared from the pirate ship. Subsequently, several soldiers advanced, brandishing their firearms, and aimed at a solitary figure. The squad leader, taking charge, bellowed at the target, "Don't move. If you do, I shall take your life." Indeed, as the observation hockey unfurled, he directed his gaze towards the surrounded silhouette, revealing that it was none other than the black-haired girl whom Lich had previously encountered. Meanwhile, an additional circle of arms had manifested around the 2 soldiers who had just been propelled outward. Such appearance, such abilities, Richie immediately inquired. Hela, please check and see if that young girl is the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. Upon uttering these words, Richie stepped forward, his gaze intensely scrutinizing the childlike figure of Nico Robin from head to toe. If this young girl truly was Nico Robin, she would be the first character from the narrative he had encountered. The transition from a mere paper figure to a living person rendered Richie momentarily unrecognizing. At the same time, curiosity piqued within him as he examined the young girl. However, initially, Richie softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, little one. If you cooperate with us, we will not harm you." Chapter 47. Nico Robin, my lord. This is the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, who at the tender age of 8 destroyed 6 Navy warships and has a bounty of 79 million berries. She should now be 11 years old. Hela stepped forward, having found the bounty notice and intelligence regarding Nico Robin, and reported to Richie. Nico Robin, a future member of the Straw Hat Pirates, possesses the powers of the flower fruit from the Paramecia class. She harbors an extraordinary aptitude for learning, even at a young age. She mastered ancient scripts and earned the title of scholar in the Library of the Tree of Knowledge, where she was hailed a genius by the illustrious Clover. Subsequently, due to the scholars of O'Hara secretly seeking ancient texts, the world government executed a demon eradication order, erasing O'Hara from the map. Nico Robin was spared due to the kindness of Admiral Akiji, who was then a mere captain. Following this, she became a target of the bounty and embarked on a life of wandering. Had she not encountered Richie, Nico Robin would have continued her years of hardship, facing various dark adversities, ultimately finding herself in the employ of Crocodile's Baroque works until the Straw Hat Pirates arrived in Alabasta, where she finally joined their ranks. However, now that Nico Robin unexpectedly met Richie, he, aware of her identity, certainly would not let this prodigy slip away, even if it meant teaching and nurturing her talents. Richie felt it imperative not to miss this opportunity. As for Nico Robin's bounty, Richie held it in disdain. To him, money was merely a figure, and gold could be conjured at will. Talent, especially one as exceptional as a child who became a scholar at 8, was the most precious resource. Moreover, the world government's pursuit might spell disaster for the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Richie was already preparing to overthrow the world government. Targeting them was unnecessary. His only concern was to protect Nico Robin during this interim before he took action. At this moment, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, each wielding formidable, specialized firearms, Nico Robin had witnessed their power during her earlier covert observation. With so many weapons aimed at her, the prospect of survival dwindled if not resolved swiftly. For now, she remained composed, aware that her identity had not elicited any overt reactions from her adversaries, who seemed reluctant to take her life. In recent years, having endured countless betrayals and pursuits, Nico Robin has gained a deeper understanding of humanity. Observing Richie's current demeanor, as well as her own precarious situation, he appears to be someone worthy of trust. "I surrender," Nico Robin declared, raising her hands. "I am Nico Robin, hailing from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. I have come here seeking adventure, and now, I wish for you to join me in the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. We shall take you to a concealed location." "Why?" Nico Robin questioned, somewhat taken aback by Richie's words. Her surprise did not stem from his identity, but rather from the unexpected protection being offered to her. A target of the world government. This was her first encounter with Richie. "It's quite simple," Richie replied with a smile. "I too harbor disdain for the world government. You possess considerable talent, and I consider this a preliminary investment. In the future, I expect you to repay me. Is that so?" Richie's transparent intentions left Nico Robin momentarily astonished, yet this honesty simultaneously provided her with a sense of reassurance. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. "I am willing to join the Kingdom of Rock Mountain." "Excellent." Richie beamed. "You shall not regret your decision." He gestured to the surrounding soldiers, instructing them to lower their weapons. "Hela, Nico Robin will accompany you henceforth as your aide, temporarily assisting with various matters." "Yes, Your Highness," Hela responded. Though she was puzzled by Richie's familiarity with Nico Robin, the mystery surrounding Richie was already substantial. "Nico Robin," he continued, "you will follow Hela's lead. Each day, you are to acquire knowledge while also honing your devil fruit abilities." "Understood," Nico Robin replied, her heart still swirling with uncertainty, yet she affirmed her commitment. "To demonstrate our sincerity, after I conclude my current tasks, I will take you to witness the historical text. What do you think?" At the mention of the historical text, Nico Robin's body trembled. In that instant, she realized how well Richie was acquainted with her. Before him, she felt utterly exposed. Looking once more at Richie's smiling visage, she sensed an almost penetrating gaze. Having swiftly departed, only a field of corpses remained. As they traversed the forest, Richie's fleet was prepared to advance once more, setting sail toward their destinations, the Kingdom of Skrull and the Ironclad Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the previously unknown deserted island, a pirate ship adorned with a pirate flag arrived after a few hours. Upon docking, a tall figure disembarked, surveying the pirate ship pierced by 2 rock spears and the scattered bodies. Subsequently, this individual retrieved a transponder snail. "Pika, have you obtained the information?" A sharp voice emanated from the transponder. "Young master," the one referred to as Pika responded, "the wild boar pig has been eliminated by an unknown force. It remains unclear whether they sought us out or encountered us by chance." "Is that so?" A moment of silence followed before the voice on the other end, known as Young Master, commanded, "Then return. We have another pirate crew to trade with along the way. Proceed as planned." "Understood, Young Master." After ending the call, Pika reboarded the ship, casting a final glance at the 2 rock spears imprinting the entire battlefield firmly in his memory. Whoever dares to rob what belongs to the young master shall be found, and I will ensure their demise. On the other side, at sea. Ricci could not hold back a sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he mused, I suppose someone is speaking of me. He then turned his gaze to the deck, where Nico Robin, now clad in new attire, was practicing her devil fruit abilities. Given her striking appearance and her powers as a flower fruit user, Ricci offered her some advice. Since your abilities allow you to replicate any body part, why not cover your face with a mask? Thus, even if they were to encounter individuals from the world government, there would be no need for concern about being discovered. Ricci's words illuminated Nico Robin's understanding, revealing her rudimentary grasp of the devil fruit abilities. Had she developed these powers earlier, her 3-year odyssey between islands would have been unnecessary. Now, layers of petals enveloped Nico Robin's face, coalescing into a mask that transformed her into an entirely different persona. Chapter 48. Nobility during the journey, after 2 resupplies. Ricci arrived at his destination, the island housing the Kingdom of Scroll and the Iron Kingdom. This immense island was predominantly occupied by these 2 nations, while the other half remained a wild expanse of forest and mountains. Such uncharted terrain proved advantageous for Ricci. On a barren, desolate mountain not far from Scroll and the Iron Kingdom, at the foot of which lay a crescent-shaped bay, Ricci undertook significant modifications. The bay was transformed into a deep water port capable of accommodating vessels, supplemented by the construction of several outposts manned by soldiers to safeguard against artillery fire. Along the path leading to the mountain summit, additional outposts were established to secure the area. Atop the mountain, Ricci leveled the peak to erect a grand castle and an expansive airport designated for airship docking. After settling in, and following 3 days of reconnaissance with the return of the scouting team, Ricci, equipped with a contingent of personnel, set forth. Their first destination was a remote town located near the Kingdom of Scroll. This quaint town is known as Litter City, a fiefdom of the Baron Litter family within the Kingdom of Screw. Previously, a messenger from Ricci had already delivered gifts and formal greetings. On this occasion, Ricci sought to meet with Baron Li Qi to discuss matters concerning himself. As the carriage convoy traversed the forest along a rural path, gaunt farmers toiled in the fields on either side. Scattered corpses lay along the road, their tattered clothing indicating they were commoners, seemingly long overdue for a change of garments. This was merely a remote area of the Screw Kingdom. One could only wonder about the state of affairs in the larger cities, given the presence of these refugee remains. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ricci's convoy pressed on without pause. However, a small detachment of soldiers within the group was dispatched to various villages, carrying provisions in search of the displaced populace. As the environment shifted, villages transformed into towns, their population swelling, yet so too did the number of refugees. Ricci observed some town guards forcefully expelling the displaced individuals. Consequently, another small team was formed from the convoy. Meanwhile, Hela communicated to the rear, establishing a makeshift camp at the forest's edge to prepare food and boil water. The carriage continued its advance, the scenery evolving continuously. After approximately an hour, wooden fortifications came into view ahead. Inside the carriage, Ricci, Hela, and the disguised Nico Robin were present. As they gazed at the refugees along the route, Hela furrowed her brow. Your Highness, how does a nation like this endure? She pondered. Across this vast ocean, there are benevolent kings adored by their people, as well as tyrants, yet such an environment seems the norm in this world. Ricci, seated across from Hela and Nico Robin, offered an explanation. The situation in our Kingdom of Rock Mountain is not unique, but it is among the few exceptions. He then chuckled lightly, gazing out the window with a contemplative expression. Yet, isn't this very environment conducive to our recruitment of refugees? Nico Robin, contemplative as well, appeared to consider his words deeply. Aware of Nico Robin's identity and circumstances, Ricci chose not to conceal anything from her. In recent days, aside from exercising and acquiring knowledge, Nico Robin has also been involved in various trivial matters handled by Hela, beginning to explore her capabilities and managing them. Through these tasks, Robin has gleaned insights into Ricci and the general circumstances of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Coming to understand the nature of Ricci himself, he did not conceal the purpose of his voyage. Upon learning that Ricci sought to recruit the displaced, Robin was quite taken aback. However, Ricci's endeavor to gather the homeless and strengthen his nation's influence, portraying himself as a future benevolent king, fostered a sense of admiration for him in Robin's heart. Thus, it became evident that such a world necessitated transformation. As their carriage entered the city, they approached a castle built into the mountainside, the stronghold of Baron Lit. Inside the city, the streets were lined with groups of displaced individuals, hiding in corners. rummaging through refuse, or begging for alms. The sheer number of these individuals was overwhelming, prompting patrolling soldiers to scornfully kick aside those obstructing their path, trampling over them as they went. Observing this scene, Richie, with a compassionate heart, stifled his rising emotions, pondering why such a nation had not yet perished. The world government was no better. Coming from Blue Star and having grown up in an era of peace, Richie possessed a flicker of goodwill. Had he not found himself in the peaceful Rock Mountain Kingdom, he might have already embarked on a pirate's life or instigated a rebellion to seize power. They arrived leisurely at the castle's entrance. Having previously submitted a letter of introduction, their carriage was escorted inside by the soldiers. Within the castle, Richie, Hella, and Nico Robin dismounted. They found themselves in an open area, where a path of intricately patterned stone bricks meandered through a garden adorned with vibrant flowers, many of which were quite valuable. Following a steward, Richie entered the castle. The floors were covered in plush carpets that muffled their footsteps, while grand oil paintings and treasures displayed in glass cases spoke volumes of the castle's lord. In a reception room, Richie encountered the current baronlet. The baron, seated on a sofa, stood at a modest height of approximately 5 feet 7, yet his corpulence caused him to resemble a sphere as he lounged, his flesh spilling outward. His greasy face bore a pair of nearly imperceptible eyes that gleamed with a glint of shrewdness as he scrutinized Richie. His gaze lingered momentarily on Hella, who followed Richie, while Nico Robin, disguised and appearing ordinary, failed to capture the baron's attention. "Greetings," the baron said, extending his hand toward Richie with a smile, inviting him to take a seat. "Hello," Richie replied, his expression warm as he acknowledged the lord of this small town, baronlet. After Richie settled into a seat, Hella and Nico Robin stood behind him. "I understand that you are nobles from other kingdoms," the baron said. "Given the circumstances in the Screw Kingdom and the Black Iron Kingdom, if you were to present yourselves as a mere merchant convoy, it would likely incite the greed of these nobles. That could lead to complications." Although Richie was unafraid of such troubles, attracting the attention of the world government or the navy would be undesirable, as he aspired to conceal his strength while cultivating his influence until he could contend with the world government directly. Therefore, it was essential to maintain a noble status in the presence of these aristocrats, making Richie's identity as a prince invaluable. Chapter 49. Bribing nobles seated before baronlet. Richie spoke, "I am indeed a noble, albeit from the South Sea. As our nation currently faces a shortage of populace, we hope to acquire some labor force from your land." The rotund noble, adorned in splendid attire, cast a glance at Richie, his eyes reflecting a moment of bewilderment, accompanied by a peculiar smile as he remarked, "Labor force? Is it truly just labor? Our nation is rather sparse in population." The implication in the noble's words suggested an inquiry into whether Richie was indeed acquiring slaves, a notion that seemed troublesome. In response, Richie maintained a pleasant demeanor, resting one hand upon the table, and in the next moment, a sack of gold descended. "Isn't labor simply labor? What else could it be?" he retorted. As he lifted the bag, giving it a gentle shake, a hint of a smile graced the noble's face. "Labor is indeed labor. What do you wish to undertake on my territory?" Richie replied, "All that is required is a village outside the city for the purpose of recruiting the destitute. Once we depart, the village will remain yours." He continued, "You merely need to spread the word about our recruitment efforts here." While gazing at the noble, Richie raised 3 fingers, stating, "Upon successful completion, you shall receive 3 times this amount." "Excellent." The noble nodded in agreement as Richie's words resonated. A single sack of gold, valued at 10 million berries, represented a considerable fortune for a minor lord in such a realm. The small, beady eyes of the noble sparkled with enthusiasm. As Baron Litter spoke with a buoyant tone, "I shall provide you with a village, and I will also write to the other nobles of the Screw Kingdom, requesting their assistance in spreading the word. However, there are quite a number of these nobles." "That is certainly not an issue," Richie replied, handing over another sack of gold. "Splendid." Swiftly accepting the gold, Baron Litter nodded, assuring Richie that the matter was well in hand. Once the arrangements were concluded, Richie selected a village situated along the main road under the jurisdiction of Baron Litter. After temporarily requisitioning the villagers' homes and compensating them handsomely, the villagers expressed no objections. Subsequently, carts and ox-drawn vehicles commenced transporting the destitute from the village. They traversed Baron Litter's domain and entered the adjacent, undeveloped forest. Within the forest, a path was carved out, and several outposts were constructed to eliminate the wild beasts, ensuring the safety of the migrants. Beyond the forest lay the desolate mountain that Richie had designated as their encampment. Soon, waves of migrants would arrive at the mountaintop airstrip to board airships destined for the Sky Islands. Initially, Hundreds of soldiers swiftly returned to the encampment with the migrants recruited from Baron Litter's territory, amounting to an astonishing 5,000 individuals. This figure astounded Ricci, but his surprise quickly gave way to joy. Traversing the inverted mountains to reach other maritime domains had proven fortuitous. If this trend continued, recruiting over 100,000 migrants in the Screw Kingdom would be a mere formality. Upon roughly calculating the number of migrants, considering the airship capacity and travel times, Ricci realized that the 10 newly constructed airships would likely be insufficient. Hela informed Forest City to continue acquiring materials. After the completion of the initial 10 airships, we shall construct another 10. Yes, Your Highness, Hela acknowledged, diligently noting Ricci's command. After a brief moment, Nico Robin interjected, Your Highness, if we persist in manufacturing airships, the wealth of Forest City may become strained. Is that so? Ricci mused, nodding in understanding. Then I shall devise some gold mines to facilitate the transport of gold via airships. Your Highness, Hela continued, having received an update from below. We have just been informed that the territory of the Black Iron Kingdom, adjacent to our domain, has also made contact. Very well, we shall pay them a visit tomorrow. Agreed. Efficiently managing affairs, important matters from both the Sky Islands and Forest City were relayed through communication channels, awaiting Ricci's approval. After a bustling day, with the assistance of Hela and Nico Robin, the tasks were successfully concluded. Observing Nico Robin as she organized the documents, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Ricci's face. In his eyes, Nico Robin was undoubtedly the ideal choice for a secretary. As for Hela, despite her upbringing in the royal court, she still paled in comparison to the brilliance of someone like Nico Robin. The only concern was that Nico Robin was still quite young, being merely 11 years old. However, Ricci himself was only 15, which rendered this age difference relatively insignificant, as he too was a child laborer. In the afternoon, Ricci commenced his training, while Nico Robin and Hela also engaged in physical exercise to develop their abilities and enhance their combat prowess. As the busy day came to a close, the following day, Ricci encountered the nobleman from the border of the Iron Kingdom. After offering a bribe, he secured official support for the recruitment of displaced individuals. Waves of refugees from the Kingdom of Screw and the Iron Kingdom began to converge at the foot of the desolate mountains. The stone houses became filled with people. And to ensure a sufficient food supply, Ricci withdrew 100 million berries that he had previously earned to purchase provisions from other nations. Simultaneously, he commanded the fleet to set sail for fishing, thereby meeting the growing food demands of the increasing number of refugees. On the 5th day, 2 airships, summoned from the Sky Island, descended upon the mountaintop airstrip under the cover of night. Each airship could carry 400 individuals, and 800 refugees boarded the vessels. Departing from this place, at this moment, Nico Robin beheld the airship that Rich had spoken of for the very first time. In the dim light of night, the emergence of such a colossal entity not only astonished the refugees, but also left Nico Robin in awe of the marvels of technology. Transporting 800 people at such a slow pace, after such a lengthy interval, is simply unacceptable, Rich lamented while standing at the edge of the airfield. Your Highness, the new airships are being constructed at an accelerated pace, yet this endeavor requires time, Hela explained from behind him. Currently, the transportation to the Sky Island does not rely on airships. All available airships have been allocated for our use. Presently, the routes from Forest City to the Sky Island, as well as the kingdom ordered by the prince to accept refugees in the South Sea, are completely occupied by airships. Rich inquired, how much longer until the new airships are ready for deployment? 10 days until the new airships are completed, and thereafter, one will be finished every 5 days. Up to a total of 20 airships, maintaining the same pace. Hela replied. After a rough calculation in his mind, Rich could only respond with resignation, very well. It seems we shall have to remain in this country for a while longer. Given that Forest City was limited in size, and that additional supplies for the airships were still needed, the construction pace was constrained. Rich, unable to alter the situation, resigned himself to the wait. In the 51st chapter, amidst the forest lying between the Kingdom of Screw and the Kingdom of Black Iron, perched atop a desolate mountain by the sea, a castle stood resolutely. Below, a cluster of houses, primarily 2-story stone dwellings, occupied nearly all the available space at the mountain's base. Within this wilderness by the sea, a city composed of stone houses emerged, populated by destitute refugees clad in tattered garments. The tightly packed stone houses left only a small fraction of space unoccupied. However, new refugees soon arrived, filling the vacant homes. As news of Rich's recruitment of refugees spread throughout the 2 kingdoms, and after bribing several nobles, the information began to flow freely. Meanwhile, the kings of both realms had become bloodthirsty, with hundreds of thousands of troops amassed at the borders, indifferent to the plight of the common folk. Seizing this opportunity, the news of Rich's recruitment of refugees rapidly circulated within both nations. Upon learning of this haven, refugees from various regions began to converge. Guided by Rich's subordinates as they traversed noble territories and forests to reach this location. To date, the population of refugees here has surpassed 50,000. With an influx of 2,000 new arrivals each day, the sheer volume of individuals compelled Richie to establish a rudimentary system within the camp, while simultaneously recruiting the able-bodied among the refugees to form new soldiers, assisting his scientific troops in maintaining order. The numbers swelled rapidly, however. The speed of airship travel remained exceedingly sluggish. Up to this point, only 10 airships had been dispatched back and forth, with merely 2 airships arriving each day, transporting 400 individuals. The pace of departures was utterly insufficient to match the influx of refugees, a situation that left Richie both astonished and elated. Consequently, Richie selected some talent from among the refugees to establish rudimentary hospitals and workshops. He even organized a fleet for fishing, and the scientific troops expanded by an additional battalion. The increase in numbers naturally attracted the attention of surrounding factions. For instance, the fishing fleets frequently venturing into the sea drew the unwelcome interest of pirates. Upon witnessing such a burgeoning settlement, the pirates were inevitably drawn in. Additionally, some merchants, having learned of this place, prepared to make their approach. However, as this was Richie's private domain, these individuals were thwarted from entering the waters. The pirates, facing Richie's warships, could only succumb to cannon fire, their vessels becoming the new fishing boats for the refugee camp, while their weapons were repurposed as armaments for the refugee patrols. The merchant convoy, upon hearing that this was private territory and that no one was permitted entry without prior notice, was warned that failure to comply would result in being treated as pirates. Just outside the refugee city, in the adjacent waters, an armed fishing vessel, repurposed from a pirate ship, obstructed the path of a merchant ship. "We come to trade grain," declared the merchant ship, raising its flag to signal the fishing vessel to allow passage. "We have previously had dealings with your lord." After verifying the information conveyed by the merchant ship, it was granted permission to proceed further towards the refugee city. Soon, they arrived at a makeshift dock equipped with several gun emplacements. The merchant ship docked, and a group of individuals disembarked. At the forefront was a somewhat portly merchant, exuding affluence and a resplendent robe. Following him were 2 well-dressed individuals, presumably bodyguards. After the merchant exchanged identification and information, those responsible for the dock granted them entry, and a team of sailors began unloading the grain from the merchant vessel, which was subsequently transported to the warehouse by temporary dockworkers. "This is the newly established city," the merchant remarked to one of his bodyguards as they stood by the port, observing the bustling activities of the refugees around them. "The lord of this city is a prince from the Southern Sea Kingdom. It remains a mystery why he has chosen to establish a refugee city here. Every day, 2 kingdoms worth of refugees arrive in droves. Merchants passing through must undergo scrutiny. Otherwise, they would not be permitted to dock. Even those who did receive clearance were restricted from entering the city itself, confined to the port area." At this moment, 2 armed fishing vessels returned to the harbor, their holds brimming with a diverse array of catches. However, with so many displaced individuals, the fish yield was utterly insufficient to sustain the community, necessitating the procurement of substantial quantities of grain. Recently, local grain merchants have reaped considerable profits. The bodyguard merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Subsequently, once the grain had been completely unloaded and the payments settled with the merchant ship swiftly departed from the port. A few days later, in the North Sea, a town besieged by pirates. Here, under the oppressive rule of pirates, the townsfolk cower within their homes like soulless beings. Yet, despite this despair, some individuals occasionally emerge from the flames of burning houses, screaming in terror, provoking laughter from the pirates nearby. The pirates wreak havoc throughout the town, with corpses carelessly piled along the streets. Within the opulent mansion of the wealthy, it has now become a stronghold for the pirates, where the plundered treasures are heaped together. A man clad in a pink downcoat, sporting sunglasses, sits atop this mound of riches, holding a glass of red wine in one hand while gesticulating with the other. Before him, several villagers engage in a brutal melee, each face reflecting a glimmer of fear, yet their limbs betray their minds as they inflict wounds upon one another. "Young master, we have dispatched agents to investigate the emerging factions of the Screw Kingdom and the Black Iron Kingdom," This faction is merely gathering refugees and has refrained from interfering in the conflicts between the two nations, focusing solely on recruiting the displaced, the young master states. Perched atop his treasure, what of the Rock Mountain Kingdom from the South Sea? Inquires a figure draped in a long robe, his body glistening as if coated in slime. The Rock Mountain Kingdom is but a small nation allied with the world government, boasting a population of less than 1 million. Previously, they engaged in battle with a neighboring non-governmental alliance and subsequently annexed it. Their national strength is mediocre, yet they possess a new type of weaponry to arm their soldiers. New weaponry? The young master queries, glancing at his subordinate. Indeed, however, their security around the weapons is stringent. Our scouts merely gathered general intelligence and were unable to acquire any samples. Then let Pika lead an assault to seize a sample of their weaponry. And we shall retreat after obtaining it. Understood, young master. Since this refugee town is solely focused on recruitment and does not impede our arms trade, we shall leave it be for now. However, with tens of thousands of individuals, let Diamante take a contingent to test the mettle of their leader. Very well, young master. The man in the viscous coat nods. I shall make the arrangements. Once the subordinates have departed, the young master turns his gaze toward the remaining villagers, laughing heartily. Hee. My spirits are high today, so you may all perish. As his laughter fades, several villagers clutch their throats, their faces swiftly turning blue, before they collapse in agony. Chapter 51. The development of refugees in the refugee city at the desolate mountain castle. Within Risha's office, Rish, Hella, and Nico Robin diligently attend to documents. After reviewing the report, Hella addresses Rish. Your Highness, the airship construction factory in Sky Island has been completed. We expect the first airship to be ready for launch in 3 days. The factory is to construct 20 airships in the first batch. If our transport capacity proves insufficient upon completion, we shall continue production. Understood, Your Highness. Recording Risha's orders, Hella hands the report to Nico Robin and resumes her tasks. Nico Robin reviews the documents before dispatching replies to each department. After a morning spent processing paperwork and an afternoon dedicated to training, at midnight, 800 assembled refugees embark on the airship, departing for Sky Island. As successive waves of refugees arrive at Sky Island, the labor force increases rapidly. Most of the displaced individuals and refugees from various regions are directed to well-established farms, pastures, and orchards. Households form villages, dispersing across the cloud-covered islands. In an environment abundant with food, promising futures, and devoid of threats, they quickly integrate into the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Among the refugees and displaced persons, some exceptional talents emerge, such as doctors, nurses, blacksmiths, carpenters, and literate individuals. These talented individuals were assigned to various departments, with doctors allocated to a series of floating island hospitals, where they began collaborating with the local farms to cultivate an array of medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, carpenters and blacksmiths were dispatched to different workshops, taking on the roles of skilled craftsmen. Those who were literate became essential administrative personnel, assisting village and town leaders in managing affairs after undergoing training. After 1 or 2 years of dedicated service, outstanding individuals would be promoted. It was amidst the continuous influx of displaced persons that the floating islands acquired sufficient labor to commence the construction of an airship factory. However, as Riki's enterprise expanded rapidly, the number of airships fell significantly short of demand. In the afternoon, after concluding his duties, Riki began to experiment with the abilities bestowed upon him by his devil fruit. Presently, his command over vast quantities of soil and rock had reached an astonishing level, rendering him temporarily unchallenged in terms of destructive power. Consequently, Riki focused on honing his precision skills. In his hands, a mass of earth spun ceaselessly as he meticulously shaped 1 kilogram of soil into a perfect cube. The weight was measured with utmost accuracy, and each edge of the cube was equal to the minutest unit of measurement, identical down to the 5th decimal place. Upon completing the first cube, Riki manipulated a second, with both cubes revolving around him in perfect harmony. As he became adept at controlling 2 identical cubes, he proceeded to create a 3rd, 4th, and 5th, with each additional cube serving as a test of his prowess. The simultaneous creation of multiple identical objects, each flawless to the slightest degree, demanded that he ensure the perfection of each cube in increasingly minute units of measurement. This training has enabled Li Qi to utilize the observation haki to perceive entities invisible to the naked eye. Relying solely on his mastery of observation haki and his awareness of the fruit's abilities to exert control. Such training enables Richie to ensure a more refined control over his own strength. In combat, he can perfectly harness the explosive force, allowing him to engage in prolonged battles. With one hand, he delicately manipulates several cubes that rotate within his grasp. In his other hand, Richie unleashes a powerful punch. His rock-clad fist, enveloped in armament haki, strikes fiercely against a nearby boulder. This particular rock was crafted by Richie, inspired by the indestructible stone described in historical texts. Upon impact, the rock shifted slightly, followed by another decisive blow. Recently, Richie has finally mastered the armament haki. Now, armed with dual-colored haki and his inherent Logia-type devil fruit abilities, he can truly be regarded as a formidable force. Even against the most elite warriors, he is capable of exchanging blows. At this moment, Richie is merely 15 years old. Yet soon he will celebrate his 16th birthday. It has been 5 months since he began this rigorous training, during which he has been contemplating his progress. Currently, he has managed to transport over 3,000 refugees daily, yet the total number of displaced individuals has surpassed 200,000, presenting a significant challenge. With each passing day, the number of transported individuals continues to rise, and the new generation of airships boasts greatly enhanced capacity, allowing for the transportation of 500 individuals at a time. Thus, on the floating island, a daily influx of 3,000 inhabitants has led to rapid development, transforming vast expanses of island clouds into residential areas. Consequently, Richie made a special trip back to the floating island to produce an ample supply of soil, designated for the establishment of farms and orchards. Your Highness, it appears that the Kingdom of Screw and the Iron Kingdom are on the verge of concluding their protracted conflict, primarily due to issues such as food shortages, insufficient troops, and significant casualties. Early the following morning, Richie received intelligence from within the two nations. Indeed, with the end of the war, the refugee city situated between the two kingdoms has become a thorn in their sides. After all, neither nation can tolerate such a large-scale settlement within their borders. With a population in the hundreds of thousands, it could almost be considered a small nation on the sea. Previously, due to the war, both kingdoms were unable to attend to Richie's refugee city, but now, such negligence is no longer feasible. How many people are there currently in the refugee city? Richie inquired. In response, Hela produced a document and stated, the registered population is currently 300,000, with an additional estimated 50,000 expected soon. However, once the two kingdoms realize the situation and impose restrictions on the movement of people, we will no longer be able to recruit such numbers. 350,000 is indeed a considerable figure, Richie remarked, taken aback by the number. We have been in this world for several months now. How many have we transported to the floating island? 150,000, Hela replied. With the increase in our airship fleet, our transport capacity has improved. Then, from this point forward, we must consolidate the remaining refugees for temporary resettlement, halting the flow of supplies to Mountain Island and the floating island. All available airships must be redirected to this route to ensure maximum transportation of refugees. Understood, Your Highness. Simultaneously, Richie continued. Recruit willing soldiers from among the refugees to expand our forces to 2,000, in addition to the local guard and 2,000 fishermen who venture out to sea, thus forming the scientific troops' second army in preparation for any potential aggression from the Kingdom of Screw and the Iron Kingdom. Chapter 52. Pirate Assault following Richie's orders. The second army of the scientific troop was swiftly established and commenced daily training. The Kingdom of Screw and the Iron Kingdom had officially ceased hostilities, with a significant portion of their military forces redeployed. However, having just emerged from conflict, both sides required time to recuperate. A nation of millions was now in a state of disarray, rendering the prospect of immediate large-scale warfare unlikely. Yet, with a limited number of refugees arriving, Richie settled accounts with the nobles of the two kingdoms, subsequently consolidating his influence and focusing all efforts on transporting the hundreds of thousands of refugees. Nevertheless, it was no simple task to relocate such a vast number of individuals within a short period. Meanwhile, overseas, another incident unfolded, heightening Richie's sense of vigilance. On that day, after a night of transportation, thousands of refugees embarked on airships, departing from the city of exiles. Just as Richie was preparing to rest, a sudden alarm pierced the air. Cannons roared over the port, and the sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. What had transpired? The soaring flames took Richie by surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure. As the earth beneath him transformed into a bird, swiftly carrying him down the mountainside. Hyla, Robin, remain here and summon the troops. Should any issues arise, inform me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. The explosions startled the patrols within the city. The patrolling guards hastened towards the source of the commotion. Is this the city of exile spoken of by the young master? Standing amidst the shattered port, Diamante surveyed his surroundings, muttering to himself. Around him, pirates clad in patterned trousers looted indiscriminately. The soldiers stationed at the port retaliated, brandishing their firearms and wielding swords. A fierce clash ensued, the sounds of battle transforming the once quiet port into a cacophony of chaos. Diamante, what shall we do next? This city appears utterly defenseless, asked a small, bald elder beside him, a hint of disdain in his tone. What else can we do but plunder? Though these people may seem devoid of wealth, they possess weapons and provisions we require, Diamante replied with a hearty laugh. Moreover, these individuals could also be enslaved. They would fetch a price. Pirates, come forth to assail our master's port. Let them meet their demise today. At that moment, a new contingent emerged on a thoroughfare in the city. The leader of this contingent, a newly appointed battalion commander, led a force of 500 men towards the pirates. The entire unit had undergone several months of rigorous training and had barely achieved a semblance of formation. As they faced the pirates, the squad swiftly organized into groups of 3, encircling the oncoming marauders with alacrity. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a scenario of overwhelming numbers, where a strike from one side would be met with a counter from another. Meanwhile, a vigilant soldier awaited his opportunity to strike, ready to unleash his assault at a moment's notice. With the onset of battle, the pressure on the pirates intensified. A formidable foe had arrived. Observing the battalion commander, who swiftly breached the outer defenses of the pirates, a man known as Diamante wore a faint smile. Finally, the tedium was over. Allow me to take charge, Diamante declared with a grin. At that moment, Diamante had yet to embark on his journey when a corpulent figure, adorned with a large cap and clad in a tight-fitting garment adorned with spiral patterns that revealed a generous expanse of chest hair, stepped forward and spoke. Mahabais. After this individual exited, the remaining cadre members refrained from intervening. This is entrusted to you, Diamante stated. Then I shall take it upon myself, replied Mahabais, his tone peculiar. His movements fluid as he leaped before the captain. His corpulent form appeared surprisingly agile. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. The captain, gazing at the suddenly materialized foe before him, noted the eccentric attire, yet sensed an undeniable aura of threat emanating from this person, a potent opponent. With a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, the captain charged at Mahabais. 10 tons of force engage. In an instant, Mahabais soared upward, delivering a powerful punch to the captain's shield, which shattered into fragments. The captain's body was propelled backward, crashing into a wall. Ugh! Rising amidst the debris, the captain spat blood, discarding the remnants of his shield, now merely a handle, and grasping his sword with renewed determination, he charged at Mahabais once more. A commendable fighting spirit, but alas, you remain too feeble for my liking. In the next moment, Mahabais launched himself into the air, his hefty frame seemingly defying gravity as he ascended several meters. Then, without warning, he plummeted downward. Boom! Boom! 100 tons of impact. Mahabais descended like a meteor, and had he struck the ground, the captain would have been rendered to mere pulp. At that critical juncture, a low voice resonated nearby. From the earth surrounding the captain, stone pillars erupted swiftly, colliding with the descending Mahabais. Boom! The moment thereafter, a tremendous impact ensued, fissures appearing on the stone pillars. Amidst the cacophony, the rocks began to shatter, large fragments scattering, yet Mahabais's momentum waned, his prior might diminished. At that moment, Ricci hastened from the mountaintop and beheld a tragic scene, his soldiers falling victim to enemy fire. As several officers among the pirates took action, Ricci's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of soldiers clad in the uniforms of the scientific division. These were indeed pirates. Ricci's eyes drifted towards the massive pirate ship anchored in the harbor, where a black flag emblazoned with a slashed smiley face fluttered atop the mast. A thought struck him. This must be the Don Quixote pirates. Why have they come here? The sight of that flag stirred memories within Ricci, prompting him to survey the battlefield, where he recognized various members of the Don Quixote crew. Though more than a decade had passed, their youth had not obscured their identities, for their attire remained largely unchanged, and their combat abilities were similarly recognizable. Among those seeking to eliminate his captain, Ricci also identified one, Mahabais, a paramecia-type devil fruit user capable of altering his own weight to unleash immense pressure. However, this ability came at a cost, as the resulting shockwaves inflicted some backlash upon himself. Your Highness. At this moment, Observing Rich's silhouette, the battalion commander suppressed his injuries and promptly spoke. Your current prowess is inadequate to contend with these individuals. Rich interjected, articulating, take your soldiers and eliminate those ordinary pirates. I shall handle the pirate officers myself. Chapter 53. The pirate assault. Rich's scientific brigade underwent expansion in the refugee city, forming 3 regiments, each comprising 2,000 troops. The 3 regiments were designated as an elite regiment, a patrol regiment, and an armed naval regiment. Despite each regiment's equal numerical strength, significant disparities existed in their combat capabilities. Initially, Rich had brought 500 soldiers, excluding the artillerymen. Only 400 remained. Among the 3 regiments, the patrol regiment was hastily assembled from the local able-bodied refugees. Having undergone merely brief training, their daily activities mainly consisted of patrolling, with genuine training being rather scarce. Upon its expansion into a patrol regiment, an additional 1,000 new recruits were enlisted. The seasoned veterans who accompanied Rich numbered merely 50, comprising the regiment's commanding and deputy officers, as well as various battalion and squad leaders. The armed naval regiment was similarly constituted, consisting of fishermen who had received several months of training, rendering them comparable to ordinary pirate foot soldiers. The primary force of the armed naval regiment was formed by 50 artillerymen, expanded into a naval artillery battalion. The true elite was represented by 300 distinguished soldiers, organized into the elite regiment. Each of these soldiers possessed at least the caliber of elite pirate foot soldiers. Furthermore, they had undergone bayonet and tactical training, ensuring they could accurately strike incoming foes with their rifles. Notably, among the newly recruited soldiers, a certain proportion were seasoned veterans. Thus, 400 veterans meant that 1/5 of the force was comprised of experienced personnel. These veterans, aside from their proficient mastery of weaponry, are further augmented by the formidable exoskeleton mechas they don, complemented by commendable martial prowess. Within the ranks of typical small pirate crews, they would undoubtedly be regarded as officers, while the selected captains and the leader of this elite battalion are capable of engaging in combat with the formidable marauders, whom Richie has recently encountered. However, in the absence of mastery over the dual-color hockey, marauders, endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, is ultimately destined for defeat. Currently, the sudden assault by Diamante poses a significant challenge for the newly formed navy, comprised largely of recruits. Moreover, for the refugee city, the entire coastline necessitates the presence of patrolling vessels. The night marks the time when half of the fleet is on patrol. Upon encountering a patrol ship, Diamante faces several devil fruit users, alongside the formidable strength of himself. In the absence of equally powerful adversaries, a lone patrol ship is destined to succumb, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force of marauders. At present, Diamante confronts a patrol unit. Typically, elite squads train within the confines of military barracks in the city, seldom engaging in routine missions. Although they mobilize in times of crisis, their arrival requires time. Thus, along this path of aggression, Diamante observes a vast city, nearly devoid of worthy opponents. Those accompanying Diamante are well prepared for a grand confrontation, yet post-battle, they discover that apart from the minimal effectiveness of their weaponry, the enemy is utterly ineffectual. Such a disparity compelled Diamante and others to question whether they had been overly earnest. These individuals held a bleak outlook on the refugee city, perceiving a metropolis with a population of hundreds of thousands to be of such dismal quality. However, at this juncture, Richie made his move, and the unseasoned Diamante and his companions had to bear the consequences of their negligence before they reached their zenith during the era of Dressrosa. After Mabai's was crushed by Richie's strike, the latter's form transformed into a mass of sludge, his entire being surged like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing Mabai's, who had fallen to the ground. In response to Mabai's capabilities, Richie resolved to conclude the battle with haste. Beneath the mire, Mabai's endeavored to break free. Yet Richie had already detached the sludge from his body, submerging it deep underground. Mabai's ton-press fruit ability wielded formidable power only when descending from a great height. Moreover, Mabai's could lighten his own weight, granting him the ability to soar. Consequently, in typical combat, he was virtually untouchable. However, within the sludge, surrounded by the soft muck, Mabai's found himself unable to unleash his abilities. As the enclosed space of the mire quickly depleted the oxygen, Mabai's succumbed to suffocation, meeting his end in utter silence. Unseen by any. Once Richie had submerged Mabai's into the earth, he ceased to take further notice. Diamante and his companions, witnessing Mabai's suddenly swallowed and then vanish without a trace, could only gaze in astonishment. Such a bizarre situation has rendered Diamante, Li, and Say or Peak on high alert. At this moment, Richie rose from the mire, gazing at the three before him, and spoke solemnly. Are you the ones who have come to assault my city? Since you are here, none of you shall leave. At that moment, Richie was enshrouded in mud, with the surrounding marshes churning ominously as if eager to consume everything. A glimmer of murderous intent shone in his eyes. Who do you think you are? As Richie's words fell, the leader, Diamante, had already taken action. With a resounding roar, his longsword curled like a banner, transforming into a bull-headed staff. The bull's head, transformed from the long sword, collided violently with Diamond, shattering him into countless fragments. Diamond's form disintegrated into soil and rubble, scattering across the ground. At this moment, witnessing the state of Diamond, his pupils contracted sharply. The power exhibited by Diamond instilled a sense of foreboding within him. This was a manifestation of the nature-type devil fruit ability. However, it was already too late. The surrounding earth seemed to come alive, swiftly ensnaring Diamond's feet. Subsequently, the soil morphed into rock, spreading steadily toward him. Simultaneously, the ground began to gradually engulf Diamond in a mire. Lao Ji pick. This individual may possess the ability of a nature-type devil fruit. Be cautious. Yet, Diamond was merely a user of the flotation fruit, and at that moment, he had yet to unlock more formidable capabilities. The rocks created by Diamond bore the essence of his power, rendering them incapable of floating. Before Diamond could finish his words, the rocks had already enveloped his neck. In the next instant, the rocks consumed Diamond's body, encasing him in a shell as unyielding as steel, rendering him immobile. At this juncture, Diamond was ensconced in a layer of rock, resembling a colossal stone statue, submerged within the mire that had claimed his existence. By this point, of the 4 executives who had arrived, 2 had already perished, and only a few minutes had elapsed since Diamond's emergence. At this moment, Richie gazed at Lao Ji and Senior Peak, inquiring about their forthcoming choices. Chapter 54, Surrender. Now, it is your turn. At this juncture, half of Richie's form transformed into a quagmire, surrounded by a vast marshland. The houses and the corpses slowly sank into the mire. The pirates of the Don Quixote pirate crew struggled within the swamp. Each attempt to break free met with a surge of mud that dragged them deeper into the mire. In such a dire environment, despair flickered in the eyes of the pirates. Only the soldiers led by Richie, each stepping upon the rocks, fled toward the marsh's edge. For Rao Ji and Say or Peak, Richie resembled a monstrous creature emerging from the depths of the earth, and both men silently contemplated their fate. It seemed they were destined to bid farewell to their young master. Surrender now, Richie implored, observing the 2 men. Unlike the previously subdued Mahabais and Diamante, these 2 still held some value. After swiftly entombing Mahabais and Diamante, Richie, as a means of intimidation, began to coax the pair into submission. Rao Ji, Richie commenced. I am the prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. You are merely a pirate crew. Submit to me, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. The only path to live is through surrender. Then he turned his gaze to Say or Peak. Say or Peak, think of your loved ones, particularly Lucian. At that moment, Say or Peak, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, had yet to transform into the grotesque figure of the future, adorned with a baby cap and a pacifier. Richie, well versed in the unfolding narrative, understood that if Say or Peak remained unchanged, it meant his wife had not yet succumbed to a comatose state, and perhaps their child still lived. Compared to Rao Ji, Say or Peak was more amenable to persuasion. How do you know this? As Richie anticipated, Say or Peak's bloodlust surged upon hearing those words. However, he soon realized that the ground around him had morphed into a treacherous mire, rendering his powers futile and sealing his fate in this desolate trap. At that moment, observing the darkened expression of Richie, who seemed unwilling to let him go, Say or Peak fell into deep contemplation. As Richie had surmised, Say or Peak, who held immense affection for his wife, would not easily choose death. Meanwhile, Rao Ji, witnessing Say or Peak's introspection, was taken aback and subsequently began to ponder the possibility of surrender. Having previously witnessed Richie dispatch the formidable Diamante and Mahabais with the ferocity of a hellish demon, he was left with a psychological scar. He realized that should he choose to fight, he would only meet a fatal end. Confronted with the specter of death, it is natural for anyone to yearn for a path to survival. I hope you can make your choice swiftly. At that moment, the swamp beneath their feet began to engulf their bodies. Rao Ji attempted to extricate himself from the mire, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. On the other hand, Say or Peak, possessing the powers of a superhuman waterfruit user, could typically swim through the ground or walls, rendering him impervious to capture. Yet, the swamp created by Richie bore his unique power, rendering Say or Peak incapable of swimming beneath it. Faced with the vast expanse of the swamp, Say or Peak found himself with no escape. Furthermore, since Richie was a nature-type devil fruit user, and both lacked mastery over hockey, overcoming Richie was simply unattainable. If I choose to surrender, I must ensure the safety of my wife and child. Ultimately, as the swamp consumed half of Say or Peak's body, he spoke. If it becomes known that I have surrendered, the young master, no, Doflamingo, would undoubtedly pursue my family. In response to Say or Peak's decision, Richie retracted his murderous intent and spoke with a smile. That is entirely acceptable, he declared jovially. I have my territory in the Sky Island, where even Doflamingo would be unable to find you. As Richie's words resonated, the swamp around Say or Peak gradually transformed back into soil, slowly lifting him from its grasp. I, too, choose to surrender. At this moment, only a head remained, as the specter of death slowly approached Lao Ji, who also spoke. Ultimately, the ominous breath of death subdued Lao Ji's loyalty to Don Quixote Doflamingo. This was, of course, due to the fact that Lao Ji had only recently joined the Don Quixote pirates, and his allegiance to Doflamingo was not yet deeply rooted. Unlike the steadfast loyalty exhibited by the likes of Treble, Virgo, Diamante, and Pica, who had initially chosen to follow Doflamingo from the very beginning. Upon hearing Lao Ji's words, Riche nodded in agreement. You have made the right choice. Following me will yield greater prospects than following Doflamingo. At this juncture, Doflamingo had only been at sea for a short while. His strength was still in its nascent stages, and many of his techniques remained undeveloped, coupled with a relatively modest bounty. In stark contrast to Riche's status as the prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, Doflamingo simply could not compete. This was, of course, compounded by Doflamingo's failure to disclose his celestial dragon identity. Having recruited 2 subordinates, Riche felt quite pleased. After dealing with the pirates surrounding them, he instructed the elite soldiers to subdue the pirates aboard their ship. With 4 commanders either slain or surrendered, the pirate minions posed no significant threat. They were swiftly defeated by the elite troops in a surprise attack. Lao Ji, you are now appointed as the instructor for my second army, to teach my soldiers the art of combat, Riche declared. Yes, Your Highness, Lao Ji replied, his acknowledgement reflecting a newfound awareness of his position following his surrender. As for Say or Pica, Riche turned his gaze towards him. I shall accompany you to retrieve your family. They will be taken to Sky Island, where my vast army resides. Even if Doflamingo were to venture there, he would find no favor. Thank you, Your Highness, Say or Pica expressed with a bow. Thus, a great battle was declared concluded. With the elite troops seizing control of the entire pirate ship, they began to clear the battlefield and assist the displaced civilians. As teams of soldiers commenced the reconstruction of homes for these victims, the officials responsible for their care began to visit with gifts to offer their condolences. In such a scene of condolence, even the displaced individuals affected by the battles or mourning the loss of family members found themselves at a loss for words. How could they have ever encountered such officials? Each one became increasingly loyal to Riche. Chapter 55, Say or Peak and his wife. Say or Peak, an officer under the command of Don Quixote Doflamingo and a member of the Don Quixote pirates, served in the block army led by Diamante. He possessed the abilities of a paramecia-type devil fruit, allowing him to glide along the ground and walls as if swimming. However, before enemies, walls remained walls, and he could not transcend them. Only the paramecia-type swim fruit could match that capability. Say or Peak typically donned a suit and sunglasses, with a fondness for smoking. Shortly after joining the Don Quixote pirates, he encountered his beloved Lucien. However, as Lucien harbored an aversion to pirates, Say or Peak deceived her by claiming to be a bank employee. Trusting him implicitly, Lucien refrained from probing further. Not long after, they welcomed a child. As Say or Peak consistently accompanied Doflamingo on missions, he perpetuated the ruse of being engaged in official business. One fateful day, when their child fell ill, Lucien sought out Say or Peak, only to discover his true identity as a pirate. Tragically, their child succumbed to the fever. Upon returning, Say or Peak and Lucien had a fierce argument, after which she fled into the rain-soaked night. When Say or Peak finally located her, Lucien had been struck on the head by falling debris during a landslide, rendering her a vegetative state. In the presence of his comatose wife, Say or Peak found that only when he donned a baby cap and sucked on a pacifier mimicking their deceased child, did a smile grace her lips. From that moment on, he maintained this peculiar appearance, undeterred by the ridicule and accusations of being a pervert from others. Among the members of the Don Quixote pirates, who were largely notorious, Say or Pique could be counted among the few with some semblance of virtue. At this point, he had not yet committed many wrongdoings, and his wife, Lucien, had just given birth, unaware of the tragic events that would soon unfold. For Say or Pique, this may indeed be a fortuitous occurrence, albeit one of which he remains blissfully unaware. Upon the vast ocean, Richie, accompanied by a small cadre of soldiers, several sailors, and Say or Pique, sets out to sea. The island that is Say or Pique's home lies at a considerable distance from the kingdom of Skuro, having temporarily repelled the assault led by the subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The town of refugees is safe for the time being. With Hela and Nico Robin remaining behind to manage affairs, Richie's absence poses no significant concern. Throughout the journey, despite Say or Pique having been a member of the Don Quixote pirates for some time, he is yet to attract a bounty. Consequently, when encountering naval inspections, Richie's status as a prince from a world government-affiliated nation ensures their passage remains unimpeded. As for the pirates encountered along the way, there is no need for Richie to intervene. Under Say or Pique's leadership, the small band of warriors efficiently dealt with the minor pirate crews. However, due to the urgency of their journey, these pirate vessels were not left behind, as they merely absconded with the treasures and bounties taken from the defeated pirates. Thus, they arrived at the town where Say or Pique's wife resided, an unremarkable settlement by the sea. It belonged to a member state of a global government, and due to its location, piracy was a rarity here. As long as pirates kept their distance, life in this town could be deemed stable. A small boat docked, with a handful of soldiers remaining aboard, while two accompanied Richie as he ventured into the town. Along the way, Say or Pique greeted the neighboring townsfolk with practiced familiarity. Soon, they reached the threshold of his home, where Lucien, cradling Say or Pique's child, basked in the sunlight of the garden. Upon spotting Say or Pique's approach, Lucien hurried to her feet, her gaze reflecting surprise and delight. "Did you not mention you would be away for some time? What brings you back?" Lucien then glanced at Richie and the two armed soldiers, casting a puzzled look at Say or Pique. "And this is—" "Greetings, Miss Lucien," Richie replied with a smile. "I am the employer of your husband, Say or Pique. His forthcoming duties pertain to your lives together." "Hello," Lucien responded promptly, acknowledging Richie's words. At that moment, Say or Pique spoke. "Lucien, let us enter first, and I shall explain everything to you slowly." "All right." Embracing the child, Lucien pushed open the door and stepped into the room, with Richie following closely behind. Meanwhile, Say or Pique gently took the child from his wife's arms, playfully engaging with the infant. "Gimlet, have you missed me?" However, Say or Pique was met with a chorus of cries from Gimlet. Due to Say or Pique's prolonged absence and the lingering aura of battle that clung to him, the sensitive infant felt a surge of discomfort, struggling to escape with tiny hands and feet. "Hello, please have some tea." At that moment, Lucien approached with a cup of tea. Subsequently, from Say or Pique's arms, "Little Jim, let's settle down comfortably." "Miss Lucien," Richard remarked, "I am the prince of the kingdom of Rock Mountain, the future king of Rock Mountain. Your husband, Say or Pique, due to his remarkable talents, has been discovered by me and, at my invitation, has joined the kingdom of Rock Mountain. Soon, he shall rise to the position of naval commander. We have come to invite you and the child to reside in the kingdom of Rock Mountain." The sudden transformation of her husband from a mere bank clerk to a national leader left Lucien momentarily speechless, unable to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, at this moment, Say or Pique was taken aback when he mentioned to Richie that he held the position of naval commander. After regaining his composure, he promptly stated, "Lucien, this time I hope you will accompany me to the kingdom of Rock Mountain." Richie conferred upon Say or Pique a formal identity, which endeared him to Say or Pique, who had merely been a captive coerced into joining. "Very well, relocating poses no issue, but what led to your rise as a commander?" Although Lucien was puzzled by her husband's sudden transformation from clerk to leader, she did not refuse Say or Pique, whom she deeply cherished. Especially with the birth of their child, Lucien wished for her husband to be present more often. Thus, Say or Pique concocted a narrative to elucidate his transformation. "Well then, let us commence packing," Richie interjected. "Once we are done, we shall hasten back, and I will promptly arrange your accommodations." With the assistance of soldiers, All the furnishings were tidied up in half a day and consumed by Richie's marshland space. The house was then locked, leaving the possibility of a return in the future. Once everything was in order, they proceeded to the port, and the group set sail from the island. Chapter 56. The border attack after a few days. They returned to the city of refugees. Upon the ship's arrival at the port, Richie spotted Hella and Nico Robin awaiting them. "It seems you have done quite well," Richie remarked, observing the noticeably reduced number of personnel at the port. "What transpired during this period?" "Nothing of great significance," Hella replied with a smile. "Our airships are increasing in number, and our transportation speed is accelerating. We are now able to send off 5,000 individuals daily." As Richie climbed into the carriage, Hella reported to him, "Currently, the population of the city of refugees stands at approximately 150,000. In about a month, we should be able to complete the transportation of all refugees." "Excellent," Richie nodded. "How has Rao Ji fared during this time?" "He is doing well. This time," Nicole Robin remarked from the side. Rao Ji had been residing in the military camp for a while, acclimatizing himself to his role as a martial arts instructor, diligently teaching the soldiers his techniques without any misconduct. Richie nodded. "Hella, appoint Senior Pick as the deputy commander of the 2nd Armed Navy Corps." Simultaneously, Senior Pick's wife and child have arrived. They should be among the next group of refugees to be sent away tonight. Ensure their relocation to the Sky Island. "Understood, Your Highness," Hella replied. That night, Senior Pick and his wife were somewhat perplexed by the sudden summons. At that moment, Senior Pick was still unaware of why Richie had established a refugee city here. Upon arriving at the airport atop the mountain, he surveyed the flat terrain and the surrounding signal lights. Noticing the refugees at the edge, some with their families in tow, Senior Pick looked at Richie with curiosity. "What you see before you is the force under my command," Richie explained. "As the Crown Prince of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, I lead the scientific troops, currently developing the Sky Island. The scientific troops comprise 2 armies and 8 regiments, totaling 18,000 personnel. You encountered merely the Patrol Regiment and Fishermen's Navy Corps upon your arrival. The true elite forces have yet to make their appearance." Suddenly, a colossal aircraft descended slowly before Senior Pick, the roar of its engines resonating loudly in the night. "What is this?" On this occasion, Senior Pick and his wife Lucian gazed upward as the airship descended gracefully, their mouths slightly agape. "This airship belonged to the airship battalion under my command, primarily tasked with the transportation of supplies and personnel. The refugees gathered here were recruited to address the manpower shortages within my ranks." One after another, airships landed softly, and squads of soldiers emerged, diligently unloading supplies for Rich. Subsequently, they transported food and minerals crafted by Rich. Then, under the guidance of the soldiers, groups of refugees began boarding the airships. "Your Highness," the captain of the flagship of the transport fleet saluted Rich. "This is the wife of our regiment's commander. We must ensure their safety." Rich introduced Lucian to the captain. "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." "Pick, it is time to bid farewell," Rich remarked. "It may be some time before you see each other again." After expressing their gratitude to Rich, Senior Pick, his wife, and their child exchanged whispered words. It was only when the airship was prepared for takeoff that he escorted his wife aboard. As he watched the airship ascend slowly, eventually merging with the night and vanishing from sight, Senior Pick addressed Rich. "Your Highness, I will be assuming my post tomorrow, and I vow to achieve great deeds for you. For now, learn from that commander," Rich replied, harboring certain expectations for Senior Pick. After all, he possessed innate talent and was also a user of a devil fruit. Although the water fruit appeared unremarkable and had its limitations, given Senior Pick's potential, mastering the dual hockey techniques and developing his fruit abilities could elevate his strength to the level of a rear admiral, or even an ordinary vice admiral, without issue. "There are hardly any left," Rich sighed. "In just over a month, we shall be departing from here." With that, Rich returned to the castle alongside Hella and Nico Robin. The following morning heralded another day, filled with bustling activity. At this moment, in the waters near the Rock Mountain Kingdom in the South Sea, following their victory over the Mercenary Kingdom, the Rock Mountain Kingdom swiftly absorbed the latter, augmenting its population by 2 million and multiplying its military forces. Their territory expanded to include a large island and numerous smaller ones. After an initial period of chaos, the Rock Mountain Kingdom quickly stabilized the situation, reorganizing its troops and selectively forming formidable regiments. Subsequently, after delineating regions among the islands, the kingdom urgently cultivated a cadre of officials, appointing several leaders from the mercenary kingdom as administrators, thereby swiftly stabilizing the domestic situation. Consequently, the strength of the Rock Mountain Kingdom surged. With an extensive territory and a burgeoning population, the nation's power grew exponentially. The mountain city established by rich operated factories tirelessly, producing various new weapons that were distributed across the military. Warships equipped with modern artillery were also allocated to the navy of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. To date, the nation's 5 military divisions had each recently expanded by incorporating a new battalion, bringing their numbers to 12,000. With such a substantial force, formidable combat capabilities, and powerful weaponry, the military of the Rock Mountain Kingdom successfully vanquished several waves of pirate raids and triumphed over a localized invasion instigated by a neighboring kingdom. This battle has catapulted the Kingdom of Rock Mountain into a formidable regional power in the South China Sea, establishing it as a minor sovereign in this corner of the ocean. The successive victories and the burgeoning strength of the kingdom have instilled a profound sense of exhilaration among its populace, from the soldiers to the king, all embodying an air of pride. On this day, the maritime patrol team of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain was diligently carrying out its routine patrol duties. Suddenly, on the opposite side of their patrol vessel, a pirate ship, its flag proudly displaying the emblem of piracy, was swiftly approaching. The captain, upon discovering the presence of the adversary, identified it as an unknown pirate crew. From the lookout atop the mast of the warship, a soldier called out loudly, "Pirates!" This time, as the captain of the patrol vessel, the commander naturally looked down upon the small band of pirates that had been drawn in. He addressed the soldiers behind him in a commanding voice. "Report to the base. We shall confront them first and eliminate these pirates, allowing reinforcements to escort the captives." Chapter 57. Sudden news. In the early months of the year 1504 of the ocean calendar, a patrol ship from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain was ambushed. By the time the supporting warships arrived, only a few fragments of shattered timber floated on the surface of the sea. The entire vessel had been sunk, and all personnel aboard, including the captain, totaling 50 souls, were lost. According to the last report from the captain before his disappearance, the assailants were a pirate ship, distinguished by a flag bearing a smiling face with a diagonal slash. Upon further investigation, it was determined that this likely originated from the Don Quixote pirate crew operating in the North Sea. The recent assault has caused a tremendous upheaval within the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, shattering the once proud spirit and morale of its people. In a single strike, 50 lives were extinguished by pirates, along with the complete loss of weaponry. Such an incident is unprecedented in the kingdom, which is gradually rising in strength. Furthermore, the adversaries hail from the North Sea, although the kingdom remains unaware of the formidable power possessed by the Don Quixote pirates. The kingdom has resolved to settle the score with the Don Quixote pirates at a later time, as it is impractical to dispatch troops for pursuit at present. In light of this event, King Carnicholas swiftly made decisive measures to prevent a recurrence. He ordered an enhancement of the patrol vessels, increasing the crew of each ship to 100 personnel. The original navy has been expanded from 1 army and 6 regiments to 2 armies and 10 regiments. Moreover, a conference was convened for all naval officers at the army, regiment, and battalion levels, emphasizing the importance of vigilance and caution during patrols. Engagements shall only occur after reinforcements have arrived, and the contents of this meeting will be codified into military regulations, with strict penalties for any violations. In the North Sea, upon receiving this news, Richie felt a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. Don Quixote da Flamingo, both old grievances and new vendettas have been duly noted. When our paths cross, you shall face the consequences. In the solitude of his chamber, Richie harbored a burgeoning animosity towards Doflamingo, whom he has yet to encounter. Should they meet in the future, Richie would not hold back. At the temporary encampment of the Don Quixote pirates, Doflamingo awaited the return of his subordinates. Pica had returned, yet Diamante was still unaccounted for, and communication via the transponder snail was futile. In that moment, Doflamingo understood that something had befallen Diamante. He commanded 4 legions, named Heart, Spade, Diamond, and Club, with Diamante serving as the commander of the Diamond Legion, a position of great trust. What could have transpired? Inside the temporary encampment, Doflamingo shattered the table before him with a clenched fist, his voice a low growl as he demanded to know why Diamante had not returned. Pica had brought back the reclaimed firearms, yet there was still no word from Diamante, who had undertaken a more perilous mission. "Young master," Treble interjected. "In the city where Diamante has gone, it seems there are very few people remaining. Many have simply vanished. In light of the current circumstances, Coupled with the mysterious disappearance of Diamante and the absence of any news, it is feared that he has met with misfortune. Those who dare to harm my family shall face my wrath. At this moment, as he listened to Treble's conjectures, Doflamingo felt a surge of certainty, fueled by anger. Suddenly, Doflamingo erupted into a furious laugh, declaring, "Then let my family take their vengeance alongside the fallen. The inhabitants of this city, regardless of their status, shall be relentlessly pursued to the ends of the earth." Treble, gathering the key members of the family, prepared a contingent to head towards that city, intent on reducing it to ashes. "Yes, young master," he acknowledged, choosing not to comment on Doflamingo's fury, and departed from the scene. When the Don Quixote family assembled a grand ship with 1,000 pirates and set sail to the refugee city of Ricci, they were ready for the impending storm. Here, the entire refugee city stands desolate and abandoned. Merely a day prior, Ricci had completed the final relocation of personnel. Subsequently, all vessels were dismantled on site, and weaponry was sent to the Sky Island. The 3 expanded regiments were reduced to a fleet comprised of 2,000 elite troops. Meanwhile, Raoji departed aboard an airship towards the Sky Island to continue his role as an instructor, imparting martial arts to the stationed forces there. Senior Pick was reassigned to the elite regiment, assuming the position of a battalion commander, leading a vessel. Amidst the empty refugee city, squads of Don Quixote pirates traversed through the deserted buildings, yet they encountered no souls. The castle atop the mountain had been buried by Ricci, transforming the airport into a chaotic pile of rubble. "Young master," Treble reported after a thorough search, standing before Doflamingo, "we have scoured the entire city with no sign of anyone. It appears we have arrived too late." "Have they already fled?" Doflamingo inquired. "It seems these individuals are indeed fortunate. However, young master, with the intelligence we currently possess, we shall soon discover their whereabouts. At that point, we will pursue and resolve the matter." At that moment, a captain from the pirate crew approached, his breath coming in short gasps. He reported that beyond the city, the armies of 2 nations were advancing towards us, numbering in the thousands. "Is that so?" At this moment, Doflamingo sneered, suggesting they target the armies of these 2 nations. The following day, a newspaper headline reported that the notorious North Sea pirate Doflamingo, accompanied by his crew, had decisively defeated the allied forces of the Scroll Kingdom and the Iron Kingdom, consequently increasing Doflamingo's bounty once more. Meanwhile, Ricci, commanding his fleet, was already navigating the expansive waters of the North Sea. The fleet engaged in skirmishes with the pirates, allowing the troops to gain valuable combat experience while also seizing a trove of pirate treasure. "Your Highness, we have identified a new target," said Hela, holding a newspaper as Ricci reclined on the deck, basking in the sunlight. "Oh, let me see," he replied, taking the paper and examining the section she had indicated. The article detailed that Germa 66 had declared war on 3 kingdoms and had already occupied half of one kingdom's territory, deploying troops to instigate conflict in the others. Ricci was taken aback by this information. Germa 66 is not an adversary to be trifled with, he mused, as memories of Germa 66 flooded his mind. Although perilous, the wars among the 3 nations would inevitably create more refugees, he concluded. However, it is worth the risk. With that, Ricci issued orders for the fleet to change course and investigate the area. "Understood, Your Highness," the crew responded, and the fleet began to maneuver towards Ricci's designated direction. Chapter 58. Encounter with Germa 66 in the North Sea, 2 fleets converged, igniting a fierce naval battle. On one warship, colossal boulders, resembling houses, suddenly manifested. Soaring into the sky, they arced through the air and plummeted onto the opposing fleet, sinking one vessel upon impact. Throughout this maritime conflict, the relentless barrage of falling boulders proved disastrous for more than one ship. A pirate vessel suffered a great blow when a massive rock severed its mast and created a gaping hole, allowing torrents of seawater to flood in, gradually dragging the ship beneath the waves. However, the opposing pirate ship was not without formidable warriors. From a larger pirate vessel, a brilliant sword strike cleaved the falling boulders into fragments. The colossal debris crashed into the water, sending towering waves that rocked nearby ships. "It appears there are indeed strong opponents," Ricci remarked, surprised to find that he had only destroyed 5 out of 10 enemy ships. "Nonetheless, regardless of their strength, there are few who dare to contest me in the Grand Line, especially in these southern seas." As Ricci sailed towards the war-torn waters instigated by Germa 66, he encountered one of the most notorious pirate crews of the North Sea, the Wolfpack Pirates. Their captain, Fearwolf, boasted a bounty of 55 million berries. Possessing the ancient zoan-type dog fruit, transforming him into a wolf. His first mate, the swordsman Grey Wolf, had a bounty of 33 million berries. Also a Zoan-type dog fruit user. The first squad leader, the fighter main Wolf, was valued at 15 million berries, while the ship's doctor, Snow Wolf, shared the same bounty. With 4 Zoan-type devil fruit users, alongside numerous officers, and a fleet of 10 ships manned by 3,000 crew members. The Wolf Pack pirates had established a formidable presence in the seas, even instilling fear in the local naval branch. Upon spotting Richie's fleet, comprised of several ships, the Wolf Pack pirates charged forward, eager for confrontation. However, they were unprepared for the challenge that awaited them. In a single exchange, Richie decimated half of their combatants, swiftly dispatching Main Wolf, whose body sank alongside his ship. Following a barrage of cannon fire, 2 more vessels were sunk, leaving the once thriving fleet reduced to fewer than 500 men. The devastation continued as the 2 fleets engaged in close combat. As the pirates surged onto the deck, they were met with a wall of gunfire. Faced with soldiers armed with rifles, the pirates found themselves with no escape route, falling lifelessly under the relentless barrage of bullets. Soon, only 3 Zoan-type devil fruit users remained from the Wolf Pack pirates. On one of the pirate ships, Richie launched a rock spear that pierced Fearwolf's heart, nailing him to the ground. Meanwhile, the newly recruited Senior Pink, utilizing his weapon and the powers of the water fruit, emerged from the side deck and shot down the battling swordsman Grey Wolf with precision. The swordsman, capable of cleaving iron, met his demise here in silence. With a chilling strike, he unleashed the Frost Blade, freezing a Snow Wolf, the weakest of its kind on the battlefield, and subsequently shattered the ice-encased creature. Once resilient against the cold, the Snow Wolf ultimately succumbed to the very chill it once withstood, a poignant irony in itself. A grand fleet now stood reduced to fewer than 100 captives, mostly mere pirate minions, rendering the situation rather dull for Rich. Conversely, the captured pirate ships could serve as vessels for transporting personnel and supplies in the future. Your Highness, a new fleet has been detected ahead, from the flag. It appears to be Germa 66, announced the soldier on watch, interrupting the post-battle cleanup. What? Compared to the prior skirmish with the Wolf Pack pirates, Germa 66 posed a far greater challenge. Germa 66 referred to the military forces of the scientific kingdom of Germa, once renowned as experts in warfare, often dubbed the Army of Evil. This army is one equipped with advanced technology, akin to the ideals established by the scientific forces under Richie. Presently, with the technological prowess of Germa 66, there exists a distinctive synergy between them and Richie. Currently, Vegapunk is in service to the world government. Therefore, as the ruling family of Germa 66, the head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, has returned to his homeland with his lineage factor, a technology reminiscent of cloning. This lineage factor technology was later utilized by another scientist, Caesar, to create artificial devil fruits. The soldiers of Germa 66 are entirely derived from this lineage factor technology, rendering them impervious to depletion. With merely raw materials and a brief period of time, a mature warrior can be cultivated, endowing Germa 66 with a formidable reputation in the North Sea. The Germa Kingdom is a singular maritime nation without a fixed territory, operating through numerous ships that act independently yet unite to form the kingdom. Its populace is predominantly male and consists mainly of soldiers. The Vinsmoke family aspires to dominate the North Sea through military might and is steadily advancing towards this goal, if the world government refrains from intervention. This ambition may indeed come to fruition. The Germa 66 kingdom, governed by the Vinsmoke family under the leadership of Vinsmoke Judge, is also the father of Sanji, a future member of the protagonist group. Richie calculated the time. Sanji is merely a few years old at present. Upon encountering Germa 66, Richie naturally pays heed to the formidable strength of an adversary unafraid of death, equipped with weaponry comparable to his own. All warships, attention. Our adversary is the Germa 66, a dominant force in the North Sea, armed with weaponry equivalent to ours. It is time to implement our tactics and avoid close combat with the enemy. Simultaneously, Richie himself has elementalized, gazing towards the Germa 66 warships. The vessels of Germa 66 are, in fact, part of their national territory, a colossal snail, upon whose shell are constructed dwellings, capable of navigating the seas and even traversing the Red Land. This marks an era of expansion for Germa 66. As warfare intensifies, the land of this snail is becoming insufficient. Before Richie lies a snail warship, surrounded by a dozen ships of varying sizes. Upon Richie's discovery of Germa 66, Their fleet also becomes aware of his presence, altering their course towards him. Chapter 59. Naval Battle. When the opposing fleets converge, neither side opens fire initially. The Germa 66 forces, upon noticing Ritchie's side, observe several ships flying the jaws of the Wolf pirate crew flag, noting that Ritchie's warships are distinctly unlike pirate vessels. It is evident that Ritchie has recently emerged victorious from a significant conflict against the jaws of the Wolf pirate crew, which is now no more. Facing an entity capable of vanquishing the Wolf pirate crew and appearing relatively unscathed, Germa 66 does not immediately resort to cannon fire. Opposing fleet. We are the Germa Kingdom fleet. Where do you hail from? Oh, they even inquire, rather than attacking outright. Ritchie finds himself taken aback by Germa 66's inquiry. This self-proclaimed formidable force, particularly among the arrogant faction led by Rich, tends to resort to warfare at the slightest disagreement. Presently, Germa 66 reigns supreme in the North Sea, unmatched even by the Navy, as forces of comparable scale would struggle to contend. After all, the technological weaponry of Germa 66 significantly enhances the capabilities of its lower-tier soldiers. Had it not been for Germa 66's lack of truly formidable warriors, coupled with their advanced technology, yet absence of modern combat strategies, they would not falter against the Navy. However, Rich's forces have only developed their technology over a few years, relying merely on mechanical exoskeletons for close combat, rendering them inferior to Germa 66's warriors. Those soldiers, akin to mere copies, possess strength only comparable to that of Rich. Even with the substantial enhancements bestowed upon Hela and the fruit user Senior Peak, confronting Germa 66 remains a formidable challenge. Raise our flag, Rich commanded in response to inquiries regarding Germa 66. Prepare the troops for battle. All shells must be loaded. Understood. As the commander of this Germa 66 subfleet and a notable leader within the organization, he expressed some confusion upon receiving Rich's reply. What nation is this Rock Mountain Kingdom? I have never heard of it. General, the Rock Mountain Kingdom is a realm in the South Sea. At that moment, a nearby soldier swiftly consulted the records, exerting considerable effort before finally uncovering the documents buried beneath layers of dust. Never mind. Glancing at the scan information contained within, the commanding general of the entire fleet remarked nonchalantly, since the kingdom of Yinshan is merely a small nation, there is no need for concern. Order the fleet to open fire and resolve the matter. We shall proceed onward. Understood. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the cannons aboard the Germa 66 fleet were trained upon the fleet of Ritchie, daring to launch an attack after witnessing our triumph over the Wolfpack pirate group. At that moment, Ritchie, ever vigilant of the situation ahead, observed the unfolding scene. Deep in thought, he issued commands to his subordinates. All ships, fire. Target the Germa 66 fleet. Before the Germa 66 fleet could unleash their own barrage, Ritchie's well-prepared fleet had already launched a projectile. With the two fleets merely hundreds of meters apart, the cannons required no precise aiming, effortlessly striking the vital points of the enemy vessels. Boom. The flagship of the Germa 66 fleet, the towering edifice atop the colossal snail shell, was struck by a cannonball, shattering the pinnacle of the tower. In that instant, Ritchie also made his move. His observation hockey unfurled, and the swirling sands carried by the sea breeze enveloped the entire area. Ritchie easily detected the cannons of the Germa 66 fleet aimed at him. A rock gun. Behind Ritchie, a massive 10-meter-long rock spear, as thick as a man, was conjured by his will. One of his hands rapidly enlarged, transforming into a giant's arm. With a firm grip on the rock spear, he hurled it into the midst of the Germa 66 fleet. The enormous rock spear pierced through one ship's cannon port, breaching the vessel's outer wooden planks, toppling the rear artillery and penetrating several layers of internal structure before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, only a short tail of the rock spear remained exposed above the ship's edge. The first rock spear was successfully launched, followed swiftly by the second and third. With each cannonball fired, Ritchie hurled rock spears one after another, reducing the artillery on the Germa 66 warship to mere scrap. When the Germa 66 fleet attempted to return fire, they discovered that only half of their cannons could be fired. However, in the next instant, those remaining cannons also came under Ritchie's scrutiny, and within mere minutes, not a single one remained to emit a spark. As cannonballs hurtled toward them, Ritchie's rock artillery swiftly unleashed a barrage of large projectiles. Utilizing his observation hockey for precise targeting, he obliterated every incoming shell, ensuring none breached their defenses. Observing the battlefield before him, the general of Germa 66 was left in a state of shock. The overwhelming superiority demonstrated by Ritchie's fleet was something he had only witnessed aboard the Navy headquarters flagship. Moreover, the rock spears that soared through the air were unmistakably the work of a devil fruit user, an ability rarely wielded with such prowess. Faced with a fleet that possessed both formidable firepower and the presence of a devil fruit user, relying solely on cannons would prove futile. Command the fleet to charge. The Germa 66 general ordered. Let us leverage our weaponry advantage and engage the enemy in close combat. No sooner had the general given the command than a colossal rock spear shattered the mast of one of the ships in their fleet. With a resounding crack, the broken mast crashed heavily onto the deck, while the rock spear pierced the vessel through and through. Deprived of its sails, propeller, and rudder, the ship was rendered adrift upon the ocean's currents, effectively becoming a floating target. In the ensuing moments, as the mast fell, a volley of cannonballs rained down upon the vessel. Dozens of shells struck, reducing it to mere fragments as it sank into the depths. The Germa soldiers aboard were mercilessly decimated by the bombardment, plunging into the abyss along with their ship. Quite impressive, Ritchie remarked with a smile, observing the demise of an enemy vessel. Yet, as he fought, he pondered the circumstances. Such an offensive left him questioning the Germa kingdom's audacity to challenge three nations simultaneously. It was likely that this was merely a typical fleet of Germa 66, and the true flagship fleet had yet to make its appearance. Ritchie continued to contemplate. The primary strength of Germa 66 appeared to lie in their soldiers' close combat weaponry. If only I could acquire such technology, he mused. While lost in thought, his hands remained busy, launching rock spears that pierced through the advancing warships. Chapter 60, The Battle of the Technological Forces. Boom. 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 The clash between Ritchie's fleet and the Germa 66 fleet raged on, with the latter charging headlong. Ritchie accurately struck through ship after ship with his massive rock spears. In this long-range naval combat, despite suffering damage to several of his vessels, Ritchie managed to eliminate 5 of Germa 60 SXS ships, with 3 others rendered inoperative. Even the swiftly moving giant snails bore the scars of battle, their shells pockmarked and the deck littered with corpses. The remaining vessels, along with the giant snails, approached Ritchie's ships. Attack! At that moment, from the deck of the Germa 66 warships, soldiers clad in reinforced suits and wielding swords charged towards Ritchie's fleet. Open fire! Faced with the onslaught of disorganized foes, the soldiers of the scientific unit, armed with ample experience, responded with precision. Bullets rained down upon the advancing soldiers. However, apart from a few who were struck fatally in the head, the bullets merely penetrated the soldiers' protective gear with limited efficacy. Some rounds lodged within flesh, while others failed to breach at all. So this is the efficacy of body armor, Ritchie mused, equally astonished by the resilience displayed by Germa 60 SIXS soldiers. This protective gear, capable of enhancing physical strength and combat prowess, astonishingly possesses the ability to deflect bullets. Although the impact of a bullet remains formidable in the realm of pirates, such force is hardly consequential. In the initial volley of gunfire, merely a dozen soldiers were felled. Upon realizing that only a shot to the head could effectively eliminate the enemy, the second wave of fire saw the soldiers of the scientific unit precisely targeting the cranium. The adversary's warriors, clad in reinforced suits, exhibited significantly enhanced strength, agility, and reflexes, rendering our recruits inadequate as opponents. In the ensuing melee, within moments, dozens of soldiers from Ritchie's scientific unit succumbed, while the casualties among the soldiers of Germa 66 were a mere 2. Such a disparity, declared the captain, who served as the commander of this battle. All soldiers clad in exoskeletons advanced, blocking the enemy's charge, determined not to allow them to disrupt our formation. As the captain's voice resonated, a cacophony of mechanical whirring filled the air. Soldiers adorned in mechanical exoskeletons traversed the infantry lines, swiftly pushing forward. The soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons are elite warriors under the command of Riki, originating from the initial few hundred who accompanied him on his maritime ventures. Subsequently, an additional 200 sets of these exoskeletons were transported via airship, bringing the total to 700 soldiers. Given the imminent close combat with the Germa 66 troops, each soldier is devoid of firearms. Instead, they wield alloy combat blades integrated into their arms, each capable of conducting electricity to sever through metal. Confronted by the enhanced Germa 66 soldiers, the scientific unit's soldiers fixate on their adversaries and charge forth. The clash is immediate and fierce. The soldiers in mechanical exoskeletons deliver lethal blows, their crimson blades, crackling with electricity, slice through the Germa 66 soldiers as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The reinforced suits, designed to withstand bullets, are torn apart as if they were mere rags, along with the bodies of their wearers, cleaved in twain. The Germa 66 soldiers, having evaded artillery and withstood gunfire, are unprepared for such advanced weaponry from the enemy. In mere moments of contact, hundreds of Germa 66 soldiers fall. However, the Germa 66 troops, seasoned from years of combat, swiftly adapt. Relying on the enhancements from their suits and their innate strength, they dodge the initial onslaught. Several Germa 66 soldiers, having evaded the first strike, quickly corner one of Riki's warriors, cutting off his escape route. Under the relentless assault from all sides, this soldier is stripped of his exoskeleton, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, a nearby Germa 66 soldier swiftly delivers a fatal blow. While the Germa 66 soldiers may not possess the sheer firepower of the scientific unit's weaponry, their overall capabilities surpass those of the mechanical exoskeletons. A coordinated attack by several Germa 66 soldiers is sufficient to eliminate their opponent. This battle marks one of the most devastating confrontations for Riki's scientific unit, with soldiers and exoskeletons falling one after another, while those armed with rifles at the rear are also slaughtered by the infiltrating Germa 66 forces. The ground is littered with the corpses of both sides, reaching a grim equilibrium. In the midst of the chaos, Riki leaps atop a ship. A colossal rock spear, measuring 10 meters in length, plummets from the sky, piercing through the vessel. Witnessing his soldiers fall, Riki's fury ignites. Surrounded by enemies, he retaliates with lethal precision. After destroying an enemy ship, Riki is battered by a hail of bullets, debris cascading around him, forming a makeshift terrain upon the sea. At this moment, Riki lacks flight capabilities and possesses limited mobility. He relies on his heightened perception to evade gunfire. From his position, rocky extensions stretch outward, bridging the gap between two Germa 66 warships. Merging with the stone, Riki deftly navigates the battlefield, refusing to passively endure the onslaught. Rocky cannons emerge around him, and in an instant, they unleash projectiles with a velocity rivaling that of the Germa 66 soldiers. Each shot is precisely aimed, ensuring no enemy can evade the assault. Those who dare reveal themselves are swiftly dispatched. Taking advantage of the confusion, Riki boards another Germa 66 ship. Enemy swarm. Riki stands on the deck, surrounded by Germa 66 soldiers wielding various weapons. At the command of the ship's captain, soldiers charge fearlessly towards Riki. With a low command, Riki unleashes a torrent of rock spikes, rapidly extending outward like the spines of a sea urchin, engulfing the entire deck in a deadly embrace. Germa 66 soldiers are impaled, their bodies suspended on the rocky protrusions, while the structures around them crumble under the assault. In mere moments, the ship's upper deck lies in ruins. At the heart of this chaos, Riki remains, half-formed of rock and soil, attuned to his surroundings. He murmurs, "Having declared war upon me, one must be prepared for defeat." A smile graces his lips as he surveys the massive vessel beneath him, proclaiming, "This ship shall soon be mine." The foundational strength of Germa 66, bolstered by bloodline factor technology and rigorous training, along with years of combat experience, ensures their soldiers are formidable. Coupled with their current weaponry, they form an elite force unafraid even when facing the Navy. However, in terms of upper echelon combat capabilities, Germa 66 falls short. For instance, Riki, as a user of a natural-type devil fruit, finds no equal among the fleet, none possessing the mastery of Haki. Riki has harnessed the dual-color Haki and adeptly employs his natural-type powers, rendering him unstoppable against the Germa 66 fleet. The fleet's captain can only watch helplessly as one ship after another is sunk. Attempts to retreat with the colossal vessel are thwarted as Riki relentlessly pursues, dismantling the ship's structures and causing significant casualties among the crew. A user of a natural-type devil fruit, when fully realized, wields catastrophic powers. The Riki's earth fruit may lack the speed of the light fruit, the freezing capabilities of the ice fruit, or the destructive force of the fire or magma fruits. The sheer lethality of the rocks he conjures poses an immense threat to any conventional army. Without sufficient strength, those rocks are indestructible. Transforming into a colossal rock giant capable of obliterating a city is well within his grasp. Confronting mere warships is hardly an issue. With Riki's adept technique of the rock spear, he can effortlessly pierce through a vessel with a single thrust, and if he employs the colossal rock spear, he can undoubtedly sink a warship entirely. When it comes to dealing with the soldiers of Germa 66, as long as there is no immediate threat posed to him, Riki methodically dismantles the Germa 66 fleet over time. However, the prolonged engagement, coupled with the formidable strength of the lower-tier soldiers, has resulted in considerable casualties among Ritchie's own ranks. Capturing a massive snail warship is indeed fortuitous for Ritchie, as such a vessel is capable of transporting an entire small town. Its vast capacity allows for the accommodation of a substantial populace. Yet, this boon is not without its drawbacks. The enormous snail warship is essentially a signature vessel of Germa 66, and employing it would inevitably draw their attention, making future conflict unavoidable. Nevertheless, having just decimated a fleet of Germa 66, Ritchie mused, what is there to fear about future confrontations? It is merely that his current strength is insufficient to achieve his ultimate aims, necessitating discretion. Though the warship is not yet operational, it can be dispatched to Sky Island. Ritchie contemplated, awaiting a more opportune moment for its use. Hela, inform Sky Island to send an airship to transport this snail warship, he commanded. Understood, Your Highness, Hela replied. Having just concluded the battle, her weapon stowed away behind her, still clad in her battle armor. Nearby, Nico Robin, participating in such warfare for the first time, appeared pallid amidst the chaos of gunfire and the brutal large-scale naval conflict, just beginning to regain her composure. Order the troops to swiftly scour the battlefield. All captives must be sent to the depths of the sea, Ritchie continued. Then we shall vacate this maritime region. We have drawn the attention of Germa 66 after vanquishing one of their fleets, yet our current strength remains inadequate to confront their grand armada. We must depart post-haste. Indeed, the soldiers of Germa 66 are mere replicas born of bloodline factors, akin to commodities, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to Germa 66. In this context, it is utterly imprudent to expend excessive time and energy attempting to persuade their surrender, especially considering the potential for retaliation, suicide, or their inability to serve as laborers. Thus, Ritchie resolved to eliminate this batch of captives. Fortunately, following this major conflict, the number of captured Germa 66 soldiers was limited to just over 100. Your Highness, the casualty report has been compiled, Nico Robin announced about an hour later, approaching Ritchie with a document in hand. Proceed, Ritchie urged. This time, our forces have accounted for approximately 3,000 Germa 66 soldiers killed, most of whom have sunk to the ocean floor along with the warships, rendering them temporarily unrecoverable for tallying. As for spoils, we secured 500 complete enhanced suits, 1,000 damaged enhanced suits, alongside some provisions and weaponry. She paused, her tone remaining steady but tinged with a hint of melancholy. In terms of our own losses, 500 elite troops perished, the majority during close combat with Germa 66 soldiers, with 100 sustaining severe injuries and 800 suffering minor wounds. Additionally, 300 mechanical exoskeleton suits were rendered inoperable. The grim tally weighed heavily on Ritchie as he absorbed the string of numbers, his spirits plummeting. The 500 individuals can be regarded as the elite under Ritchie's command. They are adept at maneuvering mechanical exoskeletons, possess commendable martial skills, and are further augmented by solid military training. Should the ranks be expanded, these soldiers would be capable of assuming at least the role of a squad leader. Order the fleet to attend to the wounded, ensuring that every injured individual receives treatment, Ritchie instructed. In a few days, the airship will arrive. All severely injured personnel and deceased bodies are to be returned. A monument will be erected on Sky Island in honor of the warriors who perished for the kingdom of Rock Mountain. Understood, Hela nodded, diligently recording each command. Next, we shall proceed, searching for a deserted island to rest for a few days before continuing our journey. Affirmative, came the response. In the main fleet of Germa 66, within a grand and opulent castle, the imposing figure of Vinsmoke Katakuri, whose golden hair cascaded like a lioness' mane, smashed the table before him with a single punch. What did you say? A subordinate fleet is missing and a sunken battleship has been discovered at the seabed? Katakuri bellowed within the confines of the room. Investigate immediately. Find out who possesses the audacity to oppose the Germa kingdom. Chapter 62. A sudden inspection boom. The massive snail battleship was hoisted skyward by several airships, gradually ascending into the night sky, vanishing from sight. Not far from the battlefield of Germa 66 and the Three Kingdoms, Ritchie's fleet was stationed at a deserted island for recuperation. They had sent off the bodies of the fallen soldiers and the severely wounded, while replenishing their ranks with 500 new recruits delivered by the airship. The elite regiment of the Second Army commenced retraining. Now, with a contingent of 1,900, despite having endured a fierce battle, their strength had not waned. In fact, it had seen a slight enhancement. In the pirate world, Injuries, unless they were truly severe, could largely be recovered from through sustenance. The robust physical constitution, coupled with energy-rich food, rendered each individual remarkably formidable. We are now not far from the battlefield. However, our small reconnaissance airship has detected numerous fleets of the German kingdom in the vicinity. If we venture out, we will surely be discovered, Nicole Robin reported to Richie in the command room of the fleet's flagship. It appears our extermination of a German 66 fleet has drawn their attention. However, this means our large fleet cannot advance. We can only send a few individuals. Richie pondered. A small group can call for the airship at any moment, and that should suffice. With his mind made up, Richie issued the command. Prepare the fleet to depart this maritime region, led by the commander of the elite regiment, to await us near this nation. Hella, Pick, and Robin, he said, casting a glance at those beside him. This time, the four of us shall take a tour of the battlefield. As Richie's words fell, Hella immediately interjected, Your Highness, this is far too perilous. You must not put yourself at such risk. Hella stood firmly by his side, while Nicole Robin remained silent, yet aligned herself with Hella's concern. During her time within the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, Nicole had sensed a stark contrast in how they regarded her. Unlike the previous powers, here, she was treated as a comrade, although each day required toil. The documents she encountered were of significant importance to the scientific division of the kingdom. This also reveals that Richie harbors no suspicion towards himself. And such openness naturally brings forth rewards. As time progresses, Nico Robin gradually lowers her defenses against Richie and his companions, beginning to acknowledge herself as a resident of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Your Highness, regardless of your choices, I shall unwaveringly protect you, asserted Say or Pick, his tone imbued with determination, despite not persuading Richie. It's quite all right, Richie responded with a smile. All of us are devil fruit users. I myself possess the powers of a natural-type devil fruit, which allows us to effectively contend with Germa 66. Moreover, even if we cannot prevail, retreating to call for an airship poses no issue, thereby alleviating any concerns regarding Germa 60's assault. After much persuasion, Hella ultimately acquiesced to Richie's request, to which Richie promised her that should they encounter a multitude of foes, an immediate retreat would be imperative. Under the cover of night, the fleet departed from the waters, while Richie and his three companions made their way to a nearby island. This island is one of the three nations involved in the Germa 66 offensive. Upon this port, traversing its pathways, one finds that it has succumbed to the Germa kingdom, having been vanquished and now subservient to its dominion. Along the streets, one can observe houses bearing the scars of conflict, marked by bullet holes and the traces of swords. As a port city, it has undoubtedly become a focal point during times of war. Most of the inhabitants can be seen repairing their homes, yet many others, draped in tattered garments, huddle in the corners, their vacant gazes surveying their surroundings with an air of numbness. These individuals, as one strolls through the streets, catch the eye in the shadows of the corners, prompting inquiries to passers-by to uncover their plight. These individuals have lost their homes and loved ones due to the ravages of war, and now their hope has been extinguished. Even with the cessation of conflict, they wander the streets like beggars. Such is the reality of war. Upon receiving this intelligence, a wave of compassion from a past life compelled Riki to exclaim in sorrow. Yet, this nation has now become a vassal of Germa 66. If we were to recruit refugees, our efforts would be futile, as Germa 66 would soon intervene. At that juncture, Riki would have no choice but to retreat. Confronted by Germa 66's technological might, Riki realized his own strength fell short. It seems we have arrived too late, Riki remarked to Hella beside him. Had we come sooner, we could have amassed a considerable number of displaced persons. What shall we do next, Your Highness? Hella inquired. We will rest for a day and then depart, Riki replied. This conflict is not akin to the previous wars between the Skrull Kingdom and the Black Iron Kingdom. The likelihood of us reaping benefits here is minimal. The combat prowess of Germa 66 will not afford us the opportunity to establish a base for recruiting refugees. Without a fixed stronghold, attempting to recruit in various cities would be an impractical use of time and would complicate relations with local nobility, potentially inciting conflict. While Riki did not shy away from battle, the prospect of constant skirmishes grew tiresome. This place is unsuitable. We must seek our next objective. With a sigh, Riki and his companions found lodging in a newly opened inn. Just as they prepared to freshen up, chaos erupted around them. Riki's observation Haki sensed the presence of Germa 66 soldiers encircling them. What is happening? Why have we been surrounded? Though perplexed, Riki acted swiftly, awakening Hela, Nico Robin, and Senior Pick. An engulfing mire swiftly pulled the four into the depths of the earth. At this moment, a battalion of Germa 66 soldiers stormed into the inn, swiftly ascending the stairs and breaking open the room previously occupied by Ricci. However, the room now contained only a large hole, leading down to a warehouse on the ground floor, where the stone tiles had vanished, leaving behind a gaping void that seemed out of place. A soldier clad in reinforced armor stood at the second-floor opening and stated, "They have escaped. It appears these individuals are not ordinary. Command the troops to search for these strangers and ensure His Highness's safety." As these soldiers exited the inn, the streets were teeming with Germa 66 soldiers escorting hopeless refugees and unfamiliar faces from beyond the nation's borders. The entire street, indeed the entire city, was engulfed in chaos. And at the port, 3 colossal snail warships began to dock. Chapter 63, Invasion. So that was it. Hidden in an underground space, Ricci sensed the environment outside, nodding in realization. No wonder we were hunted down as soon as we checked in. It was merely a coincidence. Even though he had vacated the room and sought refuge below, Ricci did not cease his reconnaissance. He left behind several clumps of soil on the surface, while the air was laden with dust, allowing his observation haki to expand and permeate the entire area. In this port city, Vince Smoke Judge, the commander of Germa 66, prepared to expose his children to the brutalities of the battlefield. In the vicinity of this port, a battlefield yet to conclude awaited. Thus, the 3 enormous snail warships docked here with Judge's children aboard. As the commander of the Germa Kingdom's military and also its king, Vince Smoke Judge, driven by his pursuit of power, aspired for his progeny to possess formidable strength. After marrying Sora, he had his first child, Vince Smoke Reiju. Judge altered Reiju's genetic factors, endowing her with extraordinary physical capabilities at birth. When Reiju was 3, Sora became pregnant with quadruplets. Ignoring Sora's protests, Judge once again modified their genetic factors, removing their emotions. Nevertheless, Sora's objections proved futile, and the resulting children, save for Sanji, lacked extraordinary physiques, retaining their emotions instead. Following Sora's demise, Judge deemed Sanji the cause of her death, thus imprisoning him and publicly claiming that Sanji perished in a disaster. It was not until Germa 66 marched into the East Blue that Reiju freed Sanji. Upon witnessing this, Judge severed all ties with Sanji and allowed him to leave. At this juncture, the year is 1505 in the Sea Circle calendar. By calculating Sanji's age, he is now 3 years old. This period marks a time of significant expansion for Germa 66, which is poised to dominate the North Sea and extend its reach into other maritime territories. After capturing all strangers and refugees in the city and clearing the streets, a group disembarked from the colossal snail warships. Through the perception of his observation haki, wisps of dust coalesced into shapes resembling eyes, observing the scene from the corners. Leading the group was a little girl with pink hair, merely 6 years of age, sporting curly eyebrows. She disembarked the ship, curiously surveying her surroundings. Beside her stood 3 small, curly-haired boys, only 3 years old, clad in battle attire and wielding weapons slightly smaller than standard size, exuding an aura of readiness. However, due to their emotional detachment, the trio bore expressions of hostility. Surrounding the 4 children was a contingent of Germa 66 soldiers providing protection. Vince Smoke Judge aimed for his descendants to be formidable from the outset. He began cultivating their combat awareness, specifically selecting this battlefield for its relatively low intensity but notably grim nature. As the 4 little boys wandered further, the Germa 66 soldiers began their retreat, yet the colossal snail warships remained poised, awaiting the return of the 4 children. It seems this could be an opportunity, Ricci mused, retracting his observation haki and contemplating the situation. The Germa 66 army predominantly comprised soldiers replicated from genetic factors, lacking haki users, rendering Ricci's natural fruit abilities nearly invincible. Hela, Pika, Robin, I'm preparing to visit the Germa 66 warships, Ricci declared. This time, Germa 66 had imprisoned all strangers and refugees from a city, numbering in the thousands. If he could facilitate their transport, it would represent a significant labor force. I will circle their warship to draw their fire, and once you have evacuated the refugees, we shall rendezvous in a nearby commercial city. This time, Ricci took a perilous risk. Hela could no longer remain composed, and even Nico Robin sought to dissuade him, while Say or Pick also withdrew his support. Your safety is of paramount importance to the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, they urged. There is no cause for concern. Richie replied with a smile. The soldiers of Germa 66 were primarily occupied with guarding the 4 children of Vinsmoke Judge, rendering the ship's crew less formidable. Only if the vessel were to come under attack would it capture the attention of the entire city, allowing for you to take action at that moment. Richie interrupted their discourse, his tone turning serious. This is my command. You must comply. Understood. With Richie's decision made, Hella and the others, finding their pleas in vain, reluctantly agreed to his plan. Your safety must be your utmost priority, Hella cautioned Richie, her concern evident before she departed. Fear not, Richie responded with a grin. I possess the powers of a natural-type devil fruit. Their weapons cannot harm me. Furthermore, I have mastered hockey, and I am not intimidated by ordinary hockey users. What is there to fear? With a wave of his hand, Richie conjured an underground passage leading to the refugee camp outside the city. Our airship has just arrived today. It is Providence granting me another opportunity, and I shall not let it slip away, especially considering the potential of these human resources. Once you observe the commotion, you may act swiftly. I will not linger aboard Germa 60 SIXS warship for long. With that, Richie melded into the earth beside him and swiftly advanced toward the coast. After traversing underground for approximately 10 minutes, Richie emerged at the dock. There, 3 massive snail warships were anchored, each housing a small town with soldiers patrolling diligently, creating a formidable defense. Yet, using his observation hockey, Richie quickly identified the gaps in their patrols. As night fell, he utilized the cover of darkness to envelop himself in a cluster of rocks, surfacing from the seabed and pressing against the hull of a ship. A stone protruded above the water's surface, extending to a corner of the deck, where a hollow was formed at its center. Soon, a puddle of soft mud oozed from the opening. This mud, blending seamlessly with the night, appeared as nothing more than a shadow. Within the shadow, the mud transformed into a slender line, creeping along walls and corners, swiftly navigating the warship. After traversing numerous structures, the mud flowed into a warehouse where all the ship's artillery was stored. There, it rapidly expanded and took on a human shape. Richie relied on his abilities to effortlessly ascend onto the colossal snail warship. Gazing at the munitions depot before him, Richie squinted, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Now, let us commence the explosion. Boom. A deafening roar akin to the collapse of the heavens resonated throughout the warship. The surrounding soldiers had no time to react as a powerful shockwave swept across the deck. Wooden structures were leveled in an instant, and Germa 66 soldiers were hurled into the air, crashing into the water along with the debris. The explosion produced a tremendous noise, accompanied by a blaze that illuminated the entire surface of the sea. Such an explosion instantaneously captivated the attention of the entire dock. Amidst a chorus of gasps, squads of Germa 66 soldiers swiftly assembled to extinguish the flames, subsequently raising the alarm and bolstering their defenses. In the midst of the chaos, Richie navigated rapidly through the debris on the deck, making his way to the deck of another colossal snail battleship. Here, due to the explosion next door, all the soldiers were awakened, yet chaos did not ensue. The soldiers were gathering on the deck, preparing to rush towards the warship to extinguish the flames. But there were some surprises in store. A gust of wind swept through, carrying dust that enveloped the entire sea area, shrouding the remaining 2 warships in a veil of haze. On another massive snail-shaped warship, Richie discerned a warehouse stacked with a trove of treasures. The wealth, towering like a mountain, was valued at over 1 billion berries. These riches, pillaged from various nations, were part of the bounty acquired by Germa 66 in their latest raid. Such treasures were destined to be mine. Transforming into a mire, I slithered through the crevices to stand before the pile of riches. The surging mire swiftly engulfed the entire hoard. Subsequently, Richie made his way to the 3rd warship. The first 2 had fallen prey to Richie's scheme, successfully drawing the attention of Germa 60 SIXS soldiers, who flocked to the 2 vessels to combat the fire and assist in the disaster. However, Richie astutely noted that on the 3rd warship, the very one from which the 4 children of Vinsmoke Judge had previously descended, the number of guarding soldiers was exceptionally high. Not only were there numerous soldiers, but amidst the crowd, Richie also spotted several maids dressed in uniforms, as well as chefs and attendants, non-combat personnel, whose numbers were quite substantial. This peculiar display piqued Richie's curiosity, and after attracting a multitude of Germa 66 soldiers, he stealthily infiltrated the warship. As dust swirled around, Richie found himself in a spacious chamber deep within the vessel, where he beheld a woman reclining on a bed, referred to as Madam by an attendant. In one corner of the room, a small child with curly golden hair was fervently stirring a pot that emitted an ominous aura. containing what could only be described as dark culinary creations. It dawned upon Ricci that this woman was none other than Vinsmoke Judge's wife. Due to the modifications wrought by the lineage factor, Ricci's body had succumbed to severe afflictions, worsening with time, ultimately leading to his demise. His gaze shifted towards the child in the corner, recognizing him as Sanji, a future member of the protagonist ensemble. Resolving to seize the moment, Ricci allowed a smile to grace his lips, contemplating a delightful scheme. Before departing, he intended to impart a lesson to Vinsmoke Judge, while simultaneously planting a seed for future endeavors. In the next instant, as Ricci's words faded, the swamp he embodied surged toward the chamber. Despite the presence of various soldiers guarding the area, Ricci felt no hindrance. "Mother, this is the food I made," Sanji proclaimed as a wisp of mire slipped beneath the room's carpet. He presented a dish, exuding an aura of the bizarre, before his mother. At this moment, Sanji, untainted by alterations, possessed his own emotions, lacking exoskeletons, and boasted remarkable physical attributes. Consequently, he found himself in the shadows of Vinsmoke Judge's disdain, often bullied by his brothers. Witnessing his mother's gradual decline in health and the diminishing smiles upon her face, Sanji aspired to craft exquisite meals to bring her joy. He diligently honed his culinary skills. Yet this only further alienated him from Judge, who believed his child should emerge as a natural warrior, not a mere cook, effectively severing their bond. Only Sanji's mother, Vinsmoke Sora, endeavored to nurture her son's happiness, even amidst the abysmal taste of his dark cuisine. With a warm smile, she consumed his creations, encouraging him despite their unpalatable nature. Seated on the bed, propped against the headboard, a small table held Sanji's culinary offerings. Sora swallowed a mouthful of Sanji's dark dish, her countenance contorting momentarily, yet upon catching sight of her son's eager gaze, she quickly donned a smile and remarked, "Very good, Sanji." "Really?" Sanji's face brightened with a hint of joy as he beamed back at his mother. The surrounding servants, witnessing Sora's reaction, found their hearts touched by her unwavering support. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the warmth of the familial scene, yet Ricci, lurking in the shadows, discerned a golden opportunity. Now was the time. The swamp devoured. In the next instant, a mass resembling a black shroud erupted swiftly from the corner, engulfing the entire bed in a thick, murky mire. "Madam, young master." At this moment, as this place is the chamber of Vinsmoke Judge's wife, there are no soldiers in sight. The servants, taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events, stand frozen in place. Once the crowd regains their senses, the mire has once again coalesced into a singular form. The silhouette of the mire transforms into a humanoid figure, entirely composed of rock. A colossal rock spear erupts with a thunderous roar. The faceless rocky entity thrusts a jagged spear through the ceiling of the chamber, piercing through until it creates an opening that reveals the night sky above. The rocks erupt forth. At this moment, two thrusters on the back of Ricci were aimed at the ground. The relentless explosions propelled Ricci's body upwards with tremendous force. Upon breaching the cave's mouth, the rocks behind Ricci transformed into a pair of colossal stone wings. With a powerful flap, Ricci's figure swiftly melded into the night. Alas, the lady and young Sanji have been abducted. Hurry and report to Lord Gaji. When the soldiers rushed to the quarters upon hearing the news, they found only a group of bewildered servants remaining. In the next instant, chaos erupted throughout the warship. Such a significant incident would likely implicate both servants and soldiers alike. It was imperative to locate the lady and the young master. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the port, within a vast farm, the place served as a holding ground for refugees by the Germa 66 soldiers. At this time, numerous Germa 66 soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, having succumbed to their wounds. Within the farm, massive airships descended, and from their opened hatches, groups of refugees and others captured by the Germa 66 soldiers hastily boarded. As Ricci soared high in the sky, wings unfurled, he held a compass in hand, seeking direction amidst the heavens, flying straight towards his destination. This venture promised substantial rewards. Initially, Ricci felt the expedition might balance out in terms of gains and losses, yet now, within his swampy domain, he possessed not only billions in treasures but also the wife and child of Vinsmoke Gaji. Currently, they held little immediate value. If he were to reveal their abduction of Sanji and Sara, it would merely provoke Vinsmoke Gaji, igniting a potential war between nations. However, if Ricci were to rescue Sora, it would serve as a significant leverage against Vinsmoke Gaji. Though it might seem trivial now, it could become a crucial bargaining chip when Ricci aimed to overturn the world government. Furthermore, there was Sanji, this future member of the protagonist crew. Although he appeared frail and was deemed useless in Gaji's eyes, Ricci was acutely aware of Sanji's promising future as a formidable member of the Straw Hat Pirates. possessing remarkable talent. This potential would only be cultivated much later, but if Ricci were to save Sora now, he could garner Sanji's goodwill and nurture him from a young age. In a decade or so, Sanji's strength would surely rival that of a vice admiral. However, this prerequisite hinged upon Sora's recovery. Currently, due to the effects of the genetic modification, her body could not endure for much longer. With wings outstretched, Ricci swiftly traversed the sky, and about a day later, he arrived at the predetermined island for their rendezvous. He found an inn in the town and settled in, awaiting the arrival of Hela and her companions, as delivering the newly recruited refugees would likely require several days. "Who are you?" Upon entering the room, Ricci released Sora and Sanji from the swampy realm. This unique space within Ricci's body functioned as an alternate dimension, to ensure Sora and Sanji could survive temporarily. Ricci had created a small opening for air circulation, supplemented by some provisions within the swampy space, sufficient to sustain them for a day. As soon as they were freed, Sanji positioned himself protectively in front of Sora, his small frame attempting to shield his mother, as wary as they regarded Ricci. "Lady Sora, greetings," Ricci said, a smile gracing his lips. "I find myself at odds with your husband and sought to create some trouble, yet I unexpectedly encountered you both. So, what do you intend to do with me?" Upon hearing that Ricci was an enemy of her husband, Sora immediately contemplated sacrificing herself to spare him further distress. However, the presence of Sanji, this emotionally attached child, prevented her from taking such drastic measures. "I mean you no harm," Ricci assured. As he spoke, he settled into a chair. "The explosion I caused was sufficient retribution. As for you two," he scrutinized them. Sanji's gaze was filled with vigilance, while Sora appeared composed, albeit with a slight rapid breath that betrayed her anxiety. "It's nothing of great consequence," Ricci continued. "Just a mere flag planted. Lady Sora, do you realize that you are nearing death? Given your current condition, you cannot last for many more years." "What?" Before Sora could respond, Sanji gasped in astonishment, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he turned to Sora. "Mother, is it true? Are you really unwell?" Coughing, the frail Sora leaned against the headboard of the bed, a position strategically chosen by Ricci to provide her comfort. At that moment, Sola had yet to utter a word, and Rich continued speaking. "Due to Gargi's use of the bloodline factor medication, which stripped the child of emotions, your physical condition has deteriorated rapidly. At this rate, it won't be long before you depart from this world. So, what do you intend to do with someone on the brink of death?" Sola gazed at Rich, astonished by his familiarity with her plight. Yet she quickly composed herself and replied, "My aim is to heal you and await the day you become of use." Rich looked at Sola and spoke, with Sanji. "A child possessing emotions yet deemed worthless by Gargi here. I hope you will refrain from making any foolish decisions." "Heal me," Sola retorted with a hint of mockery. "Many doctors have examined me, and none have found a solution. What could you possibly do?" However, sensing the underlying threat in Rich's tone, Sola nodded and added, "With Sanji around, I have no intention of seeking an end to my life. I have my own means." Rich maintained his smile, his tone gentle as he said, "And Sanji, if your father holds you in disdain, then it is time for you to start learning under my guidance." At that moment, Ricky gazed at Sanji and remarked, "You have just heard about your mother's condition. If she does not receive treatment, she will perish. Now, I have saved your mother. What will you offer in return for my assistance?" Sanji turned to face Ricky, his previously frantic expression swiftly transforming into one of resolute determination. "I am willing, sir." At this moment, Sora spoke with a hint of urgency. Sanji, merely 3 years old, was incapable of doing anything. "Madam Sora," Ricci replied, "I do not require Sanji to perform any tasks just yet. From this point onward, he shall commence his studies in various fields of knowledge and combat skills, until he is capable of contributing." As he spoke, Ricci turned to Sanji and inquired, "Are you willing to undertake this?" "I am willing," Sanji responded without hesitation. "Excellent. Once my associates arrive, I shall send you to school," Ricci stated. At this moment, Ricci spoke, introducing himself. "I am Kaniji Li Qi, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, hailing from the South Sea. You will be residing in my territory." A day later, Hela and her companions, concerned for Ricci, arrived at this place without pause after transferring the recruited refugees to other airships. Within this town, Ricci maintained a constant vigilance, his observation haki actively engaged. Upon their arrival, he quickly noticed them and guided them to his location. "Your Highness, who are they?" Hela inquired upon seeing a frail woman and a golden-haired child in Ricci's chamber. "They are the wife and child of Vinsmoke Judge," Ricci explained with a smile. "They are our captives, brought here for certain purposes. We shall depart by nightfall." Chapter 66, The Kingdom of Drum Under the Cloak of Night. Accompanied by Vinsmoke, Sora, and Sanji, Richie swiftly made his way to the desolate outskirts of the town. An airship descended rapidly, and to Sora and Sanji's astonishment, the group boarded the vessel. Inside the airship, illuminated by electricity, various crucial areas were aglow. As they entered this seemingly futuristic craft, Sora realized the significance of their captors, who possessed the advanced technology to construct such an airship, a potent symbol of national strength across the vast ocean. Thus, defeating Richie's Kingdom of Rock Mountain would not be an easy feat for Germa 66. Your Highness, where are we headed next? Hela inquired from within a spacious chamber aboard the airship. To the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Drum, Richie replied. However, we lack a permanent log pose for the Kingdom of Drum and must procure one from the black market in the North Sea. The Kingdom of Drum, Hela pondered. Is that the renowned medical nation? Indeed, Richie affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this name, Hela immediately grasped the implications and asked, Are you intending to seek treatment for Lady Sora? What advantage does this hold for us? Currently, there may be no immediate benefit, yet in the future, she could become a pivotal asset, Richie stated candidly. Now, we must ascertain whether the physicians of the Kingdom of Drum can cure Sora's ailment. If they succeed, all will be well. If not, we may need to eliminate Germa 66 in the future. At this juncture, Wapol was still a mere child. Yet he was on the cusp of becoming king. As Wapol had not yet ascended the throne, the Kingdom of Drum remained a renowned medical powerhouse along the Grand Line, free from the expulsion of doctors. Thus, Richie could not launch an attack against a well-governed Kingdom of Drum, as it would constitute an act of aggression and face public resistance, an outcome contrary to Richie's plans and governing philosophy. Richie could ascertain the routes to the Kingdom of Drum through his status in a small black market, unable to acquire a permanent log pose immediately. He resorted to utilizing a record log pose from the past. With the recorded log pose in hand, he was spared from the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line while traversing the Red Earth continent. 5 days later, they arrived at the initial island of this route. Due to the necessity of concealing the airship from the world government, they opted not to land but instead created a sea of clouds to disguise themselves, drifting above the island for several days. Once the magnetic log was filled, they proceeded to the next town, continuing to masquerade as clouds until the magnetic storage was complete. After traversing a succession of 4 islands, the airship arrived at the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums, renowned as a medical powerhouse along the Grand Line. The Kingdom of Magnetic Drums boasts a modest territory, encompassing approximately 30 to 40 towns and several villages, home to a population of around 300,000. In such a nation, the norm of the great maritime routes prevails. Due to the differing magnetic forces between islands, the country is constrained to a singular island. Unlike nations amidst the vast seas that govern numerous islands, aside from colossal islands like Alabaston, which can accommodate a substantial population, most are home to merely hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of inhabitants. In such a diminutive nation, it is indeed more convenient for global governance and naval deployment, as smaller states possess limited military strength and can only serve as components of the world government. The Kingdom of Drum, bolstered by the presence of the formidable Dralaton, a user of the bison fruit, can fend off certain pirate assaults. Moreover, the inhospitable nature of Winter Island to pirates enables a prolonged state of peace and stability. A dirigible descended upon the waters of Drum Kingdom, releasing a single-masted sailing vessel that set course for its shores. Upon docking at the port, Ricky, accompanied by Hela, Nico, Robin, and a detachment of soldiers, approached the harbor. Who are you, and from whence do you come? The soldiers of Drum Kingdom, noticing Ricky had not hoisted the pirate flag, relaxed slightly. However, upon seeing the well-armed 10-man squad behind Ricky, tension returned. We hail from the Kingdom of South Sea Rock, Ricky declared, producing his identification. We are here for rest and will depart after a brief respite. Upon examining the identification, the captain of the station squad, with a grave expression, saluted Ricky respectfully before promptly relaying the information to Dralaton, the chief of the Royal Guards. What? A royal from a world government member state has arrived in Drum Kingdom? Dralaton remarked with a serious demeanor. I shall report this to the king. Please invite them to the royal palace for a visit. Yes, sir. At a nearby inn, a captain among Dralaton's men expressed astonishment. What? They've already left? Why so soon? What? They ventured into the wilderness, and their whereabouts are unknown. The captain sighed, realizing he had no choice but to report back to Dralaton. Meanwhile, Ricky was advancing through the snowy mountain forests. A massive snowboard crafted from rock, pulled by 2 formidable beasts, sped onward. Only Ricky, Hela, and Nico Robin occupied the snowboard. all bundled in thick winter attire, resembling spherical figures. This weather is truly frigid. The temperature in our kingdom could never reach such lows, Ricky lamented, gazing at the vast expanse of white snow-covered trees. Your Highness, is there truly a renowned physician here? Hela questioned, harboring doubts about Ricky's certainty and seeking an elusive doctor capable of curing Sora's ailment. How could you possibly know such information? Even the world government might not be aware of it. We have already located them, Ricky replied, curling up on the rock snowboard. Through his connection with the Earth, Ricky had, on his first exploration, discovered the target 100 kilometers away. Fortuitously, following the target's trail, he hastened with his companions toward their destination. With Ricky's speed, time was hardly a concern. The rock beasts gallantly traversed the snow-laden forest without fatigue. They soon halted before a wooden cabin nestled within the snowy woods. Behind the cabin lay a vast cavern, which Ricky's observation revealed had been transformed into living quarters. This is the place, Ricky announced, disbanding the rock beast and snowboard, sinking into the snow up to his calves. Just as he was about to knock, the door of the cabin swung open, revealing an elderly woman with a youthful stature who regarded Ricky with curiosity. You have found your way here. What brings you? Greetings, Dr. Girieva. We have come seeking medical assistance. We hope you can treat a patient, Ricky stated directly. Oh, treating ailments comes at a steep price, Dr. Girieva responded. I am aware. As long as the patient can be healed, finances are of no concern, Ricky assured her. Dr. Girieva, renowned as a skilled physician in Drum Kingdom, possessed remarkable longevity at the age of 124, yet maintained a vitality surpassing that of many in their prime, a condition she would still enjoy even a decade hence. Shall I examine the patient before discussing fees? Ricky inquired. Certainly, if you have brought the patient with you, Dr. Girieva replied. Please, come inside. Observing Ricky with the keen eye of a predator sizing up its prey, Dr. Girieva gestured welcomingly for Ricky, Hela, and Nico Robin to enter. The modest wooden cabin appeared small, but within it was merely a storage area for firewood. The rear wall of the cabin featured an opening leading into the cavern's depths. As Dr. Girieva stepped into the cavern, it was illuminated by torches, revealing a central hall with a kitchen and bedroom on one side, while the opposite wall bore a sign indicating a medical room, permeated by the rich scent of medicinal herbs. Where is the patient? Dr. Girieva inquired. Right here, Ricky replied, as part of his body transformed into a swamp, quickly manifesting a single bed from the mire. Upon it lay Sora, attended to by Sanji. Given Sora's frail condition, the fierce blizzard of Drum Kingdom posed a significant threat. Ricky, therefore, guided Sora into a specially crafted swamp space with Sanji's assistance. This space, aside from its somewhat dim atmosphere, presents no discomfort. After Rich's arrival and the release of the two individuals, it spared the frail Sora from the ordeal of traversing through the frigid wilderness. Ah, such abilities, could they belong to a user of a devil fruit? At that moment, as Dr. Girieva beheld the two unexpected visitors, she mused to herself. However, having encountered a myriad of extraordinary powers, Dr. Girieva had developed a certain immunity to the bizarre. Is this the young girl? Upon seeing the two individuals released by Rich, Dr. Girieva immediately discerned Sora's frailty. This condition seemed to transcend mere illness. Subsequently, Dr. Girieva placed a hand on Sora's forehead to gauge her temperature. She turned to look at Ricky with a hint of surprise. Yet a smile graced her face as she spoke. Young man, this patient presents quite a challenge. I shall take the case, but my fee is 100 million berries. 100 million berries. In an instant, both Hela and Nico Robin were taken aback by Dr. Giriva's exorbitant price. Are you extorting money? Hela remarked, her brow furrowed in discontent. At this moment, Richie quickly restrained the furious Hela and turned to Dr. Girieva. No problem, he said, as a chest of treasures fell from his hand. Richie inquired, Dr. Girieva, this treasure amounts to 100 million berries. I entrust this patient to you. How long will your treatment take? Dr. Girieva replied, this young girl's condition has been prolonged for quite some time. She will require at least 3 years of recuperation under my care. 3 years? Richie nodded thoughtfully at Dr. Girieva's words. Very well, however, due to the lady's significant status, I must leave some subordinates here for her protection. Oh, Dr. Girieva responded casually. That is certainly acceptable, but they cannot reside here, and they must manage their own meals without disturbing my treatment. That poses no issue, Richie smiled. Their residence will be nearby and will not interrupt your work. Should any problems arise, you may contact me immediately. As he spoke, Richie produced another bag of gold. Dr. Girieva's eyes glimmered with satisfaction at Richie's generosity, fostering a sense of goodwill towards him. That is naturally no problem, she said, lifting Sora's single bed with one hand. Little girl, you shall reside in the infirmary from now on. As for this young man, you are responsible for your mother's nourishment. Yes. Sanji, hearing Dr. Guriva's words, realized that his mother would be saved and would not perish. This wonderful news prompted him to respond swiftly, a joyful smile illuminating his face as he declared, I will take good care of my mother. Watching Dr. Guriva enter the infirmary with Sora and Sanji, Richie addressed her retreating figure. Well then, Dr. Guriva, we shall take our leave and not disturb you any further. As they stepped out of the wooden cabin into the swirling snow, Richie observed the surroundings, his conqueror's haki emanating outward. Your Highness, where shall we go next? Let us find a suitable location nearby for the soldiers tasked with protecting Sora, Richie instructed. After a moment, he added, we have found one. Let us proceed there. Pointing in a direction. The trio walked several hundred meters until a small hill emerged amidst the forest before them. This small hill, surrounded by towering and luxuriant snow cedars, is nearly invisible upon casual inspection. This area is a vast forest composed of lofty trees, situated deep in the wilderness, making it seldom visited by hunters from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Additionally, given its proximity to Dr. Gulewa's residence, Richie naturally chose this location as a stronghold. A small detachment of soldiers will be stationed here permanently, each soldier selected for their exceptional prowess, ensuring the safety of the ailing Sora. Richie crouched down, merging with the earth. Furthermore, all supplies for the squad will be delivered via our airship, which is stationed not far from the Sky Island, guaranteeing that a vessel is always on standby to provide support. Understood, Your Highness. Hellas swiftly noted Richie's directives. As he spoke, Richie created a vast subterranean space, divided into various rooms, including a storeroom, kitchen, restroom, bedroom, living room, and training ground. The entrance is camouflaged with rock, requiring immense strength to open. As night began to fall, an airship descended slowly, and a combat team of 10 clad in mechanical exoskeletons, equipped with ample weaponry, appeared before Richie. The leader of the group stood at attention and saluted, declaring, reporting, Your Highness, the first special squad of the scientific forces is here to serve. Excellent, Richie remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the squad's spirit. Your mission henceforth is to remain stationed here, safeguarding the target receiving treatment nearby, along with her son. Supplies will be delivered monthly via airship, and should you encounter an overpowering foe, prioritize the protection of the target and request reinforcements if necessary. Chapter 68. The agreement. As they made their way back to the port along the mountain path, the captain of the royal guards, Doriton, awaited Richie personally. Upon seeing him, Doriton stepped forward, stating, Greetings, Your Highness. I am Doriton, the captain of the royal guard of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. On behalf of the king, I extend an invitation for you to visit the drum castle. Richie was somewhat taken aback. I am merely a prince of a nation yet to ascend to the throne. I hardly believe I warrant an invitation from a king. Observing the square-faced, robustly built Doriton, Richie expressed his confusion. To speak candidly, Doriton replied with a wry smile. Our king may not have much time left, and our prince, Wobble, may not prove to be a capable monarch. As you are a prince of a powerful nation in the South Sea, our king seeks to forge a friendship, hoping for assistance in the future. Oh, Richie responded, surprised by Doriton's words. Simply a friendship? Indeed. Our two nations, one in the Four Seas and the other along the Grand Line, are unlikely to have extensive interactions, so it is merely a gesture of friendship. Very well, Richie contemplated for a moment before addressing Doriton. Then lead the way. I would like to meet your king. The South Sea Rock Mountain Kingdom has emerged as a formidable power in recent years, leveraging its powerful artillery warships and rapid-fire firearms to exert influence over surrounding waters. However, with a population of just over 2 million, it still falls short of being a true great power, ranking as a regional power instead. Notably, the Rock Mountain Kingdom has shown no desire for expansion, unlike the Germa Kingdom and the Flower Kingdom, thus failing to attract the attention of the world government. Nonetheless, as a recognized power, it has gained notoriety, becoming known to the world government. During the last World Conference of Member States, the Rock Mountain Kingdom was invited as one of 50 participating kingdoms. At that time, it had just annexed the Mercenary Kingdom and stabilized its internal order. At the conference, Richie's father befriended several kings from the world government, including the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. As Richie followed Doriton, he mused, thus, it is the old king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom who wishes to meet me. Furthermore, With the Rock Mountain Kingdom in the South Sea and the Magnetic Drum Kingdom along the Grand Line, it is unlikely that our paths will cross. Therefore, even if the Rock Mountain Kingdom assists the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, it will not consume it, which is reassuring. With this understanding, Richie was now curious to see the intentions of the old king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom is located on Winter Island, part of the first half of the Grand Line, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. At the island's center stand three cylindrical peaks, perpetually capped with snow, resembling colossal drums, hence the kingdom's name. Atop Magnetic Drum Mountain lies the royal castle, which is virtually impregnable due to the mountain's sheer cliffs, requiring a specially constructed cable car to ascend. Under Doroton's guidance, they reached the mountaintop and beheld the castle. At the entrance, the elderly king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom awaited Richie in the living room. Upon seeing the old king, Richie immediately discerned that he did not have much time left. The king emanated a sense of decline, reminiscent of a decaying tree. I have come to meet the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. I am Richie from the Rock Mountain Kingdom. As a show of respect, Richie bowed to his elder. I have heard much of your renown from your father, the old king said, smiling and gesturing for Richie to take a seat. During the World Conference, I heard your father praise you extensively, almost to the skies. You flatter me, your majesty, Richie replied with a smile. I am but an ordinary person, not as extraordinary as my father claims. With that, Richie graciously settled onto the sofa in the living room. Hella and Nico Robin stood behind him, while Doroton and the youthful Chromalaman and Jess remained behind the old king. These two individuals are destined to become the sycophants of Wabor, aiding him in the downfall of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. At this moment, however, they are merely two insignificant figures, having just begun to showcase their capabilities by assisting the king with minor affairs. Rich merely cast a fleeting glance and soon lost interest. Seated on the sofa, the old king spoke with a tone tinged with languor. The purpose of this meeting is primarily due to my inept son. After my demise, I hope you will, considering the bond between your father and me, oversee the Magnetic Drum Kingdom and prevent its collapse. As he spoke, the old king instructed a servant to bring forth a box. My kingdom lacks special products, save for some medicinal herbs and medical knowledge. I sincerely hope you will accept these medical texts. Rich's eyes sparkled at the sight of the medical books within the box, though the brilliance quickly dimmed. To Rich, these medical texts were of immense significance. Currently, the talents under his command were scarce, particularly doctors. To establish a robust medical system and increase the number of physicians, it was essential not only to cultivate more doctors but also to possess greater medical expertise. These medical texts served to effectively supplement the deficiencies in medical care under Riki's command. Observing the elderly king, Riki feigned contemplation for a moment before nodding in agreement. King of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, I shall honor your request. Should any misfortune befall your realm in the future, I assure you I will lend my assistance. In the name of the future king of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. Very well, the old king replied, satisfied with Riki's assurance. A mere box of somewhat inconsequential medical books had procured him a promise of aid, a matter of great concern for the old king regarding his son. In the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, being recognized as a powerhouse in medicine was not something that could be encapsulated within a single box of books. At that moment, Riki felt immense joy. Not only did this box of medical texts address a shortcoming within his own ranks, but the agreement with the old king also granted Riki legitimate grounds to intervene when the time came to execute the expulsion of physicians in Wobble. When that day arrived, those physicians from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom would be ousted and subsequently absorbed into Riki's domain. The influx of talent from a medical powerhouse would undoubtedly bolster his own faction significantly. After engaging in amiable conversation with the old king, Riki witnessed the arrogant demeanor of Wobble. Upon seeing Riki, Wobble regarded him with disdain, scrutinizing him through his nostrils. Riki, undeterred by Wobble's behavior, maintained his courteous demeanor. Yet in his heart, he had already sentenced Wobble to a metaphorical execution. Such a king would need to be dealt with in the future. Chapter 69. Scientific Achievements. After enjoying a meal in the castle and procuring some local specialties, Riki departed the port by ship. As night fell, an airship retrieved him. Ascending into the skies, they soon arrived at the Grand Line, not far from the Sky Islands, prompting Riki's desire to return and survey his territory. Having been away for several months, the Sky Islands had undergone a remarkable transformation. Along the periphery of the islands, numerous outposts had been established, with one every few dozen kilometers. Each outpost stood 3 stories tall, camouflaged beneath the island clouds, housing a small detachment of soldiers. equipped with miniature radar and communication devices. These outposts stood vigilant against potential aerial assaults. 50 kilometers inward from the outposts lay an expanse devoid of structures, serving as a buffer zone in the event of an invasion. Beyond this buffer was a military encampment housing a battalion, always ready to provide support. Each encampment was responsible for overseeing multiple outposts, forming layers of defense that would alert them to any intruders entering the Sky Islands. Riki's airship sailed smoothly through the buffer zone, and beyond it lay an array of lush green islands, the farms, pastures, and orchards of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. The islands were neatly arranged, some still under construction, while others had already begun to thrive, with villagers bustling about amidst the verdant landscape. Most of these individuals are refugees and displaced persons who have migrated here. Upon arriving at the floating island, after a brief period of adjustment, they began to allocate farmland, pastures, orchards, and factories on a village basis, prompting everyone to engage in labor. Above the villages, there are small towns that house shops, as well as cities responsible for managing various regions. As the population increased, each city promoted a group of individuals to ensure the smooth operation of governance, leading to a significant development across the floating island, bustling with activity. Upon my return to the floating island, I observed a considerable expansion of greenery amidst the cerulean sea. Ships frequently traversed the cloud-laden waters, and the population had reached a substantial scale. Airships soared through the sky, swiftly arriving at a particular island known as the Research Island. This vast earthen island is indeed a rarity among the floating landscapes. On the island crafted by Qi, towering edifices rise majestically from the ground. These structures are research institutes. And in addition, Qi observed testing grounds and several warehouses scattered across the terrain. On one side of the Research Island, a vast expanse of land hosts a colossal vessel currently having its keel laid. Within the shipyard, a bustling crowd of workers is diligently engaged in the construction of this ship. That must be the Ark of Proverb, which has finally commenced its assembly. The airship descended at the adjacent airport, and Qi gazed at the imposing vessel nearby. After obtaining the blueprints for the Ark of Proverb, Reese did not hasten into action but instead established a series of laboratories to begin validating the various technologies outlined in the design plans. This process took an entire year, after which Reese began to gather materials and recruit craftsmen among the refugees, assembling them into various processing factories. Ultimately, the materials from these factories were continuously delivered to the vast shipyard. Due to the colossal size of the Ark Proverb, it could only be constructed on open ground, as building houses proved to be overly cumbersome. According to the blueprints, after the ship's keel was forged, the foundation was currently being laid, along with the arrangement of various equipment. This included the routing of electrical wires, mechanisms for operation, and weapons capable of generating storm clouds. In the absence of a Thunderfruit user to provide limitless power, the Ark Proverb utilized batteries. The new generation of batteries developed by Carolina could store immense amounts of electrical energy, sufficient for the Ark Proverb's needs. Furthermore, the ship's golden wires were replaced with a special type of wire that possessed conductivity comparable to gold. After all, the Island of the Gods remained under the control of the Sky Island people, and the gold of Mandora had yet to be discovered, even if it were found. Rich would not utilize it as wiring. The mountains of ancient gold, worth billions, represented a treasure that even the world government would fiercely compete to seize. Your Highness, upon descending from the airship and touring the Ark Proverb manufacturing facility, Rich arrived at Reese's Research Institute. The sheer size of the island for research rendered the original Mountain Forest Island Institute obsolete. Now, the Mountain Forest Island Institute served as a vast warehouse for storing supplies. All the equipment from the institute had been relocated to Sky Island, where 4 scientists under Rich, along with accompanying researchers, were stationed. Your Highness, welcome to my Mechanical Research Institute. Reese greeted Rich at the entrance. I will be staying on Sky Island for a while. Feel free to seek me out if any matters arise. That is certainly agreeable, Rich responded, his eyes lighting up. Your Highness, the various supplies on Sky Island have long been insufficient. I hope you can manufacture a batch. Rich felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead at this first request for materials, recalling the endless and dark task of producing supplies that had filled the warehouse. Let's move past that topic, Rich swiftly suggested. Reese, please share the outcomes of your research during this period. Of course, Reese replied, his enthusiasm visibly heightened at the mention of research. Your Highness, please follow me. He led Rich into the institute, showcasing the products of their research. Your Highness, the first item is the telephone you mentioned, after discovering the electrical wires. I found my direction and successfully developed the telephone. Although this telephone may not possess the portability of the telephone bug, it excels in mass production, particularly aboard ships and airships, enabling captains and commanders to effortlessly convey orders throughout their vessels. The design of our military's first-generation warships and airships has now commenced the installation of telephones. The initial scientific achievement has left Ricci astonished. On the naval front, supported by the world government, a multitude of telephone bugs can be produced, leading to the development of various modified versions. However, Ricci, being a prince of a small nation, faces slow cultivation of telephone bugs, which, if used for widespread communication, could be intercepted by the Navy's listening telephone bugs. Thus, technological communication devices have emerged as a substitute, such as the telephone that has recently been researched. As we proceed, the second completed product is a model. Your Highness, this is the second product I have developed, and it has only recently been finalized. Upon gazing at the model before him, Ricci's eyes widened in surprise. You actually managed to create this? The model represented a helicopter. This is a helicopter, Ricci remarked, impressed. The name is far more pleasing than my own spiral bird machine. Henceforth, it shall be known as a helicopter. Beside him, Reese expressed his astonishment. Your Highness, have you encountered such machinery before? No. Ricci quickly waved his hand, not wishing to reveal his rebirth. I merely thought of the name. Though skeptical, Reese was engrossed in his research and did not linger on the matter. This helicopter was designed by Romolo and me after studying the blueprints of the Ark Proverb. It measures only 10 meters in length, accommodating 5 individuals along with a small cargo. Its primary propulsion comes from the rotor above, powered by either a kerosene engine or an electric motor. Our experiments have shown that the kerosene engine is somewhat more powerful than the current electric motor, and kerosene is easily replenished. However, it requires ample oxygen to operate. In the thin air of the Sky Islands, the kerosene engine is less effective. Therefore, we are preparing to establish a helicopter factory utilizing electric engines. When ascending and descending, the helicopter will be stabilized by wind vanes located at its base. Furthermore, in the event of an engine failure, the wind vanes will ensure a stable descent. I have also made modifications to the helicopter so that, even if it lands in water, it will behave like a small boat and not sink immediately. Does that mean the helicopter is devoid of weaponry? Ricci inquired, listening to Reese's explanation. I am currently designing the weapon system, Reese continued. Presently, there is a machine gun situated directly beneath it. As he spoke, Reese picked up the helicopter model to illustrate. A rapid-fire machine gun may be ineffective against formidable foes, but it poses no significant issue against ordinary soldiers while pursuing enemy ships across the sea. For now, this is the only weapon we have, a single machine gun, which may be utilized for bombing in the future. Additionally, I plan to transfer Your Highness's radar onto the helicopter. However, this is a substantial undertaking, and I cannot manage it alone. I hope Your Highness can allocate some personnel to assist me. The school has already been established, Ricci replied. It will take some time to train students. Approximately 5 years from now, the first batch of assistants will be assigned to you. Please bear with us for a while longer. Acknowledging Ricci's circumstances, Reese refrained from making further demands. At this moment, Ricci addressed Hella. Hella, make a record of this. After we return, locate the application for the construction of the helicopter factory. A helicopter factory can indeed be established, and in addition to this type, we also require a larger helicopter, along with research into compatible weaponry. Yes, Your Highness. Though helicopters may not hold significant value in the formidable world of the Pirate King, where they are slow and can easily become targets, they are not without their utility. For instance, they could be employed to launch surprise attacks on enemy flanks with a squad of elite warriors at sea, or for pursuits, patrols, and urgent transport tasks. Should we acquire powerful weaponry in the future, they could serve as mobile firepower platforms. In the fragmented terrain of the Sky Islands, helicopters would prove immensely beneficial, allowing for swift assaults between islands. While their passenger capacity is limited, a single powerful individual can rival the combat effectiveness of an entire squad. As they continued forward, Ricci encountered the third item, another model, this time a robot. Inside the robot, there was a small figure, which Ricci perceived as a mech. Your Highness, this is the first generation of the mech warfare weapon I have developed, Reese introduced. The mech's name derives from its mechanical exoskeleton structure, powered by an electric engine. I must say, Your Highness, the schematics of the Ark Proverb you provided have proven invaluable. Through my research, my skills have advanced significantly. This mech model, which I call the power generation, is primarily responsible for transporting substantial quantities of materials, typically in factories and warehouses. Reese continued, nodding in affirmation as Richie listened intently. Thanks to your earlier mention of collaboration and the assembly line model, I have established a substantial number of basic factories on the Sky Island. From these foundational factories, we can construct various component factories. Subsequently, we can gather these components to create an assembly factory, making our needs easily met with minimal effort. This power mech was constructed in such a manner. Since it is not intended for combat at this time, the mech's exterior is a lightweight iron structure, with a simplified mechanical exoskeleton inside, retaining only a cockpit. Reese spoke with a hint of excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. The mech's immense power allows for tireless material transport, saving us considerable manpower on the currently sparse Sky Island. Furthermore, with these engineering mechs and a plethora of foundational factories, I am confident we can reduce the construction time of the Ark Proverb by 2 months. 2 months? Richie pondered, then inquired, so? It could essentially be completed by early next year? That is the expectation. I do not foresee significant delays. Excellent, Richie responded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Once the first Ark Proverb is completed, I can initiate the next phase of our plans. He then asked, do you have any designs for a combat model? Not at the moment, but adapting this mech into a combat variant is straightforward. We merely need to replace the civilian components with military-grade ones. Additionally, the tanks, armored vehicles, and more powerful artillery envisioned by Your Highness have all been developed, though they were not my designs. Those initial prototypes reside in Romolo's factory. Very well, Richie acknowledged. It is commendable that you have managed to develop so many finished products by thoroughly understanding the Ark Proverb schematics in just over a year. I shall not disturb you further. Please submit any requests to me when ready. I will visit Romolo, Nasri, and Carolina. Until the Ark Proverb is completed, feel free to pursue your research. Understood, Your Highness. Reese was equally pleased with Richie's response, appreciating the rare opportunity to conduct research with ample resources, a privilege seldom found even in his homeland. Not to mention, Richie possessed ancient technology, such as the Ark Proverb schematics and an array of peculiar yet feasible ideas. Chapter 71. Romolo's Research. Your Highness, welcome to my research facility. On another part of the research island, Romolo awaited at the entrance. Clad in a leather jacket and equipped with a mechanical backpack and wind goggles, he resembled an intrepid adventurer. Romolo, I just came from Reese, and I hear you have made progress with tanks and armored vehicles. Indeed, Romolo replied, a confident smile on his face. Please, follow me to see the results of my year-long efforts. Unlike the models presented by Reese, Romolo unveiled a prototype. Upon entering a testing ground, they were met with a tank that appeared as if 2 cubes were stacked atop one another. Your Highness, this is the prototype of my first-generation tank, Romolo introduced. The tank is powered by an electric engine, providing enough energy for a range of 500 kilometers. It accommodates 4 individuals, a machine gunner, a driver, and a co-driver. The tank can carry up to 30 rounds, sufficient for a battle scenario. As Romolo elaborated on the tank's capabilities and speed, Richie examined its interior. He noticed that, being a prototype, it seemed a mere assemblage of various functions, neglecting the comfort of the driver, defense mechanisms, and noise concerns. The thunderous engine, coupled with the explosive sounds of firing, could jeopardize the soldiers' well-being. Richie raised these issues, and Romolo, noticing the depth of Richie's observations, acknowledged, Your Highness has identified numerous flaws. I shall address these in the next generation of tanks. Now, please observe this armored vehicle, Romolo continued, presenting a model with thick armor, designed for battlefield assaults. This alloy armor could withstand attacks from all but those with devil fruit abilities or flying slashes from skilled swordsmen. Indeed, Richie remarked. While tanks and armored vehicles may not be of great use at sea, they could serve as mobile artillery when stationed on various islands. Furthermore, large-scale ground combat is inevitable on the Red Line. Through years of exploration, Richie had confirmed that the Red Line, encircling the world of pirates, is vast and home to numerous nations and armies under the world government. However, the army faces various bandits and mountain thieves, among whom are formidable adversaries. It is merely the deliberate obstruction of information pertaining to land and sea by the world government, rendering the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line as if they were 2 disparate realms. To achieve its objectives, the army subordinate to the world government cannot be overlooked. Thus, Rich requires a substantial influx of steel to contend with the numerous and formidable military forces of the world government. Although this torrent of steel may prove ineffective against the might of the powerful, it holds immense utility against the common foot soldiers and even the average mid-ranking officers. For Rich, it is an indispensable asset. As for whether the world government possesses an air force, that remains uncertain. Following the tanks and armored vehicles, there are standard automobiles, powered by electric engines replacing the kerosene engines. Although their design resembles that of the first-generation Ford vehicles, they have at least been successfully produced. Next, with the modifications from Romolo's garrison, continual enhancements can be made until they align with Rich's vision. Furthermore, Rich has mentioned aerodynamics, prompting Romolo to refine the concept and author the first book on the subject, with the blueprints of the Ark Proverb. The technological insights it inspired have led to the development of helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, cars, and ironclad propeller planes, all stemming from the electric propulsion engine of the Ark Proverb. With the advent of aircraft, Rich resolved to establish a factory for their construction, preparing to form his own air force. Hera, take note and assemble personnel to create an air corps, comprising half veterans and half recruits. Yes, Your Highness. Moreover, Romolo's research has yielded the optical telescope, capable of observing the celestial expanse, particularly the moon, with remarkable clarity. Following his studies in optics and witnessing the vast, boundless starry ocean, Romolo has shown an inclination towards astronomy, especially after learning from Rich that the Ark Proverb could reach the moon, further intensifying his efforts in its construction. With his focus on optics, aerodynamics, and nascent ideas surrounding artificial satellites, Romolo finds himself immersed in work and unable to divert his attention elsewhere. At Romolo's research facility, authorization was granted to construct an airfield and an armored vehicle factory, along with approval for a shipment of supplies. Subsequently, Rich visited Nasri's Biological Research Institute. Unlike the mechanical studies of Reese and Romolo, Nasri's institute was filled with biological specimens, with complete skeletons adorning the walls. Your Highness, biological research differs markedly from that of Reese and Romolo. I currently possess only a few minor breakthroughs. No matter, Rich replied, dressed in a white lab coat and sunglasses. Enveloped in attire as he addressed Nasri. I am aware of the state of biological research. Which area are you currently exploring? Your Highness, I have recently been investigating the species of the Sky Islands, along with various bacterial viruses, serendipitously discovering a remedy for a common ailment that is presently under trial. Additionally, I am conducting research on animal limb transplantation, though we have yet to overcome the issue of rejection. I see. Rich nodded. He then learned that this common ailment was prevalent in the world of One Piece. While multiple treatments existed for it, Nasri's concoction proved to be more effective. As for animal limb transplantation, it involved grafting an animal limb onto a wounded soldier, allowing it to remain functional. In Rich's view, this technology was not intended to enhance soldiers, but rather to assist civilians with disabilities or patients requiring organ transplants. Here, Rich contemplated two individuals. One was Trafalgar Law, the future wielder of the Opop no Mi, whose fruitability allowed for the seamless amalgamation of body parts. The other was Hogback, the surgeon under Moonlight Moria, who had stitched a lion's mouth onto his companion Absalom, enabling its normal function. Such medical prowess was indeed formidable. Rich inquired, It seems you are also inclined to delve into the realm of medicine? Absolutely, Nasri affirmed with a nod. In that case, I possess a box of medical texts hailing from the great medical nation of Drum Kingdom in the Grand Line. Although they primarily cover fundamental concepts, I would like you to peruse them and see if you can grasp their teachings. As he spoke, Rich transformed one of his hands into swamp-like matter, causing a large box to descend before Nasri. Chapter 72. The Choice of Barrow. Thank you, Your Highness. I hope these texts contain knowledge regarding the rejection reactions of limbs. Nasri expressed his gratitude as he accepted the box. Having departed from Nasri, Rich arrived at the final research institute on Scientific Island, Carolina's Institute of Chemistry and Microbiology. With Romolo's advancements in optics and a bountiful supply of materials, microscopes were crafted. Through chemical explorations and the introduction of the periodic table proposed by Rich, Carolina began to revere him as a genius. From the periodic table, she discovered her fascination lay in the microscopic realm. Utilizing the rudimentary microscope along with various materials and her own chemical expertise, she commenced the creation of the periodic table of elements specific to the world of pirates. In this regard, Richie was uncertain whether there were differences from his previous life. Thus, he merely proposed a concept for these specialized scientists to explore. Up until now, Carolina could be aptly regarded as a chemist and microscopist. However, The realm of chemistry and microscopic physics yielded little in terms of practical research outcomes, primarily consisting of theoretical knowledge that would only prove useful to Richie once he had established a complete empire. The results presented by Carolina included supplementary elements for the periodic table, insights into microscopic theories, and novel chemical reactions. These applications, however, held significant value for others. Carolina's research greatly aided Reese, Romolo, and Nasri in their technical endeavors. For Carolina, this also represented a substantial allocation of resources. Upon departing from Carolina's research institute, having witnessed such a plethora of findings, Richie inhaled deeply, his previously tumultuous emotions gradually settling. Hella, Robin, having accompanied me to witness such research. What are your thoughts on these discoveries? Your Highness, these studies have the potential to fortify our Rock Mountain kingdom immensely, Hella pondered before articulating her thoughts. Indeed, Richie acknowledged. Although Hella's knowledge was still somewhat limited, her years of managing affairs alongside Richie had allowed her to immediately perceive the significance of these findings. Your Highness. In contrast to Hella's surface-level understanding, Nicole Robin, a prodigy well-versed in numerous fields, discerned that the Institute housed a wealth of new knowledge. Moreover, this knowledge was not merely isolated, it opened the doors to various disciplines. Chemistry, astronomy, microscopic physics, and other novel concepts were entirely unfamiliar to Nicole Robin. In response to Richie's inquiry, she took a moment before replying, "The Institute's potential is immense, yet I am uncertain of its future direction. Uncertainty is of no consequence." Richie replied with a smile. "Simply observe alongside me. The forthcoming achievements will astonish the entire world." After leaving the Research Institute, Richie boarded the first-generation electric passenger vehicle developed on the Research Island, en route to the encampment situated on the opposite side. This encampment is fortified by a battalion of troops, specifically the elite forces under the command of General Baruch of the First Army. Due to General Richie's profound emphasis on the Research Institute, this distinguished battalion is tasked with ensuring the security of the scientific island. Furthermore, the headquarters of the First Army is also established in this location. This elite battalion of 2,000 soldiers consists of individuals meticulously selected from the ranks of ordinary troops, each undergoing rigorous daily training and provided with ample resources, elevating every warrior to a level comparable to that of junior officers in the naval headquarters. Each soldier is equipped with rifles, pistols, next-generation mechanical exoskeletons, and alloy combat knives, the latter capable of effortlessly severing standard naval blades. Additionally, helicopters, armored vehicles, and tanks are being prepared for deployment to this battalion. With such formidable strength, Richie is confident in his ability to decisively eliminate a small nation of several hundred thousand. Not only are the lower-ranking soldiers exceptional, but the senior command also possesses formidable combat prowess. Each battalion commander wields strength equivalent to that of a naval major. While the company commanders are akin to colonels, both the deputy commander and the commanding officer, Baru, command the presence of an impressive aura, embodying the power of a major general. Upon learning of Richie's visit to the camp, Baru personally greeted him. As the car arrived at the entrance, Baru stood in military attire, flanked by the deputy commander and 3 company commanders. "You have done exceedingly well," Richie remarked with a smile. "I have reviewed the defenses of the Research Island. They are quite formidable, and it is imperative to maintain this state." "Indeed," Baru replied, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Come, allow me to show you the soldiers' training and daily lives." As they walked, Richie spoke. "Baru, now that you have mastered the dual-color aura, you surpass both Yat and Kaya slightly. Kaya still lacks experience, while Yat's strength does not match yours, which is why you have been stationed here. It is an honor to receive your attention, Your Highness," Baru responded. "This research island is arguably the most vital location for my scientific forces and even for the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the safety of our scientists," Richie instructed as they continued their stroll. "Yes, Your Highness," Baru affirmed, standing tall. "As long as I am here, I will ensure that no one trespasses upon the research island." "Good," Richie acknowledged. Subsequently, he inspected the training grounds, barracks, and kitchen of the military camp, even dining alongside the soldiers. Such a down-to-earth gesture moved the soldiers deeply. Tears flowed freely as their loyalty to Richie surged. After the tour, Richie delivered an encouraging speech to the soldiers before proceeding with Baru to the commanding officer's private office. Here, Richie produced 3 devil fruits and placed them before Baru. "Baru, these are the devil fruits I recently acquired. This one is a Zoan-type wild boar fruit, while the powers of the other 2 remain unknown. The choice is now yours. Will you enhance your abilities with this Zoan-type fruit, or take a gamble? I choose this one, Baru said after a moment's contemplation. Picking up the wild boar fruit. Your Highness, my combat style primarily relies on physical techniques, supplemented by observation and armament hockey, rather than risk and unknown ability. It is wiser to select a fruit that directly enhances my strength. Very well, I shall observe your progress, Richie replied with a smile. With a gesture, he transformed the 2 remaining devil fruits into a swamp and consumed them, gazing at Baru. I hope to see a stronger version of you next time. Yes, Baru declared with resolve. I will not disappoint your Highness. Chapter 73, Consuming the devil fruit. With 2 devil fruits remaining, Richie contemplated the best candidate among yet. His second uncle, third uncle, or father. After considerable thought, he finally said, Robin, please connect me to my father's phone. Yes. The ever-efficient Nico Robin quickly produced a snail phone and dialed Richie's father's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and the voice of Roar echoed through the line. Richie, what brings you to call? His father inquired. Father, Richie began, holding the receiver. I have recently acquired a devil fruit. Who do you think would be the most suitable to consume it at home? Oh, Roar responded, surprised. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, quite rare. You unexpectedly obtained one. Don't you also have some soldiers? Wouldn't it be better for them to consume it? Roar suggested. Your Hela might also be a good candidate. Father, my soldiers already possess devil fruit powers. I lack for capable individuals, Richie replied with a smile. Thus, it is a matter of who at home should consume this fruit. Seems like you've struck gold, Roar chuckled. And you still have enough devil fruits. What abilities does Hela possess? Hela, who had cared for Richie since childhood and grown up alongside him, was regarded as family by Roar's household. She wields the powers of the High no Mi, allowing her to generate cold. That's quite decent, Roar nodded. Do you know the powers of the devil fruit in your possession? Not yet, Richie replied. In that case, I shall forego it. With you as my son, I need not worry about my estate. The nation lacks for capable warriors, Roar remarked. If so, consider your second and third uncles. Their strength surpasses mine, which could yield another powerful ally for our country. Richie's father, possessing talents comparable to his second uncle but significantly less than his third uncle, had been preoccupied with state affairs, thus limiting his training. He had barely reached the level of a standard rear admiral. In contrast, Richie's second uncle, having remained in the military and benefiting from national resource allocation, had recently advanced to the level of a standard rear admiral. The third uncle, being younger, had also reached this level, yet he was only 27 years old, 5 years younger than the second uncle. Nonetheless, the 3 brothers of Roar had all mastered the dual-color aura, displaying commendable combat capabilities. After Roar ended the call, approximately 10 minutes later, Richie's phone rang again. Is this Richie? This is Null, came the voice on the other end. Ultimately, the 3 brothers chose their most gifted sibling. The third uncle. With the enhancement of the devil fruit's powers, Null's strength could potentially reach the level of a naval admiral. Thus, before Uncle San's demise, the kingdom of Yinshan could dominate the entire South China Sea, effectively possessing a formidable national defense capability. Uncle, how shall I deliver the devil fruit that I hold to you? Li Qi, I am preparing to visit the Sky Island. I have heard that the training there is notably more effective, Uncle Nal declared. After consuming the devil fruit, I shall cultivate there for a while, Li Qi replied. I see. I shall leave the devil fruit for you, Uncle. When you arrive, you may collect it directly. Very well, Nal responded over the phone. This time, Uncle owes you a favor. Should there be any combat-related matters in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Absolutely. Li Qi replied with a smile on the other end of the line. I shall ensure to find a worthy opponent for you, Uncle. Retaining 2 devil fruits in hand, Li Qi decided to keep the yellowish, banana-shaped one, while he took the other with him. Previously, he had inquired with Ite, who, having focused solely on developing his observation hockey as a sniper, had declined the powers of the devil fruit. Consequently, Li Qi intended to bestow this particular devil fruit upon the outstanding and loyal warrior of the Shandians, Kaya. When Li Qi located Kaya, she was patrolling her designated area. Your Highness. Kaya greeted, hastily bowing upon seeing Li Qi. By this time, Kaya was no longer the same as when they first met, clad in animal skins and wielding a shell-based spear. She now stood tall and muscular, her body adorned with metallic armor capable of deflecting bullets. Her spear had also been upgraded to one forged from high-strength alloy. As a Shandian warrior, Kaya's innate talent was evident. After joining the scientific unit, she had learned new combat techniques in the dual-color hockey. With her natural aptitude and physical prowess, Kaya had mastered the dual-color hockey in just 6 months, further enhancing her combat capabilities. Had it not been for her insufficient command skills, a position as a colonel would have been within her grasp. Currently, Kaya held the rank of captain within the Shandyan Brigade, her strength comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy. Please, consume this devil fruit. Is this truly a devil fruit? Kaya curiously examined the fruit handed to her by Li Qi. After joining the scientific unit, she had learned about the powers of devil fruit users, yet this was her first encounter with an actual devil fruit. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon taking a bite, a peculiar flavor caused Kaya's face to contort. How dreadful, she exclaimed, swallowing the fruit while simultaneously grasping the newfound powers coursing through her. In no time, Kaya unleashed a powerful punch forward, creating a resonating shockwave in the air before Li Qi. Your Highness. At this moment, Kaya gazed at Richie and said, I have consumed the superhuman-type fruit of power, which allows me to compress my stamina and then unleash it. Depending on the amount of stamina I possess, I can unleash several times, even dozens of times, the strength. Moreover, my stamina recovery rate has accelerated. It seems the fruit's abilities are quite impressive. Richie nodded in acknowledgement. Kaya's combat style was akin to that of a brutish warrior, and the stamina fruit enhanced both strength and recovery, making it highly suitable for Kaya's combat capabilities. Then, make sure to diligently train your devil fruit abilities, Richie advised. There will be numerous battles ahead that require you to hone your skills. Yes, Your Highness, Kaya exclaimed, watching Richie's departing figure. As they returned to the ship to head back to his castle in the Sky Island, Richie turned to Nico Robin beside him and inquired, Robin, have you recorded the information on this devil fruit? It has already been documented and included in our devil fruit compendium, Nico Robin affirmed with a nod. Chapter 74. Uncle Gnarl. The devil fruit compendium serves as a repository of knowledge, enabling individuals to ascertain the powers of various devil fruits. However, across the seas, each entity records their own devil fruits, resulting in the absence of a comprehensive compendium. Now, Richie was preparing to compile his own devil fruit compendium. Based on the previously gathered information about the devil fruits, he intended to illustrate them and document their abilities, thereby creating a valuable resource. This compendium would serve as a legacy of knowledge, allowing future generations to identify the powers of devil fruits they encounter, thereby enhancing their abilities and increasing their chances of discovery. Richie's current compilation included information on the earth fruit, the thunder fruit, and the illustration of the devil fruit he currently possessed. He also encouraged Nico Robin and Senior Pink to illustrate the devil fruits they had consumed to contribute to the compendium. Upon returning to the office, Richie processed various applications and reports from different departments, among which a few caught his attention. A report indicated that the farms near the Island of Gods had surrounded it, and some angels from Angel Island expressed a desire to join our nation. It appeared that the plan was beginning to take effect. A smile crept onto Richie's face as he reviewed the report. He penned a brief approval, continue to showcase the benefits of the scientific forces, and strictly guard the customs. No inhabitants from Sky Island are allowed to join our nation for the time being. After approving the report, Richie handed it to Hela, who stood nearby. Hela, please take a look at this report. Certainly, Your Highness. She accepted the report, scanned it, and then glanced at Richie's approval, her expression reflecting some confusion, yet also contemplation. Your Highness, why would these Sky Island residents wish to join us when we have not extended an invitation to them? It's quite simple, Richie replied with a smile. However, this is something for you to ponder. It is a strategy of higher order. When the time comes, we shall visit there and witness it firsthand. And you will understand why. Hela did not press further regarding Richie's response. Nearby, Nico Robin perused the report, also deep in thought. After attending to the affairs, Richie expended all his stamina in the warehouse, producing a substantial quantity of earth, bricks, and various ores. The following day was spent similarly engaged in his duties. But the backlog had been cleared, allowing him to swiftly complete his tasks. Subsequently, Richie again drained his stamina to generate more resources. This cycle continued for 10 days, during which Richie manufactured enough resources to sustain the Sky Island for an extended period before finally pausing. At this moment, Riki's uncle had arrived at the Sky Island aboard an airship. Upon finding Riki, his uncle, Carnegie, nodded in approval. You have done well, my boy. Discovering such a place and thriving in it, it rivals the former Rock Mountain Kingdom. It's merely good fortune, Riki humbly replied. Uncle, this is a devil fruit. Please partake and allow me to witness its powers. Accepting the devil fruit that Riki offered, Gnarl observed the peculiar patterns adorning it and took a deep breath, So this is the devil fruit. It is my first encounter with one. Without hesitation, Gnarl bit into it. A strange flavor filled his mouth. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he swallowed the fruit, feeling the changes within his body. Soon, transformations began. His physique rapidly enlarged, soaring to over 10 meters in height. Resembling a small mountain. Standing tall, his body was adorned with a coat of brownish mane, as rigid as steel needles. From his mouth protruded 2 fangs, extending upward. His massive arms were nearly the size of a human torso, exuding formidable strength, with claws on his fingers sharp as blades, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Before long, the colossal beast reverted to human form, and a smile spread across Gnarl's face, clearly delighted by the fruit's abilities. "Uncle, it appears your luck has favored you this time." Observing the transformation into a gigantic beast, Riki recognized that this devil fruit held extraordinary capabilities. "I have consumed the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit of the hippopotamus. In its Baiman form, beyond immense strength, it amplifies my power exponentially, enhancing my already formidable might. The mythical beast type, it seems I have truly struck gold," Riki thought. Equally elated, with his uncle, endowed with exceptional talent, having consumed a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit, it was certain that in a few years, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of admiral. Such an advantage was a source of great joy for Riki. "This Sky Island is perfect for my training. I shall remain here for a while." "Uncle, you may stay as long as you wish," Riki replied with a smile. "I shall take you to my subordinate's military camp. It possesses suitable training grounds." "Very well," Gnarl nodded with satisfaction. "I shall follow your arrangements." The environment of the Sky Island, situated at an altitude of 10,000 meters, featured thin air. To exert the same strength as on the ground required an even stronger physique and willpower. Thus, anyone able to utilize the conditions of the Sky Island would experience a certain degree of enhancement in their abilities. Such an environment, after a period of training, is exceedingly suitable for those who have come from the sea. According to Gnarl's estimation, 3 months of training here would suffice for him to reach an adequate level of fitness. In this manner, one could master their devil fruit abilities while simultaneously enhancing their foundational strength, leading to a significant elevation in their prowess. "With my presence, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain shall no longer need to fear formidable foes in the South Sea," Gnarl resolutely declared. He led his uncle to a military camp, where he briefed the commander of the stationed troops and instructed Hela to arrange for the resource supply for his uncle. Subsequently, Richie took his leave, as he too had matters of his own to attend to. After spending an extended period in Sky Island, it was time for Richie to depart. In the North Sea, a fleet was navigating the waters, tasked with seeking out areas populated by numerous refugees and displaced individuals, per Richie's orders. After leaving the North Sea, considerable time was spent meandering about. During this interval, the fleet discovered a suitable nation. Within this land, there existed a substantial population known as the Wild Men, who, even if taken away, would not raise any inquiries. Upon reporting back to Richie, he promptly granted approval. The fleet has now reached the island of that nation, occupying a nearby uninhabited isle as their base, establishing recruitment points and teams to delve deeper into the country for potential recruits. According to reports, over 10,000 individuals have already gathered on the deserted isle, awaiting transport. Chapter 75, The Deformed Kingdom. The Kingdom of the Sacred Tree is situated in the North Sea. Within its borders, a subspecies of the revered Adam tree flourishes. Though not as grand as the original, it still stands tall. Majestic trees dominate the island's core, their sprawling branches casting shade over a significant portion of the isle. Such colossal trees are venerated as sacred within the nation. The ruling monarch proclaims himself a descendant of the sacred tree, possessing its divine bloodline, and governs the kingdom of the sacred tree with the authority granted by the Sacred Tree Church. In such a theocratic state, the ruling authority is undoubtedly exceptional. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy resides the royal family, followed by the significant positions within various ecclesiastical courts and several prominent nobles of the realm. Beneath them are the lesser nobility and local familial powers, succeeded by the subjugated lower-class citizens, all of whom are adherents of the Divine Tree Church. At the very bottom lie vast expanses of wild tribes, comprised of individuals who, due to their lack of faith in the Divine Tree Church and their failures in internal conflicts, have been relegated to the lower echelons of nobility. Alongside undocumented immigrants from neighboring nations, these individuals, subjected to layers of exploitation, live each day akin to savages. Their plight is scarcely superior to that of the residents of the Garbage Mountains in the Eastern Sea Kingdom. Such a populace, under the reign of the Divine Tree King, likely numbers in the millions. The entire Divine Tree Kingdom, renowned for its abundant iron and gold mines, supplies a significant quantity of heavenly gold and other minerals to the world government annually. Furthermore, the existence of the precious tree atom subspecies enhances the growth of trees, resulting in a flourishing arboreal landscape that serves as an exceptional source of timber for naval ships. The branches of this subspecies also provide excellent materials for shipbuilding, typically utilized as the keels of the Navy's principal warships. Due to its strategic importance and ample resources, the Divine Tree Kingdom boasts vast territories, unmatched by any neighboring nation. Consequently, the nation supports a population exceeding 10 million, with more than half of them living at the lowest societal tier. The sheer magnitude of this population has piqued Rich's interest. Even a small portion would provide him with substantial benefits. However, as more information about the Divine Tree Kingdom emerges, Rich's brow furrows in concern. It appears that the situation may be quite complex. Reflecting on the intelligence in his hands, Rich murmurs to himself, "The Divine Tree Kingdom, rich in resources, has garnered the attention of both the Navy and the world government. Not only does it host subordinate CP organizations of the world government, but the Navy also maintains 2 shipyards here, with a contingent of headquarters personnel stationed year-round. Such a force, should Richie proceed to recruit the wild men on a grand scale, would inevitably attract scrutiny upon their emergence. At that juncture, not only would his concealment be rendered futile, but the depth of his background would be meticulously investigated. Consequently, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain would garner the unwavering attention of the world government. The advent of a technologically advanced nation would ensure that the world government keeps a vigilant watch over the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Richie's ambitions would no longer be achievable in the shadows. Even the Sky Island could fall into the clutches of the world government. Under such circumstances, the prospect of acquiring a substantial populace seemed utterly unrealistic, leading Richie to contemplate his options. Presently, Sky Island boasted a population exceeding 500,000, not including its indigenous residents, which was already considerable. At worst, he could seek other nations to recruit refugees. However, with the Tree Kingdom's population of 5 million, the allure of recruitment under favorable conditions would undoubtedly entice many to join Richie's ranks. Such a tempting prospect was one he was reluctant to forego. Ultimately, Richie resolved to embark on a reconnaissance mission, deciding to halt the recruitment of wild men at nearby bases. The airship descended near the Tree Kingdom, and due to Hella's inability to disguise herself, her features too conspicuous, she remained behind. Say or Peak and Nico Robin accompanied Richie into the Tree Kingdom. They landed in a neighboring realm and boarded a passenger vessel bound for the Tree Kingdom. At this moment, Richie subtly adjusted his physique and appearance using his rock manipulation abilities. Nico Robin similarly transformed her guise through the powers of her flower fruit. Say or Peak donned sunglasses, presenting himself as a bodyguard. Disembarking from the passenger ship, Richie surveyed his surroundings and spotted a contingent of silver-armored knights patrolling the harbor. The streets were lined with opulent carriages drawn by magnificent white horses, flanked by lavish shops. Nobility clad in exquisite garments strolled the avenues, engaged in cheerful conversation. The affluence of the Tree Kingdom, coupled with the distorted stability enforced by the Navy and the ecclesiastical knights, fostered immense prosperity, establishing it as a renowned wealthy nation among its neighbors. For the lower classes in those countries, many of whom had never ventured beyond their village confines, the Tree Kingdom was steeped in legendary allure, akin to paradise. Houses were said to be constructed of gold, rivers flowed with milk, and sustenance was readily available without hunger or poverty. Consequently, a significant number of impoverished residents from surrounding nations undertook perilous journeys to the Tree Kingdom. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the Tree Kingdom was merely a haven for the affluent and aristocratic, while for the lower classes, it represented a veritable hell. The destitute inhabitants, who have clandestinely crossed borders through various means, find themselves stripped of identity and wealth in this place. Upon their arrival, they are swiftly apprehended by the knightly order, cast into prison, and deprived of their last vestiges of fortune. Subsequently, they are expelled from the town, destined to live as savages in the wilderness. Their existence fraught with peril. Occasionally, the nobility, accompanied by troops, hunt these wild individuals as one would pursue beasts, employing hounds in their relentless pursuit. They may even capture an entire village of these outcasts to enslave them, indulging the bizarre whims of the aristocracy. Within the realm of the Kingdom of the Divine Tree, such actions are permitted. Through the clandestine passage of the lower-class denizens from surrounding nations and the strife among the nobility, the number of wild men has not diminished. Rather, it continues to burgeon. It is indeed a bustling scene. Standing at the port, Richie gazed at the pristine streets, the vibrant shops, and the pedestrians adorned with glimmering jewelry, unable to restrain his exclamations. Merely observing this port, had he not previously encountered intelligence regarding the kingdom of the divine tree, he might have truly believed he had arrived in a paradise akin to a pirate's world. So, what shall be my next course of action? Richie pondered, finally expressing, "Let us first find an inn to lodge in, and after spending a few days in this country, we shall deliberate on our objectives." "Very well, Your Highness," responded the two companions. They soon located a modest inn, whereupon entering, Richie inquired, "What is the cost for 3 single rooms for one night?" "A total of 300,000 berry," replied the front desk attendant. 300,000. Richie frowned at the server's words, yet chose to remain silent. After settling the payment, he brought their belongings to the room, and upon opening the door, he observed the unremarkable decor of the inn, finally unable to hold back his disdain. Is this truly the kingdom of the divine tree? It is indeed rather repugnant. Chapter 76. Selecting a target from the mere pricing of the inn. Richie discerned the exorbitant cost of living in the kingdom of the divine tree. A single night in an ordinary inn costs 100,000 berry. Such a price could afford a stay of 10 days in other flourishing metropolises, yet here it is deemed the most inferior establishment. The steep rates reveal the high cost of goods in the kingdom of the divine tree. Even a small merchant traversing the islands would find it unbearable to endure such expenses for more than a few days. The lower-class inhabitants, those devout followers of the divine tree's clergy, subsist daily on the meager offerings of gruel from the church. Compared to the wild men, their situation is significantly better. Many forsake their dignity for the sake of a meal, compelled by hunger. Those who truly lead a prosperous life are the families and nobles who possess vast lands and slaves. These privileged individuals constitute merely a minority within the kingdom of the divine tree. Under their dominion, there are at least 2 to 3 million slaves. Thus, when all is considered, the true citizens of the kingdom number only around 2 million, with half of this population being the servants of noble families. The more Richie learns about the kingdom of the divine tree, the more it challenges his principles. He cannot fathom why such a nation continues to exist in this world. Therefore, the world government must be eradicated, Richie thought resolutely. "Your Highness, what shall be our next step? Do you have any decisions?" In Richie's room, Senor Peak and Nico Robin were present, discussing the forthcoming actions. "After 2 days of observation, I have identified a target," Richie stated, producing a map and pointing at a peripheral region of the kingdom of the divine tree. This area is a parish governed by a regional archbishop, who is also the patriarch of a noble family. Due to its location on the outskirts of the kingdom, devoid of mineral resources and surrounded by forests and hills, it remains barren, with neither naval nor world government presence. Furthermore, this is the region with the highest concentration of wild men. Here, they can even form towns. Yet they lack weaponry to contend with the well-armed knights of the kingdom. This makes it our optimal target, Richie concluded. "What shall we do, Your Highness?" Nico Robin and Senor Peak asked, feeling somewhat unable to keep pace with Richie's momentum as they gazed at the map. "Simply observe my actions," Richie replied with a smile. The Green Hill parish of the kingdom of the divine tree lies near the sea, characterized by rare mountainous terrain, as if the peaks of the entire kingdom converge here. The rugged mountains hinder development, rendering this area a desolate expanse compared to the vast fertile plains of other regions. Only the Navy's shipbuilding yard occasionally harvests timber from this place. Yet, as part of the kingdom's territory, it cannot be relinquished. And thus the kingdom has designated it as a parish, establishing a large city within a vast basin of the mountains. The Archbishop of the Green Hill Parish, Duke Baron, rules this territory. The numerous mountains here lack significant mineral deposits, and the wild beasts abound, resulting in a feeble governance by the kingdom, allowing many wild men to thrive. Due to the excessive number of wild men in the Green Hill region, the nobles frequently convene for hunting expeditions, choosing this area as their hunting ground, which has gradually evolved into an annual festival. However, the game they pursue is not typical ferocious beasts, but rather the wild men inhabiting the Green Hill region. This annual grand hunt keeps the wild men from establishing substantial settlements, with the largest being merely small towns of a few hundred individuals. The greater the population, the more attention it draws from the nobles, increasing the likelihood of their suppression. Nevertheless, the abundant resources of the forests attract a multitude of wild men from other parishes. According to a previous estimate, among the 5 million wild men in the kingdom of the divine tree, approximately 3 million reside here. Some wild men have settled down, marrying and raising families, making the actual number of wild men an unquantifiable figure. Duke Baron, also the Archbishop of the Green Hill Parish. As the de facto ruler of this area, leisurely enjoys his afternoon tea in his garden. The Green Hill Parish is referred to as a savage region by the nobility and the higher echelons of the clergy in the kingdom, yet this is a relative term. It suffices for a duke and a few marquises, as their resources remain plentiful. The annual harvest of mountain goods and fruits, along with the hunted game, fetches a handsome price. Another day dawned, and Duke Baron mused, "Whose abode shall I inhabit tonight?" He observed the overly adorned and alluringly dressed maidens before him, a peculiar smile gracing his face. With his corpulent figure and rotund visage, he resembled a grotesque creature. The following morning, Duke Baron awoke to find a stone placed at the head of his bed. What is this? Upon noticing the inscription on the stone, confusion and anger welled within him as he picked it up. The stone had been stealthily placed at his bedside, indicating that the unknown individual possessed the capability to easily end his life. "This is merely a token of introduction, Duke. Please observe your neck. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the forthcoming days. Until tomorrow." After the Duke of Baron's gaze fell upon the scene, the stone in his hand swiftly eroded into fragments, scattering across the ground. Upon lifting the mirror and catching sight of his own reflection, he discovered a crimson mark etched upon his neck. If this mark were the result of a single stroke, the very thought sent shivers down the spine of the Duke of Baron. Though the season was nearing its end of summer, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. "Bring me someone," he commanded, and conduct a thorough investigation of the entire ducal residence. On that day, everyone in the Duke's manor listened to the Duke's furious roar as they searched the entire estate, yet found nothing. On that night, outside the chamber of Duke Baron, a cadre of guards stood vigilant, ensuring that no one could approach him. The following day, as Duke Baron once again opened his eyes and turned his head, he was immediately taken aback. His eyes, previously obscured by flesh, widened significantly. At the bedside lay another stone, upon which new words were inscribed. "My Duke, how did you find your slumber this night? Henceforth, I hope you might assist me with the matter, and I trust you will not refuse. We shall meet again tomorrow." After Duke Baron read the message, the stone swiftly disintegrated into a cloud of dust. On this occasion, when Duke Baron picked up the mirror, he discovered anew a similar mark etched upon his neck. Chapter 77, A Bountiful Harvest. Upon hearing Duke Baron's exclamation, the guards stationed outside, having endured a sleepless night, hastily entered the room. Observing the crimson scar on the Duke's neck, resembling a gash, the guards were struck with terror, their bodies trembling. In the next moment, they promptly knelt, exclaiming, "We beseech your mercy, my lord." Gazing down at the guards prostrated before him, Duke Baron, filled with ire, declared loudly, "You may all leave." Had it been under ordinary circumstances, he would have surely condemned these guards to death. However, the elusive nature of this unknown adversary rendered these ordinary guards quite ineffective. Reluctantly gesturing for them to withdraw, Duke Baron settled onto his bed, deep in contemplation. What could this person's intentions be, and why have they targeted me? "My lord." A servant's voice called from outside, interrupting Duke Baron's thoughts. Infuriated by the interruption, he bellowed, "What is the matter that you still call for me, my lord?" "The lady and young master have also developed a red mark upon their necks," the servant replied from beyond the door. "What? This time?" The Duke of Baron was acutely aware of the opponent's prowess, a demonstration of their formidable strength capable of effortlessly annihilating his entire family. The silent assassination enveloped Duke Baron in a chilling embrace, as if he were stranded in a frigid wasteland, trembling uncontrollably. Inside the chamber, the Duke's low growl resonated. "What is it that you desire? Could you not simply approach me directly? I would wholeheartedly cooperate." Yet, within the desolate confines of the room, his voice echoed unanswered, swallowed by the emptiness. Another night passed. This time, Duke Baron, adopting a mindset of reckless abandon, contemplated that since his adversary had not taken his life, it was likely that they sought his cooperation. Thus, he peacefully drifted into slumber. Upon awakening to the same stone slab and its familiar markings, he noted that the inscriptions had changed. "Duke Baron, I implore you to summon your knights, along with all the noble knights from your vassals, to gather in each city without exception. Should you fail to comply, I shall ensure you experience a significant loss. Furthermore, I advise you against disclosing this matter, for the consequences are unpredictable." As he perused the message inscribed on the slab, Duke Baron found himself perplexed. Gathering all the knights in the cities posed no detriment to him, he mused. The assembly of knights for his protection would leave minimal forces for patrolling the wilderness, which could indeed work to his advantage. Moreover, the knights on patrol could potentially fall prey to savage attacks. so it seemed prudent to refrain from sending them out. A notion that the knights themselves would likely not oppose. Relay my orders to assemble all knights in Greenhill City, without exception. Yes, my lord. With the command issued, a multitude of knights began to converge upon Greenhill City. Remarkably, within just 3 days, the entire rural expanse of the Greenhill parish was devoid of any knights. With all the knights assembled, the strength of his protective forces was formidable, and Duke Baron felt a renewed sense of security, contemplating the vigilance he had established. Now, he thought, I shall observe what further demands this individual has for me. The second day passed with no incidents, and the third day unfolded in the same manner. Devoid of any events. A month has elapsed, yet the stone tablet has not reappeared. Duke Baron, having endured this prolonged wait, felt like a fool, duped by unseen forces. He commanded the knights to summon the steward, intending to send them back to their respective garrisons to resume their previous patrol duties. However, midway through his instruction, a thought struck him. What if this individual was merely intimidated by my knightly legion? If the knights departed, I could once again find myself in peril. Cautiously, the prudent Duke Baron postponed the decision for an additional 2 months. When he finally observed that the stone tablet had still not materialized, he felt secure enough to allow the knights to return. After their departure, a considerable amount of time passed without any sign of the stone tablet, leading him to conclude that the threat had indeed vacated. This strange menace, which had compelled him to assemble his knightly forces for protection, left Duke Baron perplexed regarding the true motives of this individual. Meanwhile, Rich beheld the last airship ascending into the sky, laden with people, a broad smile adorning his face. At that moment, he stood at the edge of a cloud island, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, this time I have truly struck gold. This floating island was temporarily constructed by the Riche Institute of Sciences, suspended by a mass of sea clouds, with a ring of island clouds encircling it, creating a mobile isle adrift in the sky. Upon this island, there exists an expanse of rudimentary 3-story dwellings, systematically arranged and fashioned from rock frameworks devised by Riche, with metal sheeting affixed around them, forming individual rooms. Each chamber houses more than 10 individuals. Aside from the restroom, all inhabitants remain confined within their quarters, forbidden from venturing outside. Were it not for Riche's ample supply of provisions, the unbarred doors, and the myriad of broadcasting programs to occupy their time, these individuals might believe themselves imprisoned. The island is entirely devoid of open space, with a collective population exceeding 500,000. Once the final airship returned to the island, it began its gradual journey towards the floating expanse. Throughout the voyage, numerous airships ferried back and forth, delivering substantial supplies while transporting away some inhabitants, ensuring the island's sustenance remained plentiful. A month later, the island seamlessly reintegrated into the aerial archipelago. On this island, all structures would be dismantled and repurposed as building materials. Hyla, over these past 3 months, how many inhabitants have we acquired? Riche inquired of Hyla as they returned to his office in a city within the floating island. Your Highness. This time, a sense of admiration graced Hela's countenance as she spoke. In total, you have successfully relocated 3,335,355 individuals. Excluding the residents of the Sky Island who have yet to join our ranks, we now boast a population nearing 4 million. Upon hearing this figure, Richie squinted his eyes, a broad smile illuminating his face. At last, we have attained a sufficient population. The resources produced by the Sky Island remain limited. Yet such a substantial populace will keep us occupied for quite some time. Thus, we can allow our troops to return. Very well, Your Highness, Hela nodded in agreement. Witnessing Richie's exploits over the past 3 months, how he had deftly toyed with the Duke of Baron and rapidly expanded his influence to encompass millions, both Nico Robin and Hela held Richie in the highest esteem. Chapter 78, Plans and Endeavors. Richie procured over 3 million wildlings from the Kingdom of the Sacred Tree, a feat intricately linked to the demographic distribution within the kingdom and the Greenhill parish. Naturally, the Duke of Baron's reactions played a role as well, with his 3-month summons allowing Richie to streamline his subsequent actions. According to Richie's strategy, the first step involved covertly infiltrating the Duke's residence using his fruit abilities. Beneath the earth, shrouded in darkness, he intended to convey a message. I can kill you and your entire family, yet you remain powerless against me. The following day, under heavy protection, he would once again exhibit his capacity to effortlessly slay the Duke, thereby affirming this message. On the 3rd day, with the Duke resigned to his fate, Richie would present his demands. Of course, should the Duke refuse to acquiesce, Richie could opt to prolong the threats for several more days or eliminate those whom the Duke had dispatched to deliver messages, using their severed heads as a warning. Within the Duke's estate, Richie's observation hockey enveloped the premises, leaving no corner unmonitored. Furthermore, he maintained control over the very ground of the estate. Anyone daring to relay information would be swiftly dispatched by Ricci. Ultimately, these measures proved unnecessary, as by the third day, the Duke capitulated. Subsequently, Ricci instructed the Duke to summon his knights, the entirety of the armed forces in the Green Hill region. The objective was to clear all areas of the Green Hill parish, excluding the towns, rendering them devoid of personnel from the kingdom of the sacred tree. In this wilderness, only the wildlings would remain. At this moment, Ricci took action. Throughout the night, a fleet of airships, long prepared, descended rapidly, commencing their exploration in the nearby wilderness. On board these airships was a thermal imaging device, developed by Romolo at Ricci's behest, capable of effortlessly detecting the hidden tribes of wild men concealed within the forest's embrace under the cover of darkness. To these tribes, a mere display of identity sufficed. Indeed, a single airship was all that was necessary. Such a creation was undoubtedly beyond the reach of the kingdom of the divine tree. By providing food and clothing, they could easily demonstrate their worth. In the eyes of the wild men, opulent garments and ample provisions were irrefutable evidence that the visitors were not mere impostors masquerading as nobles from the kingdom of the divine tree. Thus, the trust of these wild men was secured. Following this, the recruitment of the wild men commenced. Upon hearing that Ricci was willing to lead them away from the kingdom of the sacred tree, the majority of the wild men unhesitatingly joined Ricci's ranks, becoming part of the kingdom of Rock Mountain. Of course, among the wild men, there were those who were reluctant to join and even attempted to seize Ricci's airship. However, these individuals were swiftly dealt with by the soldiers accompanying the airship, who taught them a lesson before discreetly handling the situation. By demonstrating strength, those who dared to provoke did not linger in their defiance. At this juncture, the independent large airborne island, constructed by the research island under Ricci's direction, was also completed. With this island, Ricci's airships could transport numerous batches of wild men to the independent airborne island overnight, where they could temporarily reside. Consequently, Ricci busily set about erecting small buildings to serve as living quarters for the inhabitants. On the first day alone, thousands of wild men were transported. Subsequently, during the periods when Duke Baron was not away from his estate, Ricci tirelessly sought to transport more wild men each night. After completing the construction of the independent airborne island, Ricci focused intently on the movements of Duke Baron's residents. To his surprise, Duke Baron proved to be remarkably timid, summoning the nightly order and taking 3 months before finally departing. At this juncture, Ricci had already departed after achieving his preordained objectives. Should Duke Baron temporarily permit the nightly order to leave, Ricci would not simply stand by. He had devised several contingency plans to ensure that the Duke could remain ensconced within his estate. However, to his surprise, none of these plans were ever put to use. Now, with a significant influx of wild inhabitants on Sky Island, there was an abundance of labor. Yet, this came with a grave issue, a shortage of managerial personnel. After all, accommodating over 3 million newcomers necessitated considerable time and effort. Consequently, Ricci, along with Hella and Nico Robin, commenced the organization of these wild people across the 5 cities of Sky Island. It is worth noting that these wild inhabitants were now subjects of Ricci, integral members of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. They categorized the wild people, isolating those capable of forming families, and subsequently dispersed them into households. Assigning them to well-established farms and ranches, orphan children were gathered and sent to schools for nurturing and education. The elderly were assigned simple tasks such as cleaning, transporting goods, and pruning fruit trees, facilitating their integration into the community. As for the remaining unattached young adults, the males were given options. Some would become soldiers while others would take on labor roles, all receiving ample sustenance and remuneration. The females were designated as workers in the textile factories, clothing factories, and shellfish farms established on Sky Island. With meticulous planning, arrangements were made for over 3 million wild inhabitants, enabling the orderly operation of the entire Sky Island. Ricci's scientific corps was reorganized into 3 branches: land, sea, and air. Each branch comprised 5 regiments, supplemented by various auxiliary units, totaling 12,000 personnel. Thus, the combined strength of the 3 branches amounted to 36,000, rendering Ricci's scientific corps no less formidable than the other armies of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. However, with this reorganization, the majority of soldiers were recruits requiring 6 months of training before being assigned to their respective branches. Among the 3 branches, Barrow served as the army commander, Kaya as the deputy commander, and the fruit manipulating ability user, Say or Peak, acted as the acting naval commander. with Art as the deputy commander and sniper regiment leader. Richie temporarily assumed the role of Air Force commander, pending the appointment of a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, Lao Ji continued to serve as the army instructor, imparting the fundamentals of physical combat. Though Lao Ji's earthly fist technique lacked the universal applicability of the Marine Six styles, it still possessed commendable combat efficacy and required less rigorous training conditions. A recruit could grasp the rudiments within 6 months and subsequently develop their unique techniques based on personal insights. As Richie orchestrated the efficient functioning of Sky Island, several months had elapsed. At that moment, the art proverb of Scientific Island had been completed. Currently undergoing trials and charging, the art proverb soared above Sky Island daily, capturing the attention of many. Just as Richie prepared to embark on his next endeavor, he discreetly departed from Sky Island, taking an airship back to Forest Island. He calculated the timing meticulously, plunging into the mountainous terrain of the Red Earth continent to begin expanding space upward. Richie, well versed in history, understood that a monumental event was imminent, one that would send shockwaves throughout the world, and he was determined not to miss it. Chapter 79. Seizing chaos for plunder on the uppermost level of the Red Earth continent, an earthen eye suddenly emerged from the ground. The diminutive eye, no larger than a fingertip, surveyed its surroundings and, finding no threats, swiftly witnessed the earth roll away like ocean waves as a figure rose from the ground. Exhaling a sigh of relief, it unfurled its observation prowess, attuning itself to the environment. Leaving a mark in its wake, the figure, known as Ricky, proceeded in a determined direction. During this period, Ricky meticulously excavated the Red Earth continent, crafting a subterranean corridor that connected to his long-abandoned underground research facility, which now served as a warehouse and settlement. As a member state of the world government and one of the 50 nations that participated in the World Conference, the Kingdom of Rock Mountain naturally possessed the map of Mariehua, the sacred site situated above the Red Earth continent, where the World Conference convened. In the realm of pirates, the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line encircle the planet in a perfect cross, thereby dividing the world into 4 distinct quadrants. These 4 seas represent the vast expanse of the pirate world, where the Red Line intersects with the Grand Line. One notable location is Reverse Mountain, a junction of the Grand Line and the 4 seas. The other is the sacred land of Mariehua. Beneath the Red Line, a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean, lies an aperture that leads to the kingdom of fishmen and merfolk, known as Fishman Island. The Kingdom of Rock Mountain is situated in the South Sea, at the intersection of the Red Line and the Grand Line. From this corner, ascending to the Red Line places one not far from the sacred land of Mariehua, roughly the width of half the Grand Line away. In such proximity, Ricky's body melded with the earth as he advanced, reaching this place in just a matter of days. Mary Geos, the abode of the noble celestial dragons, serves as the operational hub of the world government. Here, numerous celestial dragon slaves and officials of the world government are present, accompanied by various covert guards. At this moment, Ricky dares not approach, nor does he wish to unleash his observation hockey, lest he be detected. No one knows if there are formidable beings in Mariehua capable of discovering his presence. Should he be found, it would spell his doom. With Ricky's current strength, he could only bid farewell to life. This is the holy land of Mariehua. After all, at the horizon, a colossal castle looms amidst the clouds, appearing remarkably beautiful from a distance, akin to a work of art. However, Ricky is acutely aware of the myriad of sins concealed beneath this resplendent facade. Such malevolence could be deemed unspeakable. Now, all that remains is to prepare and await the arrival of that individual. With that thought, Ricky's body delves deep into the earth. Swiftly descending, and at a depth of 100 meters, he carves out a hollow space, subsequently leaving behind an observation eye to commence the rest of his tasks. This time, the target that Richie is awaiting is a merman named Fisher Tiger. He is an adventurer who, 3 years ago, was captured by slave traders during a sea expedition and sent to the holy land of Mariehua as a slave. After enduring 3 years of darkness in Mariehua, Fisher Tiger managed to escape and return to Fishman Island. Shortly thereafter, he ascended the Red Continent with his bare hands, infiltrating the holy land of Mariehua and liberating thousands of slaves from various races. Now, Richie is poised for this opportunity, knowing that Fisher Tiger's upheaval in the holy land of Mariehua will undoubtedly incite tremendous chaos. In that moment, he plans to conceal himself and seize advantageous opportunities, such as acquiring treasures from the celestial dragons. Time did not keep Richie waiting for long. A month later, at the year's end, one fateful night, a fierce blaze suddenly engulfed St. Mary Joya. This sudden commotion instantly aroused Richie's vigilance. A singular eye, formed of earth, emerged to gaze upon the flames ahead. At long last, the moment had arrived. It was time for him to act. Cloaked in mud, Richie had altered his appearance and stature through clever disguise. Swiftly traversing the subterranean passages, he reached the sacred ground of Mariawa in a mere 10 minutes, having meticulously prepared for this very moment. With a series of muffled sounds, the ground suddenly opened up, revealing numerous finger-sized apertures, from which plumes of dust erupted. Amidst the raging inferno, the dust spread rapidly, and at that instant, Richie's observation haki expanded to envelop a vast area. Within his perception, opulent structures, once resplendent, were now ablaze, their fierce flames illuminating the heavens. On the ground, panicked slaves scattered in all directions, plunging the sanctum into chaos. Soon, Richie's observation haki detected a figure amidst the turmoil. It was a merman, tall and imposing, bearing the emblem of a celestial dragon slave, a mark known as the paw print of the heavenly dragon. This insignia was indelible, even if the flesh bearing it was removed. It would inevitably regenerate. At this moment, the merman held a set of keys, liberating the slaves confined within their cages and rallying the capable ones to assist in the emancipation of others. In the sacred land of Mariehua, the number of celestial dragon slaves exceeded several thousand. As groups of these captives were set free, many dispersed in a desperate bid to escape the sanctum. However, Richie was acutely aware that only a small fraction of those who fled individually would truly succeed. The majority would be gunned down by the guards of Mariehua. Conversely, aligning with Fisher Tiger offered a greater chance of survival, provided one remained unscathed by the ensuing chaos. Yet, Richie chose to remain underground, refraining from intervening in these matters. Although he yearned to lend assistance, attracting the attention of formidable foes would spell disaster for him. He lacked the confidence to confront the might of the world government. Furthermore, even without his intervention, Fisher Tiger possessed the capability to escape. The potential for a butterfly effect due to his presence was a risk not worth taking. With Fisher Tiger drawing the focus of the world government and the Navy for an extended period, Richie could pursue other endeavors. He had found his purpose. At that moment, Richie's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Subsequently, his body swiftly traversed the ground, weaving through a series of chambers, until he arrived in a vast room engulfed in fierce flames. Here lies a treasure mound, accompanied by 2 slaves confined within a cage, hopelessly watching the flames consume the entire chamber. However, these aspects do not concern Richie. What truly captures his attention is a chest within the room, containing 2 devil fruits. The devil fruits, the treasure, and the slaves, altogether signify that they belong to him. Amidst the inferno, even the arriving guards cannot breach the scene, presenting Richie with an opportune moment to seize this wealth. In the swampy depths below, Richie uttered a low command, causing the floor of the chamber to transform into a mire, bubbling and churning. The amassed treasure, the cage with the slaves, and the chest housing the devil fruits were all consumed by the earth. Chapter 80. A helping hand devouring the treasures of a room took merely a few minutes. The 2 despairing slaves, cloaked in shadows, suddenly realized that the ground was engulfing everything. In the midst of the raging fire, the floor transforming into a swamp was undoubtedly an extraordinary occurrence. Clearly, someone has appeared, engaged in an endeavor that is evidently beyond the capabilities of the celestial dragons. One of the slaves murmured as their cage sank into the ground, urging caution and silence. Sensing that salvation might be at hand, the swamp gradually enveloped the prison, leading the 2 captives to believe they would meet their demise. Yet, as the mire submerged them entirely, they found they could still draw breath. Surrounding them was an expanse of rolling swamp, shrouded in darkness, with an eerie silence prevailing, broken only by the faint sounds of kerosene. Unaware of how many meters they had descended, they suddenly encountered a chamber-sized space beneath the surface, where the cage came to rest, motionless. Before long, 2 figures plummeted from the swamp above, crashing into this newfound realm. In the pitch blackness, visibility was non-existent, rendering the situation across from them a mystery. Meanwhile, on the surface, Richie had discovered a treasure trove belonging to the celestial dragons, containing a devil fruit and a trove of riches. Along the way, he had rescued 3 slaves engulfed in flames, destined for incineration, and saved a group of female captives from a building on the verge of combustion. Now, with 3 devil fruits and a cache of treasures in his possession, Richie felt a sudden tremor emanating from afar. The ground shook ominously. Extending his observation haki, he sensed powerful auras clashing in opposition. Among them was Fisher Tiger, while another presence emanated a chilling aura, seemingly intent on freezing the very space around them. Was this the concealed power of the celestial dragons? Richie surmised that the frigid figure opposing Fisher Tiger was none other than the Admiral of the Navy, the formidable Kazan, one of the three admirals. This marks Richie's first encounter with the true pinnacle of power in the pirate world, the formidable strength of a marine admiral. A moment that instills in him a profound sense of insignificance. Indeed, I am still far too weak. Beside Akiji, there are two other formidable beings. Slightly less powerful than him, adorned in immaculate white suits, evidently the protectors of the celestial dragons. Each of these individuals possesses strength that surpasses that of seasoned marine vice admirals, and together, they could likely withstand the might of an admiral. Surrounding him, through the dust he has spread, Richie senses an undercurrent of threat. With a sigh, he refrains from taking action. Recognizing that with the arrival of the Marine Admiral and the Celestial Dragon's guards, the situation has escalated. In Mary Geos, efforts are already underway to quell the chaos, as those slaves who have yet to escape are being recaptured. Most of them were executed on the spot, a sight of extreme brutality. At this moment, if Li Qi were to act, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Celestial Dragons, an outcome he wished to avoid. Moreover, Li Qi had already amassed sufficient gains. The treasures of a small mountain were estimated to be worth at least several billion, and the three devil fruits would bestow upon him three formidable warriors. Thus, he resolved to send Fisher Tiger off one last time. After all, it was he who had granted him this opportunity. As Li Qi contemplated this, a sudden, colossal explosion erupted at the standoff between Fisher Tiger, Akiji, and the Celestial Dragon Guards. The earth was violently torn apart by the force of the blast, and massive rocks were sent flying in every direction. One such rock struck Fisher Tiger, sending his body hurtling toward the Red Earth continent. Damn it! Where did that explosion come from? Akiji's form shattered into fragments of ice, allowing the debris to pass through him unscathed. While two Celestial Dragon Guards muttered curses under their breath, employing their martial prowess to shatter the incoming stones. When the dust of the explosion settled, Fisher Tiger had vanished without a trace. This time, Richie crafted an immense chamber underground, its interior cloaked in dust, resembling a desolate Mars, as if a colossal bomb were set to detonate. Amidst this explosion, Richie concealed himself within a boulder of considerable size, utilizing the force of the blast to hurl Fisher Tiger away. The trajectory of Fisher Tiger's flight pointed directly towards the edge of the Red Earth continent. At that moment, Fisher Tiger had already plummeted from the sky into the sea, vanishing without a trace. "It is time for me to depart," Richie murmured, gazing at the once sacred Mary Geos, now reduced to ruins. With his observation haki dissipating amidst the dust, he descended into a chamber located several hundred meters beneath Mary Geos. In this dimly lit space, a group of slaves stood in silence, each ensconced in their own corner, devoid of conversation. Suddenly, they found themselves in this obscure environment, waiting for the enigmatic figure known as Richie to make an appearance. The stillness of the air was shattered by a faint sound, resonating like thunder in their ears. In the next moment, a flicker of flame materialized within the chamber, drawing the slaves' instinctive gaze towards the source of light. There, a figure stood upon the ground, cloaked in a flowing gray robe, exuding an aura of both safety and intimidation. The flame danced upon the tips of his fingers, illuminating the surroundings as the slaves began to assess one another, their eyes wandering across the faces of their fellow captives. On this occasion, Richie descended with three groups of individuals. The first group comprised two individuals confined within a cage. These two appeared to possess the bloodline of giants, each towering at an impressive 7 meters, their formidable stature exuding an undeniable aura of power. The second group consisted of 3 male slaves, each of normal build, clad in tattered garments, who had previously crawled upon the ground as mere tools for the celestial dragons. The third group was a collection of female slaves, numbering around 20. It must be noted that every female slave, gathered by the celestial dragons, possessed striking beauty, capable of being deemed enchanting even upon the vast ocean. However, each one bore wounds, their faces gaunt and sallow, and their once radiant eyes now reflected a profound emptiness. "Who are you, sir?" inquired one of the small giants from within the cage before Richie could respond. "Thank you for rescuing us." "Do not mention it," Richie replied with a smile. "From now on, accompany me. I wonder what your thoughts may be." "We are willing to serve you, my lord." Without questioning Richie's intentions, they pledged their loyalty simply for having been liberated from the celestial dragons. Chapter 81. The identity of slaves. Richie stood at the heart of the subterranean space, flanked by the 2 small giants and the 3 robust male slaves, who knelt on one knee in homage. their heads bowed in submission. As Richie spoke, the 20 female slaves, once devoid of emotion, exhibited a flicker of life in their eyes, gazing at him, though still somewhat unmoved. "My lord." At that moment, a robust middle-aged slave spoke up. These female slaves were once mere playthings of the celestial dragons, discarded after their amusement, treated like refuse in Mariewa, enduring torment far greater than our daily struggle upon the ground. Thus, they may require some time to recuperate. "I see." Rich nodded in understanding at the middle-aged slave's explanation. "It is of no concern. In time, both you and they shall lead lives akin to normalcy, and if vengeance is what you seek, hope remains." Rich gestured for several individuals to rise, smiling as he did so. Subsequently, rocky arms emerged from the ground before each slave. "Do not move. I shall remove your collar bombs." The rocky arm of a finger delved into the collar, transforming the stone into a key that effortlessly unlocked the bomb collar as clasp. "We are liberated." The bomb collars around our necks elicited expressions of exhilaration on the faces of the slaves as they moved their bodies joyfully. As the bomb collars were discarded, the female slaves seemed to shed a layer of shackles, their eyes momentarily sparkling with renewed vitality, only to quickly revert to a state of calm. "Now, let us depart. We shall journey to my domain." As these words were spoken, the surrounding rocks began to rise, gradually filling the space. To one side of the area, a 3-meter-high cavern emerged before everyone, a dark abyss that stretched endlessly into the distance. This is a pathway meticulously left by Richie, intended for his own retreat, much like the subterranean void created by the recent explosion, which was also premeditated by him. Subsequently, the cavern expanded, reaching a height of 5 meters, and a portion of Richie's body became engulfed in swamp-like substance, from which he extracted some water and provisions. The next stretch of the journey would require considerable effort from everyone. As Mary Geos is far from a hospitable place, we must hasten our departure. With that, Richie was the first to step into the cavern, followed by a group of female slaves and 3 young male slaves, culminating with 2 small giants. As the group entered the cave, the original underground space was once again filled with rock, leaving no voids behind. As they progressed, the end of the cavern gradually transformed back into solid earth, erasing all traces left by Richie. The Holy Land of Mary Geos lies several hundred kilometers from Richie's initial location. Traversing through the underground cavern he had created would not be an expedient endeavor, especially considering there were 20 frail female slaves among the party, none of whom had undergone any form of training. On the first day, they managed to cover merely 30 kilometers before halting for rest. Richie produced the provisions and fresh water he had long prepared and declared, "Let us partake in this meal. We shall rest here for the day and resume our journey tomorrow." Along the way, Richie had introduced himself, revealing his identity as a prince from a world government allied nation. This revelation astonished the group, yet regardless of his status, his audacity to infiltrate the Holy Land of Mary Geos and his blatant disrespect towards the celestial dragons rendered the slaves to view Richie as their savior. During their journey, Richie also learned about the identities of his companions. The 2 small giants had been purchased by the celestial dragons to serve as gladiators. They were brothers named Leighton and Light, possessing giant lineage, which endowed them with towering stature and immense strength. As gladiators, they fought daily in the arenas of Mary Geos, where victory secured sustenance, while defeat meant death. Nevertheless, this arrangement spared the 2 giants from the oppression of the celestial dragons, as they merely needed to fight for their lives each day. The 3 slaves who served as mounts for the celestial dragons had once been pirates, and now, following Richie, they had naturally become members of the scientific division of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. To Richie's delight, one among them was a devil fruit user, possessing the zoan-type turtle fruit in its alligator form. All 3 of them had previously been bountied pirates, albeit their rewards were not excessively high, ranging from 20 to 30 million berries. The armored warrior, Kila, had once commanded a bounty of 35 million berries and excelled in close combat as a zoan-type devil fruit user. The mighty Henry could wield colossal weapons to inflict damage upon foes and had once been bountied at 27 million berries. Lastly, the savage Joseph hailed from an undeveloped island tribe, proficient in the use of javelins and battle axes, and had an original bounty of 21,500,000 berries. Due to years of servitude under the celestial dragons, their current prowess had significantly diminished, and they now required ample nourishment and a period of training to restore their former strength. This stands in stark contrast to the 2 little giant brothers who find themselves in constant battle nearly every day. As the day progresses, the 20 maidens gradually regain their spirits, with some of them now able to speak. These female slaves also bear the burden of caring for their fellow captives. Among them, one prominent female slave unexpectedly possesses the power of a devil fruit, the paper fruit, a paramecia type. Upon hearing about this devil fruit, Richie immediately thought of Conan from Naruto. Renowned for her paper jutsu and the ability to create explosive tags for devastating explosions. However, since the one who consumed this fruit is a slave devoid of any combat prowess, she can merely conjure a few sheets of paper, which are of little use. Nevertheless, the potential of the paper fruit is indeed remarkable, Richie mused. For instance, akin to one of the sweet commanders of the future Big Mom pirates, Cracker, who wields the biscuit fruit, capable of conjuring formidable biscuit soldiers as sustenance. The paper fruit may indeed hold potential, capable of manifesting wings, flying knives, and swords crafted from paper, akin to what Xiaonan achieves. If fully developed, it could prove an asset in combat. Furthermore, even in administrative tasks, these paper creations could conserve substantial resources typically expended on paper production. Consequently, Rich appointed Anna, the female slave possessing the paper fruit abilities, as the captain of the 20 female slaves. In the future, these slaves would serve under Hela as her assistants. The following day, after a night of ample sustenance and rest, the group regained a measure of strength, no longer suffering from their previous weakness. They continued along the path forged by Rich, advancing 50 kilometers that day. Chapter 82. Distribution of Devil Fruits. After more than 10 days of travel, Rich and his companions arrived at a vast space at the heart of the Red Earth continent, which had now transformed into Rich's manufacturing hub for components. Numerous workers were engaged in construction here. To conceal the location, Rich established a construction unit under the Scientific Brigade, organizing all workers for the task. These factories formed distinct communities, operating year-round within this space. Each factory boasted its own cafeteria, shops, hospitals, libraries, gyms, and even theaters, resembling small societies in their own right. Such comprehensive logistical support, coupled with the fact that the workers' residences are situated near their respective departments within the factory, ensures that personnel mobility is minimized to the greatest extent. This ensures the secrecy of the subterranean realm beneath the Red Earth continent. When Richie arrived with his companions in the underground space, the caverns behind them were sealed by rock, erasing all traces of their passage, as if they had never reached the holy land of Mariewa. After refreshing themselves with a bath, enjoying a splendid meal, and donning new garments, they departed from the underground sanctuary. As they surveyed the transformed surroundings, beyond the castle lay a meticulously organized array of houses, revealing a city of considerable prosperity. This was the Forest City, part of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. And it was my domain, Richie remarked. However, due to your identities, you cannot remain here. I will check if there is an available airship to transport you to the Sky Island shortly. Understood, Your Highness. The group nodded in agreement with Richie's arrangement. On the way, Richie contemplated the identities of his companions and made further arrangements. The two young giants, Wright and Layton, along with Cola, Henry, and Joseph, would be sent to the new recruits camp on Sky Island. There, they would learn the operational methods of Richie's scientific troops and be assigned to various positions in the military according to their abilities. Meanwhile, Anna and the female slaves would be entrusted to Hela and Nico Robin, who would cultivate them into Richie's secretary team to assist Hela in managing affairs. Given the relatively close ties between Forest City and Sky Island, an airship was scheduled to depart in the afternoon, allowing the group to settle at the airport for rest. Richie, on the other hand, returned to the royal palace, having been away for an extended period. Now that he was finally home, he naturally wished to spend time with his family. A few hours on the steamship traveling between Forest Island and the main island brought him to the port, where a carriage from the palace awaited his arrival. Riding the carriage along the mountain path, he reached the royal palace atop the hill. At the entrance stood his father, mother, and his now 1-year older sister. Brother. On this occasion, Richie encountered his younger sister, the now 5-year-old Rihan, who stepped forward to greet him. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? You've grown so much, Richie remarked, affectionately ruffling Rihan's hair. You've been away for a considerable time, Rul observed with a smile. Looking at Richie, I've heard from your third uncle about your floating island, a territory no less impressive than that of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. You truly surprised me. Not at all, Richie chuckled. It's my father who bears the greater burden managing the entire Rock Mountain Kingdom. During my travels, I acquired some remarkable treasures. Let us discuss them within the castle. Very well, the family strolled leisurely through the castle, sharing laughter and conversation. Richie regaled Rihan with tales of wondrous places from around the world, eliciting a series of gasps from the young girl. After dining and having dismissed the surrounding servants, Richie produced 3 devil fruits. Father, mother, and little Rihan, I unexpectedly came into great fortune during my journey, and I have acquired these 3 devil fruits. He continued, previously, due to the dire need for formidable strength within the Rock Mountain Kingdom, I could only bestow one to the most deserving. Now that I possess more, all 3 of you can become empowered individuals. Upon gazing at the 3 devil fruits laid upon the table, Rul's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze flitting across the table. Momentarily at a loss for words, the once rare devil fruits were something Richie had previously produced only one of, and he had many capable individuals under his command. The present 3 at once raised Rul's suspicions about whether Richie might indeed be a chosen one. In most nations across the seas, a single empowered individual could safeguard the realm. Yet here was Richie, presenting multiple devil fruits in one go. I do not require one. Richie's mother interjected promptly after he spoke. I am merely an ordinary person, not a combatant. With my current abilities, it is impossible for me to become a warrior. Such a devil fruit is a waste for me. It would be better suited for a powerful protector of the nation, thus providing our country with an additional guardian. Brother, I have heard that this is rather unpalatable. May I decline to consume it? Nearby, observing the 3 devil fruits adorned with spiral patterns, Li Han leaned over the table, furrowing his brow at the sight. Since you, Shaoqi, have acquired so many devil fruits this time, I shall not stand on ceremony. After a moment of contemplation, Rul, seated on the sofa, selected one of the devil fruits and remarked, Your mother indeed does not require the powers of a devil fruit user. And Xiao Han is still young and temporarily does not need one either. Therefore, I believe we can offer one to your mother as personal maid, Vivian, and the other to your second uncle. Thus, with your uncle's prowess, he could undoubtedly emerge as one of the prominent figures in the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Vivian and my uncle? Listening to my father's arrangements, Richie pondered for a moment before raising his head. Let it be so, my mother is ill-suited for combat. Yet Sister Vivian possesses the capability, for it was she who personally trained Hela, whose strength is quite formidable. Vivian, being the personal maid of Richie's mother, hails from a noble family within the realm. After her mother married into the royal family of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, Vivian became the closest individual to her. Judging by Richie's estimates, her strength, nurtured by the resources of the kingdom, is equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters major, possessing the ability of observation hockey. After consuming a devil fruit, her strength could ascend to that of a Navy headquarters colonel. Furthermore, Vivian serves as the leader of the female attendants within the palace, commanding a 10-member female combat squad tasked with safeguarding Richie's mother. Thus, it is entirely feasible for Vivian to consume this devil fruit. Chapter 83. The Powers of the Devil Fruit MMM. With a bite into the devil fruit, Lual's expression shifted dramatically as he savored the taste, taking quite some time to recover. The flavor is indeed remarkable. Gazing at the half-eaten devil fruit in his hand, Lual murmured, Father, what is your ability? Richie inquired from the side. Allow me to see. As he sensed his own capabilities, Lual swiftly plunged a finger onto a cup resting on the table. In the eyes of Richie and the others, the cup suddenly transformed, contorting as if it were made of clay. At this moment, Ruhr spoke as well. I have consumed the twisting fruit of the superhuman category, which grants the ability to distort objects, and it appears quite promising. Ruhr himself possesses the strength of a vice admiral within the Navy headquarters and has mastered the dual hockey, receiving a devil fruit so unexpectedly. Luhr's abilities are not feeble as those of an ordinary individual. Upon becoming acquainted with his powers, Luhr soon comprehended the extent of his capabilities. I sense that I can now distort the entire castle. My powers are formidable and immensely advantageous in combat. The distortion fruit. Listening to his father's words, Richie was somewhat taken aback. This devil fruit, upon observing its capabilities, immediately reminded Rich of a particular fruit's power, the tremor fruit of the paramecia type. The tremor fruit, while merely capable of emitting vibrations, in the hands of the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard, could unleash devastation akin to a natural disaster with a single blow. Rich believed that his father's abilities could potentially reach the same level as Whitebeard's. However, this was contingent upon the fact that his father's physical prowess matched that of Whitebeard, which was evidently an impossibility, as Rich's father lacked such innate talent. Thus, this devil fruit could elevate his father's strength to that of a seasoned vice admiral within the Navy. Nevertheless, Rich spoke up, Father. The capabilities of this devil fruit are formidable. If harnessed properly, it could rival the legendary Whitebeard. Listening to Rich's words, Rul smiled and replied, "You are overestimating it. The legendary Whitebeard consumed the tremor fruit, which is indeed the most powerful of paramecia-type devil fruits. How could I possibly reach that level?" "Father," Rich countered, "Whitebeard's strength is a result of his own prowess, independent of the devil fruit's abilities. Even if Whitebeard were to consume a different fruit, he would still be able to unlock powers akin to those of the tremor fruit." Rich endeavored to persuade his father to recognize the potential of this ability and to strive for greater strength. It was Whitebeard who enhanced the power of the tremor fruit, not the other way around. Otherwise, why had there been other users of the tremor fruit before Whitebeard's time? Rul, clearly moved by Rich's reasoning, pondered over his words. The concepts of distortion and vibration appeared superficially similar. He mused that perhaps he too could ascend to the strength of Whitebeard. Yet, he soon dispelled that notion. As Rich had articulated, it was Whitebeard's formidable strength that allowed the tremor fruit to unleash such tremendous power, not the inherent potency of the devil fruit itself. "Very well. I shall give it a try," Rul stated with a smile. "Since the capabilities of this devil fruit are commendable, I shall not squander this opportunity. Despite not having trained for many years, I have not entirely neglected my regimen. It is time for rigorous training." As he spoke, a glimmer of determination ignited in Rul's eyes. He then glanced at the 2 devil fruits on the table and selected one, saying, "I believe my second uncle shall consume this devil fruit." With the true abilities of the 3 devil fruits uncertain, it was merely a gamble. Thus there was no need for allocation. Rul then retrieved a transponder snail and dialed his second uncle Carl's number. "Your Majesty, did you summon me for something?" Carl, now a commanding officer of a military unit stationed on several islands bordering the kingdom of Rocky Mountain, inquired. "Rich has brought in another devil fruit, and this time it's for you." The last time devil fruits were distributed, Carl refrained from competing for one, recognizing that the kingdom of Rocky Mountain required a stabilizing force, which led to his talented third uncle, Gnarl, consuming it. It appeared that this choice was indeed fortuitous, as Gnarl had acquired a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, positioning him as a contender for the world's strongest, thereby securing the future of the kingdom. Now, with another devil fruit available, Carl, being one of the kingdom's notable strongmen, was naturally deserving of this opportunity. "Very well, I shall return immediately," Carl replied. "Do ensure that the defensive duties are properly handed over without any oversight," Rul admonished. "Rest assured, brother, I will make the necessary arrangements," Carl responded with palpable excitement. After concluding the call, Rul entrusted the devil fruit to Rich for safekeeping and subsequently summoned Vivian. Vivian, at the tender age of 27 or 28, still radiated youthfulness. Years of rigorous training had endowed her with a statuesque physique, exuding an aura of formidable presence. "Your Majesty, the Queen, and the esteemed Prince and Princess," Vivian greeted as she entered the room, bowing gracefully to Rul, Rich, and the others. This time, it was Ruer who spoke. "Unexpectedly, we obtained a devil fruit, and after some discussion, we decided that it should be entrusted to you for use." "Devil fruit." Vivian hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly replied, "There is no need for that. I am merely a maid and unworthy of such a precious gift. Your Majesty should bestow it upon someone more deserving." "This devil fruit is intended for you," said Richie's mother gently. "Vivian, you have been by my side all these years, aware of my lack of strength, and have tirelessly trained to become stronger. I have seen all your efforts." "Your Majesty," Vivian replied quietly, "the devil fruit is rare for ordinary people, but we all believe you are worthy of it, so please do not decline. I will rely on you for protection in the future." "Indeed," chimed in Richie, while little Rihan, who was about 5 years old, piped up, "Sister Vivian, just go ahead and eat it. Take it." At that moment, Ruer placed the devil fruit into Vivian's hands, saying, "This fruit is entrusted to you. You must protect the Queen." "Yes, Your Majesty," Vivian declared, gripping the devil fruit tightly. In the next instant, she took a bite, and her serious expression quickly contorted. Chapter 84. The Return to Sky Island. After a long moment, Vivian finally regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Richie and the others. "Sister Vivian, what is your ability?" Rihan's innocent voice rang out. "My ability." Closing her eyes to sense the changes within her body, Vivian soon opened her eyes and said, "The devil fruit I consumed is the Zoan-type insect fruit, Orchid Mantis." As she spoke, one of her arms transformed into a pink mantis blade, and a layer of pink exoskeleton appeared on her body. "Very impressive," she nodded with satisfaction. Swinging her arm, The Zoan-type devil fruit instantly granted her a significant boost in strength, enhancing her combat prowess considerably. Excellent. Richie's mother smiled brightly. The pink mantis suits you very well. After spending a few days at home assisting her father with some affairs of the Rock Mountain Kingdom and playing with her sister, they awaited the arrival of Uncle Carl on the main island. Brother, sister-in-law, they greeted warmly in private. Upon finding Ruhr, Carl immediately smiled and said, "Where's my devil fruit? I can hardly wait." "Right here," Richie replied, producing the devil fruit. "Oh, so this is the devil fruit. Truly fascinating," Carl exclaimed as he casually picked it up and took a bite. Though he was prepared, the taste momentarily halted the smile on his face. After swallowing, Carl felt a surge of change within his body. His physique began to grow taller, his legs became robust, and sharp claws akin to daggers emerged. "The devil fruit I consumed is the Zoan-type ancient species, bird fruit, dodo form. Although it does not compare to my younger brother's mythical beast type, it is still quite a gain." Carl felt immensely satisfied with his choice, recognizing the rarity of the Zoan-type ancient species devil fruit. The enhancement it provided elevated his strength to the level of a rear admiral in the Navy, and before long, he would reach the status of a seasoned rear admiral, making him a significant force for the Rock Mountain Kingdom. "Excellent. This will surely strengthen our Rock Mountain Kingdom," Ruhr smiled and nodded. "However, our domestic schools have only been established for a few years and have yet to cultivate many talents. If we had more, I would wish to expand the territory of the Rock Mountain Kingdom." "Father." At this moment, Richie interjected, expressing his thoughts. "I believe our Kingdom of Rock Mountain should refrain from hasty expansion. Our current arsenal is already sufficiently alluring. Should we pursue further expansion, we may draw the attention of the world government, which could potentially intervene." This sentiment holds merit. At this moment, Ruhr listened to Richie's words, reflecting upon them and finding them quite reasonable. Although the world government is a coalition of nations, with the celestial dragons in power, we, the nations, hold little significance. Richie's father, possessing a profound understanding, concurred with Richie's assertions. Thus, it is prudent to focus on domestic stability and development, accumulating and nurturing talent. Therefore, I shall continue my military training. At this juncture, Carl reverted to his human form and declared, "I aim to train my army into the strongest force in the Kingdom of Rock Mountain." Having consumed the devil fruit, Carl, after sharing a meal with Richie's family, swiftly departed from the royal palace. After all, an army cannot remain without its supreme commander for long. Carl needed to return promptly. Subsequently, Richie also boarded an airship to return to the Sky Island, where a significant matter awaited his attention. "Your Highness, your plan has begun to bear fruit," Hela announced as soon as Richie returned to his office, presenting him with a report. "Oh, which Sky Islands?" Richie inquired. Hela responded, "Angel Island and the Cloud Nation." "Oh, so soon?" Richie expressed surprise at Hela's news. Among the Sky Islands, Angel Island and the Cloud Nation are indeed among the more formidable ones. However, the ruler of Angel Island, God Gonfu, has requested an audience with Richie, hoping to pledge allegiance. Likewise, the High Priest of the Cloud Nation desires to join the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. Richie nodded, perusing the intelligence Hela had compiled, and suddenly everything became clear. No wonder. If I were in their position, I would also be inclined. According to Hela's report, ever since Richie forcefully carved out a place for survival in the Sky Islands over the years, many Sky Island inhabitants have witnessed what seems to be endless land and a progressively happier life thanks to the scientific military. Abundant food, telecommunication, various affordable factory-produced goods, and comprehensive national welfare, including well-structured schools, all of which have rendered the impoverished inhabitants of the Sky Islands envious. However, since the Sky Islanders are not citizens of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, they naturally cannot partake in these benefits. Furthermore, in terms of external trade, the prices for the goods produced by the scientific military's factories are somewhat elevated for the Sky Islanders. This is the tariff established by Richie. After a sense of envy arose, some inhabitants of the Sky Islands expressed a desire to join the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. However, under Richie's orders, the scientific corps, in deference to the rights of the Sky Island deities and their priests, forbade these individuals from joining. Consequently, a series of minor conflicts accumulated, placing immense pressure on the deities and high priests of the Sky Islands. The burden of pressure from the grassroots level weighed heavily on these divine figures and their leaders. Moreover, the expansion of the scientific corps posed a formidable challenge for the deities and high priests, who possessed basic political acumen. Richie's numerous farms, ranches, orchards, and rapidly expanding cities encircled the Sky Islands, transforming them into a collection of independent regions, while the inhabitants of the Sky Islands typically resided within their native lands. Exposure to the vastness and prosperity of the world through the scientific core left many reluctant to return to their former impoverished existence. In addition to this expansion, Qi has continuously augmented his military forces over the years, sending waves of refugees to the Sky Islands, resulting in a population surge that has multiplied the total number of inhabitants several times over. With such a vast population, a formidable military, and weaponry that far exceeds its own capabilities, coupled with an army trained under ample resources, it possesses the power to sweep across the entire Sky Islands. For the neighboring territories, each floating isle that hesitates to join the scientific core lives in a state of trepidation, dreading the day when the forces of the core may encroach upon them, particularly in recent times, with the completion of the Ark Proverb and its subsequent trial flights. The colossal vessel soaring through the skies has elevated the atmosphere across the Sky Islands to a fever pitch. Ultimately, after considerable contemplation and analysis of the implications of aligning with the Rock Mountain Kingdom, some deities have chosen to incorporate the Sky Islands into the scientific core. In this context, it is evident that both Ganfuer, the deity of Angel Island, and Qi Yun, the high priest of the Cloud Nation, possess profound insight. Let us meet, Qi proposed with a smile, sensing an influx of talent on the horizon. In Chapter 85, the Ark's Proverb, Qi encountered Qi Yun and Ganfuer waiting in the parlor. "Your Highness," they greeted respectfully upon meeting him. "Please, there is no need for formality. Take a seat." Qi replied with a warm gesture. "Thank you, Your Highness." As they chose to pledge allegiance, both Qi Yun and Ganfuer adopted a humble demeanor. Settled on the sofa, and with attendants serving tea, Qi continued, "I am already aware of your intentions. Since you have opted to affiliate yourselves with us, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you both and your kin to join my kingdom of Yinshan. Moreover, as you are both individuals of great talent, I would not wish to squander your abilities. I hope to appoint you within my scientific division. Everything is at your Highness's command." They assented without hesitation. "Excellent." Qi nodded in satisfaction. "Henceforth, Angel Island shall be renamed Angel Town, and you, Ganfuer, will be its mayor. Additionally, we shall commence the development of Divine Island, allowing the residents of the Sky Island access henceforth." "I have no objections," Ganfuer replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Previously, Divine Island served as a sanctuary for the Sky Island inhabitants, barred to outsiders, but now, with the emergence of vast earthen islands, he realized that his sacred domain was but a jest. Divine Island will henceforth be called Pandora City, with Ganfuer as its lord, and neighboring villages and towns will be incorporated into Pandora City. "Thank you, Your Highness," he expressed, aware that the position of a city mayor within the scientific division bore considerable weight. After all, as a newly affiliated individual, being granted the title of mayor was no small feat, especially when there were only 5 mayors across the entire Sky Island. "High Priest Qi Yun, your Cloud Nation will henceforth be known as White Cloud City, with you as its mayor. The subordinate regions of Cloud Nation will be designated as villages and towns. For the time being, they will remain unchanged, yet they must adhere to the laws of my kingdom of Yinshan." "That presents no issue," Qi Yun responded, equally agreeable to the newfound status. Thus, Rich now had an additional population of approximately 100,000 on the floating islands. For him, this number was not excessive. However, it possessed the advantage of stability, unlike the millions of wild people sent to him, which required extensive construction efforts to settle. Subsequently, he conferred with 2 individuals regarding the construction projects and the establishment of various factories, and their discussion extended into the evening. After partaking in a meal, the 2 finally returned to their respective cities. On this occasion, Ganfuer and Qi Yun had ascended to the positions of mayors under the scientific core of the Rock Mountain Kingdom. The following morning, the news of 2 airborne islands joining the scientific core swiftly spread, permeating throughout the entirety of the aerial archipelago. The revelation that 2 formidable airborne islands had voluntarily allied themselves with the scientific core sent ripples of astonishment among the wavering and smaller islands. In an immediate response, several indecisive airborne islands opted to join the scientific core. For these islands, Li Qi established a settlement for the inhabitants of the airborne islands, categorized by size, allowing the original rulers to retain their positions while modifying the governing bodies to implement the laws of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, with no further changes enacted for the time being. As news spread of the successive empty islands joining the scientific forces, it created an impression of inevitable momentum. Meanwhile, Ricci discreetly issued commands for certain military units to stage maneuvers in the border regions of those islands that had yet to join. To the public, the scientific forces proclaimed that due to the influx of empty islands into the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, some troops would be redeployed, urging these islands not to panic, assuring them that this was not directed against them. However, such reassurances were met with skepticism by the rulers of the empty islands. Within a month, over 90% of the empty islands had integrated into the scientific forces, becoming part of this collective. Although their numbers amounted to merely several hundred thousand for Ricci, this represented a monumental advantage, signifying his absolute control over the empty islands. Consequently, Ricci could regard the entire expanse of the empty islands as his own domain, developing his influence without any lingering doubts. The few islands that had not yet joined the scientific forces, after failing to yield to Ricci's attempts at persuasion, opted for aggression. Faced with the might of the scientific forces, these islands stood no chance and swiftly fell under the jurisdiction of the scientific forces. Thus, Ricci accomplished the unification of the empty islands. The scientific island, the research island, after several months of trial flights, saw the completion of the first arc, the Proverb, which was officially commissioned into the Air Force of the scientific forces. The Ark Proverb is a grand vessel capable of autonomous flight. Along its sides, rows of massive propellers are affixed, while beneath the ship lie several rows of wind turbines. Standing beneath the Ark, a person appears no larger than an ant. Your Highness. Having completed his task, Reese presented the Ark Proverb to Ricci, accompanied by Romolo, Nasri, and Carolina. This is the Ark Proverb we constructed, the first of its kind. As we are still becoming acquainted with its design, we made only minor modifications according to the blueprints. Upon testing, these modifications proved remarkably successful. Ricci expressed his satisfaction with the Ark Proverb. Furthermore, as it needed to venture beyond the planet, and despite the inexplicable survivability on the moon, Ricci instructed the research island to make adaptations to the Ark Proverb, including sealed compartments and airtight spacesuits. Reese even unveiled a power mech capable of functioning in a vacuum. Before Ricci, Reese elaborated on the specifications of the Ark Proverb. Measuring 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width, the vessel is equipped with a prototype electromagnetic cannon, 5 dual-mounted artillery pieces, and 10 anti-aircraft machine guns. It can sustain 5,000 individuals for a month and, when fully loaded, maintain a speed of 500 kilometers per hour for a week. Solar panels adorn the ship, ensuring energy supply during sunny days and in the vastness of outer space, as per your Highness's directives. As Reese detailed the various functionalities, Ricci's satisfaction grew. Creating such an aerial warship from blueprints drawn many years ago was an immense challenge for Reese and his team. Yet, the successful execution of its myriad functions left Ricci profoundly pleased. How long will it take to prepare for the journey to the moon? Ricci inquired. Your Highness. The scientists perked up at his question. Romolo interjected, all necessary supplies have been prepared, and the personnel await your approval to embark at any moment. Is that so? Ricci responded, somewhat surprised yet understanding. Given Romolo's burgeoning fascination with the cosmic expanse, he found such promptness reasonable. Please provide me with a list of the personnel and supplies you have selected for review. We shall depart immediately. Understood. The scientist's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 86. Journey to the Moon. Food, timber, batteries, kerosene, generators, helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, Reese, Romolo, Carolina, Nasri, Hela, and 2 battalions from the main army, alongside a sniper squad and a marine battalion, along with an Air Force unit. In the temporary office of the research island, Ricci perused the supply and personnel lists in his hands, scrutinizing each item. Most were reasonable, but knowing that survival was feasible on the moon, Ricci decided to bring additional supplies. Upon arrival, he intended to establish a base there and secure their foothold, necessitating slight modifications to the supply list. After approving the supplies and personnel, Ricci entrusted Hela with the arrangements. Given the magnitude of this operation, the scientific forces exercised due diligence. Each supply item and personnel was meticulously verified before undergoing training and various emergency preparations. Such busyness persisted for an entire week before achieving complete readiness. On this day, a favorable omen was granted, as a battalion of summoned soldiers lined up to board the Ark Proverb. Your Highness, within the ranks of the Ark Proverb, due to its immense size, could no longer be maneuvered at will. Even within the Air Force, a separate regiment had emerged. Within this assembly, An entire battalion comprises solely of drivers, followed by personnel responsible for maintenance, culinary duties, artillery, paratroopers, among others. It can be said that the Ark of Proverb is akin to an aerial fortress. After modifications, had it been the Rock Mountain Kingdom of your, any confrontation with the Ark of Proverb would only lead to doom. Your Highness, in the control room of the Ark of Proverb, Richie stood by, listening to the captain's introduction. As the sole large warship of the Air Force, the captain concurrently holds the position of commander of the main Air Force regiment. Now that all preparations are complete, please give the command. Excellent, Richie nodded. Set sail. A command swiftly disseminated through the onboard communication system to various departments. In the next moment, the immense propellers on either side of the Ark of Proverb began to spin. Massive engines powered by electricity propelled the Ark skyward with remarkable speed. Below the Ark, rows of wind vents continuously expelled gusts to hasten its ascent. Soon, this colossal vessel vanished into the night. How long until we reach the moon? Richie inquired, gazing at the considerable distance remaining. Your Highness, it will take approximately a month, replied Romolo, who, as an astronomer, had calculated the distance between the planets and the moon, perhaps due to the presence of air on the moon in the world of pirates. The distance between the Earth and moon is notably short. A month indeed feels like an eternity. However, this is the current speed of the Ark Proverb. Improvements may yield faster travel in the future, but for now, we shall proceed as is. As the Ark of Proverb ascended higher, the islands scattered across the vast ocean became invisible, leaving only a few large islands and the distinctly red Earth continent visible. The varying widths of the red Earth continent encircled the planet, resembling a great red dragon from above. Is this the world? As the Ark continued to rise, the entire map of the planet unfolded beneath, providing invaluable data for the scientists aboard. For the first time, the complete visage of the pirate world appeared before their eyes without satellite mapping. Your Highness, I have indeed chosen the right companion, Romolo exclaimed excitedly while mapping the terrain. It was merely your previous limitations of thought, Richie smiled. With a broadened perspective, I am eager to witness your advancements. On the deck of the Ark of Proverb, a sealed glass canopy protected those inside from external influences. Gazing down at the planet, the azure ocean, the crimson earth, and vast clouds made the world appear as a radiant gem. As the Ark ascended, the atmosphere thinned, and the sky above transformed into an abyss of darkness. The vivid colors of the earth contrasted sharply with the pitch-black sky, evoking exhilaration among those experiencing such heights for the first time. Each day, they stood on this deck, marveling at the scenery. Your Highness, are we truly going to the moon? Hela asked, observing the gradually revealing pirate planet below. Richie curiously queried, having come this far, why ask such a question? I merely feel that the goals of your Highness are beyond our wildest imaginings, Hela remarked, gazing at the surrounding landscape. Although unaware of your Highness's ultimate aim. Now that we are bound for the moon, I would not be surprised by any future endeavors. The moon should be uninhabited at this moment. Once we disguise ourselves adequately, we can establish a stable presence there. With the moon's strength alongside that of my Rock Mountain Kingdom, Richie stood on the deck of the Ark of Proverb, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the dark cosmos, boldly proclaimed, "What do you think of this planet? A world in chaos for so many years. I wish to see it united." Indeed, this marks the first occasion when Richie articulates his ambition to conquer the entire world. Hela merely pauses for a moment, then smiles and responds, "I shall accompany your Highness every step of the way, regardless of what the future holds." At this moment, Hela possesses a kind of blind confidence in Richie. Indeed, Richie nods. We shall forge ahead together. In his heart, Richie contemplates that this planet should merely be his starting point. In such a vast world, he yearns to behold the vistas beyond the starry skies. As he admires the scenery, Richie experiences the true grandeur of the planet for the first time, finding it endlessly captivating. Yet, the various responsibilities and the need to hone his own abilities prevent him from lingering in idleness. After a brief interval, Richie leads Hela back to his makeshift office within the Ark of Proverb. A month later, as the moon draws ever closer, the Ark of Proverb is ensnared by the moon's gravitational pull, initiating its descent. After a month of travel, the crew longs to set foot on solid ground. An announcement reverberates through the vessel, informing all aboard that they are about to land. There will be vibrations, so all departments are instructed to secure their supplies, and all personnel must return to their seats to avoid collisions. After the broadcast, Richie exclaims, "At last, we have arrived." Seated in his chair, he reflects, "Now, my story is poised to unfold a new chapter. Chapter 87. Lunar Ruins. The moon in the world of pirates is not far from the planet itself. Due to its proximity, the moon has captured a portion of the planet's atmosphere, providing a semblance of air that allows for human survival. However, devoid of flora and fauna, the moon is a desolate expanse of rocks, lacking any trace of greenery or life. On this day, the moon continued its orbit around the pirate planet. Upon the lunar surface, a spacecraft descended onto a vast plain, shattering the tranquility of the moon. The vessel, named the Ark Proverb, after an extensive journey, has finally arrived at the lunar surface. Upon landing, one of its hatches opened, revealing a sealed compartment connected to the interior of the Ark Proverb. A contingent of soldiers clad in airtight space suits emerged, wielding various instruments under the guidance of scientists from within. The oxygen levels were deemed normal, and the atmospheric composition mirrored that of Earth. The gravitational force was slightly lesser than that on the planet. Notably, the air was devoid of any lethal bacteria or microorganisms. The lights on the instruments flickered as the scientists inside the Ark Proverb confirmed their readings. Ultimately, a technician named Nasri reported to Richie, affirming that the moon was indeed habitable. Excellent, Richie nodded. Let us proceed. This shall henceforth be our domain. Following this confirmation, outside the Ark Proverb, the soldiers began to remove their space suits, inhaling the air and celebrating with triumphant gestures, exhibiting no signs of distress. After further verification of safety, the main doors of the Ark Proverb swung open, and troops, well prepared, poured out onto the lunar landscape. A substantial array of supplies commenced unloading, while Richie swiftly set about fabricating various bricks and cement materials. Before long, temporary bases began to rise on the moon's surface. With a resounding rumble, having produced sufficient materials, Richie stood on solid ground, placing a hand upon the surface. In that instant, the ground began to tremble. Subsequently, rocks ascended, forming the framework of buildings. Simultaneously, colossal stones crafted the city walls, encircling vast expanses of land. Within these walls, a stone fortress emerged, complete with 4 city gates, intersecting stone pathways, and a robust airport runway established by Richie. On this occasion, a city was constructed in its entirety. Although merely a framework, it still consumed a considerable amount of Richie's energy. Rising to his feet and exhaling deeply, Richie declared, "Let us commence the establishment of the lunar forward base. Since survival is feasible here, it is imperative to cultivate the vast expanse of land beyond. If life could thrive, then agriculture could flourish, hindered only by the lack of nutrients in the soil that prevented plants from thriving." However, with the black soil crafted by Richie, supplemented by fertilizers, transforming wasteland into farmland was entirely within reach. Although this moon was merely a satellite of the pirate world and relatively small, it was still exponentially larger than a great nation upon the seas. A single satellite, entirely under Richie's dominion, could sustain countless individuals, igniting a surge of excitement within him. With the moon as a backup base, he felt emboldened to confront the world government. Armed with his memories and the resources of a planet, even as a mere satellite, Richie found newfound confidence in challenging the world government. As Richie completed the external structure of the base, various supplies swiftly emerged from the Ark of the Covenant, including tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters, and even airplanes. Cannons and machine guns were positioned atop the fortress walls, while on the lunar surface, agricultural machinery began to operate, transforming vast tracts of land into farmland. Meanwhile, troops were organized into small squads, departing from the base in off-road vehicles to explore the surrounding environment. Every action had been meticulously planned and simulated numerous times. Thus, they commenced their rapid operations without the need for Richie's directives. Richie was aware of the mechanical soldiers and remnants of lunar inhabitants present on the moon, as well as the potential emergence of cosmic pirates in the future. However, while he was well versed in the internal affairs of the pirate world, the intricacies of the moon's situation were somewhat beyond his grasp. Consequently, he could only instruct his soldiers to explore various resources under the pretense of seeking lunar relics. Among these ruins were automated robots powered by electricity. Acquiring such technology would elevate Richie's influence to an entirely new echelon. As for the cosmic pirates that might appear in the future, Richie simply aimed to locate them and seize their spacecraft. Extracting technological knowledge from them would be an even greater boon. For now, surveillance of the moon was paramount. In Richie's grand design, the moon served as his backup base. Here, he envisioned relocating populations, cultivating land, and utilizing vast tracts for extensive agriculture and livestock. Subsequently, he planned to establish factories, advance technology, and ultimately forge a cosmic fleet. Within the castle Richie had constructed, he briefly reviewed crucial documents, leaving subsequent affairs to be managed by Hela and Nico Robin, who led his secretarial team. This secretary group consists of the female slaves rescued by Richie. After undergoing treatment and regaining their spirits, they exhibit unwavering loyalty to Richie, the one who saved them. Consequently, as planned, the 20 individuals continuously engage in learning, absorbing knowledge like sponges, and have become capable of managing minor tasks independently. Such abilities have significantly alleviated the burdens of Hela and Nico Robin, granting them the opportunity to engage in other pursuits. Your Highness, an exploration team has unearthed artificial structures, remnants from the moon. Suddenly, Nico Robin turned to Li Qi and exclaimed, "Remnants." Upon hearing this, Li Qi expressed his astonishment. "Remnants have been discovered." "Indeed," she replied. At this moment, Nico Robin was filled with excitement. As an archaeologist, the opportunity to discover artificial relics on the desolate moon, apart from historical texts, was an event she could not overlook. "Era will be in charge here, Robin. You shall accompany me with 2 others," commanded the prince. "Understood, Your Highness." Unlike Richie's assumption that one would need to traverse the entire moon to locate the relics, the reality was that numerous remnants lay scattered across its surface. However, most of these relics were merely the ruins of structures and some artificial objects, distinctly different from the robotic remnants Richie sought. Upon exiting the castle, a small team awaited them at the entrance, with an armored vehicle leading the way. Richie and Nico Robin settled into the rear of the automobile, accompanied by an armed vehicle equipped with a machine gun. Although Richie did not require protection, his royal guard steadfastly accompanied him during his travels. The convoy departed the base, and outside the city, vast expanses of sandy terrain revealed individuals already planning roads beyond the city limits. In due time, Richie would simply wave his hand to create stone slabs, paving a pathway. After advancing approximately 10 kilometers, a relic emerged before them. From a distance, a structure resembling a church spire leaned precariously, with only the topmost portion visible above the sandy soil. "Is this the lunar relic? Truly remarkable," Nico Robin exclaimed as she led a small team to commence archaeological work on the site. Several mechanical artifacts were transported to a temporary research facility at the base, entrusted to Romolo, Reese, and others for examination. Observing the intricately carved patterns on the stone tablets and structures, it became evident that the nation to which these relics belonged was once a prosperous one. Yet, for reasons unknown, this civilization had vanished, leaving only these remnants behind. Through the examination of the mechanical artifacts, Reese promptly suggested relocating his research facility to this site. The unearthed large mechanical constructs were far more intricate than Reese's mechanical exoskeletons, showcasing a remarkable level of technological advancement. Beside the ruins, responding to Reese and Romolo's request, Richie established a grand research institute. Utilizing some basic equipment, Reese and Romolo commenced their studies. "Your Highness," Reese called out, holding a discarded mechanical rifle, his voice filled with awe. "You seem to uncover ancient technology wherever you go." "What is it?" Richie inquired, smiling. "Is this weapon particularly impressive?" On the table before Reese lay several half-dismantled mechanical rifles alongside a multitude of components. "According to my research," Reese explained, "these mechanical guns appear to be mass-produced items, equipped with electrical components, and the muzzle contains an electric shock mechanism. This weapon is akin to the electric blade of my mechanical exoskeleton. However, while the electric blade serves the purpose of cutting, the function of this mechanical gun is to incapacitate through penetration." Moreover, at this moment, Romolo, who was collaborating with Reyes, interjected, "Your Highness, based on my research on other components, I have discovered some mechanical arms and a robotic chassis, essentially forming a rudimentary robot." At this point, Romolo had lowered the goggles on his forehead, and from the mechanical backpack behind him, 2 arms emerged to assist him in his examination. Merely these components were sufficient for Romolo to assemble a rough semblance of a robot's form. In Richie's perspective, this form was precisely reminiscent of the robots from the remnants of his memories. "Truly impressive," he mused inwardly. This exclamation not only pertains to Romolo's capabilities, but also expresses awe at the technological advancements of the civilization that left behind such relics. The ability to thrive on the lunar surface and construct such edifices alongside the development of advanced technology led Ritchie to speculate that this civilization may possess the means to navigate the cosmos. The forthcoming archaeological excavations led by Nico Robin, along with the research endeavors of Romolo and Reese, are now of paramount importance. Ritchie mused internally, if only we could expedite the advancement of spacefaring technology. Leveraging the resources available within the universe, what could possibly deter us from the world government? Archaeological research is not achieved overnight. Presently, the only expert at Ritchie's disposal is the 12-year-old Nico Robin. Even with her remarkable abilities granted by the Hana Nomi, summoning numerous hands to assist, the task of uncovering a relic is a monumental undertaking. Moreover, these relics are not limited to a single site. After a period stationed on the moon, Ritchie discovered that while the number of relics may not be abundant, it is certainly not negligible. Shortly thereafter, the exploration team returned, bearing news of several relics. This time, confronted with a plethora of relics, there lay the potential for the technology that Ritchie yearned for, compelling him to desire the complete exploration of these remnants. Never before had Ritchie felt such a profound thirst for talent. However, talent is not as easily cultivated as planting seeds. It demands extensive time for development. Currently, the number of capable individuals at Ritchie's disposal is exceedingly limited. When talents are allocated to archaeology and scientific fields, they can be counted on one hand. It is indeed a source of envy. As reports on the relics were submitted and marked on the map, Ritchie found himself continually lamenting. Yet, due to the lack of sufficient manpower, he was forced to temporarily set these endeavors aside, with no clear indication of how long that might take. Hera, instruct the Ark's proclamation to return swiftly, transporting both supplies and personnel, he commanded. Simultaneously, he sought to recruit enough workers for the swift commencement of the construction of the first batch of 10 Arks. It would be a farce to lack sufficient personnel for the development of such a lunar project. Indeed, Hera replied, Your Highness, the millions of wildlings from the kingdom of the divine tree have yet to be fully settled, and we are just about to receive another batch. Very well, Ritchie pondered. Let us set the first group at 50,000. The Ark's proclamation must remain in constant operation between the floating island and the moon. Understood, Your Highness. Hera recorded Ritchie's orders, transmitting them via the signal tower to the floating island, where various departments promptly commenced their tasks. The first Ark's proclamation was completed, followed by the second, with Romolo serving as chief engineer, leading the team in continued construction. As they built, they also addressed the issues encountered during the operation of the first Ark, while simultaneously using it as a template to initiate the research, design, and construction of the second generation of Arks, along with studies on small warships. Meanwhile, Reese was engaged with his trained assistants, delving into the lost technologies within the lunar relics. As for the satellites, mobile phones, and other devices that Ritchie required, that would necessitate some time. Given the current shortage of research personnel, Your Highness, Hera observed Ritchie's daily concerns over the lack of talent, offering consolation. The secondary school on the floating island will produce graduates in just a year, ensuring an ample supply of skilled individuals. But that is still a year away, Ritchie sighed. The first batch of secondary school students will graduate next year, and their numbers are hardly substantial. Moreover, every department is in dire need of talent, be it in the administrative sectors, newly established schools, or Reese's Research Institute. The workforce in various factories is far from adequate. After the first batch of graduates, we will have fewer than 50 individuals to distribute among the departments, which is utterly insufficient. It appears I must continue to venture forth. Without adequate talent, I shall not return, Ritchie resolved internally. Upon the Ark's proclamation's second return, it brought 4,000 inhabitants and a much-needed supply of resources to the moon. During this interim, Ritchie endeavored to manufacture as much fertile soil and various resources as possible. Each day, he exhausted himself to the point of returning utterly spent. Thus, it ensured that the moon had a sufficient workforce for development. Ritchie left a contingent on the moon, led by Kaya, to safeguard the lunar base. They remained vigilant against the potential threat of cosmic pirates. Let us return first, to bring forth ample talent for the scientific division, Ritchie mused as he, along with Hela, Anna, and half of his secretarial team, boarded the returning Ark Proverb, preparing to head back to Sky Island. Chapter 89. The Grand Operation, Your Highness. I shall return to the research island, Romolo, accompanying Ritchie back, announced after bidding farewell. He was to oversee the construction and development of the Ark Proverb, along with Richie. A collection of mechanical components from the lunar ruins was also to be transported to the research island for storage and study. Nico Robin, as the leader in charge of archaeological excavations, remained on the moon, while the warrior Kaya from Sandia, along with her troops, stayed behind. Baloo took a portion of his soldiers back to Sky Island. Baloo, assemble the troops. This time, we are poised for battle. Prepare the army, Richie said as they disembarked from the Ark Proverb. Yes, Your Highness. Baloo responded with palpable excitement, having trained for many years. He was finally on the brink of a significant conflict. Although the objective remained uncertain, he would unhesitatingly advance even if it meant attacking the Navy on Richie's command. Your Highness, do we have a major operation? Helen inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Is there a target worthy of our engagement nearby? Indeed, but not in this vicinity. Richie replied with a smile. Upon our return, prepare the supplies for combat. Our target lies in the West Sea. The West Sea? I see. Helen nodded in realization. At the army camp on Sky Island, aside from the elite forces dispatched to the moon and those stationed in various locations, a regiment remained. Stepping into the camp, Baloo called out, "Gather all troops currently resting in the camp for assembly." "Understood, Commander." In an instant, the sharp sound of the assembly whistle pierced the air, and at the signal, all soldiers swiftly donned their gear, seized their weapons, and rushed out of their quarters. Within mere minutes, 2,000 soldiers from a regiment stood in formation before Baloo. "Excellent. It seems you have not squandered your training during my absence," Baloo proclaimed from a raised platform at the front of the training ground. "Now, Your Highness has issued combat orders. With only your regiment present here, I wish you the best of luck in showcasing our army's strength before His Highness. This marks the first combat operation for our army. Although we are currently unaware of the enemy's identity or their strength, any foe that presents itself must be utterly crushed." "Crushed, I say crushed." Below, squads of soldiers roared in unison, their voices reverberating towards the heavens. Surrounding the parade ground, armored vehicles, tanks, various mechanical exoskeletons, and individual combat mechs were all hastily drawn from the warehouses. The entire regiment was armed to the teeth, embarking on airships bound for Forest Island. Meanwhile, an Air Force regiment received a similar command from Richie, who was still temporarily serving as the Air Force commander, reallocating several airships and a regiment of troops to Forest Island. Richie had already made his way back to Forest Island. At the coastline of Forest Island, Navy Commander Senior Pick awaited departure with a fleet of a regiment at the port. "Your Highness," upon seeing Richie, Senior Pick saluted him. "Has the Navy assembled?" Richie inquired. "Then let us commence preparations." "Yes, sir." Subsequently, Senior Pick bellowed, "Assemble." In no time, the 2,000-strong regiment swiftly gathered, as waves of naval soldiers convened within the military port. This time can be regarded as Riki's inaugural preparation for a large-scale military operation, where all three branches of the armed forces aspire to showcase their prowess before him. Accordingly, although the Navy does not necessitate the deployment of formidable warships, a battalion of soldiers stands fully armed, exuding an exceptional spirit. Clad in blue and white camouflage naval combat uniforms, they don bulletproof vests, metallic greaves, and arm guards. The lightweight alloy arm guards, while compact, possess the capacity to withstand typical sword strikes, serving as advantageous tools in close combat. Each naval soldier bears a new generation rifle, and their wide, beast-hide belts are adorned with ammunition pouches, grenades, bayonets, medical supplies, and rations, with a forged alloy combat knife secured on their backs. Such soldiers, even within the ranks of the world government's naval headquarters, cannot be rivaled. The outdated flintlock firearms and ordinary steel swords pale in comparison to Riki's forces. Moreover, these armaments represent merely the standard issue. Elite soldiers among them are equipped with advanced mechanical exoskeletons. This new generation of exoskeletons allows for greater agility, formidable power, and enhanced endurance. The soldiers clad in these exoskeletons also carry machine guns and ammunition boxes resembling backpacks. Additionally, there are soldiers bearing heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers and heavy machine guns. Observing the soldiers before him, Riki confidently believes that such a battalion could easily decimate several nations surrounding the kingdom of Yinshan. However, undertaking such an action would undoubtedly attract the attention of the world government, and Riki would refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary. "Your Highness, please issue the command," said Senior Peak, who now stood at the forefront, having traded his former black suit and sunglasses for a darker blue and white camouflage naval combat uniform. He was fully equipped, having even custom-ordered a large-caliber rifle slung across his back. Indeed, Riki replied with a smile. Your spirits are commendable. You have not squandered the resources invested in your training. Next, the troops will rest at the port for a day, and once the Air Force and Army units arrive, I shall announce the operational objectives. Understood. A day's time, given the current speed of the vessels, would suffice for Riki to return to the main island. He planned to deploy 3 combat battalions, totaling 6,000 troops. Such an undertaking necessitated informing his father, the king. Furthermore, this would mark the first deployment of Riki's scientific forces in front of Ru'er and others. After Riki apprised his father of the situation, Ru'er chuckled and patted Riki on the shoulder. You, my boy, have a mind of your own, always harboring your own ideas. For your actions, proceed according to your judgment. However, he paused before continuing. Your scientific forces are equipped with an array of new weaponry. While the soldiers of the other military factions in our kingdom of Yinshan lacked systematic combat training, I shall send your second uncle with a few individuals to observe how your scientific forces engage in battle, so that we may also enhance the training of our military. Very well, Riki nodded in agreement. However, the individuals accompanying my uncle must be trusted confidants of the kingdom of Yinshan, and aside from combat intelligence, no other information must be disclosed. Agreed, Ru'er replied with a smile. No problem at all. Chapter 90. The Army deploys assembly. The following morning, upon the arrival of the Army and Air Force units, Riki summoned the troops. Under Riki's command, soldiers in various camouflage patterns swiftly assembled, forming 3 battalions before him. The orderly ranks naturally exuded an aura of deadly seriousness, with no seagulls daring to approach. The previous day, Riki had conversed with his father, and after dinner, he returned to Mountain Forest Island overnight. To ensure he could appear before the expeditionary forces at the earliest opportunity, Riki had rested very little. His second uncle's observation team would take 2 days to arrive, providing ample time to prepare the troops. The assembled forces departed from the airport, with some equipment traversing the mountain roads into the heart of Mountain Forest Castle. Soldiers ascended via elevators to the underground, where a train was already prepared. Large equipment was loaded onto the train, while soldiers traveled in military vehicles along the adjacent road. Soon, the first batch of personnel and supplies filled the train. The train journeyed deep into the tunnels, while the convoy of soldiers advanced along the road. They traversed through the abandoned Academy of Sciences, continuing forward as the railway extended endlessly ahead. This passage was painstakingly excavated by Riki. Stretching over 500 kilometers, it connects to the opposite side, known as the Red Earth continent, specifically the Western Sea. Along both sides of the tunnel, Riki constructed colossal warehouses at intervals, designated for the storage of emergency supplies and for personnel to rest. The first, second, and third batches were transported. A succession of trains conveyed the heavy equipment of the 3 armies to the other side, while 3 regiments, comprising 6,000 individuals, also arrived via transport vehicles. At that moment, Riki's second uncle arrived at Mountain Forest Island accompanied by 5 individuals. Within the castle, they beheld the subterranean world and a road that traversed the Red Earth continent, leaving even Riki's uncle in a state of astonishment. They traveled 500 kilometers through the military vehicle to reach the opposite side of the Red Earth continent. Within 10 kilometers of the continent, Riki constructed a station, which was subsequently linked to a nearby island, merely a few kilometers away, via an underground passage. The island was desolate. Yet several dozen kilometers away lay a considerably larger island, which was the focal point of Riki's current endeavor. You certainly possess remarkable capabilities, remarked Riki's uncle, Carl, as they traversed the underground passage to the unnamed isle. You have truly broadened our horizons. The aerial island that third brother mentioned had already left me astounded. And now you have quietly established a connection through the Red Earth continent. It is merely a testament to my abilities, Riki replied with a smile. The earth fruit makes the excavation of caverns exceedingly simple. The passage that traverses the Red Earth continent did not, in fact, consume much of Riki's time. As a wielder of the earth fruit ability from the nature system, Riki, upon elemental transformation, integrated the soil into the surrounding land, compacting the earth on either side. A passage has thus emerged, surrounded by earth of substantial density, serving as a protective barrier for the corridor. Consequently, after excavating the tunnel leading to the sacred land of Mary Geos, Riki, during a period of opulence, unearthed the preliminary structure of this passage traversing the Red Earth continent. There was no need to navigate towards Mary Geos. One merely had to forge ahead, with speed naturally accelerating. Upon completion, the project was entrusted to the construction team from Forest Island to commence building. Coincidentally, a new batch of engineering mechs had just been manufactured. A surplus from the Ark Proverb assembly plant was dispatched here. With the presence of engineering mechs, the pace of laying the tracks surged, and soon the railway and roadway were completed, leaving only the construction of several warehouses and the final station unfinished. However, this did not impede the deployment of soldiers from Rich's scientific battalion. On the Nameless Island, ships were already prepared and ready for action. These vessels were delivered by the Air Force's dirigible transport fleet. However, to alleviate weight, these ships are constructed of wood and are sailing vessels, lacking modern warships. These sailboats serve the purpose of transportation vessels, as well as connecting to form a floating bridge. Under the diligent efforts of the engineering troops, a 10-kilometer-long floating bridge has emerged. Opposite the bridge lies the target island of Qi on this occasion. The thunderous roar of armored vehicles reverberates across the bridge, as 3 regiments march in orderly formation. The garrison forces consist of a regiment drawn from 3 battalions stationed within the mountainous island. Indeed, this scientific troop is quite impressive. Ritchie's uncle, Carl, shares the same military vehicle with Ritchie. While seated in the vehicle, he observes the disciplined ranks of Ritchie's forces, equipped with an array of modern weaponry, imposing individual mechs, tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters soaring overhead. The sheer might of this iron tide stirs a sense of envy in Carl, who longs to personally command such a formidable force. This is the essence of true warfare, a display of military grandeur that is truly awe-inspiring. Beside him, Ritchie glances at Carl and smiles. "Uncle, how do you find my troops? Do they catch your eye?" "You rascal, you've taken to jesting," Carl retorts with a chuckle. "Now, it's your time to shine. I wish to see how your weapons perform in battle. Perhaps we could augment the armaments of our kingdom of Yinshan as well." "That is certainly the plan," Ritchie replies with a grin. "The objective I have chosen this time encompasses the various tribes of this desolate island." It took considerable effort to identify such targets. With a force of 6,000 troops, accompanied by an array of heavy firepower, the display will undoubtedly be formidable. If I were to select a more populated area, while it might be conquerable, it would also draw too much attention. If the enemy lacks sufficient strength, it would prevent the elite combat capabilities of Ritchie's scientific troops from being fully realized, thus defeating the purpose of this expedition and resulting in a waste of resources and manpower. Therefore, Ritchie has pinpointed an island near the Red Earth continent, situated in the waters of the Western Sea. This island, expansive in its dimensions, is nestled among seas where several small nations and towns reside. The entire land is characterized by its primordial forest terrain, teeming with a multitude of formidable beasts. These creatures possess immense strength, often comparable to the rank of a lieutenant commander within the naval headquarters. Within this untamed wilderness, numerous tribes of indigenous people exist. They are referred to as primitive tribes merely due to their reverence for ancestral traditions. In truth, they are well-informed, keeping abreast of news and external knowledge. Having lived in the heart of the primordial forest for generations, these tribes exhibit remarkable combat prowess, with each warrior comparable to those of the Sandio warriors. It is estimated that the total population of all tribes within this ancient forest exceeds 100,000, making them a significant target for Ritchie's military expedition. Chapter 91. The tribe's response. Crack, crack, boom. The sound of trees splintering and collapsing echoed through the primordial forest, startling the birds that inhabited the woods. A vast flock of birds took flight, swirling above the forest like a dark cloud. This is the mobilization of Risha's troops, venturing into the primordial forest in search of adversaries. Naturally, the path must be carved through the wilderness, utilizing the towering trees along the way as a source of timber. Under the operation of individual mechanized soldiers wielding massive chainsaws, a thoroughfare emerges within this ancient woodland. Along this route, the presence of numerous soldiers from the scientific unit instills a sense of threat in the wildlife, prompting them to retreat in fear. However, there are still some obstinate beasts, which ultimately contribute to the unit's achievements. With a thunderous roar, a colossal tiger, standing 3 meters tall, bursts forth, its mighty roar echoing through the forest, stirring up a tempest. Yet, at this moment, the soldiers have already set their sights on the fierce creature. A large-caliber rifle is aimed at the tiger, and a bullet penetrates its forehead, exiting from the back of its skull, splattering blood. Subsequently, a soldier operating a mechanized unit steps forward, carrying the tiger's lifeless body to the logistics team. The remains of this magnificent beast will be processed, its pelt preserved for military supplies, while its flesh and bones serve as sustenance, leaving nothing to waste. "Oh, here they come again," remarks a soldier, somewhat astonished, as yet another load of beasts is delivered to the logistics base. Is it possible they have not learned their lesson? In the logistics kitchen, the carcasses of various beasts pile up like a mountain. Among them are not only tigers, but also wild boars, giant pythons, leopards, and even a few tyrannosaurs. Who knows? We just need to prepare the meals. A soldier, wielding a knife, efficiently processes a beast's body, the glint of the blade swiftly separating flesh from bone. At this pace, with so many beasts, we cannot afford to pause. The squad leader of the logistics team, while stirring a 2-meter-wide wok with one hand and wielding a massive spatula with the other, tirelessly cooks. Deep within the primordial forest, a sudden whirring of helicopter rotors reverberates through the air. The roar of engines startles the birds, shattering the tranquility of the mountains. Above, at an altitude of 100 meters, helicopters glide by. Each helicopter is equipped with a thermal imaging radar, sweeping the ground and relaying a detailed map back to the rear. Here, an archaic computer is processing information. Beside it, a cable connects to a colossal image telephone insect, projecting data from the map onto the screen ahead. On the map, a crimson line denotes the marching route of 3 regiments from the scientific corps, while all creatures in the vicinity are meticulously labeled. Although the ferocious beasts are temporarily disregarded, the primitive tribes are distinctly marked upon the map. The intelligence regarding these tribes is also recorded, including their population and geographical locations. After advancing for a period, the 3 regiments swiftly divided their forces to cover 3 separate directions, subsequently selecting an open area as their operational base. Each regiment then dispatched the entirety of its 3 battalions to engage in combat. Deep within the primeval forest lies the Boer tribe, which has thrived for over a century. Aside from the annual tribal gatherings, they primarily roam within a limited vicinity surrounding their settlement. As a smaller tribe, the Boer tribe has managed to survive amidst the encroachment of larger tribes, demonstrating its own unique resilience. On this day, within the depths of the forest, a disturbance among the wild beasts seemed to herald significant events on the horizon. Among the tribe, the chieftain of the Boer clan, clad in animal hides and wielding a bone spear, adorned with a necklace of fierce beast fangs, gazed cautiously into the distance. "Chieftain, what is amiss?" inquired a nearby warrior, furrowing his brow in curiosity. "The forest is once again issuing us a warning," the chieftain proclaimed. "Momentous events are impending." In the heart of the forest, a warrior adorned with the totem of the wild boar tribe burst forth. Upon seeing the chieftain of the wild boar tribe, he exclaimed, "Yeah, what has transpired?" The chieftain inquired, "Why the haste, chieftain?" The warrior, known as Ya, rushed to the chieftain's side, panting heavily. "A grave matter has arisen. An unknown force has entered the forest, armed with firearms, steel blades, and moving iron boxes. The ferocious beasts of the forest stand no chance against them." Upon hearing these words, the wild boar chieftain's expression shifted dramatically, and his tone grew somber. Could it be the forces of the High Mountain Kingdom, or perhaps their gang? No, he shook his head. The High Mountain Kingdom does not possess such weapons or attire. It is indeed an unknown force, and their numbers are vast, at least 2,000. At least 2,000, the wild boar chieftain repeated, his voice deepening with concern. "This poses a significant challenge," he murmured. "Summon the tribe's warriors to safeguard our people and ascertain the intentions of this force." The wild boar tribe was composed of merely 1,000 members, with only over 100 warriors having passed the trials. Faced with an enemy of thousands, the wild boar tribe would be at a severe disadvantage. In stark contrast to the wild boar tribe's defensive posture, several smaller tribes, upon hearing the news, began to withdraw their members, awaiting the arrival of the scientific forces. Meanwhile, some larger tribes perceived the scientific forces as invaders and likewise gathered their warriors. In the primitive forest, the black bear tribe resided at the foot of a towering mountain. A stream cascading down from the heights converged here into a waterfall, forming a large lake. The abundant water and the fish within allowed the black bear tribe to flourish. Boasting a population of 5,000, the tribe was distinguished by its inherited martial skills and orderly traditions, resulting in a formidable number of warriors. In the primitive forest, a warrior must undergo trials, typically at the age of 18, by individually confronting a ferocious beast and displaying its fangs as a mark of achievement. Thus, to be recognized as a warrior, one must possess the capability to slay a beast alone, with the number of fangs worn around the neck signifying strength. The Black Bear tribe had over 800 warriors, and its chieftain was a formidable warrior capable of single-handedly hunting a Tyrannosaurus. Owing to the sheer number of its warriors and the fearsome reputation of the Black Bear chieftain, several nearby tribes submitted to the authority of the Black Bear tribe. At a single command, warriors from various tribes, numbering 100 from the larger tribes and 50 from the smaller ones, converged in the Black Bear tribe, swelling their ranks to over 1,000. At that moment, the Black Bear chieftain stood before the assembled warriors, addressing them with fervor. "Warriors of the Black Bear tribe and our allies," he began, "according to our scouts, a band of invaders has breached our forest." The chieftain's voice resonated as he continued. "These invaders ravage our land and hunt our prey. Without our forest, we are devoid of a home. Without our game, we face starvation. What shall we do about these intruders?" "Eliminate them," shouted a warrior at the front. The chorus of agreement echoed from the ranks. "Kill! Kill! Very well," the Black Bear chieftain proclaimed. "Heed my command. We shall vanquish the intruders and reclaim our homeland." Under the chieftain's leadership, 1,000 warriors, armed and resolute, surged forth toward the direction of the scientific forces. Meanwhile, in the White Fox tribe, a warrior reported to the chieftain, "Chieftain, the Black Bear tribe has mobilized, targeting the invaders." Unlike other tribes, the White Fox tribe was governed by an elder, a sage who managed various affairs, while the strongest warrior led the fighters. Still bound to heed the chieftain's directives, such a sage, observing the actions of the Black Bear tribe, remained unperturbed. Within the depths of the primordial forest, the tribes did not function as a singular entity. While they united against external invaders, internal conflicts persisted. The sudden appearance of a formidable foe sparked intrigue among the other tribes, who were eager for their own tribes to navigate the treacherous waters of this situation. Besides the White Fox tribe, the Tiger tribe, the Wolf tribe, the Rock tribe, and the Bamboo tribe, among others, awaited the outcome with bated breath. Naturally, due to the limitations of communication, some tribes were unaware of the incursion by the Riki army. In the heart of the primordial forest, a small team traversed the terrain, clad in green camouflage that seamlessly blended with the environment, rendering them remarkably inconspicuous. This small team, while remaining vigilant and observing their surroundings, swiftly advances to embark on their external exploration. This small squad is already several kilometers away from the main force, surrounded not only by the formidable beasts of the forest, but also by the ever-present threat of primitive tribes. Such an environment poses a formidable challenge for this reconnaissance team. However, for a unit that has undergone years of training without significant conflict, it serves as an opportunity to showcase their capabilities. At this moment, the squad leader raised a hand to halt the surrounding members. There was a disturbance. To be appointed as the leader of a reconnaissance team signifies one's elite status within the military. Based on the training of the scientific battalion, one would possess at least the capabilities of a naval headquarters officer, commanding an aura of authority. Nearby, soldiers clad in camouflage and armed with rifles swiftly approached, assuming defensive stances. "Captain, what has transpired?" one inquired, sensing the presence of enemies through their keen observation. The squad leader replied in a hushed tone, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." Immediately, the vice captain relayed the captain's orders in a low voice. The group concealed themselves, inching closer, and after advancing several hundred meters, they encountered a beast path where tribal warriors donned in animal hides, wielding various weapons, traversed the area. Witnessing this scene, the squad leader quickly activated the signal device attached to his waist. Simultaneously, at the rear headquarters, a communications soldier rose from his seat and announced loudly, "Report, the 5th Reconnaissance Team has detected enemy activity, approximately 1,000 individuals." Here, the commanding colonel swiftly advanced, surveying the locations marked on the map. Based on the prior reconnaissance by the helicopter, he issued orders. "Relay my command. The 1st Battalion shall engage the enemy's forward positions. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions will execute a flanking maneuver. Meanwhile, the direct combat unit is to encircle and block the enemy's retreat." The orders were promptly disseminated, and the troops, upon receiving their commands, swiftly confirmed their positions and assembled. Simultaneously, The vanguard of the 1st Battalion gathered rapidly, while a combat mech readied its machine gun, the blade within its arm crackling with electric energy. Soldiers selected their designated positions, and a squad erected alloy shields to form a defensive line. Approximately 10 minutes later, reinforcements arrived. Tanks and armored vehicles took their positions, and a helicopter hovered above, its machine gun aimed forward. Colonel, a towering warrior brandishing a steel blade, approached the forward position, with others bowing in respect. "Have we confirmed the enemy's location?" the colonel inquired. "In a little over 10 minutes, we shall make contact," came the response. "Very well," the colonel nodded. "Prepare the troops for battle. I anticipate the enemy will not seek negotiations this time. We must display our strength through combat." 15 minutes later, the reconnaissance unit encountered the tribal warriors, who were eager to confront the invaders, denying the 1st Battalion any opportunity to engage. Upon sighting the 1st Battalion's position, the tribal warriors roared and charged forward. Are they truly this reckless? The colonel of the 1st Battalion was taken aback by the unfolding scene. "Open fire." With the first shot, the battle commenced. In an instant, machine guns and rifles erupted with fire. Lacking the foresight to dodge bullets or the means to shield themselves, the tribal warriors fell swiftly, their ranks decimated by the onslaught. Bullets, as if guided by an unseen force, pierced through the vital points of the tribal warriors, transforming them into lifeless corpses. Unfamiliar with such weaponry, the charging tribal warriors were cut down within mere breaths, their fervor extinguished. "Fire the cannons." At this moment, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions on either side took their positions. With a single command, the artillery commenced. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sound of explosions reverberated as tank shells and mortar rounds swiftly descended upon the throngs of tribal warriors. The tremendous force of the shells detonated among the crowd, reducing nearby fighters to mere fragments, while earth and flesh mingled and flew in all directions. This was divine retribution. What adversaries had we encountered? Whom were we opposing? Amidst the chaos of explosions, the gathered thousands of warriors from the Black Bear tribe were engulfed in panic, momentarily losing their composure in the face of the harrowing battlefield. Over half of the warriors shouted in terror. Infuriatingly, among them, the chieftain of the Black Bear tribe angrily swatted away a flying shell. In the next moment, he charged towards a nearby position, the beast-bone club in his hand falling, creating a tremendous impact that sent several soldiers wielding alloy shields flying backwards. "Invaders, you shall perish." Roaring with rage, the chieftain of the Black Bear tribe surged forward, seeking to engage the others. Chapter 93. On the battlefield to withstand the hail of bullets and rush towards the front lines. One could assert that the chieftain of the Black Bear tribe possessed considerable strength. Moreover, the beast bone in his hand bore a hint of darkness, indicating that this tribal leader wielded a modicum of armed color dominance. "Dare to slay my kin? Invaders, meet your demise." He growled lowly as he charged towards a soldier operating a powered exoskeleton, swinging his beast-bone club once more. The soldier controlling the exoskeleton was evidently no weakling. The electric alloy blades in the mech's hands whirled into action, clashing with the chieftain's bone club. Zzz. Sparks erupted as electricity crackled against the beast bone. Boom. Around them, the force of the powered exoskeleton clashed against the chieftain's formidable strength, kicking up a whirlwind of dust that spread in all directions. Following a resounding thunderclap, the superheated blade of the electric alloy knife swiftly sliced through the chieftain's still awkward grasp of armed color dominance. The beast bone club in the chieftain's hand was rapidly severed into several pieces. At this moment, 2 individual combat mechs advanced from the surroundings. Behind these mechs, supported by 2 armored vehicles, a small squad had effectively blocked the escape route of the Black Bear chieftain. In the rear, several warriors who had rushed alongside the chieftain were intercepted by soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons, relying solely on stone and bone weaponry. Even if these implements were of a quality comparable to steel, they were rendered ineffective against the new generation of electric alloy blades, which merely reduced them to fragments. Deprived of their weapons, these warriors found themselves bereft of their greatest strength when confronted by the encircling scientific troops. Such weaponry and such adversaries, facing 3 individual combat mechs. The Black Bear chieftain felt pressure for the first time. Observing the battlefield, which remained largely unchanged, the chieftain mused internally. One individual combat mech alone could not effectively suppress him. Thus the captain of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Regiment ordered the deployment of additional mechs. Though 3 mechs could not secure a swift victory over the chieftain, they succeeded in restraining his reckless charges. With the most formidable opponent blocked, the tribal warriors lost their support. As casualties mounted beyond half, some began to surrender in the face of the scientific troops' artillery. "Uncle, how is it going?" In the rear, Richie, who was intently watching the battle, smiled and addressed Carl beside him. "Your scientific troops are quite well trained," Carl replied, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, nodding in agreement. The live broadcast was being captured by a helicopter overhead equipped with surveillance drones. This army, a single regiment, was already comparable to an entire military force of the Kingdom of Rock Mountain, boasting a significant advantage in weaponry and formidable firepower. However, from his years of military service since adulthood, Carl keenly identified several issues. Indeed, Richie conjectured about what his uncle was hinting at. The scientific troops still have some shortcomings, particularly in terms of weapon lethality. They are inadequate against truly powerful foes. Exactly, Carl confirmed. Although the Black Bear chieftain has mastered armed color domination, it seems he has only just begun to grasp its potential. If it were me, these individual combat mechs would have been rendered inoperative by now, and an entire battalion would have faced annihilation. Nevertheless, Uncle, Richie interjected, my battalion also has formidable warriors. Their captain possesses strength surpassing that of a commander from the Kingdom of Rock Mountain. It would not be an issue for them to withstand your forces for a time using their weaponry. True, Carl nodded. In that case, this battalion might manage to escape with a significant number of survivors. Moreover, it appears that this weaponry is ill-equipped to counter natural type abilities, nor does it possess sufficient countermeasures against certain unique devil fruit powers. Indeed, that is a concern, Richie acknowledged. However, I've also noted the individual combat capabilities. Have you observed, Uncle, that while my troops have been knocked down, very few have suffered serious injuries? At that moment, through the live broadcast, it became apparent that the battle had drawn to a close. Of the 1,000 warriors from the Black Bear tribe, only a few hundred remained, having surrendered. The Black Bear chieftain himself was subdued by 2 individual combat mechs, bound with alloy handcuffs and chains, and escorted into a cage forged from the same metal. After incapacitating 1 mech, the chieftain was ultimately defeated. With the battle concluded, Carl, prompted by Richie, noticed that the injured soldiers had merely received bandages, taken some medicinal supplies, or consumed emergency nutrient solutions, and were quickly on the mend. Such a situation astonished Carl, prompting him to turn and inquire of Richie. What is this? Richie chuckled at the sight of his uncle's astonishment and proudly declared, during my previous voyage at sea, I captured a prisoner amidst a battle. And now this very prisoner serves as the chief instructor for my entire scientific division. The chief instructor possesses a martial art known as the Earth Elder Fist, which fundamentally embodies the principles of Qigong, emphasizing the mastery of one's internal energy. This ability bears a striking resemblance to the Navy's life restoration techniques. At present, I have entrusted him with the task of teaching the soldiers how to harness and cultivate this energy, allowing them to develop their skills in accordance with their innate talents. While most abilities are akin to enhancements, there are indeed several commendable applications, including techniques for accelerated healing and wound closure. As he spoke, Richie instructed Anna, who had been accompanying him, to present a document. According to the research conducted by my scientists, this energy is fundamentally derived from one's physical strength, similar to the Navy's life restoration in its control over the body. By storing this energy and unleashing it when necessary, one can manifest multiple times their inherent power. This outlines the methodology for cultivating this energy, as well as a compilation of fundamental techniques I have summarized. They are not difficult. Rather, they are foundational and well-suited for widespread military adoption. Listening to Richie's introduction of this extraordinary Qigong, Carl took the document he offered and began to peruse it. It appears quite promising. You have indeed put in considerable effort, Carl remarked with a smile. With this, the overall strength of the soldiers in the Kingdom of Rock Mountain will undoubtedly elevate to a new echelon. Observing Richie, Carl continued to inquire, furthermore, when can we expect the delivery of these weaponry and equipment for our forces? Nearby, several observers who had accompanied Carl also perked up, attentively awaiting Richie's response. These observers, comprised of military advisors and even chiefs of staff, naturally take a keen interest in the enhancement of the Army's capabilities. Currently, I find myself short on labor and somewhat lacking in manufacturing weaponry and equipment. However, I am capable of outfitting each military unit with the provisions of an entire regiment, remarked Richie. The rapid development of our Rock Mountain Kingdom in just a few short years has drawn the attention of global governmental bodies. Should we attract their scrutiny and prompt an investigation, our kingdom could find itself in considerable trouble. Thus, we must proceed with caution and utmost secrecy. Chapter 94. Richie's tactics not a problem, Carl nodded. I will conduct the training of this unit in secrecy. Indeed, Richie acknowledged with a nod. The power of technology has yet to reach a sufficient level. Its efficacy remains relatively low, particularly when contending with truly formidable adversaries. Nonetheless, these formidable opponents should indeed be met by the strength of our own military elite. Once the enemy's champions have been thwarted, both side soldiers will find themselves on equal footing, albeit with a significant disparity in weaponry and equipment. This presents a significant advantage for forces equipped with technological weaponry, to the extent that it can be described as an overwhelming advantage. Such advantages did not escape Carl's notice, and he naturally wished to equip his forces accordingly. A kingdom armed with such weaponry would undoubtedly become more formidable. When will the armament be ready? Carl inquired eagerly. In a month's time, replied Richie. Uncle, you and the other units should first select the regiments to be reorganized. My transport team will deliver the equipment once it is manufactured. Following the obliteration of 1,000 warriors from the Black Bear tribe, the news sent shockwaves through the surrounding tribes. As the naval and air forces ventured to recruit from other regions, the smaller tribes along their path surrendered on the spot. Faced with the annihilation of their kin and resistance, submission seemed the more prudent choice, especially given the favorable terms offered by the scientific forces. With the first great battle concluded, primitive tribes began their migration, escorted by soldiers of the scientific forces, toward a designated port city. At this juncture, the site remained desolate. Yet its superior harbor had drawn Richie's attention. He intended to utilize this island for military training, ultimately to establish dominion over it. Deploying soldiers composed of these primitive tribesmen to avoid attracting the attention of neighboring powers. In the depths of the primordial forest, the White Fox tribe was left reeling when the returning scouts brought alarming news to their chieftain. What shall we do? A warrior from the tribe implored. We must surrender. The chieftain sighed. Our strength pales in comparison to the 1,000 warriors summoned by the Black Bear tribe. To confront this invader would lead only to our annihilation. The chieftain's dismay was not solely due to the fall of the Black Bear tribe. It stemmed from the nature of the conflict itself. According to the scouts' accounts, the warriors of the Black Bear tribe had fallen before they even reached the enemy lines. The invaders wielded artillery capable of obliterating a small tribe in mobile iron boxes. While the skies were filled with flying weaponry, such a force was far beyond the capabilities of any nearby aggressors. Now, Richie struck swiftly, denying the primitive tribes any opportunity to unite. In the face of the advancing scientific forces, some smaller tribes attempted to buy time, but such tactics met with dire consequences. Entire tribal warriors were slaughtered, the men conscripted into labor for 2 decades, while the women were forcibly assigned to single soldiers willing to join the scientific forces. The youngest children, those too young to remember, were sent to the Sky Island kindergarten for early indoctrination. These children, born with the potential of warriors, would, once properly trained, become the most loyal soldiers under Richie's command. After vanquishing several tribes, including the Black Bear tribe, the surrounding small and medium tribes could only watch in trepidation, awaiting their inevitable capitulation. The youthful warriors of these tribes were conscripted and organized into the Second Army of the Scientific Corps, commencing rigorous training that consumed their daily lives, leaving no room for other thoughts. Meanwhile, the remainder of the populace toiled alongside shackled laborers to construct the port. However, these laborers received no wages. Their only assurance was to stave off starvation, with only the exceptionally diligent among them earning sufficient sustenance. In contrast, those who surrendered from their tribes were granted a daily wage, enabling them to procure food and various goods. To facilitate this, Richie arranged for an airship laden with supplies to be dispatched from the Sky Island, intended for sale to these individuals. Upon encountering the abundant offerings of the Sky Island, exquisite garments, practical tools, delectable foods and spices, and an array of toys, an air of wonder enveloped them. The inhabitants of these tribes, upon reflecting on their previous existence, began to ponder the nature of their former lives. Gradually, they developed a profound sense of belonging to the rich and Rock Mountain Kingdom, engaging in diligent labor each day. Their rewards increased, and their lives improved significantly. Such a display has, paradoxically, incited envy among the laborers who were captured, leading them to lament their decision to resist rather than surrender. You possess quite the cunning methods. Uncle Carl has discerned some of the intricacies behind the scientific troops' approach to handling prisoners. With a hint of surprise, he gazes at Richie, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. With such tactics, it is no wonder you have carved out such a formidable power. By courting some and suppressing others, luring them with incentives while enabling comparisons, you have effectively fragmented the tribes within the primordial forest. Furthermore, by consolidating soldiers and forming an army, allowing warriors to return home to witness the prosperous lives of their families, it is only natural that they would not train with utmost diligence. In this manner, Rich has acquired yet another formidable army under his command. His methods demonstrate a remarkable capability to govern a nation. Coupled with his identity as the Grand Prince, Rich emerges as a worthy heir, beyond reproach even from Carl. Should Rich ascend to the throne, one can only ponder the heights to which the kingdom of Rock Mountain might soar. He has swiftly unified numerous tribes, totaling over 30,000 souls. Additionally, the annihilation of more than 10,000 captives has significantly diminished the island's population. Faced with the overwhelming might of Rich's scientific forces, the more distant small and medium tribes have begun to feel anxious. They sought counsel from the leading tribes. On the other side of the primeval forest, chieftains from the Tiger tribe, Wolf tribe, and Rock tribe convened. The Black Bear tribe has already been vanquished, and the White Fox tribe has submitted to the invaders. What shall we do next? The chieftain of the Tiger tribe, draped in a tiger skin robe, spoke first. Shall we engage in battle or seek peace? The chieftain of the Wolf tribe, bearing a scarred visage, inquired with a fierce glint in his eye. Our combined warriors number no more than 3,000, remarked the chieftain of the Rock tribe. The enemy boasts 6,000, and the 1,000 from the Black Bear tribe could not even stir a ripple. We would be foolish to confront them head-on. Surrendering is not out of the question, suggested the chieftain of the Bamboo tribe. Those tribes that have submitted seem to fare quite well. Though their leaders may lack independence, they still hold status, and our wealth remains intact. If we choose to yield, it could be a viable option. Surrender? Instantly, the chieftains of the Wolf, Tiger, and Rock tribes turned their attention to the Bamboo tribe's leader. Chapter 95. Negotiation. Perhaps surrender is a viable path, the chieftain of the Wolf tribe conceded. However, we must be presented with favorable terms. Otherwise, we shall engage in battle. Very well, Bamboo, you shall represent us in this inquiry, declared the chieftain of the Rock tribe. Should conflict arise, the enemy may suffer, but we would surely face annihilation, and our legacy would be extinguished. We must consider the well-being of our people. Indeed, the towering chieftain of the Tiger tribe, whose fists could shatter stone, sighed heavily. If I were alone, I would undoubtedly choose to fight to the death. Yet, this time, our adversary is not the gang from the opposite island, nor the fierce pirates. Their treatment of us is even superior to our own way of life. Under such circumstances, engaging in battle seems unwise. Listening to the words of the Tiger tribe's chieftain, even the fierce Wolf tribe leader sighed in agreement. The Wolf tribe had once produced a formidable beastmaster, the Silver Moon Sky Wolf, a century ago. In that era, they vanquished a significant tribe, rising as a new dominant force. Subsequently, aided by the powers of a devil fruit user, the Wolf tribe tamed a pack of gigantic wolves within the primeval forest. Presently, they command 300 giant wolves and 100 wolf cavalry, which have allowed them to eliminate numerous pirate crews encroaching upon the forest, establishing themselves as a local power. Had they not witnessed the tanks and armored vehicles of the scientific forces, the Wolf tribe would not so readily consider surrender. Meanwhile, at the command post of the scientific forces, a soldier reported, "Your Highness, we have encountered envoys from the primitive tribes, including a chieftain from a major tribe and warriors from several others." "Is that so?" Rich responded, unperturbed. "It seems my scouts have proven accurate. Their arrival is swifter than I anticipated." He continued, "Lead the way. Let us discover what these envoys wish to convey." How intriguing. At this moment, Carl, observing silently, murmured and followed along. Within a tent adjacent to the command post, Rich encountered the envoys. "Greetings, I am your adversary in this encounter, Rich," he said with a smile as they met. "Hello," replied a tall man, clad in a fur robe and wielding a bamboo spear, who stood at the forefront. This individual is not the focal point of Richie's attention, yet the bamboo spear in his hand evokes a sense of astonishment in Richie. The bamboo spear, entirely black, is not merely a product of simple dyeing. Rather, it has been forged through the relentless honing of armed color hockey day after day, resulting in its profound darkness. One could assert that this spear possesses a hardness on par with that of tank armor. Within these primitive tribes, There must exist formidable warriors who have mastered armed color hockey. If such fighters are conquered, they would constitute an immense force. This black spear has been passed down through my bamboo tribe. Observing the momentary fixation of Riki's gaze upon the spear in his hand, the chieftain of the bamboo tribe began to explain, the enhanced martial techniques passed down through our tribe can fortify both oneself and one's weapon. This spear can only be wielded by the chieftains of successive generations. It has been handed down for 10 generations up to my time. As he spoke, the chieftain demonstrated his martial prowess to Riki, his fist turning pitch black, an unmistakable manifestation of armed color hockey. This martial art is known as armed color hockey, a powerful force that has been renowned across the seas, Riki remarked. In conjunction with it, there exists observation color hockey. Witnessing Riki's display, the bamboo chieftain felt a deep stir within. It became clear that the martial techniques passed down in his tribe had become remarkably commonplace in the outside world. What brings you here to discuss? Riki inquired. We may choose not to oppose you, but you must offer something in return, the bamboo chieftain replied. I represent the wolf tribe, tiger tribe, and rock tribe. Collectively, we are not a force you would wish to confront. Negotiation is possible, however. Your tribe must relocate to the city, submit to our reorganization, and adhere to our laws, Riki responded. As for your desires, as long as they do not infringe upon our bottom line, we can discuss them. Suddenly, Riki exuded an overwhelming pressure directed towards the bamboo chieftain. Taking a deep breath, the chieftain stated, our warriors must be treated preferentially, and our kin must receive adequate provisions. Agreed, Riki nodded without hesitation. Upon the establishment of the city, I will allocate a house for each family of those who enter, and I will create hunting grounds in the forest, recruiting your tribe's veteran warriors to manage them with compensation. Additionally, various factories will ensure that you have ample work and sufficient remuneration. As for the warriors, I can appoint each chieftain of the major tribes as a captain, with all your warriors remaining under your command, limited to 500. Very well. The bamboo chieftain was taken aback by Riki's swift agreement to his demands. A captain, as explained by Anna, was a position commanding 2,000 warriors. 2,000 soldiers. This number exceeded that of a large tribe's stone by a factor of 2, a significant concession indeed. However, the chieftain pondered, biting his lip, and continued. We also require hunting grounds, sufficient game for our warriors' coming-of-age ceremonies, as well as adequate metal weapons, including your steel ones. Understood. This time, even though the chieftain of the bamboo tribe may have been somewhat impertinent, Riki exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. The hunting grounds can be made available for your people on a regular annual basis. However, I do not wish for the residents under my protection to perish without cause. Metal weapons shall be provided to you, but should there be any insurrection following their acquisition, we shall not show any mercy. As for our steel weaponry, it will be distributed to you in full measure once your warriors have been reorganized. Not a single piece shall be withheld. This time, the remuneration offered by Riki has satisfactorily met the demands of the bamboo tribe's chieftain, leaving the tribe with no grounds for complaint. At that moment, the chieftain of the bamboo tribe rose and spoke. My lord Riki, we shall take our leave for now. In a few days, you will encounter representatives from several of our tribes, and you may instruct your warriors to cease their attacks. Very well, Riki replied, his previously stern demeanor softening into a smile. I await your message. After bidding farewell to Riki, the chieftain of the bamboo tribe departed with his companions from the command center. Watching them vanish into the depths of the forest, Riki turned to Anna beside him and said, Anna, inform the troops to regroup and remain prepared for immediate combat. Additionally, order 3 battalions to assemble 1 company each, focusing on the enemy tribe's encampment. Chapter 96. The Beast Market in the Primordial Forest, the Rock Tribe's Domain, Rock Mountain. Here, several chieftains of the great tribes have convened together. What do you think? Inquired the chief of the Wolf Tribe. He has acquiesced to all our demands, sighed the chief of the Rock Tribe. Our future leader harbors ambitions beyond our reach. Oh, interjected the chief of the Tiger Tribe, perplexed. Rock, you are the most prudent among us. Now that scoundrel White Fox is absent, please share your thoughts. Is this invader's leader worthy of our allegiance? The chieftains held their own perspectives regarding Riki's intentions. However, the ultimate judgment must be rendered by the wisest among the chieftains. Indeed, Rock nodded. He has agreed to all of Bamboo's stipulations, even while demanding more. Moreover, our status remains largely unchanged, aside from adhering to their laws. The elder chieftains will continue to manage the tribe's inhabitants, and our warriors will still be under our command, equipped with excellent weaponry. Given such terms, how could we refuse? To decline would be tantamount to folly, and should we do so, not a single soul from our tribe would remain. Then let us gather our belongings, sighed the chief of the wolf tribe. Next, I shall meet with my commander. Very well. This discussion led to a consensus among the numerous tribal chieftains regarding the delegation of power and privileges to Richie, resulting in their unanimous decision to join his ranks. The following day, after notifying their clans to prepare their belongings, groups of tribal members, under the protection of warriors, commenced their migration. At this moment, Richie, who had been vigilantly observing the movements of the tribes, was swiftly apprised of the situation. In an effort to ensure the safety of his residents, various troops commenced the task of clearing out the wild beasts along the route. Concurrently, they guided these tribes to several predetermined locations to initiate the construction of fortifications. Additionally, in strategic areas, where land could be cultivated and wild animals could be domesticated, small towns were established to gather certain minor tribes. Faced with the mobilization of several major tribes, the smaller ones found themselves with no recourse but to capitulate. Throughout the nameless deserted island, nestled within the primeval forest, all tribes became subjects of Richie. The tribal warriors were dispersed and reorganized, selectively drawing the elite to form an army of 12,000 men. However, the mastery of technological weaponry such as tanks and armored vehicles remained a learning endeavor. The tribal warriors, witnessing the manipulation of such weaponry, were disinclined to learn. Instead, they expressed delight at the alloy weapons offered by Richie. In this manner, the armament for 12,000 soldiers was swiftly replenished. Each soldier was equipped with a steel blade and a round alloy shield. Their attire consisted of bulletproof vests and leather armor, while their knee and elbow guards were forged from alloy, serving as their final means of defense in the event of weapon loss. As for firearms, instruction would commence after the reorganization was complete, with instructors dispatched to provide training. Notably, from these tribes, Rich acquired a wealth of martial techniques that had been passed down through generations. These martial techniques have been transmitted through centuries of combat between these tribes and ferocious beasts, ultimately culminating in a systematic form of martial arts. Some techniques emphasize offense, while others focus on defense. Some enhance speed, and others heighten perception. There are even methods for cultivating the observation haki and armament haki. For instance, the armament haki training method passed down from the bamboo tribe, although lacking the advanced flowing sakura techniques, remains a widely accessible approach to haki cultivation. Coupled with the heartnet techniques shared by the Sky Islanders, Rich now possesses a convenient means to cultivate both armament and observation haki, making it possible to disseminate these skills throughout the entire army. In conjunction with the Qigong training from Rao Ji, over time, a formidable military force with a comprehensive regimen of physical training is gradually taking shape. The Second Army consists of 12,000 troops, divided into 5 regiments, each comprising 100 soldiers, with the remaining 500 directly under the command of the military headquarters. The commander of the Second Army is Kaya, with the 1st Regiment led by the Bamboo Tribe Chief, Zhu. The 2nd Regiment is commanded by the Tiger Tribe Chief, Hu. The 3rd by Yan, and the 4th by Baihu, a warrior from the White Fox Tribe. As for the leader of the final regiment, it is one of the savages rescued by Rich, who demonstrated his prowess after undergoing training, named Joseph. Subsequently, the chief of the Wolf Tribe, Lang, is appointed as the captain of the military's direct Wolf Cavalry unit, holding a rank equivalent to that of a regiment commander. Wolf Cavalry warriors are selected from the entire army, with resources concentrated on nurturing giant wolves. Furthermore, the leader of the White Fox Tribe, Huaihu, is appointed as the chief of staff for the Second Army, a military force composed of individual warriors capable of rivaling the strength of a major beast. Is indeed a formidable fighting force. Each regiment leader possesses the combat capability of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. This time, I have truly witnessed your abilities, and I look forward to you guiding our Yinshan kingdom toward even more glorious moments. Now that Rich has secured the objective, Uncle Carl's purpose has also been fulfilled. He has observed the strengths and weaknesses of technological weaponry and need only await Rich's delivery of the armaments. Uncle, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Rich bid farewell at the station within the Red Earth continent. Very well, Carl replied. You've just acquired an additional island. There are too many matters to attend to. There's no need for you to see us off. We shall take our leave. As he watched the train depart, Rich returned to the nameless island, which now ought to be referred to as Beast Island. From this moment forth, This land shall belong to the kingdom of Rock Mountain. Governed by the scientific forces under the command of Richie, 3 regiments have been dispatched to remain on Beast Island, while the army has been reorganized into the Second Army. The Air Force and Navy are tasked with the defense of Beast Island. Following thorough reconnaissance, several sections of the mountainous forests on Beast Island have been designated as hunting grounds for the continued breeding of ferocious beasts. In other areas, flatlands have been transformed into cities, with surrounding lands cultivated into farmlands or orchards. Surrounding the cities are quaint towns, collectively forming the city of Beast City, which is temporarily administered by personnel from Sky Island alongside talented managers from the tribes. This swift stabilization of Beast Island presents itself to the outside world as a tribal alliance, with the Air Force and Navy remaining concealed for the time being. As Beast City flourished, the neighboring city on a larger island began to take notice of the changes occurring next door. The ruler of one of the cities near Beast City, a notorious gang leader, sensed something amiss and dispatched his subordinates to investigate the transformation of his neighbor. Chapter 97, The Western Sea. The Western Sea, separated from the Southern Sea by a red soil continent, is one of the 4 seas, vast in its expanse. Scattered across the expanse of waters are numerous islands, each home to various nations. However, in contrast to the weaker and more peaceful Eastern Sea, the chaotic yet balanced Southern Sea, and the lawless Northern Sea rife with pirates and underground forces, the Western Sea possesses its own distinct feature, the presence of gangs. Numerous gang families inhabit the cities of various nations within the Western Sea. Among these, apart from the Flower Nation, which stands as a significant power, there are 4 formidable gangs that dominate the myriad of smaller factions. Once, the Western Sea boasted several nations slightly weaker than the Flower Nation. Yet these larger powers were shattered by the Flower Nation, fracturing into numerous smaller states. Within these nations, the influence of gangs has burgeoned, rivaling that of the royal families, preventing these states from regaining their former glory. The entirety of the Western Sea, in a state of disarray due to the mingling of gang members and royal troops, as well as the bribing of local naval bases, allows gang members to act with impunity on their own turf. Consequently, aside from a few nations, the Western Sea is shrouded in turmoil. However, for the Navy and the world government, this has paradoxically led to a decrease in piracy, as gangs and pirates regard one another with disdain. Among the intelligence gathered, one particular gang, known as the Capone family, has caught Richie's attention. The Capone family has recently welcomed a new patriarch, known as Capone Becky. As he perused the intelligence in his hands, Ricky mused to himself, "This is indeed familiar. The future rising star, and yet, he is barely 30. It is quite possible that Capone Becky has yet to acquire the capabilities of the Stronghold fruit. If I could seize it, it would undoubtedly enhance my logistical operations significantly. As the number of my subordinates grows, I have become increasingly vigilant in gathering intelligence both within my territory and from the external world. Domestically, I must thwart any espionage from the world government and spies from other nations, while externally, I seek to acquire more information. However, this is merely the beginning. I have only laid down a framework that remains to be perfected. This intelligence system is under the jurisdiction of the Internal Affairs Intelligence Department led by Hella, while the External Affairs Intelligence Department is overseen by Nico Robin. Subsequently, Anna serves as an aide, assisting Nico Robin in processing information. The Capone family, one of the 4 major crime families in the West Sea, dominates a prosperous maritime area with formidable power. Richie pondered over this matter. However, the Beast City is merely a remote corner of the West Sea, still far from the reach of the 4 dominant crime families. Thus it warrants no immediate concern. Nonetheless, this gang appears to hold considerable potential. Convey my orders to discreetly gather intelligence on the gangs in nearby cities. Additionally, instruct the Second Army to detach 2 regiments and form a unit in preparation for combat. Yes, Your Highness. Beside Richie, Anna nodded and raised her hand, causing a blank sheet of paper to soar from her arm, upon which words began to inscribe themselves. In the blink of an eye, an order was drafted, which Anna entrusted to a nearby secretary for delivery. At this moment, within the encampment of the Second Army, 5 regiments along with other troops were engaged in rigorous training, while the various cities under the jurisdiction of Beast City were temporarily garrisoned by the Naval Corps. In the training grounds of the camp, Kaya stood firmly on the ground, surveying the scene where 5 individuals lay motionless, their bodies marred with bruises, clearly having endured a brutal beating. You possess the potential to be the mightiest warriors of your respective tribes, endowed with commendable talents and proficient martial skills, Kaya remarked, gripping her spear as her gaze swept over the 5 fallen figures. However, your training methods are exceedingly simplistic, and your mastery of observation haki and armament haki remains insufficient. As His Highness once articulated, without the mastery of haki, unless you are a prodigy or engaged in combat with the world's elite, you are but fodder. On the ground lay the 4 regiment leaders, Zhu, Hu, Yin, Baihu, and the cavalry commander, Lang. These 5 faced Kaya, having suffered a harsh reality check after being decisively defeated in their encounter with her. They realized their own strength was woefully inadequate. We have yet to grasp haki, both observation and armament, murmured the few who had not yet mastered it. And the powers of the devil fruit indeed render us quite weak. Amidst the crowd, the sole individual who had mastered armament haki, Zhu, tightened his grip on his spear, acknowledging, "It appears that my mastery of armament haki is still at a rudimentary level, with ample room for improvement." With this newfound understanding of their limitations and the vast potential for growth, the individuals felt a renewed sense of anticipation for the future. Simultaneously, they developed a deep respect for Kaya, the commander of the Second Army. The onlooking soldiers of the Second Army witnessed the might of true strength, realizing just how feeble their own abilities were. Each formidable punch that shattered stone and every thrust that cracked the earth generated a tempest of energy, evoking a profound yearning for such power. The admiration for Kaya, the commander of the Second Army, resonated deeply within all the soldiers. From that moment forth, their dedication to training and the acquisition of knowledge intensified. "Commander." At that moment, an officer from the headquarters approached and handed Kaya a document. Upon perusing its contents, Kaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, there is battle once more. Previously, on Sky Island, Kaya had been diligently honing her skills in Qi, the dual-colored haki, her devil fruit abilities, and her own martial techniques. For nearly 2 years, Kaya diligently honed her skills, achieving a profound understanding of her own capabilities. Yet she lacked the experience of real combat among formidable opponents. Driven by an insatiable thirst for battle, Kaya initially yearned to engage in the conflict against the nameless island tribe. However, to her surprise, Rich, accompanied by his advisors, commanded the battle personally. And with merely 3 regiments, they swiftly conquered the entire island. Consequently, after assuming the position of commander of the Second Army, Kaya, observing the defiance of 5 individuals, chose to administer a decisive beating. These 5, despite their collaboration, exhibited poor coordination and were somewhat lacking in strength, rendering them no match for Kaya in her current form. Had Rich been present, he would have noted the remarkable leap in Kaya's strength over the span of just 2 years. Now, Kaya possessed the prowess of a seasoned vice-admiral. Through the study of Qigong, she unlocked her innate talents, while the subsequent mastery of haki and the powers of the devil fruit elevated her potential to new heights. Nevertheless, she remained significantly distant from the level of an admiral. Absent any extraordinary enhancements, she was likely to reach only minor improvements in her strength. Yet, her combat capabilities were already formidable, rivaled only by Bru under Rich's command. Even Senior Peak and Rao Ji still fell short in comparison. Overall, while Rich's ranks may not yet boast top-tier warriors, the number of strong individuals was considerable. Furthermore, Rich himself, a user of a natural-type devil fruit, had developed his abilities to a terrifying level, all at the tender age of 16. Chapter 98, The Underworld Forces. Beast City, Reef Town. Here lies the closest point to the nearby islands, where the quaint town is flanked by stretches of reef, extending along the entire coastline. Nestled within the undulating reef coastline, there exists a splendid deep-water port. In the era of primitive forest tribes, merchants from the opposing city would traverse over 10 kilometers of sea sponge to engage in trade with the tribes inhabiting these ancient woods. However, as the territory was claimed by the Rich family, a small tribe that once thrived here transformed into a bustling town, assimilating the populations of several neighboring tribes, culminating in a populace exceeding 2,000. Temporarily serving as a trading hub, the town's periphery has been cultivated into sprawling orchards. When the merchants from the opposing city returned, they discovered a dramatically altered landscape, an increase in residents, an abundance of new homes, and a refurbished dock. Consequently, this news spread back to the city across the waters. On a grand island nearby, 3 nations with populations exceeding 5 million thrive, marking it as a significant landmass. Such a vast population naturally fosters numerous cities. The snow leopard family acts as the subterranean rulers of several towns near the reef town. Within this syndicate, the head of the family possesses the formidable powers of a zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the cat fruit, snow leopard form. As a zoan-type devil fruit user, he boasts an inherently robust physique and remarkable strength, leading his followers to swiftly annex several smaller factions, rising to prominence as a formidable gang that spans multiple cities. Even within the expansive realm of the Highland Kingdom, they are recognized as a force to be reckoned with. Engaging in trade with the primitive forest tribes, they exchange various everyday goods for an array of fierce beasts, medicinal herbs, and timber. The profits derived from this endeavor are indeed substantial. The merchants of the Snow Leopard clan have suddenly realized that their counterparts across the way are no longer engaging in business. How could they possibly overlook such a development? Had it not been for a previous gang that aimed to seize the primeval forest, only to be easily vanquished by the tribal alliance, resulting in nary a ripple, the Snow Leopard clan would have sought to claim the entire forest for themselves. However, at this moment, the clan, which has expanded its influence across multiple cities, has noticed that there are not many soldiers in the entire Reefs town, only a few guards present. Suddenly, the head of the Snow Leopard clan has devised new plans for seizing the primeval forest. Through Richie's intelligence network, he discovers that several cities are experiencing significant troop movements, with numbers soaring to 10,000. Can a mere gang possess such capacity? Richie, upon reviewing the intelligence, is somewhat astonished. This is merely a mid-tier gang within a nation, yet they can mobilize over 10,000 personnel. If it were one of the 4 formidable gangs that dominate the West Sea, what would their power be like? With such vast authority, why would the future Capone Beck still venture out to become a pirate? Richie is perplexed and refrains from making any arrangements. He has already dispatched 2 regiments from the Second Army, led by Kaya, who requires no further direction from Richie. They simply await the outcome. Within the confines of the Snow Leopard clan's estate, a tall figure speaks from behind a robust individual. Lord Snow Leopard, all our subordinates have assembled. The branches from various cities combined yield a total of 12,000 members, though the majority are newly recruited. Is that so? Before this individual stands a towering figure, 3 meters tall, clad in a black suit. His massive arms are adorned with a layer of white fur on his exposed hands, where sharp claws protrude. A white tail extends from behind him. As he speaks, the figure turns around, revealing the enormous head of a white snow leopard, fixating its gaze upon the subordinate before it. To maintain his authority and ensure the loyalty of his followers, the snow leopard, as the gang leader, perpetually retains his beastly form. Prepare to depart. This time, I shall seize this island, and thereafter, our Snow Leopard clan shall ascend even further. The excitement in the Snow Leopard's voice is palpable, clearly astonished by the growth of his forces. Indeed, responds the reporting subordinate loudly. Our gang shall undoubtedly dominate the entire kingdom. With a hearty laugh, the Snow Leopard strides out of the room. Outside, in the plaza, throngs of gang members haphazardly occupy the space. A sea of faces greets the eye, as members in black suits turn to face the entrance at the moment the door swings open. Among the crowd, several of his branch leaders and combat captains await, and as the Snow Leopard emerges, they exclaim, "Boss." Subsequently, all the subordinates bow their heads in unison, paying their respects to the Snow Leopard. At this moment, the Snow Leopard seemed to believe it could command the entire world. Everyone set forth. With a single command, thousands of gang members surged towards the Beast City. Although the city port on the kingdom's side was merely a dozen kilometers away, it necessitated a plethora of vessels, all of which were meticulously prepared. To ensure the passage of the Grand Army, ships were aligned side by side, creating a floating bridge. Subsequently, the leaders of the Snow Leopard clan, each accompanied by their respective troops, traversed the bridge and arrived at the rocky town on the opposite shore. Upon learning that over 10,000 gang members had arrived, Kaya, the commander, was taken aback. A force of this magnitude has arrived, while I am left with only 2 regiments. This will indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. At this moment, following Kaya, the captain of the Wolf Cavalry, Wolf, stepped forward and spoke. These gang members may appear numerous, but most of them are ordinary individuals, and hardly any are true warriors. A single warrior from our ranks could easily vanquish at least 10 of them. Indeed, replied Gray Fox, the chief of staff. We have previously engaged in battles with the opposing gang. Their strong fighters do not match our prowess, and they merely survive under our command through sheer numbers and ample weaponry. Thus, Listening to his subordinate, Kaya rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The over 10,000 individuals present are mostly ruffians, with genuine warriors being exceedingly rare. That is correct, Wolf nodded in agreement. Our primary concern lies with the leader of the Snow Leopard clan, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, along with his combatants. In light of this, I intend to consume every last one of them, to present a surprise to His Highness, Kaya concluded decisively. Although we are a new army, we must demonstrate our might in this battle. Indeed, several regimental leaders and other officers nodded in affirmation. Convey my orders. The 1st Regiment will encircle from the left, while the 2nd Regiment follows me for a frontal assault. Wolf Cavalry, you possess the greatest speed. Once the battle commences, maneuver to the enemy's rear and sever their floating bridge. Ensure not a single one of them escapes. Understood. Instantly, Zhu and Wolf led their troops into swift action, while the 2nd Regiment of Tigers followed Kaya, preparing for combat. Chapter 99. Night Raid Reef Town, having received advance warning of the Snow Leopard clan's impending assault, saw its residents evacuate preemptively, relinquishing the still under construction town to the Snow Leopard clan. After all, this was an unfinished town, even if it were damaged. Restoration would not take long. Moreover, a victorious outcome in this battle would yield nearly 10,000 laborers. With sufficient manpower, constructing a town would be a trivial endeavor. In the sky, a helicopter equipped with a surveillance drone broadcasted the current situation in Reef Town. Thousands of gang members surged in, flooding the town, which was now teeming with people. The town's buildings had been occupied, and many were forced to camp in the surrounding area. On the first day, the Snow Leopard clan did not delve deep into the forest. The mobilization of over 10,000 individuals posed a significant challenge. Coordinating such a vast number of people to ensure stability and prevent chaos was a daunting task. Additionally, the absence of residents in Reef Town was perceived as a sign of the enemy's fear. Capturing a town upon entering the wild forest brought a wave of exhilaration to the entire Snow Leopard clan. On the first night, the Snow Leopard rested in a lavish room within the town. Buoyed by their victory and having encountered no resistance from the tribespeople, the gang members grew complacent, believing the tribal warriors to be no more than mere cowards, retreating without a fight. As the latter half of the night approached, the sentinels began to succumb to drowsiness. At this moment, figures cloaked in disguise, each brandishing polished weapons, stealthily approached the periphery of Rock Reef Town. In the obscurity of night, the surrounding forests enveloped the town in darkness, rendering even the slightest movement imperceptible. Only the tribal warriors, seasoned by years of combat in the primordial woods, could navigate with ease. Report to the commander. All troops have arrived at the designated target and are prepared to proceed at any moment. Very well. At this moment, Kaya and the 2nd Regiment arrived at the outskirts of Rock Town, activating his observation hockey to survey the surroundings. Observing the drowsy gang members who repeatedly bowed their heads, Kaya took out his walkie-talkie and declared, "This is Kaya. Each regiment and battalion will operate as independent units in search of enemy cadres and elite warriors. If we eliminate their leader, I shall promote him." Confirming once more with his observation hockey that there were no ambushes, Kaya inhaled deeply and commanded, "All troops, advance." Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as a handful of soldiers, adept at firearms, shot down the patrolling gang members. Kill! A thunderous roar resounded, followed by a cacophony of slaughter. From all directions, squads of 2nd Regiment soldiers burst forth from the forest, overwhelming the unsuspecting gang members who were caught off guard. Faced with these gang members, the soldiers of the 2nd Regiment exhibited no fear. Each was a warrior capable of battling ferocious beasts, and against a group largely composed of petty thugs, the gang members were utterly no match. Led by the respective regiment and battalion leaders, the vanguard forces surged into the gang's main camp, swiftly slicing through the ranks and dividing the encampment. A bunch of lackeys, do they still wish to fight with me? Kaya scoffed disdainfully as he charged forth with the 2nd Regiment, his alloy combat rifle emanating a layer of armed hockey. With a sweeping shot, several gang members were sent flying like balls, the sound of their bones shattering ringing clear to the ears. After several strikes, Kaya had already covered over 100 meters, leaving behind a trail of gang members lying on the ground, bloodied. With a look of disdain, Kaya activated his observation hockey once more, searching for worthy opponents. However, this time, it seemed he would be disappointed. One by one, the gang's combatants fell to the onslaught of the small squads, leaving them as mere corpses. As for the branch leaders and cadres, along with the elite warriors, they were still at the center of Rock Town, just now roused by the din of battle. Chaos reigned as the slumbering gang members were left bewildered. In the midst of the panic, many could scarcely don their clothes before rushing out of tents and buildings. Yet what awaited them were glistening blades flashing with deadly intent. Surrounding them, rifles pierced through bodies, casting them aside like ragdolls. Most of the gang members, being ordinary thugs, had never witnessed such a battleground and were no match for their assailants. Aside from the 2nd Regiment soldiers patrolling and blocking the fleeing gang members, the scene unfolded in utter disarray. A total of 3,000 individuals participated in the battle, 3,000 against 10,000. Yet the disparity in strength was not as pronounced as one might expect. Where are the gunshots? Where is the enemy? Where are the guards? The skirmishes at the periphery stirred unrest within the town of Reefstone, affording the gang members a momentary reprieve as the soldiers of the Second Army were momentarily unable to advance. In their panic, the cadres shouted fervently, brandishing their weapons as they rushed from their quarters. Simultaneously, the snow leopard emerged in his beastly form, his towering stature conspicuous amid the throng. With a thunderous roar, he surveyed his disordered subordinates. This commanding bellow instilled a sense of awe in the chaotic ranks, calming the gang members who had been thrown into disarray. Gather around. Everyone. Arm yourselves. It is merely the enemy that approaches. What is there to fear? The snow leopard's composure provided the gang members with a pillar of strength, restoring a semblance of order as they rallied together, weapons in hand, and shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill!" Their thunderous cries seemed to drown out the cacophony of violence surrounding them. "Boss!" At that moment, a branch leader, accompanied by his personal guard, rushed to the scene. Upon perceiving the silhouette of the snow leopard, he proclaimed loudly, "We are facing a significant influx of enemies from our direction. My men are in disarray and unable to regroup, while the adversaries are advancing towards us." Subsequently, branch leaders from various other directions retreated to this location. "Chief, we have encountered a cavalry unit at our rear. The floating bridge has been destroyed, leaving us with no avenue of retreat. We have been outmaneuvered. The enemy was well prepared." At that moment, upon hearing a series of grim tidings, a wave of panic washed over the fierce visage of the snow leopard. Surrounded by foes, the floating bridge lay severed, and this time, the adversary sought to consume the 10,000 men under his command, a rather ambitious appetite. Summoning his courage, the snow leopard coldly declared, "I am eager to witness how you intend to devour my 10,000. They are not merely a herd of swine." With that, a sound akin to an explosion reverberated, as over a dozen gang members were launched into the air at the fringes of the crowd. Following the blast, a figure emerged, brandishing a black steel gun, his gaze sweeping over the multitude, fixating solely on the snow leopard, a grin spreading across his face. In that instant, the snow leopard felt a prickling sensation along his spine. In his beastman form, his instincts heightened. From this individual emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent, provoking a primal fear akin to facing a natural predator, making the snow leopard acutely aware of his own mortality. In the 100th chapter, the battlefield was swept clean. Leading his troops into the heart of the gang's encampment, Kaya unleashed a barrage upon the surrounding gang members. His observation haki discerned the snow leopard amidst the throng. The towering figure in beastman form stood out distinctly, akin to a beacon in the night. Regardless of their standing within the gang, none could withstand a single strike before Kaya. Such effortless slaughter rendered him disinterested in the fray. At this moment, Kaya's interest was piqued by the discovery of the snow leopard, a formidable user of a zoan-type devil fruit. Surely, this adversary must possess a certain resilience. Contemplating this, Kaya's hand suddenly tensed, veins bulging as he gripped his battle spear tightly, uttering a low growl. Tenfold strength, spear of power. With a resounding roar, a devastating strike tore through the air, unleashing a fierce wave that swept forward, launching numerous gang members into the sky like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. In that instant, over 100 individuals soared into the air. Indeed, they were mere fodder. With a single leap, Kaya charged directly at the snow leopard, disdain dripping from his words. Just a single thrust, and none can withstand it. At the very least, the wolves, tigers, and bamboos might endure this blow. Those resting near the snow leopard were undoubtedly among the elite of the gang, yet they paled in comparison to the few captains. Even the snow leopard himself, a product of the internal chaos of the city's underworld, exhibited significantly diminished combat prowess. As Kaya barreled through the ranks of gang members, each officer and executive that dared to impede his path met their end at the tip of his spear. The ground was littered with corpses, and Kaya advanced like a harbinger of death, swiftly reaching the snow leopard, who felt a wave of terror wash over him in such a brief period. Before he could utter a word, Kaya swept his spear, sending the snow leopard soaring like a mere plaything. In that fleeting moment, the snow leopard felt as if he had collided with a leviathan, the immense force shattering his bones, rendering him utterly defenseless despite being a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. As his body flew through the air, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his form had become a ragged cloth, utterly immobilized. The snow leopard plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater with dust and debris swirling around, shrouding the nearby area. A mere gang leader was hardly a match for such power. Kaya followed closely, murmuring as he advanced. With a flourish, he swung his spear down into the snow leopard's crumpled form, delivering yet another strike. 20-fold strength, spear of power. Under the immense force of Kaya's augmented attack, the spear remained intact, shrouded in the armor of Haki. The tremendous power birthed an equally overwhelming speed, dispersing the dust that had been kicked up around them. Lying at the bottom of the crater, the snow leopard felt the chilling breath of death upon him. The oppressive wind pressed down, causing his fur to cling tightly to his body. No, I cannot perish here. At this moment, the snow leopard sensed that death was perilously close. This time, even as the wind pressed against his cheeks like a tempest, the snow leopard shouted with all his might. Stop, I concede, I surrender. In an instant, the black blade of the battle spear grazed the snow leopard's head, mere strands of fur away. The suddenly halted spear erupted with a thunderous roar in the air. A tremendous force radiated outward, causing the earth to tremble, and rocks sprang forth from the ground, splintering away from the snow leopard at both sides. The pit expanded yet again, leaving a distinct imprint of the snow leopard's form upon the ground. With the force came a surging torrent of air, transforming into a storm that swept across the battlefield, clearing the dust and revealing an astonishing clarity to the scene. You surrender at an opportune moment, a voice dripped with mockery echoed. Before the snow leopard stood Kaya, who sheathed his spear and regarded him with disdain. Speak. What value do you have in your surrender? Listening to Kaya's tone, the snow leopard understood that it was a question of his worthiness to survive. If deemed worthless, he sensed that this man before him could extinguish his life with ease. A cold sweat rapidly beaded upon his forehead as the snow leopard hastily proclaimed, I am the leader of the snow leopard clan, and I possess treasures worth 100 million. I can offer them all to you. Treasures? Kaya scoffed. With Li Qi's conquest of Angel Island and God Island, the ruins of Pandora have already fallen under his dominion. Within those ruins lie mountains of gold. Merely a fraction would surpass 100 million. Perceiving Kaya's contempt, the snow leopard quickly added, I command 5 branches, with over 10,000 followers. I can lead them to surrender. Now, observe how many of your followers remain. Across the battlefield, with the snow leopard's defeat, the gang members instantly lost their will to fight. At that moment, the surrounding soldiers cried out, drop your weapons. Those who surrender shall be spared. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the gang members yielded one after another, leaving only a few who still dared to resist. This time, the snow leopard understood that if it spoke amiss once more, it would truly meet its demise. I possess a devil fruit and a finely crafted blade of exquisite quality, both of which I am willing to bestow upon you. The devil fruit and the finely crafted blade. This time, Kaya pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Indeed, you have finally presented something of value. The physical prowess of a Zoan-type devil fruit user can withstand such minor injuries. Surrender the devil fruit and the fine blade, and I may spare your life. Very well, the snow leopard replied, albeit with a heart still racing, as it struggled to rise to its feet despite its shattered bones. It swayed unsteadily but managed to nod in agreement. I shall lead you, my lord. In Kaya's understanding, a devil fruit held immense significance. Each devil fruit user represented the potential of a formidable warrior. His Highness had once stated that only the incompetent could be deemed worthless, never the devil fruits themselves. With proper development, even the most mundane abilities could yield extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, acquiring a single devil fruit signified the addition of yet another powerful entity to the ranks. Kaya regarded the snow leopard thoughtfully. How could such a Zoan-type devil fruit user be squandered? Perhaps he should consider having the snow leopard join the second army. The desire for more talent was palpable, and Kaya mused that it might be prudent to facilitate the snow leopard's enlistment at this juncture. Chapter 101. The Movements of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. My lord, here is the inventory of the items we have seized. Within the mayor's office in the bustling capital of Beast City, Rish encountered Kaya, who was reporting on the spoils of battle. Oh, Rish exclaimed, astonished as he examined the items in Kaya's hands. Is that a renowned blade? What lies within this box? Upon lifting the confiscated list, Rish's surprise deepened. A devil fruit. And no less than a Zoan type. This time, unexpectedly, I have acquired a devil fruit, a delightful surprise indeed, remarked Riki with a smile. Quite remarkable, truly. In this recent acquisition, a devil fruit, a fine blade worth 50 craftsmanship, a treasure of 100 million berries, and over 5,000 captives were seized. Simultaneously, the territory of the snow leopard family, comprising 6 cities, now belonged entirely to Riki. Following the defeat of the snow leopard family, Anna's intelligence department swiftly infiltrated these cities. Rest with your troops, Riki instructed Kaya. As for the rewards from this war, they will be uniformly distributed after the headquarters has accounted for them. Thank you, Your Highness. Kaya nodded and subsequently departed from Riki's office. Riki then contemplated the subsequent intelligence reports. Given this, I cannot let this opportunity pass me by, he remarked, turning to Anna. Anna, does your intelligence department have anyone suitable to become a gang leader? Indeed, Anna replied after a moment's thought. There is an individual managing the islands of the Grand West City, who has already infiltrated one of the 4 major gangs and is beginning to make a name for himself. Then, how about I assign him to take over the snow leopard's territory? Riki inquired further. That poses no issue, Anna assured him. I can arrange for him to apply for territory expansion and have him arrive here promptly. Very well. Since it is a recommendation from you, it is assured, Riki nodded. Make the arrangements and let me meet him. Yes, Your Highness, Anna noted diligently. This war represents a monumental triumph for Riki. The 5,000 captives, each a remarkable labor force, are resources that Riki cannot afford to squander. One by one, they are dispatched to construction sites, contributing to the development of the behemoth city. Subsequently, the vast wealth of 100 million is funneled into the treasury of the scientific division. The renowned blade, the good quick knife, is similarly valued. As for the devil fruit, Riki has other plans for it. The good quick knife, classified as a 50-grade blade, is a distinguished weapon within the pirate realm. From its name, it is evident that there are 50 such good quick knives throughout the entire pirate world. Above the good quick knife are the formidable great blade of 21 grades and the unparalleled supreme great blade of 12 grades. These weapons present a tantalizing allure for swordsmen across the entire pirate realm, serving as a means to recruit formidable swordsmen in the future. Additionally, while Riki has acquired numerous devil fruits, this renowned blade remains unparalleled. However, Riki lacks the capacity to hone his swordsmanship, rendering him indifferent to the famed sword. He entrusted the fine blade to Anna for safekeeping, while he tucked away the devil fruits, remarking that since it was taken from the snow leopard clan, this snow leopard should not go to waste. The intelligence report detailed Kaya's account of defeating the snow leopard. Following this battle, the snow leopard realized his own profound weakness and developed a modicum of admiration for Kaya, the one who bested him. Consequently, he is now willing to join the Scientific Corps 2nd Division to serve Riki. An animal-type devil fruit user is indeed a valuable asset. And given that the snow leopard has not engaged in any unscrupulous behavior throughout his life, merely embroiled in gang conflicts, he warrants further observation. Contemplating these thoughts, Riki instructed Anna to document his intentions, transforming them into orders. He decreed that the snow leopard should serve a year of labor, after which, should all proceed without issue, he would be absorbed into the military. Your Highness, a voice interjected, there is a significant matter that requires your attention. On this day, not long after the fierce battle that eradicated the snow leopard clan, Riki, who was attending to affairs on the forested isle, received a piece of intelligence. Upon receiving the information, Riki cast his gaze upon it. Then, as he perused the contents, he silently pondered, has it already begun? This intelligence pertains to the Kingdom of Drum, located along the Grand Line. Not long ago, the aging monarch of the Kingdom of Drum succumbed to his frailties and passed away. As the prince of this realm, Wapol ascended to the throne as the new king. His first decree as sovereign was to expel the physicians from the kingdom. The nation retained merely 20 doctors, casting the remainder into exile, with the decree that any dissenting physician discovered within the country's borders would face immediate execution. Upon the issuance of such a decree, a tempest of unrest erupted throughout the Kingdom of Drum. Were it not for the generally docile nature of its citizens, one might expect a rebellion to ensue. As observed by Riki, the number of physicians within the Kingdom of Drum is indeed substantial, he mused. I wonder how we are faring in the Kingdom of Drum. Anna remarked. Aside from the Guardians, There are already 2 secret bases established, which can effectively cover the realm. In that case, let us not squander this opportunity. Since Wapol dares to expel the doctors, we shall dare to receive them, Ritchie concurred. He commanded the Air Force to dispatch 10 airships to manage the transportation tasks within the Kingdom of Drum, while simultaneously instructing the Army to allocate a special operations team to facilitate the safe transfer of physicians and their families within the kingdom, ensuring their secure arrival. Understood. Your Highness. In the Grand Line, within the Kingdom of Drum, the towns were shrouded in desolation. Aside from the swiftly passing soldiers clad in black cotton uniforms, the streets were devoid of residents. Ever since the newly appointed King Wapol issued the order to expel the doctors and commence their apprehension, over 100 individuals along with their families had been sent out to sea. However, these doctors and their kin were intercepted by soldiers of the scientific forces stationed outside, subsequently taken to the Sky Island. At the end of the town's streets hung the lifeless bodies of those doctors who dared to resist. They had believed that their status would garner the king's attention, yet the new monarch remained utterly indifferent. Instead, their acts of defiance provided these malevolent soldiers with the opportunity to strike, resulting in the immediate deaths of many. In this chaotic domestic environment, ordinary citizens largely remained indoors, refraining from venturing out. Meanwhile, the doctors were forced into hiding, desperate to evade capture by the king's forces. On that night, within a certain chamber, a figure clad in a cotton coat, seemingly an ordinary denizen, traversed the street shrouded in darkness, skillfully evading 2 squads of patrolling soldiers from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. The individual eventually arrived at a courtyard. With a nimble leap over the yard, the person approached the entrance of a house and rapped upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking reverberated through the room, startling its occupants. A gasp echoed, followed by the clattering of chairs and the hurried footsteps of chaos. After a brief moment, a voice broke the silence, inquiring, "Who is it?" Chapter 102. Medical University. The individuals within the room lit candles, casting flickering light upon the windows. Upon opening the door, a man clad in a cotton coat gazed at the unfamiliar figure standing at his threshold. "Who are you? And why are you in my yard?" he demanded. With a gentle smile, the individual presented a letter to the other person. "I am an envoy from a distant kingdom. Our king has been deeply pained upon hearing of the expulsion of the physicians from the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums and has resolved to offer you protection. Should you choose to place your trust in us, we shall escort you to our realm, where you will experience a level of care and hospitality far surpassing that of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums." The individual remained silent, uttering not a word. In response, the messenger exhibited no reaction, stating, "Since you require further contemplation, I shall return tomorrow, at which time I hope you will be able to make a decision." A stranger, suddenly appearing in one's own yard and possessing knowledge of one's private affairs, would be met with skepticism by anyone. The messenger, fully aware of the circumstances, chose not to utter a word and discreetly departed the courtyard, leaving only the person at the entrance standing in silence. Amidst the shadows of the snowy night, this individual gazed at the desolate courtyard, lost in contemplation for an extended period. After closing the door and clutching the letter he had received, he retreated back into the house. Who could it be? As he stepped inside and securely locked the door, a figure emerged from a concealed underground chamber within the dwelling, a stranger. The individual paused momentarily before speaking. "He is aware of your presence here and has entrusted me with a letter." Upon hearing this revelation, the person emerging from the basement was instantly engulfed in panic. "I have been discovered. I can no longer remain here, for it would jeopardize your safety." It turns out that this individual is a physician being pursued by the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. This individual is a friend of a doctor, who has sheltered the doctor's family in a secret basement, unknown to anyone. There is no need for haste. At this moment, the individual pressed his friend and spoke. "This person is unlikely to be a soldier from the Kingdom of Magdrum. Otherwise, we would all face execution. Let us first examine the letter he sent me." He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter. "Dear friend from the Kingdom of Magdrum, I am from a distant land across the seas. Upon hearing of the expulsion of doctors from your kingdom, we were filled with indignation. However, as our nation lies far from the Kingdom of Magdrum, we are currently unable to intervene. Therefore, we extend an invitation to you, the hunted doctors. If you are troubled by the need to evade the Kingdom of Magdrum's pursuit and seek refuge elsewhere, you may choose to join us. Our nation promises you generous provisions, and your families will also enjoy favorable living conditions. Moreover, we have already rescued Dr. Harvey and Dr. Jenner from the clutches of Magdrum's soldiers." Upon reading these words, Both individuals were taken aback, for the names inscribed on the envelope resonated throughout the medical community of the Kingdom of Magdrum. Both were renowned physicians, their skills rivaling only the legendary Dr. Guriva, making them prominent figures among their peers. "So, Dr. Harvey and Dr. Jenner are alive?" one doctor murmured, tears streaming down his cheeks as he absorbed the information contained within the envelope. Ultimately, this doctor made a resolute decision. "I have decided to join this faction." "My dear friend," his companion interjected, "in this land, doctors are no longer welcomed. You should have left during King Vaipal's reign. Today, let us share a drink." With that, the two men descended into the basement, where beds and provisions awaited, alongside the doctor's family. The following night, the soldiers arrived as scheduled, and the doctor and his family were prepared to depart. "Sir, are you certain you wish to join our nation?" the soldier confirmed at last. "I am certain," came the reply. "Very well." The soldier nodded, producing a registration form. "Let us record your information. We will arrange for you and your family to leave together." In the dead of night, news was relayed from above the Kingdom of Magdrum, where a dirigible gathered messages from various envoys. Soon, new airships descended upon the Kingdom of Magdrum, small craft dropping from the sky to transport the doctors aboard. Subsequently, these vessels, laden with physicians, soared toward the Sky Island, where accommodations had already been prepared for them. Recognizing their shared connections, and to ease their minds, Ritchie ordered the construction of a medical university and an affiliated hospital. The university would be situated on the Island of the Gods, with additional hospitals established in other cities. The first structures completed were dormitories, followed by large residential units. Only thereafter would classrooms, laboratories, libraries, and other facilities be constructed as needed. The esteemed Dr. Jenner, one of the most formidable physicians from the Kingdom of Magdrum, would oversee the medical university. Meanwhile, Dr. Harvey was not idle. After securing his family's safety, he accepted Ritchie's proposal, becoming the chief hospital director under Ritchie's command, sharing equal status with the university president and responsible for managing the hospitals across the 7 cities of the Sky Island. As batches of doctors graduated, the need for hospitals in the various cities of Mountain Island and Rock Mountain Kingdom would grow, and as the inaugural chief director, his future prospects were limitless. With each arriving airship, physicians and their families reached the Island of the Gods, and the construction of the medical university became increasingly lively. With the influx of these doctors, the scientific division, or the Rock Mountain Kingdom, was beginning to fill a crucial gap. Standing in his office atop the towering beanstalk of the Island of the Gods, Ritchie gazed upon the burgeoning medical university and hospitals below, contemplating the future. As the number of doctors grew, and in the absence of sufficient patients, a substantial library was erected in response to their requests. All medical texts from the Rock Mountain Kingdom were meticulously copied for this collection, which also housed each doctor's personal library and numerous published medical research papers. The Island of the Gods Medical University gradually transformed into a sanctuary of medicine within the Rock Mountain Kingdom, though it remained closed to the public for the time being. As for the Kingdom of Magdrum, alas, the time for action has not yet arrived. However, there is one destination I can visit, he mused. As Ritchie prepared for further endeavors, he set his sights on an island located along the Grand Line. Chapter 103, The Little Garden, the Grand Line, the Little Garden. This is an island situated in the initial segment of the Grand Line. Due to its geographical isolation, this island is home to a plethora of primitive creatures, the variety of which surpasses even that found in the present-day beast market. It serves as a veritable treasure trove of paleobiological resources. Upon learning that Ritchie intended to journey to this island, the biomedical scientist Nasri instinctively followed suit. The genes of numerous ancient organisms represented an immense repository of knowledge for Nasri. The airship had long been equipped with a permanent pointer to the Little Garden. Soaring through the skies of the Grand Line, at high altitudes within the Grand Line, it remained unaffected by the peculiar weather induced by the chaotic magnetic forces. Consequently, the voyage was smooth, allowing for a swift arrival at the Little Garden. This island, situated near the entrance of the Great Sea Route, presents a captivating sight. From an aerial perspective, the Little Garden resembles a lush forest, where, on one side, towering active volcanoes continuously erupt. Flanking the Little Garden are 2 majestic white peaks, which, upon closer inspection, reveal themselves not as mountains but as the colossal skulls of ancient sea kings. Over the ages, these skulls have become enshrouded in vines and moss, giving them the appearance of a mountain range. With a thunderous sound, the airship gently descends, gradually unveiling the enchanting environment of the Little Garden. At that moment, a volcanic eruption occurred, and magma spewed forth, appearing like fireworks from a great height. On the ground, two small black dots emerged from the forest. Upon closer inspection, those two black dots were not mere specks, but rather two colossal beings, each towering above the trees of the primordial forest. They were giants. Richie had not forewarned anyone about the presence of giants, and thus, upon witnessing these behemoths, everyone was utterly astonished. The little garden, though not insignificant in size, was part of an island that boasted a complete ancient biological chain, a lush, primeval forest, naturally expansive. The name Little Garden derived from the existence of these two giants. For the giants, the entire island resembled a mere garden. When this island was discovered and chronicled by adventurers, it earned its appellation. Richie was aware that these giants hailed from the formidable nation of Elbaf, warriors of great renown. Specifically the captain of the giant warrior pirates from a century past, the Blue Ogre, Dory, and the Red Ogre, Bragi. The two had engaged in conflict over a trivial matter, debating the size of their respective hunts, and thus began their battle in Little Garden, agreeing to use the volcanic eruption on one side of the island as a signal. However, this clash had persisted for 100 years. The giant warrior pirates had long since disbanded, yet the two continued their daily combat, the reason for which had long been forgotten. Nasri observed the two combatants below with eager excitement. Living giants were an entity he had never studied before. I truly wish to dissect one, he mused to himself. Meanwhile, the airship swiftly projected the ground battle onto a large screen within its interior. Over the years of conflict, the center of the island had transformed into a barren expanse, trampled by the giants until it was as solid as rock. Thus, the battle had endured for nearly a century between two giants, each possessing immense combat experience. Every strike resonated as if shattering the earth, reverberating through the mountains, with gusts of wind generated by their fists and weapons causing the entire forest to rustle. Your Highness, what shall we do now? The airship captain, recognizing the formidable presence of the giants, could not make a unilateral decision. Let us land on that clearing over there and bring some wine. We shall pay a visit to these giants, Richie replied with a smile, glancing down at the ground. Dory, we have visitors. On the ground, the two giants continued their fierce battle, yet amidst the intensity, they conversed like old friends. The airship, descending from the sky, was of considerable size, and the giants could not ignore its presence. Are they enemies, Bragi? One giant inquired. They do not appear to be, Dory responded. Nonetheless, such a large flying object is truly remarkable. Bragi remarked, has the outside world developed to this extent? Just last month, pirates arriving at Little Garden were still using ships, just as we did in our time. Perhaps they come from some extraordinary island, Dory speculated. Suddenly, the weapons in the giants' hands collided with a resounding crash. And seizing the moment, both giants exploited each other's openings, delivering powerful punches. In the next instant, their fists struck each other's faces simultaneously, and both giants collapsed to the ground. Ha ha. Dory laughed heartily from the ground. Bragi, it seems we are once again at a stalemate. A tie once more. Next time, I shall surely defeat you. Bragi chuckled, lying on the ground. The location where the airship had landed was a fair distance from the giants' battlefield. After concluding their bout, the two giants made their way towards the site where the airship had descended. The movements of the giants could not escape the watchful eyes of Richie and his companions, who had been closely monitoring them. As the giants approached, the airship's guards tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing for a potential confrontation. At that moment, Richie halted the actions of his guards and instructed his subordinates to bring forth the wine. These two giants are not our foes. Do not engage them. The captain tasked with protecting Richie spoke cautiously. Your Highness, they belong to the giant clan, and their strength is sufficient to wreak havoc upon this airship. There's no need for concern. What is there to fear? Richie replied nonchalantly. I am a wielder of the natural devil fruit. On solid ground, I genuinely fear no one. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, the two giants approached, their immense forms causing tremors with each step, akin to a minor earthquake. Greetings, unknown adventurers. Do you possess any wine? One of the giants crouched down, peering at the diminutive humans on the ground. The two giants were Chingwe Dongli, slender in build, wielding a long sword and sporting a long beard, and Chigwe Buloki, a corpulent giant with a battle axe in hand and a broad smile on his face. Wine, of course, Richie exclaimed joyfully, standing before the giants. Would you care for a drink? Behind Richie, barrels of wine piled high caught the giant's eyes, glimmering with anticipation. On the island, food was not an issue, thanks to the sea kings and the dinosaurs that roamed the land. However, wine was a rarity, and the only source came from the pirates who had arrived on the island. Indeed, Dong Li responded, and with a swift motion, he severed the head of a herbivorous dinosaur, dragging the carcass toward them. You treat us to wine, and we shall provide you with meat. Chapter 104, Conditions. Cheers. By a massive bonfire beside the airship, a giant dinosaur was skewered above the flames. Richie, Dong Li, and Buloki raised their goblets and drank heartily, indulging in meat and wine. Richie inquired about Elbaf, while the giants expressed curiosity about the outside world and the colossal airship. After feasting, the two parties became fast friends, sharing stories freely. Good sirs. As the last remnants of the dinosaur reduced to bones, Richie stood before the giants and spoke earnestly. I understand that you must adhere to the customs of Elbaf, and I have no desire to alter that. However, I humbly request that you consider joining my ranks. Upon hearing this, Dong Li and Buloki exchanged solemn glances, their expressions signaling a grave response to Richie's words. For them, such an invitation was akin to an affront. Had Richie lacked a compelling justification, the giants would have acted without hesitation. Thus, Richie continued, I wish to inquire what conditions you might impose for your allegiance. Richie, are you truly serious? At this moment, sitting on the ground, Dong Li gazed at Richie and inquired. It was only through the conditions set by Elbaf that he refrained from striking immediately. Although Elbaf did not possess such detailed rules, it still adhered to the principle of might makes right. Given that Richie had the audacity to attempt to subdue both him and Brokey, Dong Li resolved to grant Richie a chance. Of course, should Richie fail to seize this opportunity, death would be his inevitable fate. Richie's tone carried an air of confidence. You must defeat both of us, Brokey stated from the side. In the midst of their bloody clash, once the battle commenced, it would conclude with either their defeat or Richie's demise. Brokey, too, was curious about Richie's capabilities. Such boldness surely hinted at extraordinary prowess. If he could bring an end to the conflict between himself and Dong Li, it would indeed be a welcome outcome. Though each battle brought him joy, the unchanging surroundings had begun to wear on Brokey. Yet, this weariness seemed trivial when compared to the thrill of combat. For this reason, Brokey was also prepared to afford Richie an opportunity. From their earlier conversation over drinks, coupled with Richie's background and demeanor, as well as his attitude towards those around him, both Brokey and Dong Li found Richie to be likable. Indeed, Dong Li nodded in agreement after Brokey spoke. Violating a warrior's oath was a grave matter in Elbaf, unless one could bear the consequences. Very well, Richie exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he rose to his feet. Let us engage in battle. I wish to showcase the strength of your future leader. Upon hearing Richie's determination to fight, Dong Li and Brokey stood, their towering figures casting shadows over a significant portion of the forest. Young man, considering your hospitality and treating us to drinks, I shall spare your life in this battle, Dong Li whispered. This is not the place for combat. As Richie walked between the two giants, he declared, the place where you previously fought is ideal. Let us engage there, and I shall defeat you in a fair contest. Such spirit. Brokey chuckled heartily, wielding his battle axe, which he had carried for over a century, and gripping a round shield with the other hand, exuding an aura of formidable intent. The two giants were inherently powerful beings, their combat prowess rivaling that of a marine vice-admiral. Moreover, they reached the esteemed level of seasoned vice-admirals. However, their immense size rendered them somewhat less agile in battle. Nevertheless, the strength of these giants was capable of obliterating a small nation with a population in the tens of thousands. In the future, when encountering the Straw Hat Pirates and escorting the protagonists away from the Little Garden, the technique known as Elbaf Smite would effortlessly annihilate a creature as formidable as an island-eating beast, whose size rivaled that of an island itself. Richie's interest lay not only in the strength of Dong Li and Brokey, but also in their identities. Once the captains of the giant warrior pirates, they were renowned figures in Elbaf. If they were to join Richie's ranks, their influence would undoubtedly attract a legion of giant warriors to his cause, enabling him to assemble a formidable giant battalion. Though Richie was merely 17 years of age, his strength could already be deemed monstrous. Possessing the powers of a natural-type devil fruit, his training, which involved exhausting his stamina to create materials, coupled with his profound comprehension of the earth, had elevated him to the scale of a natural disaster. Simultaneously, his mastery over hockey, both armament and observation, alongside his physical training, had reached unprecedented heights. Except for his swordsmanship, all other skills surpassed the average standard of the strong. Are you prepared, young one? Dong Li inquired, wielding his sword. In the heart of the battlefield, before Richie stood the two colossal giants, their shadows enveloping him. Of course, Richie replied with a smile. Let us begin. Prepare yourself. As Brokey tightened his grip on his weapon, he signaled Richie, unaware of Richie's true strength. At that moment, his battle axe descended. Its massive blade akin to a house crashing down, completely overshadowing Richie. With a resounding crash, the axe blade fell, unleashing a tremendous force that carved a deep chasm into the ground, stretching for hundreds of meters. This time, observing Richie's complete lack of evasion, the axe descended upon him, driving Richie into the ground. Brokey remarked unexpectedly, "So weak." To which Richie's voice resonated from the side, "I am not so easily defeated." At that moment, Richie's form melded with the earth, and one of his arms swiftly expanded, transforming into a colossal rock fist that crashed directly into Brokey. The impact sent Brokey's massive body soaring through the air, landing heavily on the ground, causing tremors akin to an earthquake, snapping numerous trees in the vicinity. This punch was somewhat unexpected, yet for Brokey, it was hardly significant. Shaking his head, Brokey propped himself up with his battle axe, rising from the ground. He let out a hearty laugh. Interesting. Overweight rock spear. At that moment, Richie was engaged in combat with Dongli. The long sword in Dongli's hand swept through the air, severing vast expanses of forest, yet Richie was equally unyielding. With a low shout, several colossal rock spears, each 10 meters thick, swiftly converged behind Richie. Under his command, they rapidly advanced towards Dongli. The sight of these enormous rock spears ignited a fierce determination within Dongli. Having fought Brokey, he now sensed a true adversary for the first time. Therefore, Dongli raised his shield in front of him with one hand, while tightly gripping his long sword at his side with the other. Elbaf spear, might of the nation. Veins pulsed within his arms, muscles bulged, and in an instant, Dongli unleashed his ultimate technique. Boom. In the next moment, Dongli swung his longsword forward, accompanied by a surge of energy. Richie's rock spears, modeled after the geological formations of historical texts, though not as sturdy as those stones, were still harder than metal. In an instant, Richie's rock spear and Dongli's might of the nation clashed in midair, resulting in a standoff. For a brief moment, neither attack could prevail over the other, producing a thunderous roar akin to a tempest in the sky. However, this stalemate did not endure for long. Cracks began to appear on Richie's rock spear, swiftly spreading and engulfing it entirely. Boom. In the next moment, Richie's rock spear shattered, fragments scattering like meteorites in every direction. Yet at that instant, Dongli's Elbaf spear, might of the nation, also erupted dramatically. At this moment, above the small garden, a white shockwave rapidly expanded, sweeping through the entire space in the blink of an eye. Chapter 105, The Battle of Richie. Is this the struggle of the mighty? Gazing upwards, the captain of Richie's guard felt a profound sense of awe. The shockwave surged forth, leaving a trail of white vapor in the sky. On the ground, a tremendous storm swiftly engulfed the entire forest, despite being several dozen kilometers away from the actual battlefield. Nevertheless, this tempest caused the airships anchored on the ground to sway violently. Those present could not only hear the distant thunderous roars but also felt the earth tremble as if in furious protest. With waves of turmoil from the clash sweeping over them, it turned out that the ever-smiling prince possessed such formidable power. What then is the purpose of my role as captain of the guard? A tinge of disappointment washed over the captain, yet he quickly rallied his spirits, resolving to grow stronger, to surpass even these giants. At that moment, in the heart of the small garden, on the front lines of the battlefield, Richie intercepted Dongli's formidable strike. The mighty nation. Although Dongli did not unleash his full strength, the impact was nonetheless formidable. I shall join as well. After the rock spear shattered, Brokey strode forward, laughing heartily. Elbaf S spear, mighty nation. Overwhelming rock spear. Observing Brokey's identical stance, Richie pressed one hand against the ground and declared loudly. In an instant, the earth quaked, as countless stones and soil converged, rapidly forming hexagonal rock spears. The next moment, as Brokey swung his battle axe, dozens of rock spears erupted from behind Richie, colliding with Brokey's mighty nation. Once again, a moment of stalemate ensued. A new wave of impact radiated outward, engulfing the entire small garden. Since you have made your move, I shall not hold back. The ground heaved, elevating Riki to the same height as Dongli and Baloki. He proclaimed loudly, Diamond Rock Fist. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. At this moment, behind Richie, countless rocks surged upwards towards the heavens like a cascading torrent, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal rock golem, towering at a height of 100 meters, materialized behind him. As the convergence reached its zenith, the towering golem raised one hand, its spiked fist looming ominously over Dongli and Brokey's position. Simultaneously, jagged stone spikes erupted around them. These formidable rock spikes, intended to ensnare the giant race, rose in a tangled network, effectively blocking the retreat of Dongli and Brokey. Dongli, Brokey, How will you evade my strike now? Richie bellowed beneath the shadow of the rock golem. Piercing rock spear. Dust swirled around, coalescing above Dongli and Brokey into elongated stone spikes. Attacks surged from every direction, above, below, front, back, left, and right, leaving Dongli and Brokey with no refuge and plunging them into peril. Ha ha ha, truly formidable, Brokey exclaimed, smashing the surrounding rock spikes with a fist clasped around his round shield. Dongli, how long has it been since we fought side by side? It has been quite a while, indeed. I recall the last time was when the navy of that era pursued us, Dongli replied, equally dismantling the encroaching spikes. His laughter echoing alongside Brokey. Yes. Brokey nodded in agreement. So we must express our gratitude to that lad Richie. He has truly surprised us. Now then. Richie at this moment, Dongli gripped his sword, preparing to unleash his power. Gazing ahead at Riki, he proclaimed. What follows is the martial technique passed down through our Elbaf lineage, our mightiest strike. If you manage to survive, then you shall be our prince. Indeed. Beside him, Brokey also assumed a stance of concentration. Observing Dongli and Brokey poised on either side, Riki was reminded of a scene. The river of the small garden flowed into the sea, under the might of the Elbaf spear, piercing through the body of the island monster. While the Straw Hat pirate cruise ship sailed into the horizon against the wind, the most powerful Elbaf spear. In his heart, Riki swiftly devised a countermeasure. Placing both hands firmly on the ground, he intoned, Rock Shield. As he prepared to conjure a stone barrier, Riki's words faltered momentarily, and a surge of battle fervor ignited within his gaze. No, why should I defend? Offense is the best form of defense. With that, Riki declared, Super Heavy Rock Spear. Maximum rotation. The earth trembled. This time, before the reappearing rock spear, the 10-meter rock spear seemed diminutive. Surrounding it were numerous other rock spears, while one, towering like a mountain, loomed in assembly. This colossal rock spear overshadowed the forest, instilling trepidation in countless ferocious beasts within. Upon a cursory glance, the entire formation measured a striking 1,000 meters in diameter, its immense hexagonal body forged from rocks even more resilient than alloyed steel. This time, Richie dedicated himself entirely to confronting the Elbaf spear wielded by Dongli and Broggy. He reflected internally that this was indeed the most opportune moment. It was the perfect opportunity to test his strength. If he could withstand the onslaught of the Elbaf spear's might, he would possess a strike comparable to that of an admiral in the navy, thus acquiring his own ultimate technique. Although his overall power still fell short of that of an admiral, possessing a decisive move would enable him to engage with the most formidable of adversaries. The Elbaf spear, a symbol of tremendous power. At this moment, as Dongli and Buloki simultaneously swung their weapons, a tremendous force was unleashed with remarkable swiftness. The onslaught from all directions, confronted by this technique known as the Elbaf spear, dissipated instantaneously, akin to snow meeting molten lava, leaving nothing in its wake. The surrounding assaults, comprised of numerous rock spears and descending stone spikes, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only Richie, the master of these attacks, could perceive the moment when they were reduced to mere dust, scattering in the aftermath of the impact. Then, before him loomed the rock golem. As one of its colossal arms made contact with the assault, it too was instantaneously pulverized. Subsequently, the entire arm disappeared, leaving a gaping wound on its chest, the edges of which were impeccably smooth. The towering rock golem, standing 100 meters high, could not withstand this strike. Yet, Richie sensed a slight reduction in the potency of the Elbaf spear. Before Richie, the super heavy rock spear now stood ready. In the blink of an eye, the super heavy rock spear collided head-on with this formidable attack. This signifies the most formidable strike of Richie, engaged in a stalemate with the spear of Elbaf. Such immense power. Upon the collision of the attacks, Richie felt an unprecedented surge of pressure, a sensation he had never encountered before. Boom, boom, boom. The rock spear was gradually worn away, and at the epicenter of their clash, flickering black lightning danced through the air like serpents in motion. Hold on. At this moment, observing the heavy rock spear suspended in midair, Richie uttered a low exclamation. The heavy rock spear. Behind Richie, dozens of 10-meter-wide rock spears once again converged. Chapter 106, Dongli and Brokey Submit. A thunderous roar echoed, louder than the claps of thunder. The immense sound reverberated across the entire island, while the ground trembled as if it were about to turn over. At this juncture, the battle between Richie and Dongli, along with Brokey, instilled fear throughout the little garden. On the island, all the beasts curled up in their lairs, paralyzed with trepidation. The confrontation between the heavy rock spear and the formidable Elbaf spear reached a stalemate that lasted merely 10 seconds. Subsequently, the two attacks achieved a delicate balance. And in the next moment, a mushroom cloud ascended from the center of the island. The colossal mushroom cloud pierced the sky for hundreds of meters, visible even from the island's periphery. As the two assaults collided without yielding, they ultimately erupted in a magnificent explosion. Beneath the mushroom cloud lay a vast crater, its surrounding earth reduced to dust. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, churning the soil and engulfing everything in its path. Towering trees were severed at their midsections, continuously spreading outward in the wake of the blast. Taking a deep breath, Richie waved his hand amidst the swirling dust, his form reconstituting from the rocks. In the aftermath of the explosion, Richie chose to seek refuge underground. That single shockwave possessed power rivaling the full-force strike of a Navy headquarters rear admiral. On the opposite side, facing Richie, Dongli and Brokey shielded themselves with their arms, crouching down to withstand the oncoming wave of force. Once the tumult subsided, Brokey stood up, laughing heartily on the exposed earth. "Ha ha," he exclaimed, looking at Richie. "Young Richie, being able to withstand this strike is commendable. You have earned our recognition. As for the extent of our cooperation, that will depend on your performance." Ha ha. At this moment, Dongli rose to his feet, casually discarding the weapon that had been reduced to its hilt, and laughed heartily. "Indeed, does this mean we shall have wine to drink from now on?" he exclaimed. "Gentlemen, what are your plans? I will make arrangements shortly." The ground beneath Richie's feet surged, bringing him forth before Dongli and Brokey. "However, let us commence the banquet," Richie declared with a hearty laugh. "Welcome, giants, to my ranks. Let the festivities begin. This time, the fine wine shall flow abundantly." Ha ha. Before Richie, both Dongli and Brokey laughed joyously as well. "Let the banquet commence. I intend to indulge thoroughly this time." As the celebration concluded, a wave of happiness enveloped all present. Richie had successfully recruited the two giants, whose prowess rivaled that of seasoned vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, thus lifting Richie's spirits considerably. Meanwhile, Dongli and Brokey, perceiving Richie's admirable character and the generous offerings of wine, enjoyed a splendid meal. At this juncture, Richie did not assign them any tasks, but instead suggested they return to Elbaf to recruit followers and assemble a giant warrior battalion. In response to Richie's request, Dongli and Brokey nodded in agreement, not declining the proposition. Initially, their duel was expected to prolong, yet Richie's sudden appearance had interrupted their combat. With the duel rendered futile, Dongli and Brokey resolved to return to Elbaf for a visit. Coincidentally, Richie required them to recruit some giant warriors, and they willingly accepted this task. "Your vessels will require special customization," Richie stated. "My factory lacks the necessary production line. It will take approximately a month. During this time, I will ensure that weapons and provisions are adequately supplied." "Thank you," Dongli replied, standing before Richie with a nod. "We shall recruit powerful warriors of our kind for your highness." Next, Richie scanned the entirety of the small garden, his abilities allowing him to encompass the area. As he conducted his customary search for any potential devil fruits, he suddenly paused, taken aback. To my surprise, there truly is one. In a corner of the garden, on a tree, hung an unusual fruit adorned with spiral patterns. This was unmistakably a devil fruit, a delightful surprise for Richie. Living in the garden, Dongli and Brokey had not detected it, which was quite understandable. After all, a devil fruit is merely the size of a regular fruit to the giants. It appeared as insignificant as a sesame seed, and who would notice a hidden seed on the ground? Thus, it was rare to find a devil fruit user among the giants. In an instant, Richie vanished, swiftly traversing the earth, and soon arrived beneath the tree bearing the devil fruit. A rocky arm extended forth, plucking the enigmatic fruit from its perch. This is a devil fruit shaped like a pineapple, entirely white with misty spiral patterns, distinctly different from the typical devil fruits. Its form closely resembles that of a natural-type fruit. As Richie gazed at the devil fruit in his hand, he recalled the thunder fruit, adorned with lightning spirals, and the flame fruit, vibrant red and resembling flames. If this truly is a natural type, I would have struck gold, Richie mused, concealing the devil fruit. After bidding farewell to Dongli and Brokey, Richie boarded an airship back to Sky Island. From this moment forth, Little Garden would be his domain. Little Garden is situated in the front section of the first half of the Grand Line, with the Whiskey Peak Island directly ahead, serving as the starting island for one of the 7 routes of the Grand Line. Little Garden lies on the second island, and recording its magnetic field takes a whole year. Hence, those familiar with the Grand Line would seldom venture to Little Garden. Newcomers arriving at Little Garden must confront the environment of this ancient forest, finding it nearly impossible to escape in a short time. This setting makes it particularly suitable as a secret base. Riki established 2 bases using the enormous skulls of the Sea Kings where Dongli and Brogi resided as foundations. He then stationed a force of 3,000, reorganizing them into the Third Army, which serves as a preliminary framework, with plans for future reinforcements. The primary duty of the Third Army is continuous training, acclimatizing to woodland combat, and engaging in battles with the ferocious beasts of the ancient forest. Simultaneously, they would exploit the island's resources and patrol the territory. Anyone attempting to land on this island would be apprehended, guarding a route of the Grand Line. Numerous pirates frequent this area, providing a valuable resource of manpower. These individuals could serve as labor or even be recruited into the military. The commander of the Third Army is a warrior who has accompanied Riki since the beginning, formerly the captain of the elite 1st Army Regiment. After military training, he has acquired the capability to command an entire army. His personal strength is commendable, although he has not reached the level of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. He has mastered 2 forms of hockey and possesses commendable martial arts skills, ranking among the top in the Navy headquarters rear admirals. Chapter 107. In the shadows, the Third Army comprises 5 regiments, each temporarily consisting of 500 personnel, with an additional 500 under direct command. The 5 regimental leaders have been drawn from other units. For instance, the once rescued Effort and the formidable Henry have now mastered armament hockey, enhancing their strength further. Additionally, the Zoan-type devil fruit user, Keela, is bound to distinguish himself within the army, provided he is not inept. Furthermore, 3 captains have been promoted from the ranks of company leaders, with each regimental leader possessing strength at least equivalent to that of a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. Although the numbers are insufficient, the overall framework of the Third Army is complete. With the necessary personnel, it can swiftly be fully operational. The pirates and other adventurers arriving at Little Garden naturally become the best candidates for recruitment. It is hoped that the Third Army will evolve into a formidable force for jungle warfare. Before leaving, Riki imparted his instructions to the commander of the Third Army and then returned to his office on Sky Island. Here, a man clad in a black suit, adorned with sunglasses and sporting tousled hair, exudes an air of vitality. "Your Highness, this is the individual I mentioned," Rich stated, sitting behind his desk while Anna stood beside him, clutching a document. On the desk before Rich lay a file containing information about this individual. Gambino, age 30, hails from the main island of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, specifically from the port city of Linghai. He possesses a harmonious family life, with a son attending elementary school on Forest Island. Mastering the art of Qigong, he has developed unique techniques, wielding dual-colored aura and exhibiting commendable swordsmanship. Detailed accounts of Gambino's experiences are meticulously documented here. Notably, Gambino's origins trace back to the residents of the Rock Mountain Kingdom, implying a strong loyalty and a low likelihood of betrayal, particularly towards Rich. This time, your task is to take over a gang territory in the Highland Kingdom adjacent to Beast City, Rich inquired. What are your thoughts on this assignment, Your Highness? There are no issues at all, Gambino replied in a calm tone, as if it were a trivial matter. Very well, Rich nodded. Subsequently, one hand transformed into a swamp, and the devil fruit seized from the snow leopard materialized on the table. As a gang leader, your strength is passable. Yet to replace the 4 major gang families of the West Sea, you still have some way to go. This devil fruit, once consumed, will enable you to seize control of your territory, where you will have individuals at your command. Subsequently, the scientific division will provide you with an array of weaponry suitable for the open seas. I aspire to witness your gang evolve into one of the 4 major gangs of the West Sea. Without a moment's hesitation in response to Riki's command, Gambino stepped forward and took a bite of the devil fruit. The peculiar taste caused a fleeting grimace on his face, but he quickly regained his composure, returning to an expressionless demeanor. Soon after, Gambino's physique began to expand, straining against his suit. Your Highness, I have consumed the Zoan-type bear fruit in its polar bear form. Your abilities seem quite promising, Riki remarked with a smile. A polar bear is indeed a formidable beast. It appears your strength has significantly increased. With this, you possess the potential to become one of the 4 major gangs. I eagerly anticipate your progress. Yes, Gambino replied, his posture straightening and his voice resolute. I shall not disappoint you, Your Highness. Riki then instructed Gambino to depart and take control of his territory, laying the groundwork for the expansion of his family's influence. Establishing a foothold in the West Sea, he turned to Anna, who stood nearby. Is there anything else to address? Anna glanced at the documents in her hands. Next, we shall visit the assembled Ark Proverb Factory. Very well, Ricky responded, rising to his feet. Let us depart. As the leader of a formidable faction, Ricky had numerous matters to attend to. Even though many tasks were handled by various mayors and their secretarial teams, a considerable amount remained on his plate. Each of these matters, pivotal to the advancement of the scientific core, requires the personal approval of Richie. Every day, Richie devotes half of his time to various affairs concerning the scientific division, compelling him to diligently practice and hone his skills without a moment's lapse. Day after day, Richie manages operations, cultivates his strength, and expands his influence. In the mountainous kingdom, once a bastion of mercenaries, several individuals clad in the attire of its citizens convene within a room in one of its cities. They gather around a table in the basement, engaged in earnest discussion. How have the investigations progressed? Inquired a sharp-featured middle-aged man, surveying the room with gravity. On my covert visit to this city's interior, I discovered that this nation appears to be one of the rare peaceful realms in the world. The residents live in tranquility under royal governance. And I encountered factories I had never seen before, primarily producing clothing and furniture. However, I did locate a mechanical factory in the mountainous kingdom, another individual interjected. Yet, I am not a scientist and could not comprehend its workings. I found no complete weapons manufacturing facilities. I did observe a plethora of arms within the military, including the rearguard rifles we are investigating, along with some modern artillery. A third voice chimed in. It seems that this mountainous kingdom possesses the technology for such weaponry. Utilizing my chameleon fruit abilities, I infiltrated the military camp and encountered some previously unseen weapons, another individual remarked, producing several photographs. However, many of the formidable soldiers here wield powerful haki, so I refrained from further exploration to avoid detection. The images displayed tanks, armored vehicles, and howitzers. I discerned that the royal family maintains stringent defenses over a nearby island, which I suspect might be our target. I, too, could not penetrate their defenses. The final individual noted. Nevertheless, I heard from local residents that it is the domain of the kingdom's grand prince, who has previously recruited scientists. Then let us report our findings, the sharp-featured man concluded, nodding in agreement with the others. With this intelligence, we can consider our investigation complete. Very well, the group concurred. And the man produced a small transponder snail. In the dim basement, the angular man raised his arm, revealing a wristwatch-like device that opened to reveal a sleeping transponder snail. Bring. As the snail rang, the call was promptly answered. South 550, what is your business? Came the voice from the other end. We have gathered substantial information regarding the situation in the mountainous kingdom and are prepared to report. Proceed. Upon concluding the report, the middle-aged man stated, mission accomplished. Everyone, disperse and regroup at the designated location. With that, they all rose simultaneously and departed the room, each heading in different directions under the cover of night. Mary Geos, as the headquarters of the world government, serves not only as the residence of the celestial dragons but also as the administrative center of the world government. Here lies the epicenter of power in the world of pirates. Within the sanctified halls of Mariewa, 5 distinguished elders, each unique in their demeanor, either sit or stand in various corners of the chamber. These 5 individuals are the wielders of the highest authority within the world government, known as the 5 elders. Their ages remain unknown, yet they have consistently overseen the world government, standing as the pinnacle of power. The new world has descended further into chaos. An elderly man, clad in a tailored suit with curly hair and leaning on a cane, sat on a sofa, his gaze solemn as he spoke. Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom have all become increasingly active. Beside him, standing by the window, a short-haired member of the 5 elders interjected. The Navy bases in the New World are continually besieged by pirates. We have already lost 2 bases. Across the seas, piracy is rampant, with a multitude of pirates flooding into the first half of the Grand Line, rendering our control over the latter half somewhat tenuous. Then let the Navy abandon the current bases and focus on securing the first half, suggested another elder, dressed in a kimono and wielding a sword. As long as we defend the first half of the Grand Line, we can eliminate numerous pirates. As for the latter half, we can simply bide our time. That is feasible. A tall, slender elder standing by the window nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with this plan. The discussion shifted to the next topic, the recently ascendant Rock Mountain Kingdom in the South Sea. The elder with the cane continued, according to the latest intelligence. The weapons circulating in the black market originate from Don Quixote da Flamingo, but the initial source is this Rock Mountain Kingdom. What actions are required? Inquired the elder in the kimono. We could send the Navy there or equip the world government's forces with such weapons. With Vegapunk at our disposal, the research on these weapons is exceedingly straightforward. In fact, we could replicate them without his direct involvement. That is unacceptable, the slender elder interjected, shaking his head. While the army remains under our control, the Navy does not. Should the Navy be outfitted with such weapons, they would proliferate throughout the world, thereby enhancing global military capabilities. The rifles utilized by the Rock Mountain Kingdom could allow an ordinary individual to take down a well-trained warrior. Although they may prove ineffective against true masters, they wield immense power against even the most elite soldiers. In this manner, pirates, bandits, rebels, and even the newly emerged revolutionary army across various regions have acquired such formidable weaponry. Consequently, the foundational advantage of the world government is rendered futile. Thus, a short-haired, square-faced elder star remarked, "How shall we contend with the Rock Mountain Kingdom, which has fully equipped its army with rifles and powerful artillery? It appears they possess their own manufacturing capabilities, making them no longer a foe easily subdued. Furthermore, with a population numbering in the millions, the Rock Mountain Kingdom is not merely a small island nation. Intelligence reports indicate that it boasts 6 armies, comprising nearly 100,000 soldiers. In addition, it possesses the most enigmatic scientific division. Such a force cannot be extinguished, even by the Navy's demon-slaying order. Not to mention, the Kingdom of Yinshan is one of the member states of the world government, hence it cannot utilize the demon-slaying order. Furthermore, the enigmatic scientific core of the Kingdom of Yinshan evokes thoughts of the Navy's own scientific division, led by the current Marine Admiral, Kizaru Borisolino. With technology that transcends 5 centuries, Dr. Vegapunk and a multitude of scientists recruited by the world government represent an immeasurable technological prowess. Although the scientific core of the Kingdom of Yinshan comprises merely 4 novice scientists from the future Kingdom of Baltimore, their ability to develop such firearms and artillery holds a certain value, albeit not substantial. The world government is currently researching some exceedingly advanced weaponry with tremendous power. For instance, the initiated robotics project, if completed, would render these firearms and artillery ineffective against the artificial beings. An artificial being could easily crush an entire army, let alone be of no use against true powerhouses. Additionally, technologies such as the ability to imbue objects with the powers of devil fruits and naval ship modification are also under consideration. The elders are primarily concerned about these weapons falling into the hands of ordinary people. Should countless ordinary individuals wield such weaponry, it would pose a significant threat to the dominion of the world government, which is what troubles the elders. After all, the Kingdom of Yinshan is a member state of the world government, and annually receives its due tribute without much incident. Hence, we have no reason to intervene. One of the elders remarked. Moreover, should we choose to act, we must find a suitable justification. Then, how about imposing restrictions? Suggested another, tall elder. The Navy could be stationed to